Martial souls, passion, transmigration. Otherworld the protagonist, Yuan Ge, a puppet master and illusionist from the game Honor of Kings, embodies a singularly fierce and elegant female lead, Zhuqing. In Z City of Blue Star, the son of the wealthiest family, Jin Chen, a piano competition champion, tragically dies from gaming all night. Upon awakening, he discovers he is transmigrated to the world of Doloa, awakening the martial soul of a puppet and seeking mentorship alongside Tang San. Tang San, brother, stop deceiving me with puppets. Were you really? Yuan Ge, which one is the true me? Even I do not know. So, you must seek for yourself. Xiao Wu, brother, I do not eat spicy rabbit heads. Yuan Ge, we are all bound by invisible threads thus. If I urge you to eat, you shall eat. Master, Xiao Yuan is my most exceptional disciple. Yuan Ge, exceptional? That holds no significance for me. What I seek is perfection. Zhuqing, if we are destined not to stand side by side, I will become the sharpest thread in your hand. Yuan Ge, ha ha die. Everyone die. Chapter 1. Nodding City in the realm of Doloa, within the city of Nodding, ding ding dong. Inside a grand mansion, a child of 6 sits before a piano, his delicate fingers dancing nimbly across the keys, each note resonating throughout the 2-story villa. Clap, clap, clap. As the child concludes his performance, applause erupts from the side. Bravo! My son indeed embodies the grace of my youth. A man in a tailcoat, appearing to be in his 30s, offers his praise without reservation, his hands clapping rapidly. The child rolls his eyes and retorts, Father, can we not be so thick-skinned? What do you mean by the grace of your youth? Mother said, you only began learning the piano at 12, and I won the last competition. This child is Yuan Ge, the second son of Z City's wealthiest family, who, after staying up late playing games following a piano competition, meets an untimely demise. Upon awakening, he discovers he is transformed into an infant, eventually realizing he is transmigrated to the world of Doloa. Yuan Ge's father, Yuan, blushes in embarrassment and clears his throat awkwardly. Cough, cough. Let's not dwell on such details. By the way, today is the day of your martial soul awakening. When your mother returns, we shall all go to the martial soul hall together. Upon hearing his father's words, Yuan Ge feels a spark of anticipation. Having lived in this world for 6 years, he is well aware of his surroundings, understanding that he is indeed in Doloa. However, he remains uncertain of the current timeline, as he had read the Doloa novel back in middle school, and the details have faded from his memory. Shortly after, his mother, Xiao Wu, returns home after grocery shopping, and the family of 3 makes their way to the martial soul hall. Both of Yuan Ge's parents are pianists, and he cherishes the nightly serenades from his mother that lull him to sleep. The martial soul hall in Nodding City is merely a branch, yet it is still quite substantial. My son, if you cannot become a soul master, do not be too disheartened. With our family's musical talent, we need not fear traversing the world. Moreover, with your innate abilities, you may one day even find yourself in the royal palace as a court musician. Yuan, worried that Yuan Ge may not become a soul master, continually offers words of comfort. His concern is not unfounded, as neither he nor Xiao Wu are soul masters. In Doloa, while anyone can awaken their martial soul, only those with soul power at the time of awakening can cultivate. Unfortunately, Yuan lacks soul power and possesses a useless martial soul, a wooden puppet. Xiao Wu, though she has soul power, is only a first-level innate soul master, also possessing a useless martial soul, a ball of yarn. Without much deliberation, the Zhou family had sent Xiao Wu to a regular school, believing she lacked the talent to become a soul master. After all, if one's martial soul is merely a ball of yarn, what can one possibly cultivate? Do not worry, father. I am certain I will become a soul master, Yuan Ge confidently asserts. Perhaps I might even be a genius with full innate soul power. After all, Tang San, the other transmigrator, possesses full innate soul power and even dual martial souls. It does not seem unreasonable for him to aspire to be a genius as well. Yuan wishes to continue persuading, but Xiao Wu gently pulls him back, shaking her head slightly. With a sigh, Yuan refrains from further discussion, hoping only that his son does not become too disappointed upon discovering he cannot become a soul master yet. He would be overjoyed if he did. Before long, they arrive at the entrance of a magnificent hall, where 2 soldiers clad in armor stand guard. Yuan steps forward, maintaining a respectful demeanor. I am here to bring my son for his martial soul awakening. The soldiers glance at Yuan Ge, nodding slightly without further comment, allowing them passage. For them, such occurrences are commonplace, as every child undergoes a martial soul awakening. Upon entering the martial soul hall, the trio observes a considerable number of attendees, over 20 children and around 70 to 80 parents stand along the sides of the grand hall, awaiting the awakening ceremony. Yuan Ge positions himself among the other children participating in the ceremony, finding a place to stand. 5 minutes later, a young man in his 20s approaches. "Children, please line up." The young man speaks with a gentle demeanor and a warm smile. "I am Su Yun Tao, a 26th level soul master, and I will guide you. Now, I will awaken each of your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens." Upon hearing Su Yun Tao's words, the children obediently form a line, Yuan Ge included. Beside Su Yun Tao stands a platform adorned with several items. 6 black round stones and a shining blue crystal ball rest atop it. Su Yun Tao arranges the 6 black stones on the ground in the shape of a hexagon, instructing the first child on the left to step inside the hexagon. Yuan Ge counts and realizes he is the 6th in line. Ah, splendid. A most auspicious number. He finds it quite pleasing. Wolf spirit, manifest. At that moment, Su Yun Tao lets out a resounding shout. As his voice echoes, a transformation occurs. His muscles swell, his stature increases, his fingernails elongate, his eyes turn a haunting green, and 2 circles of light, one yellow and one purple, rise beneath his feet, signifying his soul rings. Wow! The children and surrounding parents gasp in astonishment, instinctively voicing their surprise. However, they are not particularly fearful, as most are city dwellers who have encountered soul masters before. Chapter 2. Do you wish to join the spirit hall? As Su Yun Tao deftly manipulated his hands, 6 beams of green light soared into 6 black stones, enveloping the child, standing in the center with a faint golden glow. As the golden light merged into his body, the child trembled. "Extend your right hand," Su Yun Tao instructed. The child instinctively moved, opening his palm, for which a pair of chopsticks materialized. "Ah, a wasted spirit," Su Yun Tao remarked. This was the fate of the majority of children. The number who could become soul masters was ultimately exceedingly rare. The child gazed at the chopsticks in his hand, initially choking back tears, before succumbing to a heart-wrenching sob. "Mother, I can't become a soul master." His mother hurriedly rushed over, enveloping him in her embrace and offering words of comfort. "It's all right, Tao Tao. If you cannot become a soul master, then so be it. Being a soul master is fraught with danger." After a few brief words of consolation, she apologized to Su Yun Tao and left with her child. They didn't even test for soul power, but it's unnecessary, given that the martial spirit is merely a pair of chopsticks. Next, soon, the 5th child approached. The previous 4 had all possessed useless martial spirits and lacked soul power, rendering them unable to become soul masters. The 5th child was a slender boy. "Come, let us see your martial spirit." The boy, somewhat nervous, nodded and extended his right hand. With a flourish, a sparrow appeared in the palm of his hand, hopping up and down. "Excellent. It appears to be a beast martial spirit. Now, let's test your soul power." Su Yun Tao looked quite pleased as he presented the crystal ball to him. The boy placed his hand upon the crystal ball, and moments later, a soft blue light illuminated it. "Not bad. Innate soul power at level 4. You possess the potential to become a soul master." A gentle smile returned to Su Yun Tao's face. "Really? I can truly become a soul master?" The boy's expression was one of disbelief. It felt like a dream to him. "Indeed, it is true, child. What is your name?" "Esteemed Master Soul Master." "My name is Li Fei." The boy politely bowed to Su Yun Tao. "Very well, you may stand to the side for now, while I awaken the others' martial spirits." Su Yun Tao motioned for Li Fei to step aside and beckoned to Yuan Ge. "Child, it is your turn." "Yes." Yuan Ge stepped forward, standing amidst the 6 black stones under the encouraging gaze of his parents. As Su Yun Tao worked his magic, golden light flowed into his body. Yuan Ge felt as if something new had taken root within him. It seemed to be the martial spirit. "Now, open your right hand." Yuan Ge complied. As he spread his palm, a small figure appeared atop it. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Ge, even clad in similar attire. If not for the puppet-like joints connecting its limbs, Su Yun Tao might have mistaken it for a miniature version of Yuan Ge. What on earth is this? Su Yun Tao was perplexed. Could it be a mutated martial spirit? Yuan Ge was equally astonished. Could this possibly be a puppet from the game he had played before his untimely demise? "Now, let's test your soul power." Just as Yuan Ge was lost in thought, Su Yun Tao placed the crystal ball before him. Yuan Ge instinctively laid his hand upon it. After a moment, The crystal ball glowed with a blue light, even more radiant than that which had illuminated when Li Fei was tested. Innate soul power at level 6? Su Yuntao was taken aback, for the highest innate soul power recorded last year was only level 5. Yet, Yuan Ge appeared quite disappointed. Only level 6? Su Yuntao's lips twitched slightly as he regarded the child, dressed as if from noble lineage. What more do you desire? Surely at least innate, full soul power? Ugh. Su Yuntao sighed. You may step aside for now, while I proceed to awaken the other's martial spirits. As for innate, full soul power, records indicated that no such prodigy had appeared in over a century, at least within the scope of his knowledge. Su Yuntao continued to awaken several more children, with only 2 possessing viable martial spirits, and a single one revealing soul power. Subsequently, a female soul master named CC took over to awaken the remaining children. By the conclusion, only 4 children were deemed capable of becoming soul masters from the 35 who had participated in the awakening ceremony. This made Yuan Ge realize that becoming a soul master was indeed no simple feat. Talent was of utmost importance. As the awakening ceremony concluded, those without the qualifications to become soul masters departed the spirit hall with their parents, leaving only Yuan Ge, Li Fei, and the others with their families. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of footsteps echoed as an elderly man descended the stairs. Su Yuntao and CC quickly bowed. Master Matthew. The others followed suit, bowing deeply. Matthew smiled and waved his hand. No need for formalities. Yuntao, are all the awakened children here? Su Yuntao, who shared a close rapport with Matthew, replied with a smile. Yes, Master Matthew. We have 3 children. 2 possess innate soul power at level 4, and 1 at level 6. Oh, innate soul power at level 6? Matthew's eyes sparkled with interest. Last year, the highest innate soul power in Nodding City was only level 5. I did not expect to see a level 6 so soon. Who is it? His gaze swept over the 3 children. Su Yuntao pointed to Yuan Ge. It is he, though his martial spirit seems to be a mutated one. Unlike anything I have encountered. A mutated martial spirit? Matthew nodded thoughtfully as he approached Yuan Ge. Child, what is your name? Yuan Ge came to reply. Yuntao mentioned your martial spirit is a mutated one. May I see it? Yuan Ge's parents, Yuan and Zhou Yu, were beside themselves with excitement. Was their son truly being noticed by the spirit hall? Yuan Ge promptly summoned his martial spirit, a small figure resembling him standing upon his right hand, one hand reaching skyward while the other extended forward in a claw-like fashion. Matthew observed closely, but discerned nothing of particular note. He turned to Yuan Ge's parents. It was evident from their expressions that they were brimming with excitement. You must be the parents of this child. Yes, we are his parents, Yuan replied eagerly, with Zhou Yu nodding vigorously. What is your martial spirit? Mine is a wooden figure, and a mother's martial spirit is a ball of yarn. It seems this child indeed possesses a mutated martial spirit. Matthew mused, and it appears to have mutated in a favorable direction. He turned his attention back to Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge, do you wish to join the spirit hall? Chapter 3. The school year begins. Upon hearing Matthew's words, Yuan Ge's heart sank. What? Join the spirit hall? Are you jesting? Do you not realize that the spirit hall will eventually be vanquished by Tang San? Joining the spirit hall would be tantamount to courting death. While the spirit hall may be portrayed as the antagonist in the novel Dalua Dalu, in reality, it was not an evil organization. Rather, it was as righteous as one could be, to provide all children with free awakening of their martial souls, and to grant every soul master below level 40 a monthly living subsidy, stands as a resolute front against the evil soul masters, a truly benevolent act. Although Bibi Dong eliminated Xiao Wu's mother and coerced Tang San's mother into making a sacrifice, what were they but soul beasts? Is it wrong for humans to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings and bones? Tang San and Xiao Wu's assault on the spirit hall was justified. It was merely a matter of perspective, as they sought vengeance for their mothers. The spirit hall's ambition to unify the continent and establish a spirit empire is not inherently flawed. The conflicts between the Xinglua Empire and the Tiando Empire are numerous, and unification would indeed foster the continent's development. Alas, who could have anticipated that the Spirit Hall would provoke Tang San, the destined child? Quick, son, agree already. Yuan urged from the side. To him, joining the Spirit Hall was akin to reaching the pinnacle of success. Such an opportunity should not be squandered. Thankfully, Yuan Ge remained oblivious to his father's intentions, or else he would have surely scoffed at the notion of reaching the pinnacle. Yuan Ge feigned a solemn expression. Grandpa Maxuno, I wish to return and contemplate this matter thoroughly. Maxuno discerned Yuan Ge's true feelings. It was evident he did not wish to join the spirit hall, albeit he expressed it rather politely. Since Yuan Ge did not wish to join, there was no need for further persuasion, especially considering he was merely a child with innate soul power at level 6. Impressive, yet not extraordinary. The spirit hall will always welcome your participation, Maxuno replied, his tone noticeably cooler than before. Upon returning home, Yuan plopped down onto the sofa, sighing heavily. His son had always been resolute in his opinions, leaving him feeling helpless. Even a reprimand seemed futile. So what transpired today? Why did you refuse to join the spirit hall? Yuan Ge sat across from him, devoid of any ulterior motive. He simply did not wish to join. Yuan Ge found himself at a loss for words, resorting to the capriciousness of childhood to evade the inquiry. Yuan was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Zhou Yu. Well, if he doesn't want to join the spirit hall, then so be it. After all, he has already become a soul master. Why impose additional demands? I will take him to enroll at Nodding Academy, the finest junior soul master academy in Nodding City. Yuan could only nod, recognizing that the matter was beyond resolution. What was done was done. Then I shall go familiarize myself with my martial soul, Yuan Ge declared before dashing to the backyard. Ah, this boy, Yuan shook his head in resignation. In the backyard, Yuan Ge rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. He had not anticipated that his martial soul would be a puppet, and he soon discovered it possessed an innate skill. He promptly summoned his martial soul. With a swift motion of his right hand, a shadow darted forward, halting after 10 meters. The figure was none other than Su Yuntao, more precisely, Yuan Ge's puppet. Indeed, the skill inherent to his martial soul was disguise, allowing his puppet to assume the appearance of anyone he had encountered. However, this was merely a disguise. Should it engage in combat, it would revert to its original form. While this skill was reminiscent of earlier iterations, it was still quite advantageous, particularly as he was not yet able to battle other soul masters for fragments. Yuan Ge was quite pleased with this soul skill, especially as it did not occupy a soul ring slot. In the game, after the revision, Yuan Ge could obtain fragments from enemy heroes, and upon collecting 50, transform the puppet into the enemy hero, utilizing their equipment and skills for a duration of 10 seconds. Yuan Ge noticed 10 transparent threads made of soul power extending from his hands. He would manipulate the puppet through these threads. A subtle flick of his fingers caused the puppet to revert to its original form and launch an attack. The puppet, resembling a 6-year-old child, seemed devoid of any real offensive capability. With a sudden tug on the thread, the puppet swiftly returned to him, merging into his body, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. Alas, I am still too young. My soul power is insufficient, he lamented. In the following days, he diligently familiarized himself with his martial soul and uncovered several insights. First, both the release and retraction of his martial soul possessed offensive capabilities. At the moment of summoning or retraction, the puppet could inflict damage upon impact. Second, the threads could be severed. After testing with a kitchen knife, he found that once cut, the puppet became uncontrollable and vanished. Third, as long as not all 10 threads were severed, he could still manipulate the puppet, albeit with reduced agility and functionality. Fourth, the threads could not penetrate walls. Should the puppet circle a tree twice, the threads would entangle, rendering him unable to control it. As for what happened when the puppet was destroyed, whether he would experience dizziness like in the game or suffer significant harm due to the destruction of his martial soul, Yuan Ge had yet to test, nor did he dare to. Overall, while the initial form of the puppet exhibited commendable offensive capability, it was not without its limitations. Nonetheless, Yuan Ge was confident that he would eventually devise solutions to these challenges. It was essential to note that Yuan Ge's offensive methods extended beyond just the puppet. He also wielded the manipulation of threads for attacks. Thus, 3 months elapsed. During this period, Yuan Ge immersed himself in training, depleting his soul power daily. He discovered that each time his soul power was exhausted and subsequently replenished, it would grow stronger than before. Furthermore, as his family was well off, they provided him with ample soul beast meat, accelerating his progress significantly. Both his physique and soul power had seen considerable enhancement, now reaching level 8. Indeed, In just 3 short months, his soul power had risen by 2 levels, all without any guidance from others. My son possesses the potential to become a title de law, Yuan often exclaimed, though each time he did, Yuan Ge responded with an eye roll. Ding ding dong. That evening, the weary Yuan Ge lay in his small bed, serenaded by his mother's rendition of Brahms' lullaby, drifting off into a serene slumber. Time flew, bringing the day of enrollment at Notting Academy. That afternoon, accompanied by his parents, Yuan Ge arrived at the academy's entrance. Do not inquire as to why it was afternoon. It was simply that Yuan Ge had exhausted his soul power the previous night and had only awakened at noon. Upon observing the academy's entrance, which was occupied solely by an elderly man and a young boy, Xiao Wu wore a look of exasperation. I told you today was the day of enrollment. You depleted your soul power yesterday, and now look, it's already afternoon. She cast a mildly reproachful glance at Yuan Ge. Chapter 4, Meeting Tang San. Before Yuan Ge could utter a word, his father, Yuan, interjected, "What of the afternoon? My son has not even attended the spirit hall. Going to Notting Academy is a favor to them. Let them wait. Our son possesses the potential of a title de law." Yuan Ge felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, turning his face away. At that moment, a heated argument erupted nearby. What? Unconvinced. I said you came from the beggar village. Is there any inaccuracy in my words? Just look at this poor wretch. His clothes are all patched. I suggest you find another place to beg. Our Notting Academy is not a charity house. Now be gone. The three turned to see the gatekeeper of Notting Academy driving away an old man and a young boy. Yuan furrowed his brow and stepped forward. What is happening here? Clad in a tailcoat, he exuded an air of distinction, and indeed, he was no ordinary person. His exceptional musical talent had once earned him the title of baron in a competition, although it could not be inherited and he possessed no land. He was still a baron. The gatekeeper recognized Yuan and immediately bowed. "My lord baron, what is the matter?" Yuan repeated his question. Meanwhile, Yuan Ge noticed that the young boy seemed to retract something into his sleeve. "Well, my lord baron, this old man claimed that the child possesses innate full soul power. Yet his martial soul is clearly blue silvergrass. Isn't that a deception? Everyone knows blue silvergrass is a useless martial soul." The old man protested vehemently. "Nonsense. It is true. We have the proof from the martial soul hall." The old man retorted, bristling with indignation. My lord baron, that proof is counterfeit." The gatekeeper quickly interjected, sensing Yuan's displeasure. He was aware that the proof was genuine, and no one dared to forge such documents. He merely sought to gain some advantage. Yuan discerned the situation at a glance. After all, dealing with troublesome individuals was not unusual. He had encountered many who sought bribes, easily appeased with a few copper soul coins. However, noticing the old man and boy wore patched clothes, it seemed they were reluctant to part with even that small sum. Yet considering that the young boy might one day be a classmate of Yuan Ge, he decided to extend a helping hand. Just as he was about to speak further, Yuan Ge approached. Indeed, he recognized the boy before him, Tang San. Upon hearing blue silvergrass and innate full soul power, he realized that it was time to boost his favorability. "Hey, you claim his proof is fake?" Yuan Ge's tone was sharp, albeit childishly fierce. Though merely 6 years old, he donned an elegant outfit of blue and white stripes, clearly distinguishing him from common children. "Young master, his proof is certainly false. How could anyone possess innate full soul power with a martial soul of blue silvergrass?" The gatekeeper fawned. He has more than one martial soul, Yuan Ge thought to himself, silently mocking. What if I can prove he truly possesses innate full soul power? What? The gatekeeper seemed momentarily perplexed. He indeed possesses innate full soul power. I know that child. We awakened our martial souls together, Yuan Ge continued, casting a glance toward the old man. "Sir, could you show my father the proof from the martial soul hall?" Old Jack, realizing that this child was helping them, quickly presented the proof to Yuan. "My lord baron." Yuan felt a swell of pride, seeing his son assist a classmate, though he maintained a composed exterior as he accepted the proof for scrutiny. "This proof is legitimate," he confirmed. The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, hurriedly apologized. "I am sorry. My lord baron, I was blind and misjudged." "Humph. You should apologize not to my father, but to them." Yuan Ge pointed at old Jack and Tang San. The gatekeeper hesitated, but eventually bowed to old Jack and Tang San. "I apologize, gentlemen. It was my error." Old Jack scoffed, still visibly irked. "Yet, The gatekeeper was not without his own grievances. Unwilling to harbor resentment toward Yuan Ge and his father, he resolved to take it out on Tang San, planning future retribution within the academy. But he would not have that opportunity. You have one chance. Resign and leave this place. Yuan Ge's cold voice rang out. This. Young master, I'm merely misjudged. There is no need for me to resign. The gatekeeper protested, frowning. Yuan Ge turned to his father. Father, I dislike him. Yuan nodded, his expression icy as he regarded the gatekeeper. You have two choices. The first, leave voluntarily. The second, I will inform the Martial Soul Hall of what transpired today. Very well. The gatekeeper sighed, knowing he must resign. Otherwise, a dire fate awaited him. For the Martial Soul Hall would not easily let him off the hook. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. The gatekeeper quickly bowed respectfully. Master, you have returned. The crowd turned to see a man of average height and slightly slender build who had somehow appeared beside them. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair parted to the side. His features were unremarkable, yet he possessed a unique aura, his eyes betraying a hint of languor and weariness. Master, you Xiao Jiang? Yuan Ge's eyes lit up. This was Tang San's mentor. Although not particularly formidable in combat, his theoretical knowledge was exceptional. If he could become his disciple, Yuan Ge's future would be secure, and he could directly join Tang San's team. He had previously contemplated this matter, as his abilities amounted to only 5, including passives. What would happen upon reaching Soul King? Moreover, if he selected the wrong soul rings, it could pose a significant problem. But now, if he could apprentice under Yu Xiaojiang, those issues would be resolved. Upon learning the context, Yu Xiaojiang also apologized to Old Jack and Tang San. I apologize, sir, on behalf of the Academy. I extend my apologies to you and this child. I shall take responsibility for him. Old Jack quickly waved his hands. No need for apologies. The Baron has already sought justice for us. Master, we will be grateful for your assistance with this child. Xiao San, follow the master inside, but do remember to behave. He retrieved the proof from Yuan and handed it to Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San took a few steps forward, glancing back at Yuan Ge. He held a favorable impression of the child who had just defended him and Old Jack. Suddenly, Yuan Ge spoke. Father, do you know this master? His words captured everyone's attention. Of course. Although Yuan was not a soul master, he had heard of Yu Xiaojiang. Isn't he a knowledgeable person? Yuan Ge feigned ignorance. Indeed. Then it's settled. What do you mean by settled? Yuan Ge stepped forward and knelt before the master. Master, please accept me as your disciple. With that, he performed 3 loud bows. Everyone was taken aback. Chapter 5. Apprenticeship, you little rascal, what are you doing? Get up this instant. Yuan was furious. Although Yu Xiaojiang was indeed knowledgeable, who didn't he know he possessed a mutated, useless martial soul and only ranked at the 29th level of soul power? To Yuan, his son possessed the potential of a title de law. How could he possibly become Yu Xiaojiang's disciple? That would be a waste. Ignoring his father's protests, Yuan Ge insisted, please. Master, accept me as your disciple. Yu Xiaojiang was puzzled. Why do you wish to become my disciple? Because you are knowledgeable, and I admire learned individuals. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. I cannot accept you as my disciple based solely on that. Yuan's frustration mounted. What? The esteemed son of mine wishes to take you. A mere waste? As his mentor, and yet you remain reluctant? Where's my blade? Yuan had clearly forgotten that even though Yu Xiaojiang was merely a level 29 soul master, he was not an opponent to be trifled with. My martial soul is a mutated one, and I believe only you can guide me, he declared. Oh, a mutated martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang's interest was piqued. Stand up, and let me see your martial soul. Certainly. Subsequently, Yuan Ge unleashed his martial soul, which took the form of a puppet, sending the nearby doorman flying upon its release. Crash! The doorman collided with the wall, collapsing unconscious. Tang San, well done. As the onlookers beheld the puppet, they were astonished to find it bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang San himself. Huh, why does your martial soul look identical to this child, even down to its attire? My martial soul is a puppet with an innate soul skill that allows it to assume the appearance of anyone I have encountered, but it reverts to its original form upon launching an attack. With that, Yuan Ge deftly manipulated strings, causing the puppet to revert back and grasp at the air a few times. Then, with a swift motion, he yanked the puppet back into his body at an astonishing speed. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes brightened. If I am not mistaken, your puppet causes damage both when released and retracted. correct? Indeed. Then your martial soul possesses not just one, but two innate skills, one for disguise and the other for inflicting damage during release and retraction. Quite formidable indeed. What is your innate soul power level? Level 6. And your current level? Level 8. What did you awaken it? 3 months ago. Your cultivation speed is commendable, you Xiao mused, ultimately deciding to take Yuan Ge as his disciple. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my pupil. Yes, I pay my respects to my master. Yuan Ge bowed deeply once more. Yu Xiaojiang smiled with satisfaction, bending down to assist Yuan Ge up. Silly boy, why must you bow to become my disciple? I am merely your teacher. A simple bow will suffice next time. Once a teacher, forever a father, Yuan Ge resolutely stated, well aware that Yu Xiaojiang was a dedicated mentor who had labored tirelessly for someone, even if that someone had later turned ungrateful. From now on, just call me teacher. Yu Xiaojiang said gently. Yes. Yuan, who had been contemplating saying something further, was silenced by Zhou Yu covering her mouth. I apologize, teacher. My father. Yu Xiaojiang understood the situation and was sympathetic. No witties. Approaching Yuan, he produced a medallion. Baron Yuan, I am an honorary elder of the Martial Soul Hall. I assure you that your son will receive an education equal to that of the students at the Martial Soul Academy. Yuan's eyes widened as she scrutinized the medallion multiple times. She then removed Zhou Yu's hand and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Then I shall trouble you, master. Father, where is your dignity? Yuan Ge remarked, somewhat exasperated by his father's antics. Shortly thereafter, Yuan and her husband, along with old Jack, departed, enlisting someone to carry the unconscious doorman. As they entered the academy, Yu Xiaojiang took the hands of Yuan Ge and Tang San. Let's proceed inside. Feeling the warmth of Yu Xiaojiang's hand, Tang San could not help but express his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Teacher? I'm not a teacher at the academy. The master glanced down at Tang San. Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, unusually patient today. Who says only the academy's teachers can represent it? Tang San's eyes lit up in realization. I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader of the academy. Yuan Ge observed their exchange, choosing not to interrupt, as this was indeed Tang San's moment of apprenticeship. Yu Xiaojiang replied, I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. You, like others, may call me master. The proof from the Martial Soul Hall states your name is Tang San. Remember, there is a vast difference between master and teacher. Do not confuse the two in the future, unless you, like Yuan Ge, truly wish for me to be your teacher. Tang San remained silent, gazing at Yu Xiaojiang in contemplation. Yu Xiaojiang understood his intent. Tang San was testing his abilities. Indeed, Tang San was thinking along those lines, refraining from speaking for two reasons. 1, to avoid offending Yu Xiaojiang, and 2, to question what merits he possessed that would make him worthy of being called a disciple. To Tang San, Yuan Ge's earlier actions seemed those of a child. If he was not mistaken, this was Yuan Ge's first encounter with the master, and to bow without understanding was indeed childlike behavior. If he were an adult, it would indicate a lack of discernment. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled, reminiscent of old Jack, ruffling Tang San's hair. Gifted and astute, it appears I must persist in my efforts. After all, you are the third individual in a century to possess a twin martial soul. Tang San's pupils constricted. No, how does he know? Yuan Ge stifled a laugh at Tang San's incredulous expression. Caught off guard, aren't you? The master is quite astute. Yu Xiaojiang continued. Are you curious as to how I deduced your twin martial soul? As he spoke, he shook the proof old Jack had given him. It is because of this document. Perhaps others may overlook its flaws, but if I were to miss them, I would not deserve the title of master. Seeing Tang San's lack of understanding, Yuan Ge quickly prompted, then, teacher, what flaws does this document reveal? What exactly is a twin martial soul? Does it mean possessing two martial souls? Indeed, a twin martial soul signifies two martial souls, Yu Xiaojiang affirmed, gently patting Yuan Ge's head, then turning his gaze back to Tang San. I once researched 647 individuals with a blue-silver grass martial soul. Among them, only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Even those with soul power did not exceed level 1, while you possess a full innate soul power of level 10. Considering the core competencies of martial souls I have studied, the innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Clearly, Blue silvergrass does not meet the criteria. Thus, I am certain you possess another martial soul, and it is likely a powerful one. Tang San's gaze gradually steadied as he argued. Every rule has its exceptions. Why can't I be an exception? Indeed, exceptions exist. Yet your martial soul is blue silvergrass, which clearly disqualifies you as the exception, Yu Xiaojing countered. In the past century, although the twin martial soul has manifested only 3 times in the Tiando Empire and Xingluo Empire, there have been 19 individuals with innate full soul power. I have meticulously studied their martial souls, all of which are formidable. The youngest among them has already attained the level of a great soul master. Of the 14 who inherited powerful martial souls through bloodlines, 5 emerged as exceptions, possessing innate full soul power. This anomaly is attributed to the existence of mutated martial souls. And based on my years of research on mutated martial souls, no martial soul has ever been known to mutate from blue silvergrass. Your blue silvergrass martial spirit is merely an ordinary variant. Thus, I can confidently assert that my judgment is indeed accurate. A mutated martial spirit? Tang San pointed towards Yuan Ge, questioning if it resembled his. Yu Xiaojing affirmed, indeed, Yuan Ge's martial spirit is indeed a mutated one. The martial spirit one possesses is directly linked to that of one's parents. Typically, it is passed down from either the father or the mother, representing a familial inheritance of martial spirits. However, there exist exceptions, known as mutated martial spirits. These also originate from the parents' martial spirits. But due to certain variations between the spirits of the father and mother, the inheritor's martial spirit may undergo mutation, resulting in a new type of spirit. Mutated martial spirits can be exceptionally powerful, potentially even manifesting innate full soul power. Yet, the majority of mutated martial spirits tend to be weaker. They are akin to the offspring of consanguineous unions, where the likelihood of producing a fool is considerable, albeit the possibility of encountering an extraordinary intellect also exists. At this juncture, he turned to Yuan Ge, inquiring about the martial spirits of his parents. They are a wooden puppet in yarn. Master clapped his hands, exclaiming, see, controlling a wooden puppet with yarn is precisely Yuan Ge's puppet. This exemplifies a typical mutated martial spirit. With a thud, Tang San knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times. Imploring, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Yu Xiaojing chuckled as he assisted Tang San to his feet, agreeing. Yuan Ge, with a mischievous grin, found amusement in the notion that Tang San, having come later to apprenticeship, was now his junior. Tang San addressed Yuan Ge. What are you laughing at? Yuan Ge, with a serious demeanor, retorted, it's Yuan Ge, call me brother. Tang San, having grown up in the Tang sect in his previous life, was not averse to this notion, and timidly called out, brother. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this brother of his would eventually sever ties with him, due to his father. Ah, little San, rest assured, I shall buy you sweets in the future. Tang San rubbed his forehead, perplexed at how this little brat had managed to become his elder brother first. By the way, brother, please keep my dual martial spirit a secret and do not disclose it. No problem, my lips are sealed. Yuan Ge was genuinely apprehensive about revealing this, fearing a severe reprimand from Tang San's father. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the administrative office for registration, said Yu Xiaojing. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy did not appear as expansive as it seemed, primarily divided into several areas. The main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building located on the eastern side of the playground. Despite being merely a Junior Soul Master Academy, the requirements for students were exceedingly stringent. Even those residing nearby were mandated to stay within the academy for uniform management. The administrative office was located on the first floor of the main teaching building, attended to by a teacher appearing to be in his 60s, along with 2 young assistants. Yu Xiaojing placed the documentation on the desk and addressed the elderly teacher. Director Su, these are Yuan Ge and Tang San. One is a new student from Nodding City this year, and the other is a work-study student from Holy Soul Village. I would appreciate your assistance in registering them. Director Su, beaming with a smile, replied, Master, what a pleasant surprise. Please have a seat. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, instructing Tang San, you both can register here. These teachers will guide you on the procedure. I must take my leave, but will return to find you later. The 2 youngsters respectfully acknowledged, yes, master. Yu Xiaojing smiled gently, ruffling their hair before departing. Upon hearing the manner in which the 2 addressed Yu Xiaojing, Director Su appeared intrigued, inquiring, you address him as master? He is not a teacher at our academy. Yuan Ge replied, we are aware. But we have taken him as our mentor, hence he is our teacher. Yuan Ge, adorably cute and resembling a little boy, wore clothing that accentuated his distinguished status. Tang San nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is our teacher. Director Su, with a peculiar expression, remarked, you took Master as your teacher? It was a blend of amusement and restraint. Is there a problem? Tang San queried. Realizing his earlier words were somewhat inappropriate, Director Su quickly shook his head, chuckling, no, I simply did not expect Master to take on disciples. However, you are still students of this academy and must adhere to its regulations. Understood? Both nodded in affirmation. The two young teachers beside Director Su, however, exhibited less composure. One of them glanced at the Martial Spirit Hall's documentation, confirming, so, is Yuan Ge and Tang San correct? As a teacher of the academy, I must remind you, a master is not to be chosen lightly. Any soul master, regardless of whether they graduated from the academy, may only recognize one master. Otherwise, they risk societal rejection. Do you genuinely believe master is suitable? Oh, one possesses an innate level 6 puppet martial spirit, while the other has innate full soul power. Yet alas, their martial spirit is merely blue silvergrass. Upon seeing the words innate full soul power on Tang San's documentation, astonishment flickered across the teachers' faces, but the mention of blue silvergrass transformed their astonishment into pity. Chapter 7. Defeating a 6-year-old child. Tang San wished to inquire further about the inappropriateness of taking Xiao as a mentor, but Yuan Ge abruptly interrupted him. Enough, little San. Yuan Ge turned to Director Su. Please assist us with our registration. Yuan Ge understood the reactions of the others stemmed from their disdain for Xiao, and he had no desire to listen to their derisive remarks. Tang San regarded Yuan Ge, but chose to remain silent. After completing their registration, Director Su provided each of them with a nodding academy uniform. You may now return to your respective dormitories. Yuan Ge's dorm is in Building 6, while Tang San's is in Building 7. Due to Tang San being a work-study student, arrangements will be made by the teachers there. Yuan Ge, please settle your tuition fees. Thank you. The two youngsters expressed their gratitude and left the office with their uniforms. Yuan Ge then retrieved the tuition fees and handed them to Director Su. Yuan Ge interrupted Tang San, who had yet to finish his sentence, saying, Brother, those individuals. Yuan Ge waved his hand, signaling him to press his ear against the office door. After listening to the conversations within, Tang San clenched his fists in silence. The voices inside were either deriding Xiao as useless or mocking him as a clown. A mere joke. Now do you understand? Yuan Ge patted his shoulder. Yes. Tang San replied earnestly, Brother, the teacher is not useless. He discerned the issues with my martial spirit merely from a document from the Martial Spirit Hall. How could he possibly be deemed useless? Never argue with fools. Our time is better spent elsewhere. Let us proceed. The 6th and 7th dormitories were adjacent, allowing the two to walk together while engaging in various conversations. Through their dialogue, Tang San developed an interest in this 6-year-old elder brother. For Yuan Ge appeared far more mature than other children of his age, providing them with common ground for discussion. Yuan Ge's demeanor was elegant, resembling that of a noble, yet devoid of any arrogance, making him quite amiable, albeit occasionally infuriating. The two parted ways at the dormitory building, and Yuan Ge entered his room. The dormitory contained numerous beds, over 30 in total, accommodating both boys and girls, as children are typically unreserved. Yuan Ge selected a bed by the window and approached it. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Wait a moment. As Yuan Ge turned his head, he noticed a chubby boy, slightly taller than his peers, sitting on a bed with a pout, gazing at him. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 students, all around the age of 6. What is going on? Yuan Ge looked at him in confusion. What's your name? Yuan Ye. And you? Ma Yang. My martial spirit is a black bear, and I'm the leader here. What about your martial spirit? Ma Yang declared with an air of superiority. The exquisitely dressed boy before him appeared utterly adorable, and the nearby girls were eyeing him, which irked Ma Yang somewhat. Yuan Ye did. Recalling a similar encounter when Tang San first entered the dormitory, it seemed that every dorm had such traditions. My martial spirit is a puppet. A puppet? The children were taken aback. What is a puppet? It's a lifelike figure manipulated by strings, Yuan Ge explained. Ma Yang approached Yuan Ge, asserting, I don't care what your martial spirit is. I'm the leader here, and you must listen to me from now on, understood? And what if I choose not to? Yuan Ge retorted. Then you'll have to fight me. If you win, you become the leader. By the way, my soul power is at level 6. Ma Liang wiped his nose, displaying a proud expression. All right, Yuan Ge nodded, tossing his school uniform onto the bed. The surrounding children quickly dispersed, creating a space for their impending duel. Do you want to strike first, or shall I? Ma Liang called out. Yuan Ge found it amusing. Indeed, children often seek permission before a fight. You go first. I fear that if I strike, you may not get a chance. Ake mipiaka, arrogant, Ma Liang scoffed, charging towards Yuan Ge with the intention of grabbing his shoulder. Children often engage in battles by seizing each other's shoulders and then exerting their strength to push one another down. However, Yuan Ge had no intention of following the rules. He sidestepped and extended a foot, causing Ma Liang to stumble and fall flat on his face, nearly bursting into tears. Ha ha! The other children erupted with laughter. Big clumsy bear, someone shouted, and soon everyone joined in, chanting, Big clumsy bear, big clumsy bear. Ma Liang, overwhelmed, began to cry. Just as Yuan Ge contemplated whether he had gone too far and considered offering some comfort, to his surprise, Ma Liang stood up. He wiped his tears and pointed an accusing finger at Yuan Ge, exclaiming, This is your own doing. Wait, how is it my fault? Didn't you want to fight? Yuan Ge plead. At that moment, Ma Liang glowed with a yellowish light, his back and arms growing slightly more robust. He had activated his martial spirit. Yuan Ge knew he couldn't underestimate him and immediately grew serious. Though Ma Liang was merely a 6-year-old child, he was wielding his martial spirit. Yuan Ge recalled how he had sent the previous doorman flying simply by unleashing his puppet, illustrating the formidable power of martial spirits. Of course, Yuan Ge had overestimated Ma Liang. The doorman had been easily defeated due to Yuan Ge's inherently strong martial spirit. If Ma Liang were to engage the doorman, he would likely struggle. Yuan Ge summoned his own martial spirit. With a flick of his wrist, a shadow lunged towards Ma Liang. What? Bang! Ah! Ma Liang was sent flying by the puppet, crashing against the wall before sliding down onto a bed. Is that all there is to it? Yuan Ge remarqued. Meanwhile, in Dormitory 7, the battle had also concluded, with Tang San delivering a thorough beating to Wang Sheng. Unlike Dormitory 6, which was filled with bullies, Dormitory 7 housed all the work-study students together, regardless of their grades. Wang Sheng, being a few years older than Tang San, still found himself outmatched. Their intention in selecting a leader was to unite all the work-study students against those who bullied and looked down upon them, devoid of any ill intentions. As for the selection of a leader in Dormitory 6, it was purely an act of campus bullying. In Dormitory 6, where beds were available, Yuan Ge lay down, covering himself with a pillow, weary of the ruckus caused by Ma Liang's sobs. Shortly after, a figure approached. Yuan Ge. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yuan Ge swiftly moved the pillow aside and looked up to see, indeed, it was Xiao Wu. Teacher, Yuan Ge immediately rose from the bed, standing respectfully. Come with me. Xiao Wu nodded slightly and led Yuan Ge toward his office. Yuan Ge, please, just call me Xiao Yuan. Yuan Ge interrupted. Haha, all right, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Wu smiled and nodded. Now, tell me about your martial spirit in detail. I want to understand the path you intend to take. Path. Yes. The paths of soul masters can generally be categorized into 5 types: control type, assault type, agility type, defense type, and support type. So that would be mid lane, top lane, jungler or marksman, and support? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Teacher, please continue. Though Xiao Wu was slightly confused, he proceeded. Tell me everything you know about your martial spirit. Of course, teacher. Yuan Ge recounted all he understood about his martial spirit. Upon finishing, Xiao Wu analyzed Yuan Ge's martial spirit. You currently have 2 significant weaknesses. First, your puppet must be controlled by strings and requires both hands. If the strings are compromised, you will lose control over the puppet. Second, while controlling the puppet, your focus is entirely on it, rendering you immobile and vulnerable to any approaching enemies. Yuan Ge nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed his most pressing issue. He lacked mobility and escape skills. However, he could move while controlling the puppet, albeit it would be distracting. With additional practice, he could overcome this challenge. Xiao Wu closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. You mentioned that the strings controlling your puppet can intertwine? Yes, if they become entangled or severed, I can no longer control the puppet. Addressing this issue isn't overly complex. The first approach is to avoid having the strings damaged. Evasion is one option, but given that they are strings, there will always be opportunities for enemies to seize. The second approach is to enhance the string's resilience, making it unbreakable. Yuan Ge agreed wholeheartedly, recalling that in the game, he could utilize strings for offensive maneuvers. However, my favorite solution is the third approach, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly declared. What approach is that? He stood up from his seat and walked to the window. It involves abandoning the strings altogether and controlling the puppet using mental energy. Before Yuan Ge could ask for clarification, Yu Xiaojiang continued, you can think of your martial spirit as an extension of your own body. Just as you can control your limbs with your brain, why can't you do the same with your martial spirit? His own martial spirit was a mutated variant, the 3 Canon, which could be summoned. Interestingly, it bore some resemblance to Yuan Ge's martial spirit, albeit with greater intelligence. How can I control my martial spirit with mental energy? Yuan Ge inquired. I'm uncertain about this matter, yet one thing is evident. You must fortify your mental strength. For now, it is unattainable, but once your spirit power reaches level 10, you will be able to acquire your first spirit ring. I have 2 recommendations for you. One is an agility-type spirit ring that enhances your movement speed, ensuring that when you battle with puppets, you are not left defenseless against approaching foes. The other is a spirit ring that increases the resilience of your threads. A spider-type spirit ring would be quite advantageous, as it would prevent your threads from being easily severed during combat. The choice is yours. Yuan Ge pondered for a moment before responding. I shall opt for the spirit ring that enhances thread resilience. My threads are currently too fragile. Even my father could sever them with a kitchen knife, let alone in a fight against other spirit masters. Very well, said Yu Xiaojiang. Now, let us discuss your future path. I can recommend 2 directions, one being control type and the other being agile attack type. As the name implies, control type spirit masters excel at restraining their enemies. They're among the strongest, but also the rarest of spirit masters. Conversely, the agile attack type resembles assassins, focusing on speed and offense. Their advantages and disadvantages are quite pronounced, fast and high in attack, yet lacking in defense and endurance. Which would you prefer? I choose the control type. Yuan Ge declared without hesitation. Why? Because you, master, said that control type is the strongest. Yu Xiaojing burst into laughter. That is merely a relative statement. The control type has no significant weaknesses. Very well, I understand. I shall meticulously chart a path that is most suitable for you. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, can you use your threads directly? Directly? Yes. Without releasing your martial soul, can you utilize your threads? That should be possible. Let me try. Yuan Ge had not considered this possibility. As he concentrated, a semi-transparent thread materialized in his hand. Indeed, it can be done? Yuan Ge exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Xiaojing nodded. I had noticed earlier that your martial soul is a puppet, yet these threads are composed of spirit power, so they should be usable independently. Perhaps they will evolve into one of your offensive methods. Now, you should go rest. After dinner, summon Xiao San. Understood, master. Yuan Ge bowed respectfully and left the office, heading towards dormitory 7. Upon arriving, Yuan Ge immediately spotted Tang San. He was sitting on a bed alongside a girl in a pink dress, with a scorpion braid and a delicate, sculpted face. No, more accurately, they were on 2 beds pushed together. That must be Xiao Wu, Yuan Ge mused. Ah, that old rabbit of 100,000 years. Yuan Ge thought as he entered dormitory 7. Hey, this is our work-study student territory. What are you doing here? A boy, towering over Yuan Ge, blocked his path. At this moment, Yuan Ge had not changed his clothes, and his demeanor unmistakably indicated that he was a child of privilege, unmistakably not a work-study student. Hello, I'm looking for someone, Yuan Ge replied politely. Seeing his courtesy, the boy, Wang Sheng, softened his tone. Who are you looking for? Tang San. With that, Yuan Ge proceeded towards Tang San. Tang San and Xiao Wu were tidying their bed when they noticed Yuan Ge approaching and greeted him warmly. Yuan Xixiao. Indeed, Xiao San. The teacher is looking for you in office 206. He mentioned for you to find him after dinner. Yuan Ge informed him. All right, I'll change my clothes, and then we can go eat. Tang San began to undress, but paused. He glanced at Xiao Wu, who was staring intently at him. Xiao Wu, could you turn around while I change? Humph, Xiao San, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce us? Xiao Wu asked, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Oh, This is my senior, Yuan Ge. Tang San finally remembered he had not introduced them. Before Tang San could continue, Yuan Ge took the initiative. This must be Xiao San's girlfriend, considering you share a bed. From now on, I shall address you as Mei. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed instantly. Girlfriend? I'm not. Tang San found the situation amusing. After all, they were merely 6-year-old children. Where could a girlfriend come into play? Of course not. We simply have one set of bedding that we share, he clarified. Her name is Xiao Wu, as in dancing. Xiao Wu, please turn around. I need to change clothes. With a huff, Xiao Wu turned her back, allowing Tang San to change. Inwardly, Xiao Wu scoffed, just a 6-year-old brat. What is there to see? Suddenly, she glanced at Yuan Ge. You say you're a senior? Yes, Yuan Ge replied, puzzled. Then your strength must surpass his, right? As Xiao Wu began to stretch her body, Yuan Ge became alert. What was this old rabbit planning? Did she intend to confront him? Oh, not at all. I simply became his senior because I apprenticed 10 minutes earlier than he did. As for my strength, I do not engage in fighting. Hey, give me peanuts, shouted the still recovering doorman. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled mischievously. You don't fight? Perfect. I shall teach you. Hey, such an adorable boy. A punch should make him cry for a long while, she teased. Yuan Ge did not consider himself Xiao Wu's match. As long as she evaded his puppet-s deployment and retraction, it would be he who ended up receiving the blows. Even if he did not evade, being injured by his puppet would not bode well. After all, she was Tang San's partner, his future sister-in-law. Just as Yuan Ge sought an excuse to decline, Tang San finished changing. Let's go. It is time for dinner. Speaking of which, Xiao Wu felt a pang of hunger and had no choice but to relent. However, she hesitated. Does eating cost money? You know, spirit coins and all that. Tang San looked puzzled, huh? Did you not have to pay for meals before? Tang San was at a loss. Did Yuan Ge not know? Have you ever seen a rabbit in the wild that has to pay to eat grass? It will be surprising if she had money. He quickly added, oh, she must be embarrassed to admit she has no money, so she said it that way. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly. I truly have no money. Yuan Ge discreetly slipped 2 gold spirit coins into Tang San's hand. No worries. Xiao San is treating us, right, Xiao San? With that, Yuan Ge winked at Tang San. Feeling the coins in his hand, Tang San nodded, yes, I'll treat. Although he was unsure of why his senior was doing this, he agreed nonetheless. Yay! Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air and throwing her arms around Tang San's neck. Tang San lost his balance, and they both toppled onto the bed. Observing the 2 children rolling on the bed, Yuan Ge couldn't help but smile with amusement. This was precisely the reason he had given Tang San money, time to nurture the bond. The cafeteria was located within the teaching building, requiring them to traverse the entire playground. Their dormitory was situated on the opposite side of the playground. By now, the playground buzzed with activity as many students clad in academy uniforms made their way toward the teaching building, evidently heading for dinner. The cafeteria at Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy was quite spacious, capable of accommodating 6 classes along with their instructors for meals. At this moment, a long line had formed at the cafeteria windows. The cafeteria is divided into 2 levels, with the first floor alone accommodating 300 seats. Is that not the group of misers led by Wang Sheng? As soon as one steps into the cafeteria, a discordant voice resonates through the air. Everyone turns to the source of the sound, where a group of senior students stands on the stairs between the 1st and 2nd floors. Looking down at them with an air of superiority, Yuan Ge steps forward, asking who the misers are. He is now attired in the school uniform. The seniors, not quite grasping the meaning, shout back, you guys. Oh, Yuan Ge responds, making his way towards the food service area. A wave of laughter erupts from the upper level, as some have caught on to Yuan Ge's implication. The laughter in the cafeteria swells. Even Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng join in. Tang San's lips curl into a slight smile. His senior brother is truly amusing. Mark my words, this isn't over. A senior shouts loudly, challenging Yuan Ge to leave his name. Heh, 6th dormitory, Su Ling. Yuan Ge casually replies, having seen that name earlier in Director Su's office. A bunch of misers. You'll never dine on the 2nd floor in your lifetime. Xiao Wu retorts immediately, dismissing their claims about the 2nd floor's exclusivity. A girl tugs at her sleeve. Sister Xiao Wu, the food on the 2nd floor is quite expensive. We working students can't afford it. Frustrated, Xiao Wu's face flushes with anger, her resolve to confront the senior growing by the moment. However, Tang San gently restrains her, saying, "Let it go, we are here to eat." Xiao Wu looks at him with disdain, questioning his timidity. Tang San opts not to respond, instead lining up behind Yuan Ge to get food. After all, which adult would truly engage in conflict with a child? Just then, Yu Xiaojing enters, catching the attention of Yuan Ge and Tang San. They quickly approach him, greeting him respectfully. "Teacher." Yu Xiaojing nods, inquiring if they have settled in. "All set," Tang San replies gratefully, acknowledging the bedding Yu Xiaojing had arranged for him. "Come with me to the second floor. I'll show you around," Yu Xiaojing suggests. Tang San immediately declines, preferring to dine with his dorm mates, as he never wished to stand out. Yuan Ge agrees, stating he will also go to the second floor for food. He had spotted some seniors dining there and thought Xiao Wu might find it interesting. Yu Xiaojing concedes, "Your decision is wise. After your meal, Xiao San, wait for me at the entrance. Xiao Yuan, you may head back first." "Yes, teacher." Once Yu Xiaojing departs, Wang Sheng approaches. "Do you know the master?" Yuan Ge nods. "Yes, he is our teacher." "No way. You study under the master?" Wang Sheng's expression is peculiar. His strength is rather mediocre. "In our academy. He is merely a guest figure, reportedly remaining here due to his good relationship with the principal. Some might say he is just living off handouts." "Enough." Tang San's eyes narrow. "If you wish for a rematch, refrain from disparaging my teacher. This is your first and last warning. Otherwise, your fate will be tenfold worse than before." With that, he turns away to get food, his respect for teachers deeply ingrained in him. If not for Wang Sheng's youth, he would have acted on his anger. Yuan Ge's expression also darkens as he heads to the second floor. Wang Sheng sighs and walks away, planning to find a way to apologize later. At a modest dining table, Tang San and Xiao Wu are eating, with an empty plate beside them that Tang San had filled for Yuan Ge. "Where's your senior brother?" Xiao Wu asks between bites of carrot, her adorable cheeks quivering, nearly melting Tang San's heart. "Oh, he said he'd get food on the second floor and would be back shortly." Xiao Wu's eyes brighten. "No? The food on the second floor? Isn't it quite expensive?" "Indeed, but only we working students can't afford it. He is not one of us." "Ah, well then." Xiao Wu pouts, contemplating when she might dine on the second floor. "Here comes the food from the second floor," Yuan Ge announces, one hand behind his back and the other holding a tray. Despite his school uniform, his aura is undeniable. The tray holds 3 dishes, all tightly covered. "Wow." Xiao Wu's eyes widen upon hearing the food is from the second floor, and she hops over excitedly to take the tray. "Brother, what are these dishes?" In her excitement, she directly addresses him as brother. Yuan Ge is momentarily taken aback. "Oh? Has the relationship between Tang San and this little rabbit developed so quickly?" "Oh, you'll find out once you unveil it. There's a surprise." Eagerly, Xiao Wu opens the first dish, but her joyful expression quickly falters, morphing into horror. "Be brother, what is this?" Yuan Ge glances over, surprised that Xiao Wu's luck led her to the first dish being a spicy rabbit head. He picks one up, taking a bite. Delightful, with a blend of sweetness and spice. The meat is tender and not all dry. "Oh my, this person is actually eating a rabbit head," Xiao Wu exclaims, her dismay evident. "Rabbits are so adorable. How can this be?" Yuan Ge offers her a rabbit head. "Here, try it." Xiao Wu hurriedly waves her hands, finding excuses. No, I don't eat spicy food." "Oh, I saw there's a 5-spice version. Should I get another?" Almost in tears, Xiao Wu pleads, "No, brother. I don't eat rabbit meat." "Wah, this person must be a devil." Suddenly, her expression hardens as she spots something. Her Tang San is also reaching for a spicy rabbit head. With a swift motion, she slaps Tang San's hand away. "What are you doing, Xiao Wu?" Tang San asks, bewildered. "You can't eat rabbit heads." "Why not?" he queries, confused. "No, what? Just don't." Tang San sighs, conceding. "All right then." He proceeds to uncover the remaining dishes, which are much more ordinary: a roasted chicken leg and a vegetable salad. The salad is claimed by Xiao Wu, who also forbids Tang San from eating the spicy rabbit head, resulting in Yuan Ge finishing it all. "Wah, how cruel. Rest in peace, dear rabbits. I shall pray for you." Later that evening, Tang San visits the master's office while Yuan Ge heads to the training ground, where he hears some strange noises. "What do you want?" "Suling, isn't it? You're quite arrogant, daring to call our brother a miser." "I didn't tea. I'm warning you, my grandfather, Yuan Ge shrugs, chuckling to himself. "Oh, this little friend Su Ling sure has had a rough day." After exhausting his soul power through training, Yuan Ge makes his way back to the dormitory, where he coincidentally runs into Tang San, who is returning from the Master's office, 2 books in hand. Senior brother. Tang San took the initiative to greet. Xiao San, what are you doing with the teacher? After pondering for a moment, Tang San replied. The teacher outlined my future path, and tomorrow he will take me to hunt soul beasts to acquire my first soul ring. Oh, so soon? Yuan Ge expressed surprise. He could not help but feel envious. After all, Tang San possessed innate full soul power and was able to directly pursue his first soul ring, unlike himself, who still needed to cultivate his soul power to level 10. Senior brother, you're already at level 8. You should be able to reach level 10 soon and go after your first soul ring as well. Tang San comforted him. Yes, perhaps. However, be cautious while hunting soul beasts and prepare as much as possible. Soul beasts are not like ordinary wild animals. They are incredibly powerful, Yuan Ge reminded, recalling how Tang San and Zhuqing nearly faced disaster during their first hunt. How powerful are they? Tang San had never encountered a soul beast. He had heard that some soul beasts were impervious to blades and bullets, with ordinary weapons struggling to penetrate their defenses, even arrows sparking upon impact. Really? Is that true? Of course. Why would I deceive you? What benefit would I gain from that? Tang San pondered the truth of it. What if we encounter such a soul beast? Do they have no weaknesses? Of course they do. Attack their eyes. Generally, soul beasts have relatively fragile eyes. It's best to apply some poison when attacking to ensure a kill. But remember, soul beasts are not fools. They will safeguard their weaknesses well. Be sure to bring plenty of weapons to increase your margin for error. Tang San nodded. I will remember, senior brother. He then handed Yuan Ge a book. Senior brother, this is the method the teacher gave for cultivating soul power. He forgot to give it to you during the day and asked me to bring it back. You can read, right? Tang San's last question was not without reason. All of them were 6-year-old children, and it was indeed possible that his senior brother might not know how to read. Yuan Ge took the book. Of course I can read. I recognized all the characters by the time I was 3. I'm off now. I'm exhausted and need to sleep. He waved goodbye to Tang San. Back in the dormitory, Yuan Ge tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. This had happened before. He was unaccustomed to not hearing his mother, Zhou, use piano music. Yuan Ge was unsure how long he lay there before dozing off, only recalling that before he fell asleep, the moon that had been high in the sky began to descend. Chapter 11. Physical Education Class? Let Dad carry me. The next day marked the beginning of official classes. Early in the morning, Yuan Ge and Xiao Wu, both sporting panda eyes, met in the cafeteria. Hey, senior brother, you look like you didn't rest well, Xiao Wu remarked while munching on a carrot. I couldn't sleep last night, and you're the same, Yuan Ge rubbed his eyes. Little did he know, Xiao Wu and Tang San had been sparring on campus again the previous night and were nearly caught by the teacher, almost being mistaken for early romance. The morning classes were quite simple, focusing on literacy. Indeed, with 46-year-old students in the class, what else could they teach besides recognizing characters? Yuan Ge could not bear to listen any longer and simply lay his head down on the desk to sleep. A chalk piece suddenly struck his head. Yuan Ge looked up to see the teacher, Mr. Li, with a stern expression. Mr. Yuan Ge, is there something on your mind? Mr. Li, a middle-aged man, pointed with a stick at a few characters on the blackboard. You're Yuan Ge, right? Sleeping in the first class? One might think you already know everything. Come on, tell me how to read these characters. Nottingham Junior Soul Master Academy, Yuan Ge replied, resigned. Mr. Li's face displayed surprise. He had just taught those characters, and, if he remembered correctly, this child had been sleeping. Was he a child from a wealthy family, having learned to read from a young age? What about these characters? He inquired again. Yuan Ge repeated them and picked up a textbook to read aloud. After only 2 or 3 sentences, Mr. Li allowed him to sit back down. It appeared that this child indeed knew how to read. He had encountered similar cases before, though they were rare. All right, you can move to the last row. Don't disturb the others. The implication was clear. Go to the back and sleep. Understood, teacher. Yuan Ge rubbed his eyes, nodded, and moved to the back of the classroom. Just then, another piece of chalk flew over and struck Xiao Wu's head, who was busy nodding off. Pay attention in class, Mr. Li admonished. Why is everyone like this? Can you all read? Xiao Wu quickly shook her head. She could not read human characters, and of course, she could not understand the characters from the soul beasts either, as they had no written language. After a morning of cultural classes, Yuan Ge felt invigorated and full of energy, while Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was struggling to keep her eyes open, nearly falling asleep as she walked. She skipped lunch and returned to the dormitory to sleep. After lunch, Yuan Ge returned to the dormitory and began practicing according to the method for soul power extraction given by the master. The other children, seeing this, began to imitate him and started their own cultivation since the teachers had taught them methods for cultivating soul power in the last class. However, some began to doze off, like the chubby Ma Liang. Yet, they were unaware that Yuan Ge's method differed from theirs. The soul power cultivation method, given by Zhuqing, was a combination of the techniques from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Martial Soul Hall, making it one of the most advanced practices in the entire continent. One of Yuan Ge's great strengths was his ability to concentrate. Once he committed himself to a task, he could immerse himself completely, regardless of the nature of the task. Thus, Yuan Ge continued his cultivation until 2 in the afternoon, the end of the lunch break, only realizing it was time for class when he noticed the other students looking at him. In the afternoon, there were no cultural classes, only physical education and soul power cultivation classes. Naturally, this was due to their young age. Otherwise, they would have been training in combat techniques. Upon arriving at the playground, Yuan Ge felt a headache coming on. He despised physical education classes the most. Not only did they leave him drenched in sweat, but they also exhausted him. All right, children, first run 2 laps around the playground. Then you can play freely, the physical education teacher said with a smile. Okay. The children scattered and began running around the playground, with no organized lines in sight. Xiao Wu dashed to the front, practically a blur, while Yuan Ge and the chubby Ma Liang lagged behind, panting heavily. Boss, why are you running so slowly? Ma Liang, drenched in sweat after running just 200 meters, exclaimed. Although Yuan Ge wasn't sweating much, he felt sticky and uncomfortable, recalling a certain big fish that had been caught for running slowly. He replied, I'm not skilled at running. He genuinely felt drained. His legs felt as heavy as lead, making it impossible to move. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him and turned to look. Xiao Wu. No way. Did this old rabbit just lap us? Xiao Wu stopped running, having completed her laps, while Yuan Ge and Ma Liang had only finished one. Hee, senior brother, your stamina is lacking. Need me to help you train? Seeing Xiao Wu's mischievous expression, Yuan Ge quickly replied, No, I have my own methods. With that, he summoned a puppet in the likeness of his father and climbed onto its back, controlling it to carry him as it ran. The speed was astonishing. The puppets lacked physical stamina. They only consumed soul power, which was expended solely during their release. Thus, the current puppet functioned as a perpetual motion machine. Xiao Wu, physical education teacher. Is this really possible? At 5:30 in the afternoon, after enduring Xiao Wu's mournful gaze, Yuan Ge nibbled on a few spicy rabbit heads before returning to the dormitory to cultivate his soul power. This cultivation lasted for 3 hours, followed by a trip to the playground to exhaust his soul power, after which he returned to the dormitory to continue his training. He lost track of time in this cycle, cultivating until the next morning, where he found himself bleary-eyed and yearning for sleep, while other students were already awake. Well then, after breakfast, I suppose I'll just nap in class. Thus, 3 consecutive days passed, and Yuan Ge earned the title of Sleep God, while Tang San and Zhuqing, who successfully obtained their soul rings, were preparing to return to Nodding Academy. Just after dinner, as Yuan Ge was about to head back to the dormitory for further training, Xiao Wu intercepted him. What's wrong? Do you need something? I challenged the upperclassman, Xiao Qinyu. If he wins, all the work-study students will become his pets. If I win, I shall be the little sister of the entire school. Yuan Ge's lip twitched. So what does this have to do with me? Xiao Wu paused, realizing that Yuan Ge was not a work-study student, and she had forgotten this detail after spending several days with him. Spare me the chatter. Just say whether you'll help or not. Yuan Ge pondered for a moment. He could not let him assist in a fight, as winning would lead to punishment and losing would result in a beating, without any benefit, and it would obstruct his training. No, I need to think of a way. After some contemplation, he said, Xiao Wu, don't you find the stakes of this wager somewhat unfair? Unfair? What do you mean? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Chapter 12. Xiao Wu, let us feast on a full rabbit banquet. Yuan Ye fei ne distress. Look, if you win, everyone will call you Sister Xiao Wu, but if you lose, all the work-study students will become Xiao Qinyu's pets. In other words, you reap the benefits while all the risks fall on the work-study students. Don't you find this rather unreasonable? Are you truly such a selfish person? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately realized her mistake. No, it's not that. I didn't think it through. I just wanted to be the boss. It was Xiao Qinyu who proposed that all the work-study students become his pets. Clap Yuan Ge clapped his hands. Then that settles it. The stakes for both sides are imbalanced. Is there really a need for you to confront Xiao Qinyu? Xiao Wu looked conflicted. But I already promised him. Many people are heading over there. If I don't go. Leave it to me. Yuan Ge smiled, achieving his objective. Let us add a hint of flair to this battle and sprinkle in some mischief. It will certainly be entertaining. Senior brother, has anyone ever told you that your smile is quite unsettling? Xiao Wu, tonight we shall indulge in a full rabbit banquet. Spicy rabbit heads, roasted rabbit legs, cold rabbit. Grised rabbit, derepot rabbit, rabbit hotpot, rabbit mebal soap, yellow grised rabbit, stirkis, rabbit wondons, rabbit kleipot richa, fragrant hotpot, and boiled rabbit slices. Stop, 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 senior brother. I was wrong. Xiao Wu whimpered, nearly frightened to tears by Yuan Ge's list. On the back mountain, Xiao Wu was confronting Xiao Qinyu and others. Clad in the uniform of nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Xiao Qinyu stood tall and imposing, displaying a youthful visage that hinted at maturity, towering over Xiao Wu by at least half a head. He was indeed handsome, but the disdainful expression on his face marred the charm. Little girl, you can still back out now. Of course, I wouldn't mind adding another pet rabbit to my collection. Your martial spirit is a rabbit, correct? Xiao Wu refused to be outdone in her expression, matching his disdainful demeanor. However, her defiance, paired with her delicate features, gave her an endearing quality. She pointed at him and declared, Xiao Lauda, are you afraid? If you are, then you could be my little brother. Huh? Xiao Qinyu laughed nonchalantly. Am I afraid? I must say, Wang Sheng, have all you work-study students lost your minds to challenge me with a little girl? Before the confrontation began, exchanging barbs, Tang San had received word of Xiao Wu's impending duel with Xiao Qinyu and rushed over. Quickly, I must hurry. His little legs moved so swiftly they nearly left a blur in their wake, fearing for his little rabbit's well-being. Suddenly, he halted, his shoes sliding forward several meters, nearly smoking from the friction. He had spotted a familiar figure. Is that Director Su? Indeed, it was Director Su, who had assisted him and Yuan Ge with their enrollment procedures, and he was headed towards the back mountain. Upon realizing this, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Xiao Wu's group would likely not engage in a fight after all. But then again, even if a fight didn't occur, they would be in trouble if caught by Director Su. And what was that peculiar look about him? Did he have something with him? With this thought, Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eyes for a closer look. At the back mountain, the two parties were on the verge of battle. Xiao Wu rolled up her sleeves, aware of Yuan Ge's plan, but puzzled as to why he had not yet arrived. Not knowing what issues Yuan Ge faced, she felt they had no choice but to commence the fight. But just then, Director Su arrived. Suddenly, someone shouted, what? Director Su? Xiao Qinyu and his group were taken aback. A few days prior, Director Su's grandson had been beaten up, and the assailants were Xiao Qinyu's roommates, leading to their expulsion regardless of their parents' pleas. Now, with Director Su still fuming, the thought of being caught by him was terrifying. Quick, run, at once. Students scattered in all directions. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she grabbed the fleeing Xiao Qinyu and swiftly maneuvered behind him, choking him. You shall not escape. Xiao Qinyu gasped in shock. Have you gone mad? That's Director Su. What a Director Su. You may fear him, but I do not. I never imagined your courage was so lacking. Now fight. We'll let the outcome determine your fate. Xiao Qinyu struggled desperately, but Xiao Wu's grip was firm. Reluctantly, he begged, oh my goodness, what must I do to be released? Being caught by Director Su is no laughing matter. There's no way I'll let you go until we have fought and determined a victor, she insisted. Then I concede. From now on, you will be our little sister Xiao Wu. Are you satisfied now? Xiao Wu's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Really? No coercion? Absolutely. More genuine than gold. With such courage, you are indeed worthy of being our little sister Xiao Wu. Very well. I shall mercifully set you free. With that, Xiao Wu released Xiao Qinyu, who dashed away like the wind. The surrounding work-study students urged her, Sister Xiao Wu, we must leave quickly. Director Su is almost here. Not to worry. Xiao Wu waved her hand nonchalantly. You all go ahead. Was this little girl truly so fearless? The other work-study students exchanged glances, and aside from a few brave souls, they all fled in a hurry. Just then, Director Su approached. However, Director Su remained silent, standing with arms crossed, leaving the few work-study students too afraid to breathe, while several ordinary students who had not run far also observed cautiously from nearby. Xiao Wu glanced at the slowly approaching Yuan Ge and Xiao San, waving her hand. Xiao San, you're back. And senior brother, why are you so slow? Yuan Ge abruptly tugged the silk thread in his hand, revealing the puppet's true form, which swiftly returned to his body. I encountered Xiao San, so I arrived a bit late. Indeed, Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme magic eyes, discerned the silk thread tied to Director Su, locating Yuan Ge's true self. The puppet could only stray 15 meters from its master, making it easily traceable. Having learned the situation from Yuan Ge, Tang San felt relieved upon seeing that Xiao Wu was unharmed. Chapter 13. The free all-rabbit feast has arrived. Xiao Wu, fortunately, senior brother had a plan. Otherwise, what would happen if he got hurt? Tang San's tone bore a hint of reproach. Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. With them, I could defeat them all by myself. Tang San replied, but I heard they have a first-ring soul master. Are you sure you can handle it? First ring? Who isn't? As she spoke, a yellow soul ring rose beneath Xiao Wu's feet. Tang San's eyes widened. What? Xiao Wu, when did you become a first-ring soul master? And a century-old soul ring at that? Yuan Ge turned to leave, grumbling as he exited the chat group. Who are you two kidding? Just because you both have soul rings, you still needed my help? You could have charged in yourselves. What a waste of my time. Unaware of Yuan Ge's frustration, Xiao Wu hurriedly called out, Senior brother, where are you going? To buy a few rabbits for the all-rabbit feast. What? Upon returning to the dormitory, Yuan Ge took a shower and began to cultivate his soul power. After several hours of exhaustive practice, he depleted his energy completely before continuing to train until the following morning, occasionally seeking advice from Zhuqing regarding cultivation issues. Thus, 3 days passed in this manner. On the fourth evening, while Yuan Ge practiced alone on the playground, he overheard a few children whispering. After considering it, he approached them. What? That Director Su from a few days ago was actually a fake. Xiao Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. It seems to be the first-year student known as the Sleep God, who used his martial soul to impersonate others. Are you certain? Absolutely. If I'm lying, I'm a little dog. This was a scheme planned by the Sleep God and Xiao Wu long ago. Damn, that Sleep God is colluding with the work-study students. He is nothing but a traitor. We cannot let them off so easily. What shall we do? Xiao Qinyu pondered. All right, tomorrow I'll approach Xiao Wu and arrange for another match. I must make her my pet this time, and I'll bring the Sleep God along to see how he aids her. But what will we wager? And what if the Sleep God doesn't show up? If we offend him, what if he uses his martial soul to impersonate a teacher and deceives us? This indeed posed a problem. The matter with Xiao Wu could be resolved easily. If we offer to assist the work-study students, they would certainly accept that wager. The issue with the Sleep God, however, was more complicated. At that moment, someone suggested, it seems we might have a solution. What is it? Everyone turned to her. I heard from my sister that the Sleep God has been mumbling about wanting an all-rabbit feast these days. We could pay the cafeteria chef to prepare one for him. How does your sister know? They are classmates. All right, let us do this. It's getting late. Everyone should head back to sleep. After Xiao Qinyu left, a face peeked out from behind a tree, none other than Yuan Ge. Hee, interesting, very interesting. Yuan Ge turned and hurried back to the dormitory. Cultivation? Nonsense. I'm off to have some fun. Tang San and Xiao Wu were already asleep when Yuan Ge slipped into the dormitory. Xiao San, Xiao Wu. Hearing someone call them, Tang San and Xiao Wu groggily opened their eyes. The next day, Yuan Ge slept through the morning, only emerging from the classroom at noon. Sleeping again, Yuan Ge? Upon hearing someone call him, Yuan Ge turned to see a bespectacled girl with freckles. Huang Xin, is there something you need? Yuan Yi, I heard you want to eat an all-rabbit feast? Upon hearing this, Yuan Ge instantly perked up. Yes, I've been wanting to eat one. His excitement stemmed not from a craving for the feast, but rather the prospect of fun that awaited him. Then follow me. Huang Xin led Yuan Ge to a corner of the corridor. There's no all-rabbit feast here. Yuan Ge feigned disappointment. You're lying. Huang Xin hurriedly shook her head. No. Listen to me. Didn't you use your martial soul to help Xiao Wu scare off Xiao Qinyu? Yes. But what does that have to do with the all-rabbit feast? Huang Xin patiently explained. Xiao Qinyu and his group are planning to challenge Sister Xiao Wu again. At the back mountain, right after class tomorrow afternoon. If you don't help Xiao Wu this time, Xiao Qinyu will invite you to the all-rabbit feast. All right. If I don't assist Xiao Wu, I'll have the feast tonight. No problem. Huang Xin smiled. Done. Yuan Ge grinned back, done. And I'll get a free all-rabbit feast. Sure enough, at dinner time, a chef led him to a private room on the second floor reserved for school leaders, filled with various rabbit delicacies. Yuan Ge was not a selfish individual. He immediately called for Yu Xiaojing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu to join him. Yuan Ge and Yu Xiaojing feasted heartily. These roasted rabbit legs are delicious. Yu Xiaojing observed Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were not touching their food. Hey, why aren't you two eating? Is it unappetizing? Tang San wished to partake, but felt Xiao Wu's foot firmly pressing down on his. If he made a move, she would push back. So he explained, by the time senior brother called us, we had already eaten and aren't hungry at all. Xiao Wu quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. How could senior brother be so cruel? Enjoying an all-rabbit feast all alone while calling everyone over. Poor little rabbits. Yu Xiaojing was aware of the situation between Tang San and Xiao Wu. He found Xiao Wu to be a charming and understanding child, and he was quite fond of her. It truly was a pity. He turned to Yuan Ge. Xiao Yuan, what made you decide to treat everyone to an all-rabbit feast? Yuan Ge chuckled, recounting the entire story. Yu Xiaojing understood, so that is how it is. He, teacher, I have a favor to ask. Yuan Ge said with a mischievous grin. What is it? Could you please look for Director Huang? Yu Xiaojing burst into laughter, fully grasping Yuan Ge's intentions. All right. You little rascal, you're quite clever. After enjoying your all-rabbit feast, helping out is no trouble at all. At the back mountain of the academy, two groups faced each other, tension palpable. Xiao Wu, last time we were deceived by you. It doesn't count. We'll have another match. If you win, we'll help the work-study students clean until we graduate. If you lose, you'll become our pet. Chapter 14. Xiao Qinyu. The sky has fallen. Xiao Qinyu pointed at Xiao Wu, cursing under his breath. It's your foolishness that led you to be deceived by us. Now, tell me, how shall we fight? Xiao Wu stood with one hand on her hip. The other finger pointed at Xiao Qinyu. Tang San sat nearby on a stone, looking at Xiao Qinyu with a sympathetic expression. Alas, this child is finished. One-on-one challenge. Best 2 out of 3, Xiao Qinyu declared. All right. Xiao Wu immediately agreed, but then pointed in another direction. Wait for me a moment. My hairpin fell over there. Xiao Qinyu's face showed disdain. Girls were always troublesome. Hurry up and get it. Regardless of whether Xiao Qinyu agreed, Xiao Wu would find an excuse to leave. After Xiao Wu walked away, someone shouted, Director Su is coming. Run. Huh? Director Su is back. Xiao Qinyu and the others looked around, but did not see Yuan Ge's figure. Damn it, didn't we prepare a feast for him? How can he go back on his word and come here to scare us? All right, the sleep god. Huh? Next time I'll take you down too. Just as everyone was about to leave, Xiao Qinyu's underling stopped them. It's a fake. Don't be fooled. The first-year sleep god is mingling with the work-study students. His martial spirit can take on the appearance of others. Upon hearing this, the children who were about to leave paused in their tracks, whispering amongst themselves. Indeed, I heard the last time that Director Su was a fake. That sleep god is too much, trying to deceive us. Seeing that the crowd had stalled, Xiao Qinyu nodded with satisfaction, just as Xiao Wu returned. Upon noticing her, Tang San immediately urged everyone to give her space, clearing a wide path for her. Upon Xiao Wu's arrival, Xiao Qinyu spoke. Now who will come first? Just a heads up, my martial spirit is a wolf, and I'm a level 11 soul master. Xiao Wu remained silent, adopting a fighting stance and charging straight at Xiao Qinyu. Quite bold, he scoffed, also rushing towards her. To him, she was merely a little girl. Though rumored to be formidable, she wasn't worth invoking his martial spirit. As he expected, Xiao Wu couldn't even put up a fight and was knocked to the ground with a single punch. Standing over her, Xiao Qinyu laughed heartily. I thought you were formidable. Is this all you've got? He continued to stomp on her several times. Stop. What are you doing? Suddenly, a somewhat aged voice called out. Xiao Qinyu instinctively jolted. Turning to see, it was Director Su. Oh, it's that sleep god again, Xiao Qinyu remarked as he stepped off Xiao Wu and approached Director Su. I thought it was someone else. It turns out it's you. Director Su was baffled. What on earth is happening here? Is it me who cannot wield the blade? Or has he lost his mind? Earlier that morning, Yu Xiaojing came to find him, mentioning that he had heard someone planned to cause a ruckus on the back mountain after class, intending to bully female classmates, so he had come to investigate. From a distance, he saw a group of students gathered, and upon closer inspection, he was appalled to see older male students pinning younger female students to the ground. Slap! Slap, slap! Xiao Qinyu playfully slapped Director Su's face and tugged at him. Wow, quite real, huh? Meanwhile, no one noticed that Xiao Wu, lying on the ground, had vanished. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a series of coughs broke the tension. Xiao Qingyu turned to see who it was. Who are you? Why are you coughing for no reason? I'm Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge? Never heard of you. Yuan Ge's face fell immediately. Sleep god. Xiao Qingyu suddenly realized. Oh, it's you. He then became furious. Didn't we agree? We invited you to the feast, and you come here to stir trouble? Yuan Ge smiled. Of course, I am a person of my word. Then look, my martial spirit is right here. Saying this, Yuan Ge unleashed his martial spirit, transforming into Xiao Qinyu's likeness before retracting it. All right, I came to see what was going on. I'm off to dinner now. With that, Yuan Ge turned to leave. The Xiao Wu who had just been struck was merely Yuan Ge's puppet. While the puppet's attack would indeed reveal its presence, it could not be harmed. The real Xiao Wu had returned, deliberately soiled with some dirt. Watching Yuan Ge's retreating figure and then glancing at his own face, which was now livid with rage, Xiao Qingyu felt as though the sky had fallen. What is your name? Which class are you in? I will have you expelled. Hearing the roar behind him, Yuan Ge smiled with satisfaction. Happiness breeds fear, and he relished the aesthetic of despair. Xiao Qingyu must surely be feeling utterly hopeless now. Of course, Xiao Qingyu was not expelled, as he had not harmed Director Su's grandson, and Xiao Wu had not been injured. In the end, he was only punished to write a 5,000-word reflection, which he would have to read in front of the entire school. A 5,000-word reflection. For a mere 10-year-old Xiao Qingyu, it felt as if the sky were indeed collapsing. Thus a month passed. During this time, Yuan Ge maintained a remarkably stable routine. He would sleep in class until 11 a.m., then head for lunch, practice during the afternoon, and if it was physical education class at 2 o'clock, he would slack off. However, if it were a soul power training class, he would be diligent. After dinner, he would practice soul power again, and at night, he would exhaust his soul power before training until dawn, then return to the classroom for more sleep after breakfast. Naturally, the teachers had their grievances, but after he aced a 6th grade exam in front of his homeroom teacher, they ceased to bother him. His consistent and stable schedule allowed him to elevate his soul power to level 10 within a month. In Yu Xiaozhang's office, Yuan Ge eagerly announced, Teacher, I have reached level 10. Perfect. Tomorrow is the weekend. Prepare today, and I will take you to hunt soul beasts for your first soul ring, Yu Xiaozhang replied, having observed Yuan Ge's efforts, often seeing him training on the playground at night. Yay, that's wonderful, Yuan Ge exclaimed with excitement. By the way, you should call Tang San too, so we can go together. Yu Xiaozhang added a final note. The events that transpired when he took Tang San to hunt soul beasts still lingered in his memory. Had it not been for Tang San's hidden weapons, they could have met a dire fate. This time, bringing Tang San along would not only serve as an added layer of insurance, but also provide an opportunity for Tang San to gain experience. Understood, teacher. Upon learning that Yuan Ge was going to hunt soul beasts with Tang San, Xiao Wu, instead of clamoring to join, felt a tinge of sadness. Chapter 15. The soul-hunting forest noticing Xiao Wu's distracted demeanor, Yuan Ge understood the reason. After all, he and Tang San were among Xiao Wu's few friends. Now, they were off to hunt soul beasts, and, as a soul beast herself, Xiao Wu was certainly unhappy. Yuan Ge was at a loss for how to comfort her. After all, it was entirely normal for soul masters to hunt soul beasts for their rings, an unavoidable reality, and he had no inclination to fret over the soul beasts. Tang San, senior brother, could you promise me one thing? Xiao Wu hesitated before speaking. What is it? Tang San inquired. Could you please refrain from casually hunting soul beasts aside from obtaining soul rings? Tang San nodded, affirming that it was certainly permissible, for the teacher had long advised against indiscriminate slaughter of spirit beasts. Yuan Ge shared this sentiment, as did he. Did he have nothing better to do than hunt spirit beasts? A day later, the trio arrived at the soul-hunting forest. Along the way, Yuan Ge noticed the storage soul guide device at Tang San's waist, named 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Yu Xiaozhang felt a twinge of embarrassment about it, admitting he only possessed one and promising to present Yuan Ge with a similar gift in the future. Observing Tang San inside the carriage, repeatedly practicing the swift retrieval and storage of items using the soul guide, Yuan Ge grew quite curious. Xiao San, what do you need so many radishes for? Wouldn't stones be more convenient? Tang San scratched his head, somewhat troubled. Xiao Wu mentioned she wanted to eat radishes last time, so I bought a bunch. But then she didn't eat any. Yuan Ge was rendered speechless. Haven't you noticed? Xiao Wu only eats carrots in the cafeteria. Why would you buy her white radishes? Are you trying to be clever? Realization dawned upon Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled, lifting the carriage curtain to peer outside. All right, we've arrived. Let us disembark. Not far away lay the soul-hunting forest, bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out and people shouting. Fresh pancakes, essential provisions for soul hunting. Only 10 copper soul coins each. Come by. A vendor's shout caught Yuan Ge's attention as they passed a small stall. What? 10 copper soul coins each? That's a ripoff. They only cost 2 copper soul coins on the street next to my house. Yuan Ge silently scoffed, though he maintained a smile. Despite Yu Xiaojiang having informed Yuan Ge about the local conditions surrounding the soul-hunting forest, Yuan Ge was still taken aback by the prices in the vicinity. The trio continued onward until they reached the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. With a hand order, we need 3 more people to hunt agile-type spirit beasts. 4 hunting power-type spirit beasts. 5 people are required, along with a hand order, costing 12 gold soul coins. Surrounding them were people shouting, either in need of members or hand orders, for entry into the soul-hunting forest was no trivial matter. One required a hand order or token from the spirit hall. Yuan Ge surveyed the crowd, and suddenly his eyes brightened. He glanced at Tang San before speaking. Teacher, may I purchase something? Yu Xiaojiang frowned and replied, You may. But didn't I mention that things here are considerably more expensive than in the city? But teacher, some items are only available here, Yuan Ge insisted. Well, that is true. What do you wish to buy? Yuan Ge pointed to a small stall nearby. Over there. Yu Xiaojiang glanced over and understood. Indeed. Those items were quite rare in the city. Let's take a look then. They approached the stall, run by a woman in her 30s, clad in leather. Her fiery red hair exuding a sense of charm and wildness. What would you like to buy, gentlemen? Her stall was filled with various jars and bottles. Tang San examined the items and sniffed them, quickly realizing they were medicinal products. But there are pharmacies in the city. Why come here? He pondered, still somewhat confused. I require some poison, potent enough to kill 100-year spirit beast and some that can paralyze enemies. Oh, so you wish to purchase poison, Yuan Ge remarked, relieved that he had not overheard the conversation, lest he be tempted to tease him. You conceal your abilities so well. I wouldn't have thought to mention your talent for concocting poisons. The vendor produced 2 jars, one white and one black, grinning as she said, What a charming little boy. The white one contains a paralyzing poison that can be applied to weapons, while the black one holds diluted venom from a 1,000-year scorpion's tail, sufficient to kill an ordinary 100-year spirit beast. Both are to be used on weapons, costing a total of 6 gold soul coins. Can these be used to poison someone directly? Yuan Ge inquired further. The vendor's expression turned slightly peculiar. Really? Such an adorable child wishes to poison someone? Nevertheless, she patiently explained, the paralyzing poison can work, but it has a strong flavor. Others might refuse to consume it. The scorpion venom, however, is ineffective if ingested unless the target has an open wound in their mouth. Indeed, many scorpion venoms are protein-based toxins that would be digested if swallowed. Yuan Ge produced 6 gold soul coins, handing them over to the vendor to purchase the 2 vials of poison. He had to admit, the price was quite steep. Brother, may I take a look? Tang San suddenly asked. Of course. Yuan Ge handed the poison to Tang San for inspection, ensuring he wasn't being deceived. Tang San opened the vial and sniffed. He discerned that the paralyzing agent was fine, as he could detect its properties due to his own first soul skill possessing a paralyzing effect. However, he was unfamiliar with the scorpion venom, as he had never encountered such a toxin before. He returned the vial to Yuan Ge, nodding slightly and offering a reasonable excuse. The paralyzing agent seems fine. I can recognize it due to my first soul skill, but I cannot ascertain the scorpion venom. The female vendor chimed in, Rest assured, all my products are reliable. I have been here for 5 or 6 years, and my reputation is solid. Yuan Ge nodded slightly, and the group made their way toward the entrance. Xiao Yuan. Yu Xiaojiang called out to Yuan Ge. Teacher, why didn't you haggle when you bought those items? Huh? Haggle? Yuan Ge was taken aback. He had never needed to bargain throughout his life, including his previous existence. He had always had enough money. Indeed, though these items are expensive, they shouldn't exceed 4 gold soul coins. She charged you double. Yuan Ge's lips twitched. Should I go back and confront her? No need. Consider it a lesson learned. I've noticed you tend to be extravagant in the cafeteria, often wasting a lot of food. Try to be more frugal in the future. Yes, teacher. Yu Xiaojiang hesitated, as if he had more to say. What is it, teacher? Never mind, it's nothing. I must have been overthinking. Chapter 16. The Roaring Three Cannons. Tang San, overhearing their conversation, felt that the teacher had a point. He had often observed Yuan Ge's wastefulness, such as when he consumed the spicy rabbit heads in front of Xiao Wu, finishing them only the first time, yet wasting more than half on subsequent occasions. It was clear that Yuan Ge did not genuinely enjoy rabbit meat. He was merely trying to amuse Xiao Wu. Upon reaching the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, Yu Xiaojiang presented the token, and the guard allowed them entry. Gazing at the towering trees within the forest, Yuan Ge couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the trees here are enormous." Tang San agreed, "Yes, brother. I was equally astonished on my first visit." The teacher mentioned that some of these trees have lived for hundreds of years. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled. Indeed, the soul-hunting forest has existed for several centuries. This is hardly surprising. Once you visit the Stardow Forest or the Sunset Forest, you will realize that the trees here are nothing remarkable. The trio chatted as they walked, with Yu Xiaojiang explaining the plants they encountered and the occasional spirit beast that appeared. "Teacher, there's a spirit beast up ahead." Yuan Ge alerted, having spotted a silver fox standing beneath a tree, its tail adorned with 3 black stripes. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the creature before him. It was a 3-lined silver fox. Observing its claws, he noted that for every 100 years of age, a new ring would appear closer to its base. This particular fox possessed only 1 ring, and its color was quite pale, indicating it had not yet reached a century of life. Even if it were older, it would not suit your needs. Did you not mention seeking a soul beast that could enhance the resilience of silk threads? This is a speed-type soul beast. Then, what is our objective, teacher? He inquired. Spider-type soul beasts would be excellent, as they are adept at producing silk. Several varieties would suit you well, but there is one soul beast that I believe is most fitting for you. More suitable than the spider-type soul beasts? Yu Xiaojiang raised an eyebrow. What is it, teacher? Yuan Ge was somewhat surprised. He too had been considering spider-type soul beasts, given their silk-enhancing properties. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze sharpened. The praying mantis, specifically the razor-sharp mantis. The razor-sharp mantis? How does a mantis relate to silk threads? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. Of course, it does not relate directly, but the razor-sharp mantis earns its name for its incredibly sharp and resilient front claws. Your control over puppet threads can be utilized independently, and should you absorb the soul ring of this beast, it could grant you the cutting ability of silk threads. That would be a significant advantage. If nothing else, it would certainly enhance the resilience of your threads. Yuan Ge nodded thoughtfully, recalling the second and third skills of his character in the game, namely the Secret Art Paper Chicks and the Secret Art Cross Flash, which transformed into Secret Art Substitute and Secret Art Bind when using puppets. He wondered which skill he would awaken, though awakening other skills was not entirely out of the question. The razor-sharp mantis does not inhabit this area. We must venture deeper. But we will not reach it today. We will need to spend the night here, so let us gather any dry branches we encounter along the way. Yes, teacher. The group continued onward, with Yu Xiaojiang imparting various knowledge about soul beasts and wilderness survival. Suddenly, movement rustled in the nearby bushes, and Tang San immediately sensed something amiss. "Be careful," he warned, preparing his hidden weapon, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yu Xiaojiang wasted no time, summoning his martial soul. He clapped his hands together and pressed down. "Come fort, luo sanpao." A puff of purple smoke billowed, revealing a creature resembling a dog, but with the body of a pig, exceeding 1.5 meters in length, with a half-purple, half-white appearance. 2 yellow soul rings, each a century old, materialized beneath Yu Xiaojiang's feet. As soon as Luo Sanpao appeared, it rubbed against Yu Xiaojiang's legs. "Xiao San, radishes." "Yes, teacher." Tang San tossed 3 white radishes to him, which Luo Sanpao devoured eagerly. Yuan Ge watched in astonishment. Although he had long known about Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul, witnessing it in person was still quite surreal. "This is exceedingly abstract." Tang San interjected, "Brother, these radishes also serve a purpose. They can feed Luo Sanpao." "Oh." Yuan Ge still looked bewildered, staring at Luo Sanpao. "Enough distractions. Something is approaching," Yu Xiaojing cautioned, producing 3 masks and tossing one to each of the small ones. Keeping one for himself, Yuan Ge donned his mask without hesitation, knowing well the unpredictable nature of Luo Sanpao's attacks. Suddenly, a wild boar burst from the bushes, its size comparable to a delivery van, with 2 massive tusks measuring at least 1. 2 meters. It's a giant tusk boar, and over 100 years old. Be cautious. Yu Xiaojing warned, on high alert. Xiao San, summon your martial soul. Xiao Yuan, step back. The giant tusk boar posed a significant threat. It had tough skin and was swift, capable of toppling trees. Tang San immediately summoned his martial soul, blue silver grass, while Yuan Ge obediently retreated several meters. Lacking experience in dealing with soul beasts, interfering recklessly would only complicate matters. Neither side acted immediately. Yu Xiaojing feared provoking the giant tusk boar, considering it might simply be passing through. However, if it decided to attack, they would have no choice but to defend themselves, a thought shared by Tang San. The giant tusk boar, however, had its own intentions. Starved for days, it spotted the 3 bipedal creatures before it. It recalled the delightful taste of bipedal beasts from a previous encounter. Its gaze fell upon Yuan Ge, whom it deemed the weakest. That one looks the most vulnerable. I'll take him first. The giant tusk boar thrust its front hoof backward, launching itself towards Yuan Ge at a speed exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. Not good. Xiao San. Protect Xiao Yuan. Yes, teacher. First soul skill. Bind. Tang San's soul ring glowed as he slammed his right hand against the ground, sending numerous blue vines racing toward the path of the charging giant tusk boar. Given the boar's trajectory and speed, it was certain to be ensnared. Indeed, the blue-silver grass collided with the giant tusk boar, entangling its 4 hooves and causing it to stumble and slide forward over 20 meters. Release a thunderous blast. Luo Sanpao, Yu Xiaojing commanded loudly. Luo Sanpao leaped high, delivering a powerful blast to the giant tusk boar's face. Boom! Instantly, a yellow mist enveloped the area. The force of the blast sending the giant tusk boar flying over 30 meters, crashing into a large tree. Continue. Thunderous blast. Luo Sanpao, Yu Xiaojing reiterated, invoking the spell once more. Chapter 17. The demise of the giant tusk boar after repeating the incantation twice. Luo Sanpao unleashed another 2 blasts upon the giant tusk boar's face. The immense power shattered the boar's skull, leaving it incapacitated. Moments later, a yellow circle emerged from the lifeless body of the wild boar. Yu Xiaojing explained, the giant tusk boar possesses formidable defenses. Hence I commanded Luo Sanpao to unleash all its might. Had it survived, we would have to devise another strategy to defeat it. When facing a giant tusk boar, never attempt to flee, for such soul beasts will not relent until their target is vanquished, and we are not swifter than it. Yuan Ge pointed at the circle surrounding the boar's body. Teacher, that is the soul ring, isn't it? Indeed, Yu Xiaojing affirmed. However, since I was the one to defeat the soul beast, you cannot absorb it. The final blow must be struck by the soul master who wishes to absorb the soul ring, and this particular beast is not suitable for you. May I touch the soul ring? I mean no offense, I am merely curious. Certainly, given that this giant tusk boar has appeared, there are no other soul beasts in the vicinity for now. We can take this opportunity to rest. Fortunately, this boar is male. Had it been female, we would likely have encountered a horde of young giant tusk boars. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ge approached the soul ring, while Tang San produced a white radish and tossed it to Luo Sanpao. As Yuan Ge drew closer to the giant tusk boar, he felt a mix of trepidation and astonishment. Incredible. The power of Luo Sanpao's blasts is truly astonishing. It can slay such a large boar? He reached out to touch the soul ring, his hand passing through the glowing circle. Though he grasped nothing, he felt a warm and comforting energy, pure soul power. Unbeknownst to him, had he been the one to vanquish the beast, he would have sensed not only soul power but also a chill of resentment and hatred. As night descended, Tang San retrieved a tent from his belongings, and the 3 of them began to set up camp. Tang San scattered some insect repellent powder and the droppings of a millennium-old soul beast around the area, while Yuan Ge tended to the fire, and Yu Xiaojing assembled the tent. Although the flickering flames might attract soul beasts, they were on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, where the most formidable creatures were merely a century old, and the presence of dung from 1,000-year soul beasts was sufficient to deter them. The trio took turns keeping watch at night, with the first watch assigned to Yuan Ge, who would guard until midnight before handing over to Yu Xiaojing, and finally to Tang San. This arrangement by Yu Xiaojing was quite sensible, allowing both disciples to maximize their rest. As Yuan Ge gazed into the forest, where pairs of glowing eyes occasionally flickered, he felt a twinge of fear. This was his first experience of such a scenario, both in this life and the last. He considered retreating into the tent, but resisted the urge. After some contemplation, he summoned his puppet, disguising it as a giant tooth boar. The sheer size of the boar consumed a third of Yuan Ge's soul power, compared to the usual one-fifth required for human disguise. He realized for the first time that the greater the disparity between the target's appearance and that of the puppet, the more soul power it would consume. Indeed, upon the appearance of the giant tooth boar, the glowing eyes in the distance gradually receded, and Yuan Ge let out a sigh of relief. He chose not to retract the puppet, leaving it outside in its guise. At midnight, when Xiao Wu emerged from the tent, he was startled to see the giant tooth boar. Just as he was about to summon Luo Sanpao, Yuan Ge quickly interjected, "Teacher, that's my puppet." With a swift pull of the thread, he retracted the puppet, which automatically shed its disguise and returned to its original form. Xiao Wu exhaled in relief. "Xiao Yuan, what is this?" he asked. "Teacher, there are quite a few soul beasts in the distance, and I was a bit frightened, so I disguised the puppet as a giant tooth boar to scare them away." "I apologize for startling you earlier," Yuan Ge explained. Understanding dawned on Xiao Wu. "Ah, I see. No matter, go rest now." "Yes, teacher." The following morning, the trio consumed some rations before embarking on their journey again. Throughout the trek, Xiao Wu kept Luo Sanpao close, for its keen sense of smell could detect well-disguised soul beasts, mitigating potential dangers. Yuan Ge, panting and leaning against a large tree, heard Xiao Wu's exasperated voice. "Xiao Yuan, your stamina is truly inadequate. You cannot afford to be lazy in physical training from now on." "Teacher, this is the stamina level of a normal 6-year-old child," Yuan Ge replied. "We've been walking for nearly 2 hours, and I am still just a child." Xiao Wu's expression turned serious. "Indeed, this may be the stamina of a 6-year-old, but, to be precise, even an 8-year-old might struggle to endure 2 hours in the forest. However, you are not just anyone. You are a soul master. Without a strong physique, how can you combat foes in the future? If you cannot defeat an enemy, you may not even be able to escape." "Yes, teacher." Yuan Ge acknowledged the truth in Xiao Wu's words, recognizing that poor stamina was indeed a liability. Yet, he genuinely disliked physical training. It seemed the only solution was to enhance his combat prowess, vanquish all enemies, and thus avoid the need to flee. In the event that enemies retreated, he could claim to have spared them out of compassion. Fortunately, Xiao Wu remained oblivious to Yuan Ge's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have certainly faced punishment. What if you encounter an opponent 10 or 20 levels higher than you? How will you fight them? After a brief rest, Yuan Ge summoned his puppet to carry him, alleviating the burden on his own stamina. By noon, they reached their destination, a patch of shrubbery, where the bushes stood at least 2 meters tall. They could not venture inside. Even if they could, the century-old blade mantis was exceptionally swift and could eliminate them with a single strike. However, the blade mantis had low defenses. Luo Sanpao could easily dispatch it with a single blow. Yet this was precisely why Xiao Wu could not act. Should he kill the blade mantis outright, Yuan Ge would be unable to absorb its essence. "We must rely on you two, Xiao Yuan and Xiao San. I can only assist by keeping watch around you or intervening with Luo Sanpao should you find yourselves in peril. Now, summon your martial spirits." The two children nodded in agreement. "Yes, teacher." Once they summoned their martial spirits, Xiao Wu sprang into action. "Sanpao, go." Luo Sanpao emitted a series of cries before charging into the thicket. A fart that shakes the heavens. Luo Sanpao. Boom! Luo Sanpao unleashed a powerful fart directed at the shrubbery, releasing a thick cloud of yellow smoke. In under 10 seconds, 2 areas began to tremble. "They're coming. Be cautious," Xiao Wu warned. Suddenly, 2 green figures leaped from the underbrush. One was a green snake, a 10-year soul beast, which immediately fled upon its emergence. The other was a half-meter tall mantis, its scythe-like claws glinting with a silvery sheen. Fortune favored them. It was a blade mantis over 100 years old, likely around 300 years old, perfectly suited for Xiao Yuan. As he spoke, Xiao Wu tossed a dagger at Yuan Ge's feet. "Xiao Yuan, you will deliver the finishing blow." "Yes, teacher." As the blade mantis flapped its wings and charged toward Yuan Ge and Tang San, Tang San was the first to act. First soul skill bind. He slammed his hand onto the ground, and numerous blue-silver grasses surged forth like vines toward the blade mantis. The blade mantis reacted swiftly, dodging to the side and hurtling directly toward Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge's puppet remained in its original form, as he feared that disguising it as a giant tooth boar might frighten the blade mantis away. With a flick of his finger, he manipulated the puppet with soul power, sending it racing toward the blade mantis, dagger in hand, smeared with the paralysis potion he had purchased. The reason for not using scorpion venom was due to an experiment conducted on 2 squirrels they had captured along the way, while the paralysis potion was non-lethal. Its effects manifested 3 times faster than scorpion venom. With the blade mantis's low defenses, once it was struck by the paralysis potion, Tang San could easily bind it, allowing Yuan Ge to deliver the fatal blow. However, a 300-year-old blade mantis was not to be trifled with. The puppet lunged at the blade mantis with the dagger, only for the mantis to counter with its scythe. Clang! The blade mantis's left scythe blocked the puppet's dagger, while the right scythe aimed for the puppet's chest. Swish! The scythe sliced through the puppet's chest, nearly cleaving it in half. Meanwhile, Tang San seized the opportunity to launch 2 flying daggers at the blade mantis. Reacting promptly, the blade mantis propelled itself away with its 4 hind legs just as the daggers flew past, and then charged toward Tang San. Xiao San, be careful! Yuan Ge could not help but shout, while simultaneously maneuvering the puppet to pursue. However, it could not match the speed of the blade mantis. Tang San's eyes glimmered with violet light as he activated his purple extreme magic eye. With a quick gesture, he summoned 2 more flying daggers and hurled them to the sides of the blade mantis, while again using his bind skill. The 2 daggers blocked the blade mantis's escape route, leaving it no room to evade should it continue its charge, ensuring it would be ensnared by the blue silvergrass. However, the blade mantis can fly. With a flap of its wings, it ascends into the air, evading all of Tang San's attacks. While it could defend with its dual sickles, this would inevitably reduce its speed during the charge. Eager to eliminate these toxic foes, it could hardly wait a moment longer. Yet, Tang San had anticipated this, and the hidden crossbow bolts concealed in his sleeves were already prepared. As the blade mantis prepared to take flight, he swiftly unleashed the bolts. Whoosh! The bolt pierced through the abdomen of the blade mantis, firmly embedding itself into a nearby tree. The creature, in pain, plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. The good news, a critical injury. The bad news, the blade mantis would not perish immediately. With a fierce screech, the blade mantis attempted to ascend once more, but this time not to attack, rather to flee. Fortunately, Yuan Ge's puppet arrived just in time. Thrust! The dagger held by the puppet plunged straight into the abdomen of the blade mantis. However, the mantis retaliated with a swift strike of its sickle, severing the puppet's head. Thud! The puppet's head fell to the ground, gradually disappearing. Xiao Yuan! Yu Xiaojiang shouted in alarm. After all, the puppet was Yuan Ge's martial spirit. If it were damaged, it could spell disaster. Yuan Ge responded loudly, Teacher, I am fine. Only then did Yu Xiaojiang breathe a sigh of relief. Thrust! Thrust! The puppet struck the blade mantis with 2 more jabs. Unable to endure any longer, the mantis crossed its sickles and delivered a powerful slash at the puppet. Whoosh! A deep gash appeared on the puppet's chest. Crack! The puppet's chest was cleaved into 4 pieces, and it vanished instantaneously. Simultaneously, Yuan Ge let out a pitiful cry, toppling backward and landing on the grass. As the paralyzing agent took effect, the blade mantis could no longer sustain itself and collapsed. Xiao Yuan, senior brother, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San rushed toward Yuan Ge in a panic. After a thorough examination, they confirmed that Yuan Ge had merely fainted, allowing them to relax. Teacher, will senior brother be all right? Tang San asked with concern. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, uncertain. The destruction of a martial spirit is a serious matter. We shall see once he awakens. After 3 minutes, Yuan Ge groggily regained consciousness, looking at the 2 people surrounding him with confusion. Teacher, Xiao San, what happened to me? Yu Xiaojiang explained. Xiao Yuan, your martial spirit was just destroyed. You let out a cry and then fell unconscious. How do you feel now? Yuan Ge shook his head, seemingly untroubled. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. No problems? Indeed, it appears I am fine. Then release your martial spirit for me to see. Yuan Ge stood up and swung his arm. Whoosh! A shadow darted out, revealing Yuan Ge's puppet. Yu Xiaojiang quickly inspected it and found that all the injuries sustained in battle had vanished. How could this be? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Yuan Ge. What did you feel when you fainted? Yuan Ge recalled earnestly. I felt a sharp pain in my head, and then everything went blank. Forget it. This is not the time for such discussions. We will investigate further when we return. The blade mantis is not dead yet. You must deliver the finishing blow. Yes, teacher. To be cautious, Yuan Ge did not approach closely. He used the puppet to retrieve Xiaojing's dagger and, under the mantis's resentful gaze, plunged it into the creature's head. The blade mantis shuddered, meeting its demise, and moments later, a radiant soul ring slowly rose. Teacher, what should I do next? First, retract your martial spirit. Then approach and condense your soul power in your palm, drawing near to the soul ring. Understood. As Yuan Ge followed the instructions, the soul ring gently floated above his head and began to descend towards him. Sit cross-legged and focus on your martial spirit, Xiaojing guided. Chapter 19, Secret Technique, Paper Phoenix. As the soul ring enveloped him, Yuan Ge was overwhelmed by a tremendous pressure that swept over him, causing every bone in his body to tremble. It was excruciatingly painful. Yuan Ge felt as though he might shatter his milk teeth. Never having endured such torment, he could not help but emit a wail. Suddenly, he felt a void in his mind, swaying dangerously as if he would collapse. Xiao Yuan, Xiaojing shouted. No matter how the power of the soul ring assaults your body, remember to stay conscious. Only then can you harness its strength in the future. Xiaojing's words jolted Yuan Ge back to some semblance of awareness, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure as blood trickled from his nostrils. Witnessing Yuan Ge's miserable state, Tang San couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, why does senior brother endure so much more pressure from absorbing the soul ring than I did? Xiaojing sighed. In truth, it is not that different. Your soul ring is from a 400-year-old mandala snake, while Xiao Yuan is merely absorbing a 300-year-old soul ring. However, his physical condition and willpower are considerably inferior to yours. What Xiaojing did not realize was that Yuan Ge's willpower was indeed not lacking compared to Tang San's. His struggle to absorb the soul ring stemmed not only from his physical attributes, but also from the blade mantis itself. The mantis's resentment at the moment of its death was far greater than that of the mandala snake, which had been actively attacked by Tang San and Xiaojing before ultimately being slain by Tang San. In contrast, the blade mantis had been peacefully resting, only to be startled awake and swiftly defeated. Could its resentment be anything less? It was akin to a player in a game, fully equipped with top-tier gear, capable of annihilating an opponent, yet being killed without even casting a single skill. Tang San understood. Xiaojing was implying that his senior brother was akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Xiaojing continued, but this is not his fault. After all, he was born into a well-protected environment. Once he matures a bit more, I will arrange for special training for him. 20 kilometers away, 3 individuals were searching for something in the vicinity. Boss, over here. Suddenly, a man with a sharp face shouted. Clatter. Footsteps echoed as a woman dressed in tight leather armor, with a curvaceous figure and fiery red hair, approached, appearing to be in her 30s. If Tang San and the others were present, they would recognize this woman as the vendor who had previously sold them poison. The ground bore the ashes of burnt grass and wood from a campfire. The woman's name was Xiao. She typically sold poison, but occasionally engaged in thievery. When Yuan Ge had purchased the medicine yesterday, he had paid without haggling, making Xiao feel she had found a prime target, and she had no fear of Xiaojing. Indeed, Xiao recognized Xiaojing's identity. He was simply the master, a variant of a useless martial spirit, forever trapped at level 29 with poor combat abilities. Given Xiaojing's fame, he must possess many valuable items. If she could eliminate them, Xiao would strike it rich, no longer needing to sell poison, and could return as a wealthy individual. Martial spirit, manifest, Xiao shouted, summoning her martial spirit. As the 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, emerged. Her nose turned black, her nails elongated, and brown fur began to sprout across her body. She twitched her nose several times, pointing in a direction, saying, "This way, pursue." "Yes, boss." The other 2 hurriedly followed suit. Time passed unknowingly, and Yuan Ge finally succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, although the process was quite painful. The aftermath was truly exhilarating. He felt an unprecedented lightness throughout his body. His spirit was more vibrant than ever, and even his soul power had risen by 2 levels. Reaching level 12, Xiaojing and Tang San approached him. "Xiao Yuan, how do you feel?" Yuan Ge nodded, replying, "Teacher, I feel great." "What soul skill did you acquire?" "The skill is called Secret Technique. Paper Chiluan," Yuan Ge answered. As he had suspected, this directly unlocked Yuan Ge's second ability. While speaking, a yellow soul ring appeared around him. Yuan Ge placed his hands behind his back and forcefully flicked toward a nearby tree. Secret technique, paper chuluan, with a whoosh. For small mantis apparitions flew out, crashing into the tree. Crack! The trunk was ripped open with 4 gashes, each over 20 centimeters deep. If this had struck an average person, it would likely have created 4 transparent holes. Yu Xiaojing quickly approached to inspect the marks on the trunk. Not bad. This is a skill with formidable attack power. But what? Tang San inquired. But it is not particularly suitable for Yuan Ge. While it is a powerful soul skill, it bears no relation to Yuan Ge's martial spirit. From a long-term perspective, this skill does not align with Yuan Ge's development. Yu Xiaojing moved closer to Yuan Ge, patting his small head. I'm sorry, Xiao Yuan. It's my inadequacy. The responsibility lies with me for not helping you choose the right soul beast. At that moment, Yuan Ge felt a buzzing in his head. Wait, ISNT secret technique. Paper chuluan supposed to launch for paper cranes? How did it turn into mantises? This was unacceptable to Yuan Ge. He closed his eyes, carefully recalling the process of activating the soul skill, and realized that the thrown mantises were comprised of soul power. If the soul power could change, then the thrown mantises could also transform. After pondering for a moment, he activated the soul skill again. Secret technique, paper chuluan, whoosh, for paper cranes flew out, striking another large tree, and he nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Yuan? Suddenly, he heard Yu Xiaojing calling him. Looking up, he saw that Yu Xiaojing had placed a hand on his head, looking at him with concern. Oh no, I was too engrossed. I didn't even notice the teacher getting close. Yu Xiaojing sighed again, thinking that Yuan Ge's spirit had been impacted and he was struggling to accept this reality. Seeing him regain focus, he continued, Xiao Yuan, don't be too disheartened. Your martial spirit is undoubtedly powerful. Although this soul skill may not suit you, it is merely your first one. You'll have other opportunities. This is all my responsibility, and when we return, I will carefully plan for you. Yuan Ge suddenly realized that this was what the teacher meant. No need, teacher, this soul skill suits me just fine. To alleviate Yu Xiaojing's worries, Yuan Ge unleashed his puppet. Chapter 20, Secret Technique. Substitute observing Yuan Ge releasing the puppet. Yu Xiaojing appeared puzzled. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Teacher, the soul ring I just absorbed granted me 2 soul skills. What? 2? Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Teacher, look. Yuan Ge controlled the puppet to move forward several meters and activated the soul skill again. Secret technique, substitute. Whoosh. In an instant, Yuan Ge and the puppet swapped places with such speed that only after images could be seen. Yu Xiaojing was at a loss for words. This shattered his understanding. A century-old soul ring providing 2 soul skills? He had never even heard of such a thing. Xiao Yuan, please explain these 2 soul skills to me. Yu Xiaojing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Sure. Yuan Ge suddenly yanked the thread, retracting the puppet. Tang San stepped forward, listening intently. My soul skill, when not using the puppet, is called Secret Technique, Paper Chuluan. It allows me to throw 4 mantises at enemies to inflict damage, but I think mantises are unappealing. So I transformed them into paper cranes, which is why I was lost in thought earlier. The paper cranes are launched in a fan shape, and the closer they are to me, the greater the damage inflicted. When I summon the puppet, which is my martial spirit, this soul skill becomes Secret Technique, Substitute. This enables me to quickly swap positions with the puppet, and if someone stands between us, they will also take damage. Furthermore, while controlling the puppet, I sense that my thread has become much sturdier and finer, likely possessing some cutting ability. Yu Xiaojing contemplated for a moment before speaking. So, when you control the puppet, can you still use paper chuluan? No, because my hands are occupied controlling the puppet. But I have a feeling that I will be able to do so when I acquire my second soul ring. Yu Xiaojing inhaled deeply, exclaiming, wow, Xiao San is already extraordinary. I didn't expect your surprise to surpass his. 1 soul ring granting 2 soul skills is astonishing. Let us head back for now. On the way, Yuan Ge continuously familiarized himself with his soul skills, discovering that there was no cooldown time. As long as he had sufficient soul power, he could unleash them at will. This made sense, as this was the real world, unlike games where time was regulated for balance. In reality, there was no such limitation. Just as when Yuan Ge controlled the puppet, he didn't have to worry about the thread tangling or being severed. As they traveled, Luo Sanpao scouted ahead, with the other three following closely. After approximately 10 kilometers, Luo Sanpao suddenly stopped and made a few sounds in a particular direction. Yu Xiaojing quickly shielded Yuan Ge and Tang San behind him, sensing danger. Xiao San, summon your martial spirit. Xiao Yuan, wait for your chance. Understood. Tang San immediately summoned his martial spirit, bracing himself for action. Suddenly, a peculiar noise reached their ears, leaving them puzzled about what was happening. Tang San's expression changed. It's underground. Quickly, take cover. The three of them immediately vacated their position, retreating. Boom! In the next moment, the ground erupted and a small, scruffy man with black hair emerged from the earth. You're pretty quick to react, the scruffy man remarked. Yuan Ge hadn't yet grasped what they had encountered. He had never imagined he would face a robbery one day. Farting like thunder, earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. The master immediately ordered Luo Sanpao to initiate an attack. Luo Sanpao leaped high and launched a powerful fart towards the scruffy man. Boom! However, the scruffy man had already leapt back a few paces, and Luo Sanpao's fart struck the ground, enlarging the hole from which the scruffy man had emerged. Seeing such a potent fart, the scruffy man was taken aback. Is that fart really that powerful? Suddenly, Tang San threw 4 flying daggers towards the nearby bushes. Whoosh! A fiery-haired woman with a voluptuous figure sprang out. Hee, little brother. Quite alert, aren't you? Xiao Qin sneered. Ah, you're the one who sold me poison yesterday. Yuan Ge immediately recognized the individual. The master wore a grim expression. Had he indeed been targeted? Correct, but alas, there is no reward. Xiao Qin chuckled, her demeanor shifting suddenly to one of ferocity. Eliminate them. With a swift motion, a green figure darted towards the trio of teacher and students, aiming directly at Yuan Ge. After all, Yuan Ge appeared to be the softest target, and in truth, he was. Flustered, Yuan Ge unleashed his puppet and hastily activated his soul skill, the secret technique, to swap places with the puppet, quickly retracting it. The green figure missed its target, climbing onto a branch of a large tree, circling it twice while peering down at Yuan Ge, flicking its tongue like a serpent. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, adorned its form. His clever little one, it taunted. This was a soul master with a snake-like martial soul. The one who had just emerged from the ground was also a great soul master, distinguished by the same white and yellow soul rings. Only Xiao Qin had yet to reveal her soul rings. Yu Xiao Gang furrowed his brow. 2 formidable soul masters, along with an unknown factor. This could spell trouble. However, Tang San remained undaunted, his mind racing as he devised a strategy. Yuan Ge was still shaken, his chest heaving. Had he not reacted quickly, he would have been eliminated in an instant. He also recognized his earlier shortcomings. Had he employed the secret technique, Paper Phoenix, he likely could have defeated the Snake Man outright, for its speed was unparalleled, leaving no time for evasion. Indeed, the Snake Man's martial soul was the Flying Snake, and that had been his first soul skill, Charge, which could not deviate during activation, forcing a direct assault. Had Yuan Ge used Paper Phoenix, he certainly could have dispatched the Snake Man. Yuan Ge's gaze darted among the three, noting the lecherous man occasionally glancing at the leather-clad woman, while the Snake Man's eyes fixated on them. The leather-clad woman leaned slightly forward, evidently seeking an opportunity to strike. Do not delay. Let's not prolong the night. Each take one. Eliminate them. I will handle the master, Xiao Qin commanded, summoning her martial soul, 2 yellow soul rings illuminating her presence. She too was a great soul master, albeit with century-old rings. Tang San immediately interjected, I will deal with the one in the tree. Senior brother, you engage the one who just emerged from the ground. Once I finish with him, I shall assist you. Tang San understood Yuan Ge's high intellect, believing that the lecherous man, though seemingly dim-witted, would pose no significant challenge for his senior brother. Chapter 21. The initial battle. How brazen. You, a mere one-ring soul master, dare to claim you will defeat anyone. The Snake Man leapt down from the tree, confronting Tang San directly. Yuan Ge nodded. Very well, Xiao San. I shall do my utmost to hold him off. The master swiftly darted aside, intending to confront the leather-clad woman on the other side. Though concerned for his 2 disciples, he recognized the necessity. Should the leather-clad woman seize the chance to ambush them, it could spell disaster. Ultimately, his greatest fear lay with Yuan Ge. He had some insight into Tang San's strength. Be cautious, both of you. I will deal with that woman and return to assist you. Xiao Yuan, hold on. Rest assured, teacher, we shall be fine, Tang San replied, moving to draw the snake man away, ensuring Yuan Ge had ample space to manipulate his puppets without interference. Now, only Yuan Ge and the lecherous man remained within a 100-meter radius. Faced with the two soul rings of the lecherous man, Yuan Ge could not deny the fear creeping into him. His legs trembled. Ha ha! You seem quite terrified, the lecherous man taunted. Why do you seek to attack us? Yuan Ge inquired, fully aware of the absurdity of his question. His intent was to buy time, engaging the lecherous man in conversation while awaiting Tang San and the master's support, as he did not believe he could defeat this great soul master on his own. Fool! The lecherous man spat, charging straight at Yuan Ge, unwilling to entertain the question. Realizing that delaying tactics were futile, Yuan Ge decided to engage. He could not easily use Paper Phoenix, for no one would anticipate that a one-ring soul master possessed two soul skills. Retaining it might turn the tide. Thus, he resorted to his puppets. With this resolution, he thrust his right hand forward, and a giant tooth pig burst forth, charging at the lecherous man. What? The lecherous man was taken aback, quickly dodging as the giant tooth pig barreled past him. Where did this giant tooth pig come from? Once safe, the lecherous man felt a surge of fear. Had he been struck, he would have suffered grievously. The giant tooth pig halted its charge, pivoting to rush at the lecherous man once more. The lecherous man's martial soul was a mole, with his first soul skill being dig, allowing him to emerge from underground to deliver lethal strikes, while his second soul skill was dual claw slash, delivering rapid, slashing assaults. Second soul skill, dual claw slash. The lecherous man decided to eliminate the giant tooth pig before turning his attention to Yuan Ge. He dashed to the side of the giant tooth pig, his claws glowing with a brownish hue, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the giant tooth pig transformed into a child, speeding away in one direction, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The lecherous man paused, momentarily bewildered. Then realization struck. Earlier, when the snake man attacked the boy, he had released a decoy that resembled him, swapping places and retracting the decoy. Damn it, it's his martial soul. The lecherous man quickly scanned the area where Yuan Ge had stood, but found no trace of him. In truth, as Yuan Ge released the puppet disguised as the giant tooth pig, he had retreated, positioning himself behind a large tree. Just as the lecherous man prepared to attack the puppet, Yuan Ge swiftly retracted it, hiding behind the tree. Yuan Ge gasped for breath, his mind racing. What to do? He pondered his strategy against the foe. Moments later, he recalled how the lecherous man frequently glanced at the leather-clad woman, and an idea sparked. He retrieved the dagger given to him by Xiao Gang, coating it with the paralysis potion and scorpion venom he had procured from the leather-clad woman. The lecherous man approached the direction where he remembered Yuan Ge had been. Come out, boy. Let me grant you a swift end. Otherwise, once I find you, you shall not enjoy the consequences, he threatened. Suddenly, a shriek emanated from behind a large tree. The lecherous man turned to see the source, exclaiming, So there you are. To his astonishment, his leader Zhuqing emerged from behind the tree, carrying the motionless Yuan Ge on her shoulder. Yet, Zhuqing looked quite disheveled. Her leather armor was tattered, exposing a significant expanse of pale skin, leaving the lecherous man parched with desire. Leader, have you dealt with the master? The lecherous man inquired. Zhuqing, appearing fatigued, merely nodded, waving him over before plopping down onto the ground. Her ample bosom bounced in response. Yuan Ge lay across Zhuqing's shoulder, facing the lecherous man, his mouth clutching the dagger while he deftly manipulated the puppet, awaiting the lecherous man's approach. The lecherous man marched forward, completely unguarded, his gaze fixated on the exposed softness of Zhuqing's bosom, which was laid bare before him. This also rendered the lecherous man utterly incapable of rational thought. He had long coveted the boss's physique. Whenever Yuan Ge's puppet disguised itself as someone else, he could immediately detect something amiss, for he had witnessed it before. That imitation even managed to mimic the giant tooth pig. Boss, you seem so tired. Would you like me to give you a massage? The lecherous man's saliva nearly escaped him. Zhuqing nodded, tossing Yuan Ge aside, and then lowered her head, remaining still as if waiting for the lecherous man's approach. Observing this scene, the lecherous man was elated. Was the boss truly yielding to him? Yet, an instinctive feeling nagged at him, sensing something was off, but he could not articulate it. So he remained cautious and continued to approach Zhuqing. There was no helping it. The boss was simply too enticing. When he was 2 meters away, the lecherous man halted, leaving him 1.5 meters from Yuan Ge. "Boss, what's wrong with you? Speak up," he inquired. "Are you injured?" Listening to the direction of the lecherous man's voice, Yuan Ge discerned his position, feeling an urgency in his heart. "Just take a few more steps forward." However, the lecherous man hesitated. "Forget it. I can't wait any longer. If I do, my ruse may be exposed." With a flick of his finger, Yuan Ge commanded the puppet to rise and approach the lecherous man. As the large white rabbit drew nearer, the lecherous man felt his mind blank, almost causing him to bleed from his nose. But at that moment, Yuan Ge made his move. Secret technique, replacement. In an instant, the puppet reverted to its original form, swapping places with Yuan Ge. As the skill was executed, Yuan Ge grasped the dagger and, leveraging the speed of the swap, thrust the dagger into the lecherous man's abdomen. Thud! The lecherous man could only see the once delectable boss transform back into that little brat, and then he felt a sharp pain in his belly. "What?" Enraged, the lecherous man raised his claws, aiming for Yuan Ge's chest. If he succeeded, Yuan Ge would surely perish. However, Yuan Ge was prepared. At the moment the dagger pierced the lecherous man's belly, he released it and once again employed the secret technique. Replacement, exchanging places with the puppet. Crack! The lecherous man felt his claws penetrate only wood. Yuan Ge swiftly pulled the string, retracting the puppet, and unleashed the secret technique. Paper Phoenix. Swish! For paper cranes flew rapidly towards the lecherous man. Despite the less than 2-meter distance between them, the lecherous man, being a formidable spirit master, reacted swiftly, performing 2 consecutive backflips to evade. This, however, resulted in the paper phoenixes not finishing off the lecherous man, but instead injuring his legs. After creating some distance, the lecherous man knelt on the ground, his left thigh and right calf marred by deep gashes. The right calf, unfortunately, had its meridian severed, rendering it numb. "You little bastard, I will tear you to shreds." The lecherous man seethed with malice. Yuan Ge smiled, genuinely pleased. "Ah, a perfect performance requires a perfect audience." With that, he and the lecherous man distanced themselves, having already secured half the victory. With the lecherous man's legs injured, his speed was undoubtedly compromised, and with the paralysis toxin and scorpion venom coursing through him, it was merely a matter of time before the toxin took effect, allowing Yuan Ge to deliver the finishing blow or wait for the lecherous man to succumb to the poison. Though the lecherous man wished to pursue, the severed meridian in his calf rendered him incapable of doing so. Noticing Yuan Ge's restraint in not taking advantage of the situation, he felt a sense of relief. Children are indeed children. They don't know how to seize the moment to finish me off. A minute later, the lecherous man was paralyzed, unable to move, lying on the ground with slightly purple lips. Despicable, resorting to poison. The lecherous man felt utterly humiliated. He had believed this young brat inexperienced and unaware of the opportunity to finish him off, yet he had poisoned himself, awaiting his own demise. Once Yuan Ge confirmed the lecherous man was immobile, he activated his soul skill once more. Secret technique, Paper Phoenix. Thud, 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 thud. For paper cranes pierced through the lecherous man's body. His eyes widened, fixated on Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge smiled, devoid of desire, beaming with joy. The lecherous man lost all strength, quietly lying still on the ground, his eyes wide as his pupils began to dissipate. Yuan Ge sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, unable to bear looking at the lecherous man's corpse, for it was his first kill. Yuan Ge's soul power was nearly depleted, with only enough left to summon a puppet once more. This battle had indeed been a stroke of luck. Had this fellow not been fooled, he would have been done for, lacking even an ounce of resistance. He resolved never to engage in such reckless folly again, or he would inevitably fall into peril. He wondered how his teacher was faring. Perhaps he should take a glance. After a moment's thought, he stood up and headed toward the direction where Xiao Wu was battling the armored woman. There was no denying that his teacher was truly inept at combat, and the woman was a formidable spirit master, causing him genuine concern for his mentor. As for Tang San, that serpent man was likely to be toyed with by Tang San, leaving him unconcerned. Senior brother. Indeed, as if summoned, Yuan Ge turned to see Tang San emerging from the woods. On the other side, Xiao Wu was locked in a fierce struggle. Although experienced and possessing strong combat awareness, his combat prowess had its limits. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, half kneeling on the ground, his chest bearing 3 deep wounds, blood trickling from his mouth. Luo Sanpao lay listlessly at his feet, having exhausted all its energy. Xiao Qin was also in a dire state, her leather armor tattered and resembling Yuan Ge's puppet imitation. Alas, I wonder how Xiao Yuan and Xiao San are faring, he murmured. Umph. You should worry about yourself instead. Xiao Qin scoffed, her anger palpable. She had nearly been crushed by that pig-like martial spirit's attack, which was utterly ridiculous. Second soul skill, phantom instant kill. Xiao Qin split into 3, the 3 figures lunging at Yu Xiao Gang like hyenas. Yu Xiao Gang's expression hardened. It appeared he was destined to meet his end here. With a beast martial spear enhancement, how could he possibly contend? What a pity. I have yet to witness Xiao Yuan and Xiao San grow. Stop, or I will kill him. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out. Yu Xiao Gang and Xiao Qin turned simultaneously to see a small figure brandishing a dagger at the lecherous man's throat, who knelt on the ground, bloodied. Xiao Qin quickly skidded to a halt. Screech. Dust billowed beneath her feet as 2 of the 3 figures gradually dissipated, leaving only her true form. Xiao Qin's face turned ashen. Shun Zheng, you useless fool. You can't even handle a child. Yuan Ge, with his left hand behind his back, flicked his fingers. Accompanying his motion, the lecherous man, Shun Zheng's mouth opened slightly, seemingly attempting to speak, but Yuan Ge immediately barked, "Shut up. No talking." Obediently, Shun Zheng closed his mouth, staring intently at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin gritted her teeth. What do you want? You back off. Keep your distance from my teacher. Xiao Qin's expression was one of reluctance, yet she retreated a step. In truth, she could have disregarded Shun Zheng and killed Yu Xiao Gang directly, but doing so would also result in Shun Zheng's demise, which would be too regrettable. Shun Zheng has always been utterly devoted to her, like a faithful hound. In her eyes, Yu Xiao Gang and his companions had no chance of survival. Before taking action, they had already scouted the vicinity, and there was no one around to rescue Yu Xiao Gang and his students. Yu Xiao Gang breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yuan Ge with gratitude. Well done, Xiao Yuan, he said. It's all thanks to the excellent teaching. Yuan Ge smiled, and then turned her gaze toward Xiao Qin. Do you want him to live? Xiao Qin's face turned pale. Of course. Then you must leave first. Once you are a safe distance away, I will release him. Xiao Qin scoffed. Do you really think I would trust you? Yuan Ge nodded innocently. Of course. How could my big sister ever deceive me? Cut the act. A child capable of capturing a Grand Soul Master certainly isn't simple-minded. Do you think I am a fool? You have no choice. Either release Shun Zheng, or I will kill you both right now to accompany Shun Zheng in death. At the same time, Xiao Qin was puzzled as to why it took Zhang Yang so long to arrive. Was it truly that difficult to eliminate a 6-year-old child? Zhang Yang, the snake man, was now undeniably dead. As chapter 23 unfolds, Yuan Ge turned her head aside briefly before looking back at Xiao Qin, hesitating. Fine, I will return him to you. But as a sign of good faith, please take a few steps back, will you? All right. Xiao Qin nodded and stepped back a few paces. Unbeknownst to her, someone was stealthily maneuvering behind her, making no sound at all. Come closer, Yuan Ge warned, but do not speak. Otherwise, you know how deadly my flying daggers can be. Manipulating Shun Zheng, he stood up and raised the dagger, threateningly. Shun Zheng appeared genuinely startled and nodded vigorously. Hearing this, Xiao Qin abandoned her plan to seize Shun Zheng and kill Yuan Ge once he approached. After all, if this little brat used the flying dagger to kill Shun Zheng, it would be a loss beyond measure. As Yuan Ge's fingers moved deftly behind her back, Shun Zheng limped toward Xiao Qin. In truth, it was not an act. Controlling the puppet with one hand was indeed quite a struggle for Yuan Ge. As Shun Zheng drew nearer, Xiao Qin exhaled in relief, waiting to devise a plan to eliminate the master and that little brat later. Just as Shun Zheng stood before her, Yuan Ge suddenly hurled a dagger toward his back and began to control the puppet with both hands. Xiao Qin, keeping a close watch on Yuan Ge, immediately warned, "Watch out for the flying dagger." Shun Zheng did not respond. Instead, he turned and caught the dagger Yuan Ge threw, before Xiao Qin could relax. Shun Zheng lunged the dagger toward her abdomen. Startled, she quickly reached for Shun Zheng's arm. "Shun Zheng, are you crazy?" Just as her hand was about to grasp his arm, Shun Zheng shrank suddenly to the size of a 6-year-old child, resembling the little brat, causing her to grasp at nothing. With a thrust, the dagger pierced Xiao Qin's thigh. In pain, she exclaimed angrily, "You dare to seek death." Her claws were poised to tear the puppet apart. However, Yuan Ge was prepared. She yanked the thread sharply, and the puppet retreated rapidly toward her. What? Just then, a sound pierced the air, and a shadow shot through Xiao Qin's temple, emerging from the other side, accompanied by a spray of red and white, embedding itself in a nearby tree. Xiao Qin collapsed sideways, her body convulsing a few times before falling still. Yuan Ge felt a wave of dizziness. His soul power was completely exhausted. "Teacher, are you all right?" Tang San rushed out from the bushes, hastening towards Yu Xiaojiang to check his injuries. Tang San himself bore wounds, several cuts marring his limbs, a consequence of being caught off guard by Zhang Yang's second soul skill, scale ejection, though it was not a serious issue. Thus, the outcome of the battle was as follows. Yu Xiaojiang severely injured, Tang San lightly injured, Yuan Ge slightly dirty, and the enemy completely annihilated. Due to Yu Xiaojiang's grave injuries and Yuan Ge's depletion of soul power, they could not return immediately. They needed to rest, at least until the following morning. Tang San began bandaging Yu Xiaojiang, while Yuan Ge prepared items necessary for camping. That night, the three of them sat together, with Luo San Pao standing guard. Yuan Ge and Tang San recounted their battle experiences without reservation to Yu Xiaojiang. "You both did exceptionally well. It is no wonder you are my chosen students," Yu Xiaojiang praised, prompting smiles from both youngsters. "However, Xiao Yuan, your combat tactics today were exceedingly reckless. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, do not act so boldly. If the opponent sees through your plan or gains your intelligence, you will find yourself in peril," Yu Xiaojiang admonished sternly. Yuan Ge nodded, having already recognized this truth. "Yes, teacher. Furthermore, you truly need to enhance your physical training. Not only does physical training strengthen your body, but it also increases your soul power reserves. Only with a robust physique can one store more soul power." Hearing the mention of physical training made Yuan Ge's head ache. "Teacher, is there no quicker way to recover soul power?" Yu Xiaojiang sighed. "You? There are indeed methods to rapidly recover soul power. Some auxiliary soul masters can assist others in recovering their soul power. Then I should bring an auxiliary with me in battle. What if the auxiliary is not present?" Yuan Ge was left speechless. At that moment, Tang San's meat soup was ready, and he brought a bowl to Yu Xiaojiang. As Yu Xiaojiang ate, he continued thus. "Regardless of the circumstances, you must strengthen your physique, both from the perspective of escaping danger and for the robustness of your soul power." Yuan Ge scratched his head. "I will try my best." Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang sighed, understanding he was still just a 6-year-old child. They would address it later as he grew older. The following morning, the trio resumed their journey. Due to Yu Xiaojiang's severe injuries, Yuan Ge directly controlled the puppet to carry him, and Yu Xiaojiang did not refuse, as their current state made it impractical to linger in the soul-hunting forest. 2 days later, they returned to Nodding Academy, resuming their ordinary lives. Yuan Ge and Tang San lived with remarkable discipline. Yuan Ge would sleep in class in the morning, practice soul power during the noon break, and either slack off or continue practicing in physical education class in the afternoon, returning to soul power training in the evening, or joining Tang San to listen to Yu Xiaojiang's special lessons. After the lessons, they practiced combat techniques with the puppet and threads until they exhausted their soul power before training again until the next morning. Tang San would wake early to train his purple extreme magic eyes, attend classes normally in the morning, take a lunch break with Xiao Wu, skip physical education to practice forging in the afternoon, and in the evening, join Yuan Ge to listen to Yu Xiaojiang's special lessons, followed by training in the Xintian skill. As for Xiao Wu, she would daydream in class, take bathroom breaks during lessons, eat and nap during lunch, engage in playful antics during PE, and occasionally bully classmates, leading a life much like an ordinary student. But her soul power grew rapidly, truly befitting a 100,000-year-old rabbit. At the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy, a semester lasts an entire year, and during this time, students are prohibited from going home, though family members are permitted to visit. During this period, Yuan Ge's parents would often come by, bringing an abundance of delicious food each time, much to the envy of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San eagerly anticipated his father's visit, yet Tang Hao never came. A school year slipped by, and Yuan Ge and his friends welcomed their first long vacation. At the school gate, Yuan Ge invited Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Come on, let's go to my house for a while. There's still plenty of time before you need to head back." Xiao Wu leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Sure, let's go see senior brother's house." Although Tang San yearned to return home to see his father, He couldn't resist Xiao Wu's enthusiasm and decided to accompany her, as she had nowhere else to go and he had promised to bring her home. He couldn't quite articulate why he felt uneasy about Xiao Wu staying at Yuan Ge's house. It simply stirred a pang of discomfort in his heart. Chapter 24. Tang San's father has disappeared. Yuan Ge's parents were waiting across the street as the trio hurried over. "Dad, Mom." Yuan Ge waved his hands before even reaching them. Despite having reached adulthood in his previous life, he had never truly felt the warmth of family ties with his parents, as he was the second son, with his elder brother already designated as the heir. Nevertheless, he did not blame them, for they had at least provided him with a privileged life. "Oh, my dear son," Yuan lifted Yuan Ge into an embrace, attempting to rub his face affectionately against Yuan Ge's. Yuan Ge pushed his father's face away in mock disdain. "Old Yuan, you're being excessive. Don't you know how prickly your beard is?" Zhou Yu, ever attentive, greeted Tang San and Xiao Wu. "You must be Yuan Ge's classmates." "Hello, Auntie." The two children responded politely. Although Zhou Yu had seen Tang San a year ago, she had since forgotten him. "Mom, this is Tang San and Xiao Wu. I want to bring them home to play," Yuan Ge said. "All right, you all go ahead. I'll go buy some groceries," Zhou Yu smiled. Seeing Yuan Ge with such a kind mother and a loving father, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a pang of envy. Soon, amidst Yuan's persistent attempts to dote on Yuan Ge and Yuan Ge's playful rejections, they arrived at Yuan Ge's home. Yuan Ge's residence was a two-story villa, with the first floor alone exceeding 500 square meters, featuring spacious front and backyards adorned with Yuan Ge's childhood toys, wooden horses, swings, and balls, which he had seldom played with, given his adult soul. "Wow, senior brother, your house is enormous," Xiao Wu marveled. Tang San, though silent, was equally astonished. While the Tang sect occupied a considerable area, it was a sect, not a home. "Enormous? This is nothing. You haven't seen a real mansion. A single front yard is several times larger than my house," Yuan Ge replied, shaking his head. "Come on, let us head inside." Upon entering, the living room welcomed them, with a small piano prominently placed in the corner. It was clearly a child-sized instrument. Yuan Ge ambled over and sat down. As Tang San and Xiao Wu watched with curiosity, they had heard Yuan Ge mention his piano skills, but were eager to witness it firsthand. Sitting up straight at the piano, Yuan Ge's delicate hands began to dance across the keys, producing a cascade of enchanting notes. As they listened to Yuan Ge's piano performance, the initial tension that had lingered in the air dissipated, and Yuan brought out some fruits and snacks for Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Senior brother, what's the name of the piece you're playing?" Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, captivated by the melody. "It's a canon, an original composition of mine. Since this world doesn't have it, I can freely claim it," Yuan Ge replied. Xiao Wu, unfamiliar with piano terminology, simply found it delightful, as did Tang San. Before long, Zhou Yu returned, presenting a feast of dishes that children typically enjoy, though regrettably, none of them were genuine children, yet they relished the meal heartily. After dining, when Tang San and Xiao Wu offered to help with the dishes, Zhou Yu insisted they go play with Yuan Ge instead. "Senior brother, it's getting late. If we don't leave now, it'll be dark by the time Xiao Wu and I get home," Tang San said as he bid farewell to Yuan Ge. Suddenly intrigued, Yuan Ge replied, "Then I'll go with you. I've never explored outside the city." He was not genuinely intending to intrude on their lives, but was merely curious about the world beyond Nodding City. That is fine, but will Uncle and Annie agree?" Tang San hesitated. "Don't worry, just watch me." To Yuan Ge's surprise, his parents readily consented without much deliberation, showing little concern for his safety, as their son was already a sole master capable of protecting them. Yuan Ge had Tang San pack his small piano into the carriage, hired a vehicle, and the three of them set off towards Shenghun Village. By the time they reached Shenghun Village, evening had fallen. They disembarked at a large stone at the village entrance, and the coachman, delighted with the coins Yuan Ge had given him, cheerfully returned to Nodding City, an amount he would typically earn in 5 days. Yuan Ge inhaled the fresh countryside air, stretching luxuriously as he looked at the curling smoke from the village chimneys, feeling utterly refreshed. Tang San gazed at the village he had not returned to in a year, overwhelmed with emotions. This small village, where he had lived for 6 years, loomed before him, and he couldn't quite place why a strange feeling swelled within him. If he had to describe it in one phrase, it would be, there's nothing like the feeling of home, even if that home consisted solely of himself and his father. Soon, They had entered Shanghun village. Tang San pointed toward the dilapidated sign atop a roof and smiled at Yuan Ge and Xiao Wu. Look, that's my home. Without delay, he eagerly dashed toward his house. Yuan Ge couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Tang San, usually so mature, seemed oddly childlike today. Dad, I'm back. Tang San called as he opened the door and stepped inside, with Yuan Ge and Xiao Wu following closely behind. However, to their surprise, the house was empty. Could it be that Dad has been drinking again? Tang San ventured into the inner room, but there was still no one. Just then, an elderly figure walked in from outside. Yuan Ge recognized him. Are you Grandpa Jack? Old Jack, somewhat dazed by Yuan Ge's refined appearance, responded, Huh? Who are you? Where's Xiao San? Hearing the commotion, Tang San rushed out. Grandpa Jack, this is my senior brother. Have you seen my dad? Seeing Tang San, Old Jack sighed in relief and handed him a piece of paper. Take a look. This is what your father left behind. I came to find him this morning, hoping he would accompany me to get you, but it seems you've already returned. Tang San took the paper and began to read, his expression becoming somewhat dazed as his earlier joy transformed into disappointment. Good news, he was back. Bad news, his father had vanished. As Old Jack left Tang San's house, Yuan Ge immediately followed him. Wait, Grandpa Jack. Old Jack turned back. Oh, it's young Master Yuan Ge. What can I do for you? Having recalled who Yuan Ge was, he recognized him as the son of the Baron from a year ago. Is there any vacant house in Shanghun village? Preferably close to Xiao San's, as I would like to rent it for a few days. But Xiao San's house is quite spacious. The three of you would fit just fine. I am accustomed to living alone, Yuan Ge explained. One cannot simply admit to disliking being a third wheel. Chapter 25, Witness. Indeed, there's a vacant house just behind Tang San's family. The previous occupants moved to the city and left it largely empty. Thus, I have decided, for 5 copper soul coins, you may stay for as long as you wish. Old Jack said with a smile. The money would not be kept for himself. It would be given to the family when they returned. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. The house was modest, half the size of Tang San's, yet Yuan Ge was indifferent. After all, a 6-year-old child does not require much space. He instructed Tang San to retrieve his piano from the moonlit night on the 24 bridges, and the 3 of them tidied up the place. The following morning, accompanied by the sound of Yuan Ge's piano, Xiao Wu opened her eyes. She looked around and noticed the house was empty, save for the kitchen where food was still simmering. After arriving at Yuan Ge's residence, Tang San was nowhere to be seen. Senior brother, have you seen Tang San? Yuan Ge inquired while playing. Yes, he was here half an hour ago, saying he was off the train. Do you know where he is now? Not exactly, but he should return soon. With that, Yuan Ge stood up, having finished his practice. Let's go to his home and wait. Indeed, within minutes, Tang San returned. Yuan Ge and Xiao Wu had already served the rice. Tang San, where have you been? Xiao Wu asked while eating. I went to train. Didn't senior brother tell you? Oh, he did, but what exactly were you training for? Tang San pondered, finding it difficult to explain the intricacies of Xiantian Gong and the purple extreme demon eyes. So he opted for the simpler explanation of hidden weapons. Training hidden weapons. Yuan Ge shot him a glance. Hidden weapons? Really? Is it that wrist crossbow you mentioned before? Yes, but it's not just that. There are other things too. Were they? Xiao Wu asked, her face filled with curiosity. Yuan Ge, though equally intrigued, maintained his composure, continuing to eat while his ears perked up. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu and then at Yuan Ge, ultimately deciding to share. Xiao Wu, senior brother, thank you both. For what? Xiao Wu asked again. Thank you for always being with me. Tang San lowered his head, gazing at the ground, his eyes somewhat dreamy and misty. Yet no tears fell. Xiao Wu understood the reason behind Tang San's demeanor and nudged him. Come now, your father is probably just temporarily away. Do not be so disheartened. Yuan Ge added, Indeed, what parent would abandon their child? Your uncle likely has pressing matters to attend to. Tang San shook his head bitterly. Perhaps. But why won't he let me see him even once? Do you know? My father is my only family. Without him, home is no longer a home. Despite having been largely absent from Tang San's life, he had always yearned for a family. Xiao Wu flicked her scorpion tail braid. Even without a father, you still have us. He is your senior brother. After all, I could even be your sister. Come, call me Sister Xiao Wu. Everyone else does, and you are the only exception. Yuan Ge observed Tang San and Xiao Wu, remaining silent yet smiling. As expected, Tang San was reluctant. After a heartfelt exchange, Tang San became the older brother to the little rabbit, Xiao Wu. What if one day many people want to kill me, and those people are stronger than you? What will you do? Tang San replied. Then they must first step over my corpse. After breakfast, Tang San said, Senior brother, Xiao Wu, follow me. I have something to show you. He led them to the back mountain. Upon arriving, Tang San rolled up his sleeves and showcased the wrist crossbow to them. I do not possess many valuable items. This one is for you, Xiao Wu. It is my first creation. Xiao Wu inquired, Is this the wrist crossbow you mentioned? Tang San smiled slightly. I call it the wrist crossbow, or the silent wrist crossbow. It requires merely activating a switch. And 3 small arrows will be launched according to your control. You can shoot one or all 3 at once. Due to its quiet release, it is difficult for opponents to detect, making it quite effective against evenly matched foes. But why Haven T? I seen you use it during our sparring. Fool, this is for dealing with enemies. Remember when I threw stones at you? Did you think that was merely coincidence? Just then a mosquito flew by. Tang San looked at Yuan Ge and Xiao Wu, continuing, watch closely. I will aim for the left wing of that mosquito. He raised his hand and shot a wrist arrow, causing the mosquito to vanish instantly. Approaching a nearby tree, a steel needle was found embedded in the mosquito's left wing. Yuan Ge's mouth twitched, internally lamenting, It must have been a fluke. How did you do that? Xiao Wu asked in astonishment, as Tang San pulled out the steel needle. It had vanished by the time he opened his palm. That is my secret. I call it a hidden weapon, and even my father does not know. I simply want to show you that I have the ability to protect my sister. Oh, good brother, can you teach me? Xiao Wu clung to Tang San's arm in a playful manner. Tang San chuckled. With your violent tendencies, if you learn hidden weapons, who knows how many people would suffer? Moreover, mastering hidden weapons is not something one achieves overnight. The wrist crossbow I gave you is a type of hidden weapon. First, learn to use it well, and later, I will teach you how. Looking at Yuan Ge, Tang San asked, Senior brother, would you like to learn hidden weapons? Xiao Wu. Yuan Ge was not surprised by Tang San's offer. Since he had chosen to speak of hidden weapons, he likely intended to share knowledge openly. Naturally, Yuan Ge was intrigued, as he required offensive skills. He immediately displayed a 6-year-old smile. Really? Can I? Tang San appeared somewhat awkward. Senior brother, let us not be too exaggerated, shall we? Although he was unaware that Yuan Ge was also a traveler, his behavior did not resemble that of an ordinary child. Cough, cough, cough. Then thank you, junior brother. Although hidden weapons yield their greatest efficacy when paired with Shintian Gong, Tang San was not from the Tang sect, making it difficult to teach Yuan Ge. Thus, he could only impart some techniques and methods for throwing hidden weapons, as well as basic crafting techniques. Regardless, Yuan Ge remained delighted, adding another subject to his daily practice, the art of throwing hidden weapons. 5 years later, at the border of the Barak Kingdom, a vassal state of the Tiando Empire, a carriage swayed along a narrow path, carrying Yuan Ge and his family. Chapter 26. Master Kashu. Yuan Ge's family was on their way to visit Yuan and Zhou Yu's piano instructor, the piano master Kashu, in preparation for the upcoming piano competition in a few months. Coincidentally, Shrek Academy was also located in Soto City, Barak Kingdom. After visiting his parents' teacher, Yuan Ge would seek to reunite with Tang San and Xiao Wu for their studies at Shrek Academy. By the way, Barak Kingdom shares a border with the Star Luo Empire, and Master Kashu resides in a small town at the frontier of the Star Luo Empire, meaning they would be entering Star Luo territory. It has been a while since I last saw my teacher. I wonder how he is faring, Yuan remarked. Zhou Yu smiled and replied, The teacher is surely in good health. After all, he is a rank 29 soul master. Yuan Ge, filled with curiosity, recalled that his parents were once a pair of senior siblings, yet he seldom heard them speak of their teacher. Mother and father, was your teacher a grand soul master? He inquired. Zhou Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, your grand teacher is a soul master, with a martial spirit of a piano. However, this very reason has hindered him from breaking through to level 30. A piano martial spirit? He must be exceptionally skilled at playing, Yuan Ge remarked. Indeed, he is a renowned piano maestro, Zhou Yu confirmed. But how did you come to study under the master in the Star Luo Empire? Yuan Ge pressed further. Yuan shook his head. When we sought a mentor, he resided in the Heaven Do Empire. For the Star Luo Empire places greater emphasis on military pursuits rather than music. In his youth, he traveled to the Heaven Do Empire for his studies, and now, in his advanced years, he has returned to the Star Luo Empire to enjoy a peaceful retirement. As the conversation unfolded, Their carriage approached a crossroads where a dozen soldiers from the Star Luo Empire stood in the middle, marking the entrance to a checkpoint. Halt! A military officer commanded. The driver brought the carriage to a stop, and Yuan Ge's family disembarked. Upon observing their lavish attire, the officer approached them. From where do you hail? And what brings you to the Star Luo Empire? He asked. We are from the Heavendo Empire, specifically Nodding City. I am Baron Yuan, here to visit my teacher in Death Town, replied Yuan, producing his title insignia for the officer's inspection. The officer examined it, confirming its authenticity, and did not impose any difficulties on them, merely advising, this border region is unstable. We are currently pursuing fugitive. Please exercise caution. Thank you. Yuan acknowledged as he reclaimed his insignia, and they continued on their way. Yuan Ge, however, remained vigilant. A fugitive, you say? Mother, father, I shall sit atop the carriage. Should I encounter the fugitive mentioned by the officer, I wish to be prepared, he suggested. Very well, but be careful, Yuan responded, nodding. Now that their son was a second-ring Grand Soul Master, he was capable of ensuring their safety. Death Town was but 20 kilometers away, and they arrived swiftly, relieved that no fugitive appeared along the journey. Master Xiao, despite his fierce appearance, was a genial individual. Teacher, has it truly been 15 years since we last met? Yuan remarked in the master's living room. Master Xiao, sipping tea, reflected, indeed, time flies, your children have grown so much, and I find myself aging as well. As the trio engaged in conversation, Yuan Ge stood respectfully, and the discussion soon turned to him. Have you taught this young lad how to play the piano? Master Xiao inquired, eyeing Yuan Ge. Pride illuminated Yuan's face as he spoke, of course. Teacher, my son's piano skills now surpass my own. At merely 12 years of age, he has already become a Grand Soul Master, with his soul power reaching 29 levels. I suspect he will soon attain 30. What? Xiao exclaimed, inadvertently pulling out a strand of his beard. Xiao Yuan, reveal your martial spirit, and soul rings for your grand teacher to behold. Yuan Ge nodded, all right, father. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his puppet, and 2 yellow soul rings emerged beneath his feet. Remarkable, both are century-old soul rings? And this young lad's martial spirit bears an uncanny resemblance to him. Xiao noted in astonishment. Indeed, since obtaining the second soul ring, Yuan Ge's puppet, without any disguise, mirrors his own form perfectly. Yuan explained with a smile. I am at a loss regarding this, teacher, for as you know, I am not a soul master and hold little interest in such matters, he added. Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, so, it is Yuan Ge. You may call me Xiao Yuan, the young one replied with a slight bow. Haha, such a polite young man. Were it not for the fact that I have a granddaughter, I would certainly consider you a fitting match, Xiao chuckled. Yuan Ge, embarrassed, brushed his nose, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Yuan, might you play piano piece for me? Your father has sung your praises to the heavens, the master requested. Yes, grand teacher, Yuan Ge replied, approaching the nearby piano. At the age of 12, he stood at 1.70 meters, appearing somewhat slender yet exuding elegance. His short brown hair gleamed like honey in the sunlight, and his youthful visage radiated confidence. As he lifted his finely knuckled hands, one would notice that his long fingers seemed crafted for the keys and strings of the piano, with the melody of Castle in the Sky flowing gently from his fingertips. Master Xiao was soon moved to tears by the poignant notes. What a beautiful performance, young one. What is the name of this piece? I do not recall having heard it before, he inquired, wiping his tears. It is called Castle in the Sky, a piece I composed myself, Yuan Ge stated proudly. Truly, a prodigious talent, not only in cultivation, but in piano mastery as well. Yuan, Zhou Yu, you have borne a remarkable son, Xiao praised, eliciting smiles from Yuan and Zhou Yu, as every parent delights in hearing commendations about their child, especially from esteemed elders. Master Xiao rose, approached his desk, and retrieved a small box from a drawer, presenting it to Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge, I have nothing of great value here, but please accept this as a token of our meeting. Yuan Ge hesitated, glancing at his parents for approval before accepting the box and opening it before them. Inside lay a necklace, its chain crafted from platinum, adorned with 3 gemstones of varying hues. What a beautiful necklace! Yuan Ge exclaimed in admiration. Master Xiao stroked his beard. I am pleased you like it. However, this is not an ordinary necklace. Is there something special about it? Yuan Ge inquired, intrigued. Xiao took the necklace from Yuan Ge and personally fastened it around his neck. Observe these 3 gemstones, red, yellow, and blue. Each possessed distinct functions. Yuan Ge examined the stones closely. The yellow was the largest, akin to a pigeon's egg, while the blue and red were of equal size, yet half the size of the yellow. Xiao continued his explanation. Try infusing your soul power into the yellow gemstone. Following his instructions, Yuan Ge complied. Moments later, his eyes widened in astonishment as he discovered a storage space within. Indeed, this is a multi-functional soul guide. The yellow gemstone offers storage capabilities, with dimensions of 20 meters in length, 10 in width, and 10 in height. I won it during a piano competition in my youth. Now, try the red gemstone. Certainly. As Yuan Ge channeled his soul power into the red gemstone, he found it absorbed the energy as if it were a bottomless pit, refusing to fill. Grand teacher, this. Try extracting your soul power from the gemstone, Xiao suggested. To Yuan Ge's surprise, he discovered that the soul power he had previously infused returned to him. Before he could voice his curiosity, Master Xiao explained, the red gemstone can store soul power. During times of non-combat, you can deposit excess soul power within and retrieve it when needed in battle. As for how much power it can hold, I cannot say, as I have never used it in combat. And what the blue gemstone? Yuan Ge asked. The blue gemstone possesses little utility and even has side effects. Master Matthew remarked that when one feels mentally fatigued, placing it atop one's head for a while can rejuvenate one's spirit. However, if employed while one is already invigorated, it induces dreams. Yes, dreams while awake. Yet, upon awakening, one is left with no recollection of the dream, only a lingering discomfort. Thus, it is advisable not to place it on one's head frivolously. Yuan Ge examined the 3 necklaces on the gemstone, discovering that they were detachable and equipped with movable hooks. Thank you, Master. I truly cherish this gift, he expressed. Ha ha ha. As long as you like it. Now, play a few cheerful piano pieces for me, will you? Of course. Yuan Ge and his family spent the afternoon with Master Matthew, only departing after dinner. They found a tavern and rented 2 rooms, planning to rest as they intended to stay in Death Town for a week. While Zhou Yu was helping her son organize his belongings, she suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Catch her! Over here! Team 1 cover! Team 2 encircle! Move laterally! Alternate cover and advance! Yuan Ge immediately opened the window and saw a lithe figure fleeing, pursued by a dozen soldiers and cloaked figures. Zhou Yu, anxious, inquired, son, what is happening? Yuan Ge pondered briefly before responding. It's probably the fugitive that officer mentioned earlier. They're trying to apprehend her. Zhou Yu sighed in relief, but remained tense. We must be cautious tonight. Yes, I'll be next door. I want to sleep tonight, but will cultivate my soul power. If anything happens, just call for me, and I'll come immediately. Upon returning to his room, Yuan Ge began his cultivation. However, rather than focusing solely on his training, he was also tinkering with the soul guiding device gifted to him by Master Kashi. The device given to Tang San was named 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. So what should he call his? With only 3 gemstones, perhaps 3 bridges on a moonlit night? No, that sounded too convoluted. Since there were 3 gemstones, he decided to simply name it the Public. Just then, a noise echoed in the tavern's corridor, abruptly ceasing, and Yuan Ge's gaze sharpened. Could it be the fugitive? He recognized the sound of a window being opened. Quietly, he switched off the bedside lamp and, as he got off the bed, smoothed the sheets. Zhuqing staggered down the corridor of a tavern, having just evaded her pursuers. She had slept for 2 days and nights, either fleeing or on the run, and was utterly exhausted, seeking a place to rest. Initially, she had intended to find a tavern, preferring a hidden corner, but her pursuers had anticipated her moves, placing soldiers in every shadowy nook of Death Town. Thus, she had no choice but to stealthily slip into a tavern. Zhuqing glanced around, noting several rooms with their lights on, indicating occupancy. Fortunately, there was one room with no light. She approached cautiously, gently pushing the door. With a soft creak, the wooden door opened slightly, and Zhuqing peered inside. The dimly lit room revealed a pristine white bedspread, devoid of any wrinkles. She sighed in relief, stepped inside, and closed the door behind her, unaware that sharp eyes were watching her intently from behind curtains. A chill ran down her spine. The room felt unnaturally cold, but she dismissed it, securing the door and heading straight for the bed. She took a deep breath, relieved to finally rest. Wait, Something was amiss. The bed was warm, and it bore the scent of another. Instinctively, she summoned her martial spirit, but at that moment, nearly invisible threads from the shadowy corner ensnared her, binding her tightly. As she instinctively struggled, the bindings dug painfully into her flesh. Ah! She could not suppress a cry of pain. This is it. A cold dread enveloped Zhuqing. Suddenly, the lights in the room flicked on, revealing Yuan Ge, who was perplexed at the sight of a cat-eared girl in a tight black outfit on his bed. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be a fugitive? Why is there a cat-eared girl? His hand itched to reach for her fluffy tail, but as he instinctively moved, he snapped back to reality, withdrawing his hand. However, Zhuqing, now in her martial spirit form, felt her tail, her most sensitive spot, react, wrapping around her waist as if in shock. Kill me if you must, but do not humiliate me, Zhuqing stated coldly. Yuan Ge, feeling somewhat awkward, gently gestured for her to change her posture to face him. My dear, I assure you, I mean you no harm, but I believe an explanation is in order as to why you have intruded upon my room. Chapter 28. She is Zhuqing. Upon seeing the youthful, innocent-looking boy before her, Zhuqing realized her misunderstanding. She had thought him one of her pursuers. My apologies, I entered the wrong room, she confessed. Yuan Ge furrowed his brow, glancing at his now muddy bedspread, both he and the cat-eared girl in disarray. He tightened his grip, causing the bindings to constrict further, prompting another pained cry from her. I advise you to speak truthfully. You expect me to believe you merely wandered into the wrong room? You clearly entered through the window. Realizing her lie had been uncovered, Zhuqing confessed, I am being pursued. I sought refuge here, not realizing someone was already inside. Yuan Ge nodded, noting her demeanor corroborated her claim. What is your name? Who is pursuing you? Zhuqing hesitated, reluctant to answer. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs, accompanied by barking. She is in the tavern. Someone shouted. Search for her. Don't let her escape. Leave a few to surround this place. The sound of many footsteps echoed. Yuan Ge frowned. They're after you? Zhuqing nodded, her urgency palpable. You must let me go. They will kill me. Yuan Ge peered out the window. Realizing it was too late, they were surrounded. And you are merely a great soul master? I see a soul sovereign outside. Indeed. Yuan Ge spotted an individual with 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow. Zhuqing grit her teeth. I will charge out. What a soul sovereign. He may not be able to catch me. Yuan Ge regarded her tenacity with newfound respect, retracting the threads binding her. Go ahead. With that, he turned and departed, intending to request a change of bedding at the front desk. He had a minor obsession with cleanliness, and there was no way he could sleep on such filthy sheets. Zhuqing, her cool voice resonated behind him. Yuan Ge was taken aback. Zhuqing? Yes, that is my name, as you inquired moments ago. With that, Zhuqing leaped through the shattered window and fled into the distance. The instant she escaped, her presence was detected. There! Fear not. She won't get away. The Soul Master is right there. Staring at the mangled window, Yuan Ge felt somewhat dazed. What? She is Zhuqing? He truly did not anticipate that the one entering his room would be Zhuqing. To be frank, he had read the novel De Luo Continent during his middle school years. Now, at the age of 12, more than 20 years had passed since he had traversed into this world, and he had forgotten much of its content. Otherwise, how could he not recognize such distinct traits of Zhuqing? Should I assist her? Yuan Ge pondered. Yet, perhaps it was best to refrain, as in the original narrative. She reached Soto City safely and entered Shrek Academy. After some deliberation, he decided against intervening, since Zhuqing seemed to be unharmed. Hold on. He halted abruptly, suddenly recalling a critical issue. In the original tale, Zhuqing did indeed arrive at Soto City safely, but that was without my interference. I have delayed her for quite some time. Her pursuers have already encircled her, placing her in peril. The thought of potentially causing Zhuqing's demise unsettled Yuan Ge. In middle school, his favorite character in De Luo Continent was not the mischievous and adorable Xiao Wu, nor the refined Ning Rongrong, but rather Zhuqing. Her demeanor was cold and taciturn, yet her inner strength was formidable. Having been marginalized within her family and pursued by them, she faced the brutal competition for the throne of the Star Luo Empire without surrendering, instead bravely fleeing to Shrek Academy in search of Dai Mubai. At that time, however, Dai Mubai had succumbed to despair, giving up the fight. Thus, he was also Yuan Ge's least favored character, though he never condemned him, understanding the boy's plight. After all, Dai Mubai was merely in his teens, grappling with the overwhelming presence of an older brother whose talent matched his own. There came a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Son, are you all right?" "Open the door, quickly." It was his father and mother. Yuan Ge hastened to the door and opened it. Zhou Yu appeared anxious. "Son, what happened in your room?" "The window is broken." Yuan Yu also looked at Yuan Ge with concern, awaiting his response. "Nothing. You two should go back to sleep. Someone threw a stone and shattered my window. I'm going to check it out." With that, he swiftly leaped out of the window. Zhou Yu and Yuan Yu exchanged glances. A stone shattered the window. Then why was the frame not found in the room, but rather on the ground below? Yuan Ge leaped across the rooftops of the town, conjuring a white, single-eyed vortex mask with his right hand, and donned it upon his face as he sped towards the direction of the Star Luo Empire soldiers. At this moment, Zhuqing found herself surrounded by a dozen foes, including a 3-ring Soul Master, 5 2-ring Great Soul Masters, and the remainder being 1-ring Soul Masters. The Soul Master with the rhinoceros spirit sneered, "Run, will you? Go ahead and run." In response to the rhinoceros Soul Master's taunt, Zhuqing remained silent, her eyes scanning the 1-ring Soul Masters, searching for an escape. "Useless. Charge. Kill her." With a wave of his hand, the Rhinoceros Soul Master commanded the 5 2-ring Great Soul Masters and 8 1-ring Soul Masters to attack Zhuqing. She quickly sidestepped, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash her first soul skill. Phantom Puncture. Whoosh. Zhuqing transformed into a shadow, dashing towards a Great Soul Master wielding a long spear. The Great Soul Master immediately activated his soul skill. First soul skill, Cold Light. Whoosh. The white soul ring glimmered as the spear's tip shimmered with silver light, enhancing his attack power by 15%. However, as Zhuqing was about to collide with the spear-wielding Great Soul Master, she twisted her waist, gliding past him and clawing at the throat of a 1-ring Soul Master behind him. The Soul Master clutched his neck as blood gushed forth uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing. Just as Zhuqing intended to eliminate another 1-ring Soul Master to escape in that direction, a Great Soul Master with a mantis spirit appeared abruptly behind her. First soul skill, Blade Slash. What? Thud. Snowflakes of blood scattered as Zhuqing was sent flying 30 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. She struggled to rise but found herself unable to stand. Chapter 29. The first and last enemy is oneself, such is the fate of an agile attack-type Soul Master. High offense and speed, yet alarmingly low defense. As fragile as paper. The Mantis Soul Master let out a triumphant laugh. "Haha, boss, this time she won to escape. This unforeseen fortune has surprisingly fallen into our hands." The Rhinoceros Soul Master also expressed delight. "Indeed, let us not prolong the night. Quickly finish her off. We only need the corpse for the reward." "Yes, boss. My apologies." "Young lady, we bear no animosity, but such are the orders we must follow. Please endure. It will be over soon." The Mantis Soul Master slowly approached Zhuqing. She gazed up at the luminous moon, tears glistening in her eyes. "Damn it, is this where it ends? Am I truly unable to escape my fate? That is not right. What is that?" Zhuqing noticed a figure standing atop a distant rooftop, adorned with a white, single-eyed vortex mask. One hand resting behind their back while the other held palm up, fingers beckoning. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The Mantis Soul Master instinctively halted, turning towards the source of the sound, where a 1-ring Soul Master had plunged their spirit dagger into the back of a 2-ring Great Soul Master. "Old Nine, what are you doing? Are you insane?" A companion shouted in alarm. The 1-ring Soul Master, referred to as Old Nine, was bewildered, his face contorted in fear. "It wasn't me. I swear. I don't know what happened. My arm just lifted on its own." "What?" "Thud." The sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed as they turned again, witnessing the long spear Soul Master impale a bee-spirited 1-ring Soul Master through the chest. "Xiao Song, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" The Rhinoceros Soul Master bellowed. Xiao Song withdrew the spear. "Brother, Old 8 tried to kill me. I merely retaliated. I never intended to kill him. He charged at me." "What on earth is happening?" Old 8, blood trickling from his lips, collapsed to the ground, convulsing before lying still. This bizarre scene plunged the onlookers into silence. Suddenly, the Rhinoceros Soul Master noticed what appeared to be threads binding Old 8. He looked up to see a figure standing on a rooftop, adorned with 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, indicating a soul master. Who are you? The rhinoceros soul master demanded. The figure leaped down to the ground. As they lifted their gaze, those around them were left in shock. What? How is that possible? Boss. Remarkably, the newcomer bore an uncanny resemblance to the rhinoceros soul master, even sharing the same configuration of spirit rings. Who are you? The rhinoceros soul master inquired, trembling with unease as he pointed to the figure before him. However, the individual remained silent, charging straight at him. If you refuse to speak, then meet your demise. He roared, activating his second soul skill, hardening, followed by his first soul skill, charge. The rhinoceros soul master surged forward, his first 2 spirit rings glowing ominously. On the rooftop, the puppet master deftly manipulated the strings, a faint smile curling beneath his mask. The first and the last adversaries are both of my own creation. Boom! The rhinoceros soul master collided with the puppet, which immediately ensnared him in an embrace. Secret technique, binding. The puppet, initially resembling the rhinoceros soul master, morphed into a doll, releasing a torrent of strings that spiraled outward. The sharp threads wrapped around the rhinoceros soul master, yet, bolstered by the hardening skill, he remained unscathed. Secret technique, substitute. The puppet master appeared behind the puppet, gazing at the enigmatic figure adorned with a white spiral mask. The rhinoceros soul master instinctively shuddered. With a sudden surge of strength, he tore through the entangling strings. However, it was too late. In the next instant, secret technique, paper crane. 4 origami cranes darted toward his chest. 2 pierced his flesh, while the other 2 narrowly missed. Everyone protect the boss, someone shouted, prompting a barrage of ranged attacks aimed at the puppet master. Secret technique, cross slash. The puppet master flicked his arms, releasing 2 razor-sharp threads that sliced across the rhinoceros soul master's neck, causing a fountain of blood to erupt. He retreated several meters, deftly avoiding the incoming ranged assault. Boss. Upon witnessing their leader's grievous injury, the others were filled with rage, yet hesitated to advance. The puppet master subtly gestured, retracting the puppet back into his being. My second soul skill, secret technique, cross slash, derived from the 600-year-old soul beast, Shadow Blade Spider. The skill's effect allows me to launch 2 armor-piercing threads while retreating. When the puppet is in play, the skill transforms into secret technique, binding. Secret technique, binding releases numerous threads around the user to ensnare and control the enemy, causing damage through cutting. When activating binding, the effect of the first soul skill, substitute, alters to allow me to swiftly appear behind the puppet rather than swap positions. Upon learning that the puppet master's second spirit ring provided 2 additional skills and altered the effect of the first, Xiaojing nearly choked on his own astonishment. Gazing at the strings in the puppet master's hands, Zhuqing felt a jolt of recognition. It's him, but why is he saving me? With palms facing upward, the puppet master gestured, causing the barely alive rhinoceros soul master and the thoroughly lifeless old 8 to rise from the ground. Look at his hands. It's the strings. He's controlling them. Someone exclaimed, realizing the manipulation at play. Ha ha ha. They say even words of praise cannot do justice to my masterpiece and your impending demise. The puppet master's voice was low and gravelly, brimming with malice. Now, capable of maneuvering the puppet with such finesse, controlling a half-dead being was child's play. As he orchestrated the movements, the rhinoceros soul master and old 8 brandished their weapons, charging at their former allies. Kill! Shouted the great soul master, Xiao Song. Knowing they had no other choice, he lunged first at old 8, having been the one to slay him previously. Splat! His spear plunged once more into old 8's body. Yet old 8, now merely a puppet, felt no pain. Under the puppet master's control, old 8 advanced rather than retreating, causing Xiaosong's spear to penetrate further while simultaneously thrusting a dagger toward Xiaosong's chest. This shocking turn of events caught Xiaosong off guard, but he quickly reacted, retreating. Splat! The tip of old 8's blade grazed Xiaosong's chest, but his complexion paled at the realization. Old 8 was adept at poisoning, utilizing lethal toxins for which only he possessed the antidote. Chapter 30, Zhuqing. Your explanation is worse than silence. Observing their comrades charging toward the boss, he shouted, Stop! The others halted, quickly retreating. Brother Song, what's wrong? Inquired a second ring great soul master. Xiao Song, at level 28, was the strongest among them. Taking a deep breath, He addressed the puppet master. You seem to be meddling where you don't belong. The puppet master lightly tugged his fingers, summoning the deceased rhinoceros soul master and old eight-back to his side, positioning them for battle. Haha, meddling. I have no interest in that, the puppet master chuckled. Death is not a hasty affair. It is an opera, and an opera requires actors. I am the protagonist, and you are mere supporting characters. Let us rehearse for a more splendid performance together. What? This guy must be mad. What nonsense is he spouting? Xiao Song's face darkened, yet he hesitated to act, sensing the peculiar danger posed by the puppet master. Continuing down this path could lead to their utter annihilation. Have you finished your rehearsal? Can we leave now? Yes. We made a part, but I must take her with me. The puppet master pointed at Zhuqing. She is my ideal leading lady. Xiao Song's lips twitched. He claimed to abhor meddling, yet it was clear he was after her. Are you aware of the consequences of taking her? He threatened. Of course. It means being pursued by you all. Yet, to sacrifice for the sake of art seems a worthwhile endeavor. Xiao Song believed him to be delusional. The order to hunt him down had come from a noble of the Star Luo Empire, and they were merely following commands. If you take her, it will lead to endless trouble. Is that so? Truly, a troublesome matter. Zhuqing, initially hopeful for survival, gradually lowered her head, her cat ears and tail drooping. Why should he save her? Their encounter was merely a coincidence, hardly deserving of recognition. Yet the puppet master's next words left Zhuqing stunned. But I fear no trouble. You say a noble of the Star Luo Empire seeks her death? Should she die merely because a noble wishes it? Why should we live by the rules set by others? The purpose of laws and taboos is to be shattered. Without a backward glance, the puppet master approached Zhuqing, cradling her in his arms, taking deliberate steps away. Madman, he must be a lunatic. Xiao Song gritted his teeth. Brother Song, should we pursue? Pursue? What nonsense! He strode over to old Eight's corpse, rummaging through it. Then he froze, staring blankly. Before him lay over 20 containers, devoid of labels, leaving him clueless as to which contained the antidote. Suddenly, he felt darkness envelop him, collapsing to the ground. Sangge, let go. I can walk on my own. In his arms, Zhuqing struggled incessantly, her complexion ghostly pale, as blood trickled down Yuan Ge's pant leg onto the ground. Behave yourself if you wish to live. Yuan Ge cautioned, it was not easy for me to save you. His implication was clear. The wound on Zhuqing's back continued to bleed, and the more she moved, the more blood she would lose, risking her life from excessive blood loss. Understanding his words, Zhuqing ceased her struggles, asking, why are you saving me? Does one need a reason to save another? Yuan Ge thought to himself, unable to confess that he had harbored feelings for her since middle school. After all, had he not just declared her to be his best female protagonist? Zhuqing fell silent, gazing at him with a vacant expression before slowly closing her eyes. She fainted, having not slept for 2 days and nights, compounded by her injury, which had finally overwhelmed her. Having spent considerable time with Tang San, Yuan Ge had acquired some skill in treating wounds. He found an already closed medical clinic and, with Zhuqing in tow, climbed over the wall to enter. Gently laying her on the bed, he began to tear her clothing to administer medicine and bandage her wounds. Naturally, he kept his eyes open during the process. He had seen every inch of her body, after all, and could not blindfold himself while bandaging. Once he had tended to her injuries, he discarded her tattered clothing, retrieved a clean set of garments from the public area, placed them beside her, and covered her with a blanket before departing. Upon returning to the inn, he found his parents still awake, waiting in his room. Son, what on earth happened out there? Yuan could hardly believe that someone had actually shattered the window of Yuan Ge's room with a stone. He suspected his son was involved in something significant. On the way back, Yuan Ge had already concocted an excuse. Dad, Mom, do you remember that fugitive the officer mentioned earlier? This was not entirely a lie, for the fugitive the officer referred to was indeed Zhuqing, though the officer had no knowledge of the reasons behind her status as a fugitive. The pursuers knew only her appearance, name, and identity, oblivious to the significant influence of the Zhu family in the Xinghua Empire, making it difficult for Davis and his associates to act against her. Zhou Yu appeared anxious. Are they capturing fugitives? Yes, but unfortunately, the fugitive escaped, Yuan Ge replied. Yuan sensed that his son was not being entirely truthful, but seeing his reluctance to elaborate, he chose not to press further. Well, since you're fine, Let us get some rest since it's getting late. All right, Zhou Yu replied. Yuan Ge added, I want to accompany you both to visit the master tomorrow. I plan to explore Des Town instead. I've yet to experience the Xinglua Empire. The following day at noon, the aroma of delicious food teased Zhuqing's senses, awakening her appetite. The clinic was small, staffed by only a doctor and an assistant, and they had been sent away earlier by Yuan Ge with a gold soul coin, halting their operations for the day. Watching Yuan Ge eat at the adjacent table, Zhuqing felt famished, though the pain from her back injury lingered but remained bearable. She pushed the blanket aside and sat up, only to realize her lack of clothing, quickly retreating under the covers with a startled scream. Yuan Ge set down his chopsticks and turned to Zhuqing. It's fine. I was just eating and didn't see anything. Zhuqing exhaled in relief, but confusion washed over her. How did he know she was unclothed? And who had removed her clothes? Yuan Ge continued, though I didn't see anything. I did dress your wounds last night, and as for your clothing, you understand. Zhuqing retorted. You would have been better off not explaining. Chapter 31 Yuan chuckled, finding no guilt in having seen Zhuqing's body. Had he not treated her wounds, she would be dead. What difference did it make? Zhuqing understood this logic and chose not to dwell on the matter. Thank you. You're welcome, he replied. Zhuqing commented, You really are quite ungrateful. Yuan Ge said, I'll step out for a moment. Your clothes are at the bedside. Change, and then we can eat. With that, he stood and left the room without looking back. This gesture endeared him to Zhuqing. He even thought to let her change in private, indicating a kind nature. However, his next words caused her cheeks to twitch slightly. Oh, by the way, after you eat, you should remove your clothing again. I need to change your bandages. And don't mention changing your bandages yourself. You want to be able to reach that angle. Zhuqing thought, suddenly, this guy is infuriating. After their meal, Zhuqing lay on her stomach, bare from the waist up, while Yuan Ge finished changing her bandages. She insisted on wrapping the bandages herself. Observing her in his clothes, seated by the bed, Yuan Ge feigned ignorance, asking, So what are your plans next? To Soto City, came Zhuqing's soft, cold, yet melodious reply. Is that so? How coincidental. I am also headed to Soto City. You're going to Soto City? Yes, there's a Shrek Intermediate Soul Master Academy there. And I'm a new student this year, going to register. By the way, who are you looking for? Zhuqing lowered her gaze, murmuring, a coward, a timid person. Yuan Ge understood she meant Daimu Bai. Perfect. I will depart in 6 days. Use this time to recuperate, and we shall travel together. Don't think about refusing. If you encounter those who wish to kill you again, no one will be there to save you. Zhuqing gazed at Yuan Ge's somewhat innocent face, feeling a slight blush rise. All right, this person was far superior to Daimu Bai. After all, he was merely a great soul master. Yet he dared to confront more than a dozen opponents and even kill the Soul Zone. Are you not curious why I am being pursued? If I ask, will you tell me? Yuan Ge countered. If you wish to share, you would have done so already. Come to my inn tonight. This is someone else's clinic. Zhuqing nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. I will repay you in the future. Her voice was so faint that Yuan Ge, with his keen senses as a soul master, almost missed it. All right, once you recover, you can repay me. Zhuqing inquired. How do you wish for me to repay you? Yuan Ge leaned closer, causing Zhuqing to tense up, gripping the bed sheets tightly. What does he want? She thought. My injuries are not yet healed. Even if they were, it wouldn't be appropriate. Yuan Ge whispered in her ear, his breath warm. It's simple. Once you unleash your martial spirit, let me stroke your tail for a while. If I could also touch your ears, that would be even better. Just as Zhuqing was about to respond, Yuan Ge abruptly stood, disregarding her flushed face, and exited the room. Since their encounter with Zhuqing's tail yesterday, he had been unable to shake the memory from his mind. The sensation was simply exquisite. Perhaps he should adopt a cat. No, with Zhuqing around. Why would he need another cat? Zhuqing, hearing his seemingly innocent request, let out a sigh of exasperation. What do you mean innocent? That is an utterly outrageous request. While her ears were manageable, her tail was the most sensitive part of her body when her martial spirit manifested. How could he ask to touch it so freely? She wanted to call out to Yuan Ge, but he had already left, and she was unaware of his name. 3 days later, within Yuan Ge's room, Zhuqing hid behind him while his parents scrutinized him from the front. What have you been up to these past few days? Avoiding us, and not even letting us into your room? Who is she? Yuan Ge's father, Yuan, squinted his eyes. He did not oppose his son's early romance, believing that such pursuits required skill. However, they were still too young for certain things. Didn't he notice the blood-stained cloth in the trash bin? The bandage on Zhuqing's body. Just as Yuan Ge was about to explain, Zhou Yu pushed Yuan aside, approached Yuan Ge, and grasped Zhuqing's hand. Don't be afraid, dear. Don't listen to your uncle Yuan Ge. Come with me. Zhuqing turned her gaze towards Yuan Ge, who gave a slight nod, prompting her to leave with Zhou Yu. He had already instructed her on what to say, what to avoid, and even what to fabricate. Now what happened? If you did something with her, you must take full responsibility, or I will break your legs. Yuan plopped down into a chair and sipped his tea. Yuan Ge helplessly explained, I'm only 12. What could I possibly do with her? Then why was she in your room? Remember what happened a few days ago? You mentioned someone was throwing stones at your window. I knew it was more than that. Now, tell me the truth. I went out to rescue a fugitive. Yuan choked on his tea, quickly spitting it out. What? A fugitive? Her? He pointed towards the adjacent room. That was just a misunderstanding imposed on her. She is actually a good person. Due to certain interests, someone wanted to silence her. Yuan then sighed in relief. As long as she's not a bad person, I feel better. But aren't you worried someone will come looking for trouble with me? Yuan Ge probed. Yuan rolled his eyes. Please, you've been clever since childhood, with hundreds of tricks up your sleeve. If they could truly cause you trouble, would you have brought her back? That makes sense. Those pursuers would never expect Zhuqing to return to this inn. In the adjacent room, Zhou Yu held Zhuqing's hand, her expression softening. Dear, has my son bullied you? Auntie, to be honest, I trust my Yuan Ge. He wouldn't do anything immoral, but if he has done something to you, you must tell me. I will ensure you get a proper explanation. Hearing this gentle reassurance from Zhou Yu made Zhuqing's eyes misty, reminding her of her own mother. Annie, he didn't do anything to me. In fact, he saved my life a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu immediately understood what Yuan Ge had been up to that night and wiped Zhuqing's tears. I see, then I can relax. By the way, dear, do you have any plans? Where's your home? Do you need us to take you back? I no longer have a home. I'm going to Soto City for school. Oh, Soto City? That's convenient. Yuan Ge is also going there for school. We can go together in a couple of days. Chapter 32. Rose Hotel. Zhou Yu and Zhuqing chatted late into the night, sharing anecdotes from Yuan Ge's childhood, which brought smiles to Zhuqing's face as she occasionally chimed in. Days later, Yuan Ge's family bid farewell to Master Xiao, taking Zhuqing with them back to the Ballot Kingdom. Master Xiao reminded Yuan Ge that the continent-wide piano competition, held once every 10 years, would commence in 6 months at the Heaven Do Imperial City, urging him not to forget. On their return journey, they naturally faced inspections by soldiers. Zhou Yu's makeup skills proved adept, transforming Zhuqing to resemble Yuan Ge and claiming she was his younger sister. The soldiers, being different from those they encountered upon arrival, were easily fooled. Upon exiting the Star Luo Empire, Zhuqing donned a newly purchased black bodysuit, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Yuan Ge sat by the carriage window, gazing outside with a nonchalant demeanor, though his eyes occasionally darted towards Zhuqing's chest. Outside Soto City, Xiao San, why hasn't Brother Tang arrived yet? Didn't we agree to meet at the city gate today? In private, when it was just the two of them, or with Yuan Ge? Xiao Wu addressed Tang San as brother, but in the presence of others, she referred to him as Xiao San. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the 12-year-old Xiao Wu, at least appearing 12, tugged at Tang San's arm, acting charmingly. Tang San, looking rather ordinary, replied helplessly, Xiao Wu, you've already asked several times. Let's wait a bit longer. Fine, another 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. If he doesn't show up, we're going to eat. I'm starving. Just then, a carriage halted before them, and a carrot flew out, landing perfectly in Xiao Wu's mouth. Tang San, speechless, remarked, brother, your stealth skills with projectiles are getting better. Yuan Ge poked his head out of the carriage, chuckling, apologies for keeping you waiting. I saw someone selling carrots and lost track of time. Crunch, crunch. Xiao Wu had already started munching on the carrot. Then I'll forgive you. Yuan Ge's family disembarked from the carriage, and Zhuqing was among them. Hello, uncle and auntie, Tang San and Xiao Wu greeted eagerly. Hello, Xiao San, Xiao Wu. Yuan and Zhou Yu reciprocated. Yuan added, son, Zhuqing, you two can play with Xiao San and Xiao Wu. Your mother and I won't disturb you. The enrollment time is tomorrow, right? Let us meet at the Shrek Academy gate. Yes, Dad, Yuan Ge replied, and Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Once the parents moved away, Xiao Wu scrutinized Zhuqing, asking, "Who is she, brother? You didn't introduce her to us?" "This is Zhuqing, a student applying to Shrek Academy this year. We met by chance, and I brought her along." Yuan Ge then turned to Zhuqing. "This is Tang San and Xiao Wu. He is my junior, and she is his sister, though not by blood, we're sworn siblings." "Xiao Wu," she retorted, "there's no 5 and 7, 8, 9. It's dance." Zhuqing greeted, "Hello." She seems so aloof. Xiao Wu remarked. Tang San quickly intervened. "Let us go. It's already noon. We should find a place to stay and then grab lunch." All right. The group made their way into Soto City. Soto City was considerably larger and more vibrant than Notting City. As they reached an intersection, they stumbled upon a uniquely charming hotel. The hotel, 3 stories tall, though not overly large, was adorned entirely in rose red, its architectural style resembling a massive rose, instantly captivating the eye. "Rose Hotel, let us stay here," Xiao Wu declared assertively. The others had no objections. Where they stayed was of little concern. Zhuqing felt a bit awkward, having run away and now lacking funds. Indeed, it is not entirely absent. There remain merely 100 gold soul coins. Yet that is the tuition fee for entering Shrek Academy. It seems she must resort to sleeping on the streets tonight or find some secluded corner. However, it matters little as she has navigated through life in such a manner thus far. Zhuqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up, but Yuan Ge, understanding her predicament, interrupted her without causing her any discomfort, stating, "I will cover the hotel expenses, and for dinner, it will be on Xiao San. Is that agreeable?" "Of course." Xiao Wu eagerly nodded in agreement. She had entrusted all her money to Tang San, spending freely, and keeping her funds with him allowed for significant savings. Thus, Tang San's finances were essentially shared between the two of them. Xiao Wu was aware that staying at a hotel would certainly cost more than dining out, so having her senior treat them would save them some money. After all, she had never seen her senior lack for funds. Tang San, perceptive as ever, discerned Yuan Ge's intention, perhaps to care for the girl beside him. "All right, no problem," he replied. Yuan Ge's actions warmed Zhuqing's heart, as she was spared from embarrassment in front of her classmates, and she quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Yuan Ge smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I haven't even had the chance to pet the cat I saved a few days ago." Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully teased, "You will get the chance." Xiao Wu, puzzled, inquired, "What cat? A black cat or a white cat?" Yuan Ge, with a hint of amusement, replied while gazing at Zhuqing, "A black cat, but very white." Xiao Wu turned towards Tang San, who was outside. "What's going on?" Zhuqing's face turned crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear, and she quickened her pace, entering the Rose Hotel. Yuan Ge looked up at the grand letters spelling out Rose Hotel, internally laughing, thinking, Dai Mu Bai, Zhuqing, I shall take you both. You can go find your twin." Tang San, observing Yuan Ge's smile, felt a chill run down his spine. Every time his senior displayed such an expression, misfortune was often imminent. However, Tang San could not fathom who would be the unfortunate one this time, as they had just arrived in Soto City and seemingly had not offended anyone. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai, who was embracing the twin beauties while approaching the Rose Hotel, suddenly sneezed. "Achoo!" The twin sisters quickly handed him a tissue, inquiring, "Dai Xiao, are you all right?" Dai Mu Bai wiped his nose and replied, "It's nothing. Someone must be talking about me." Upon entering the Rose Hotel, they were greeted by an overwhelming scent of roses, a fragrant aroma that was both delightful and somewhat suggestive, refreshing the spirit. The hotel's interior was adorned in 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm and unique atmosphere that easily appealed to the senses. Yuan Ge approached the front desk. "Excuse me, could we have 4 rooms, please?" The attendant, a man, gazed at the 4, particularly at Xiao Wu and Zhuqing, with envy in his eyes. He smiled and said, "I apologize. We only have 2 rooms left." Chapter 33. Dai Mu Bai, only 2 rooms left? Huh. I find that hard to believe, Yuan Ge thought to himself. "Then we shall take the 2, Xiao Wu suggested. "Zhuqing and I will share one, and Tang San and the senior can take the other." The attendant's face turned awkward. He realized he had misunderstood, but it mattered little since he was merely earning a fixed salary without any commission. "All right, I will arrange the rooms for you," he said. "I assume one of those rooms must belong to us?" A voice came from behind. The four turned simultaneously to see a tall, handsome young man accompanied by two young women. The young man had striking golden hair and a commanding presence, standing over 6 feet tall, his piercing eyes exuding an icy glare. The two young women appear to be around 17 or 18, dressed provocatively, their figures stunning and adorned in flamboyant attire. Yet most notably, they were identical twins. Dai Mubai ignored Yuan Ge and the others, guiding the sisters towards the front desk. However, as he passed by Zhuqing, an odd sensation stirred within him. Why did his martial soul feel agitated? Yet, with the sisters in his embrace, he felt it inappropriate to address Zhuqing. Strangely, he sensed her gaze was somewhat hostile, as if she wished to slay him with her eyes. How perplexing. Did she believe he had taken their room? Most certainly. Yuan Ge cast a sidelong glance at Zhuqing, smirking to himself, hee, all is well. But as a precaution, he felt the need to add more fuel to the fire. You must be new here. Don't you know to leave a room for me? Dai Mubai directed at the front desk. The attendant paused for a moment. You are. Call your manager, he ordered, sensing a chill as he met Dai Mubai's gaze, quickly rushing to summon his superior. Tang San calmly interjected. It seems we arrived first. Dai Mubai's face showed irritation. And just as he was about to speak, Yuan Ge interjected, Xiao San, let us not quarrel with this gentleman. Senior? Tang San looked at Yuan Ge in confusion. Yuan Ge smiled, addressing Dai Mubai. I apologize, sir. You must have a reservation here. Seeing Yuan Ge's tact, Dai Mubai nodded, indeed. It appears to be a mistake on the part of the front desk. Since there is no room for so many, we shall take our leave. Not bad. You are quite reasonable. I appreciate that. Dai Mubai feigned satisfaction, though internally he held contempt. The fact that he did not provoke a confrontation indicated weakness. Those from Shrek Academy were known for instigating trouble. Yuan Ge maintained a smile and humility. If so, then Xiao San, let us depart. There must be other hotels in Soto City. Though Tang San was reluctant to give up the room, with his senior's words and the acknowledgement of a reservation, he felt it inappropriate to object. At that moment, Manager Wang of the hotel approached. I apologize, Dai Xiao. The new staff does not recognize you. That's quite all right. The new staff may not understand, but some do, he remarked, casting a glance at Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge, with one hand behind his back, nodded with a smile. You may boast now, but there will come a time for tears, he thought, stealing another glance at Zhuqing. Her expression had become even more displeased. Her expression indicated her anger towards Dai Mubai's actions. However, if she truly did not care about Dai Mubai, why would she be angry? It seemed there was still more to uncover. Manager Wang approached with an apologetic demeanor. I'm sorry, everyone. Before he could finish, Yuan Ge interjected, Manager, are there truly no other rooms available? The front desk had already relayed the entire situation to him, so Manager Wang was well aware. Oh, as luck would have it, a few guests just checked out, and the rooms are being cleaned. They'll be ready shortly. If you could wait. Ah, thank you, Manager Wang. We shall stay here then. Manager Wang was pleased. Thank you for your understanding. As a gesture, I will offer you a 50% discount. Thank you. Dai Mubai, with the twin beauties in tow, ascended the stairs first, and Yuan Ge and the others followed closely behind with Manager Wang. Yuan Ge, with subtle intention, led Zhuqing behind Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai chose a room and entered, glancing back at Zhuqing as he did so. Yuan Ge, quick to act, stepped in front of Zhuqing, pointing to the room next door to Dai Mubai and the one directly across from it. We will take these 2 rooms. With that, he entered the room across from Dai Mubai. Tang San gestured towards the room next to Dai Mubai's. Xiao Wu, you and Zhu classmate can stay in this one. Let us tidy up and then go out for dinner. The manager promptly agreed. In an effort to express my apologies, our establishment will provide lunch for everyone shortly. Thank you, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. How wonderful. I've saved a considerable sum, Yuan Ge remarked, delighted by the unexpected boon. Come on, Dai Xiao, open your mouth. I will feed you. Ah, very well, Dai Xiao. I shall use my mouth to feed you. Dai Xiao responded. Let us 3 share a toast. Certainly, they echoed. Dai Xiao, it's time for a hair wash. Oh, that sounds splendid. Zhuqing's martial soul, the nether cat, possessed exceptionally keen hearing. Listening to the murmurs from the adjacent room and the creaking of the bed, accompanied by the sounds of gasping, Zhuqing consumed the hotel-provided meal voraciously, her expressions shifting dramatically. From the initial flush of her eyes, brimming with tears, gritted teeth, and a desire to shatter them, to a final demeanor as calm as water. Her internal journey was evidently complex. Half an hour later, the bed next door continued to creak, and a frustrated Xiao Wu covered her ears, her face as red as an apple. Really? Will they ever finish? Zhuqing chuckled softly, choosing silence. She merely had a betrothal with Dai Mubai. They had barely met, and today she had discerned his true nature, which was rather pleasant. Zhuqing couldn't help but compare Yuan Ge with Dai Mubai. Although Yuan Ge could be exasperating at times and somewhat cunning, he was, overall, far superior to Dai Mubai. He spoke with elegance, his every gesture exuding nobility, his strength formidable enough to defeat a soul master of higher rank, and his talent impressive, achieving a soul power level of 29 by the age of 12, all while consistently dedicating himself to practice. In contrast, what a Dai Mubai. Why even mention him? Did he concern her in any way? A knock echoed on the door. Zhuqing, being closest, approached to open it. Upon seeing Yuan Ge, a smile she and T even realized graced her face appeared. Yuan Ge, she greeted. Yuan Ge, equally smiling, inquired, "Have you and Xiao Wu finished your meal? Would you like to take a stroll?" Chapter 34. Don't be ridiculous. Robbing is not this swift. Yuan Ge maintained his smile, asking again if they had dined. However, internally, he was far from tranquil. Observing Zhuqing's smiling face, he knew his scheme had succeeded. What? Is Yuan Ge despicable? Stealing someone's partner? Please, Dai Mubai and Zhuqing are not yet together. Isn't it reasonable for Yuan Ge to act first? Moreover, being with Zhuqing would be a constraint for Dai Mubai. In the original narrative, Dai Mubai sought to pursue his desires, only to be met with Zhuqing's scornful remarks, leading to their mutual displeasure. If Dai Mubai wished to play, then Yuan Ge would facilitate his freedom. What was wrong with that? He should be thanking him. Dai Mubai, I truly would express my gratitude. Before Zhuqing could respond, Xiao Wu interjected, "Senior brother, where's the third wheel?" Yuan Ge pointed to the room behind him. In there, he mentioned he wished to practice. What? That third wheel? This is utterly outrageous. We're reporting tomorrow. Can't we relax today? With that, she stormed towards Yuan Ge and Tang San's room. Zhuqing suddenly remarked, "Xiao Wu calls you senior brother." Yuan Ge explained, "Yes, but we do not share the same master. My master is the same as Tang San's." And how did that come to be? When she and Tang San attended the Junior Soul Master Academy, they shared a bed. Upon hearing Tang San call me senior brother, she followed suit, becoming sworn siblings, you understand. After finishing, Yuan Ge playfully winked at Zhuqing. Zhuqing couldn't suppress her laughter at the stark contrast in Yuan Ge's usual demeanor. However, she quickly composed herself. Learning the reason Xiao Wu referred to Yuan Ge as senior brother relieved Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Tang San, with a resigned expression, was being dragged out by Xiao Wu, handing Yuan Ge 3 flying daggers with a huff. A bet is a bet. Yuan Ge accepted them without hesitation, placing them in his possession. What do you mean by a bet is a bet? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Tang San sighed. Earlier, I bet with my senior brother. I said I didn't want to go out, and he wagered that I would change my mind within 5 minutes. If he won, I would give him 3 flying daggers. If he lost, he would have to wash his hair upside down. Xiao Wu expressed her disappointment. Had I known, I wouldn't have called you out. Watching senior brother wash his hair upside down would surely be more entertaining than going out. Well, it's too late. There's no chance now. Senior brother knows you too well. You would definitely call me out. Then why did you agree to the bet? Because I also wanted to see senior brother wash his hair upside down. But you knew you would lose. That's the nature of gambling. 9 out of 10 times, one loses. The condition set by my senior brother was simply too enticing. A gambler's mentality. Very well. The 4 of them left the hotel's second floor, their laughter echoing, leaving only the indescribable sounds from Dai Mubai's room resonating in the corridor. Of course, the sounds were faint, inaudible to most. Hey, everyone look over there. Xiao Wu exclaimed, tugging Zhuqing, who walked ahead, pointing in a certain direction. The other 3 turned to see a rather peculiar shop. Miss, what are you planning to buy now? Tang San, already laden with bags, spoke with a hint of exasperation. Not that. It seems related to soul masters. Yuan Ge, empty-handed, glanced up and indeed noticed the symbol of the spear hall. Shall we take a look? The symbol depicted a sword, a hammer, and a blue electric tyrannosaurus, all merged together, resembling the emblem on Yu Xiaojiang's badge. It was curious why it appeared on a shop. The shop's door stood ajar, revealing numerous items on the shelves, some emanating fluctuations of soul power. Yuan Ge recognized them as soul-guiding devices. Such devices were rare, their manufacturing techniques having been lost. He was astonished to find several here. The shopkeeper, wearing glasses and clad in a red outfit, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. With a protruding chin and a hooked nose, a quintessential shifty merchant, currently reclining in a creaky rocking chair, eyes closed. Yuan Ge cast him a glance. Fred, right? Are these all soul-guiding devices? Xiao Wu inquired. Tang San picked up an item for closer inspection. I can't tell, unless we test them with soul power. Merely observing one T suffice. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he approached a crystal. Yuan Ge and Zhuqing also began selecting items of interest. The merchandise here was eclectic, including potted plants and clothing. Yuan Ge picked up a pair of black lace, fingerless gloves and infused them with soul power. Almost instantly, the gloves transformed into black bracers, their fingertips glimmering with a cold sheen, appearing exceptionally sharp. As Yuan Ge withdrew his soul power, the bracers reverted to lace, fingerless gloves. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a remarkable find. He clutched the gloves tightly and continued forward. Zhuqing's expression was inscrutable. She desired that item too. Yet, recalling that Yuan Ge's martial soul was a puppet, it seemed he genuinely needed a pair of bracers to enhance his hand strength. She reluctantly resolved to forego it. Besides, the item appeared rather costly. She had only 100 gold soul coins left for tuition and could not afford to spend it. To his surprise, there was even this kind of thing. Yuan Ge spotted a potted plant and felt a surge of joy as he approached it. Zhuqing gazed at the pot, her mind filled with intrigue. Could this be some sort of spiritual herb? With that thought, she inquired, what is this? Catnip. Yuan Ge replied. Catnip? Is it a spiritual herb? Not for me, he answered. Zhuqing grew even more puzzled. Then why did you buy it? Yuan Ge smiled at her, just conducting an experiment. He placed the catnip before Zhuqing. Take a whiff. She leaned in, inhaling the peculiar scent. It's quite strange, she remarked. Do you like it? Not exactly, but it evokes an odd sensation that I can't quite place. May I smell it again? Of course. She inhaled deeply once more, and seeing her eyes involuntarily narrow, Yuan Ge understood. It's not expensive. 100 gold soul coins. Fred, who was lounging in a recliner, suddenly interjected. Yuan Ge turned, realizing Fred was referring to the item Tang San had taken, not the catnip itself. 100 gold soul coins for this worthless crystal? You might as well go rob someone. Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily. But Yuan Ge approached her gently. Xiao Wu, please don't say that. Fred nodded slightly, recognizing the young man's sensibility. 100 gold soul coins is the lowest price I offer. Pay if you wish to buy, otherwise leave. Yet Yuan Ge continued. Isn't it faster to rob than to pay? Before Fred could respond, Tang San pulled out the money. All right, I'll buy it. He handed the coins to Fred. Chapter 35. Cat cuddling. Yuan Ge nodded slightly, recalling that Fred had initially quoted a price of 300 or 500 gold soul coins for the crystal, with the option of installment payments. Paying outright was indeed preferable. He produced the gloves and the catnip, asking, how much for these? Fred glanced at them. The gloves are 10,000 gold soul coins, and the potted plant is 100. Yuan Ge frowned. The gloves are too expensive. How about 5,000? Deal. And I'll throw in the potted plant for free. Yuan Ge thought to himself, damn, I gave too much. My master is a great one, he said. Fred's eyes widened in disbelief. A great master? Which one? Yu Xiaojiang. And what proof do you have? Yuan Ge pointed to the 24 bridges on a moonlit night hanging from Tang San's waist. You should recognize this. It is a gift from our teacher to my junior brother. Fred examined it carefully, indeed recalling that it had been acquired during their early adventures as the Golden Iron Triangle. Its 24 storage spaces left a lasting impression. Fine. Then at LLB 2,500. I'm applying to Shrek Academy this year. I'm 12 years old with a soul power of 29. Fred sat up abruptly, gripping Yuan Ge's wrist. Yuan Ge felt a gentle flow of pure soul power entering his body. Ah, Fred sighed in relief. Then at LLB 1,000 gold soul coins. Deal. About the potted plant. Yuan Ge interjected. Wasn't he free? All right, Fred conceded. Fearing Fred might retract his offer, Yuan Ge promptly paid, knowing the merchant's reputation. Tang San and Zhuqing were left dumbfounded. Wait, Did you just slash the price from 10,000 gold soul coins to 1,000? Xiao Wu quickly added, my brother is also a great master. But before she could finish, Fred waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind blew them out of the store. Bang! The door slammed shut. Xiao Wu was furious, pounding on the door. Open up. Give us back our gold soul coins. Tang San pulled her back. Calm down, Xiao Wu. That shopkeeper is quite powerful. If you anger him, we might be in serious trouble. Xiao Wu glared at Yuan Ge, her expression fierce. You knew that shopkeeper all along, didn't you? Yuan Ge shook his head with a smile. I don't know him personally, but I do know of him. He is Fred, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, notorious alongside my teacher and another as the Golden Iron Triangle, having made quite a name for themselves in their youth. How do you know this? Knowing I would be applying to Shrek Academy, I took the initiative to do some research, especially since it was my teacher who encouraged our admission. Zhuqing regarded him with admiration, appreciating his foresight. Truly, preparation is key to success. Tang San nodded slightly, understanding now. Suddenly, Yuan Ge produced 100 gold soul coins and handed them to Xiao Wu. If you're still upset, take this. Upon seeing the coins, Xiao Wu's pupils nearly transformed into gold coins themselves, but she quickly declined. No, senior brother, this is your money. I can't accept it. Besides, that crystal is indeed something we needed to buy. Thank you. This is separate. I have something to ask of you, Tang San. Tang San, engrossed in examining the crystal in his hand, looked up at Yuan Ge. What is it? Could you craft a crossbow for me? His current offensive options were limited. While he could use hidden weapons, their effectiveness waned without the aid of the Xintian skill. Of course, senior brother. What kind of crossbow do you want? A larger one, several meters long and wide. Tang San pondered, you mean a bed crossbow? No problem. I can have it ready for you by afternoon. Great. Here's your payment. At that moment, Yuan Ge pulled out the black lace half-finger gloves he had just purchased and handed them to Zhuqing. For me? Zhuqing pointed to herself in disbelief. Yes. Why? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged knowing glances. Aware of the attention Yuan Ge had received from many girls in their senior years at Notting Academy, often receiving love letters and confessions, yet he had always declined, prioritizing his studies. But now Yuan Ge had a valid reason. Don't overthink it. I'm borrowing them. I'll return them after use. Before entering Shrek Academy, their essay strength assessment, and if I fail, I might have to adopt a cat to cuddle. It's a hassle to raise a cat. Better to just cuddle one. He glanced at Zhuqing before heading toward the hotel. The first part of his statement was understandable, but the latter part left Tang San and Xiao Wu perplexed. Xiao Wu, now close friends with Zhuqing, inquired, Zhuqing, what does senior brother mean by that? Zhuqing's neck flushed crimson as she quickened her pace toward the hotel. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, feeling quite bewildered. That evening, as Yuan Ge practiced his soul power, the catnip he had purchased earlier sat on the windowsill. Suddenly, a resounding crash startled him, nearly causing him to lose focus. He steadied himself, striving to maintain his calm demeanor. What are you doing, Tang San? Seeing Yuan Ge's expression resembling that of scorned woman, Tang San shivered and quickly explained, Sorry, senior brother, I was smashing a spirit crystal. Do you know what a spirit crystal is? Stop. In short, what is its purpose? It could be used as a hidden weapon. Can I use it? It is not possible. My soul power is rather unique. Only I can. Oh, then I have nothing to worry about. After saying this, Yuan Ge made his way to the room diagonally opposite, where Xiao Wu and Zhuqing resided. It's just a Xintian skill. I'm not envious at all. Yuan Ge had no intention of training tonight, having narrowly avoided going into a trance. What was the point of practicing? Forget it. I'll go pet some cats instead. Seeing Yuan Ge before them, Xiao Wu and Zhuqing appeared somewhat bewildered. Senior brother, what brings you here? Oh. Xiao San just threw a tantrum and smashed the newly bought crystal with his forging hammer. You heard that commotion just now, right? The two nodded in acknowledgement. They had indeed contemplated checking on the situation. But why did Xiao San get so angry? Well, perhaps I provoked him. Xiao Wu, you know I'm not very good at comforting others. Why not go have a look? Zhuqing could relate. Indeed, Yuan Ge was not particularly adept at providing solace. Oh, then I will go check. Just then, Manager Wang approached. Dear guest, that noise just now was... Yuan Ge quickly interjected, I apologize, manager. I was hammering something, but it's all sorted now, and there won't be any more loud noises. All right, esteemed guests, please be mindful not to disturb others' rest. Once Manager Wang departed, Xiao Wu rolled up her sleeves and stormed towards Yuan Ge and Tang San's room. That Xiao San is truly excessive. How could he lash out at such a good senior brother? A smile crept onto Yuan Ge's lips. Revenge is a dish best served when the time is right. He strode directly into Zhuqing's room, and she instinctively took a few steps back, allowing him entry. Yuan Ge shut the door behind him and locked it. Zhuqing's heart raced, and she quickly pulled back. What are you going to do? Pet cats right now. Chapter 36. This isn't the first time right now? Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, yet no buts. The admission requirements for Shrek Academy are exceedingly difficult. I'm worried you won't make the cut. They don't even want geniuses, only monsters. Monsters? Yuan Ge pointed to himself. Someone like me, 12 years old, soul power at level 29. Zhuqing's expression darkened. So, does that mean I have no chance? Perhaps. Hence, I wish to pet cats now. Who knows if there will be another opportunity? Yuan Ge spoke nonchalantly, as he had not misled her. Shrek Academy truly sought monsters rather than mere talents. They had stated as much, and it was reasonable for him to be concerned about Zhuqing's admission. Reluctantly, Zhuqing acquiesced. All right. Though somewhat embarrassed, she resolved to repay Yuan Ge, having committed herself. Martial soul. Possession. Zhuqing summoned her martial soul, sprouting fluffy cat ears atop her head and a slender cat tail from behind. She turned around, presenting her tail to Yuan Ge, her face flush with embarrassment. Why, you can touch it, but be gentle. Her voice was barely above a whisper. All right, I shall be very gentle. What Zhuqing didn't know was that gripping the tail firmly wouldn't cause harm. It was the gentle touch that could be most devastating. Don't believe me? Try gliding your hand lightly over your belly or thigh. That sensation of barely touching is quite different. Zhuqing felt as if her tail had been electrified. A wave of tingling coursing through her, her legs instinctively clenching together. Why, you be gentle? I've already been gentle. Shall I be even gentler? Zhuqing hastily covered her mouth to stifle any odd sounds. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stepped out of her room with a peculiar expression. How strange. What has Xiao San gotten upset about? She reached for the doorknob, twisting it. It's locked? Just as she was about to call for Yuan Ge and Zhuqing to open the door, she inexplicably pressed her ear against it. Be gentle. You're being too rough. I'm already gentle. Are you finished? I really can't take much more. Just a moment. Inside, Zhuqing faced away from Yuan Ge. One hand braced against the wall, nearly devoid of strength, as Yuan Ge's long fingers caressed her tail. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Tang San appeared behind her. Startled, Xiao Wu, disregarding any reprimand, pulled him closer, placing his ear against the door. Brother, listen closely. Is it what I think it is? Tang San, puzzled, listened intently. Moments later, his eyes widened in shock. This is quite likely, but there are only 12. Just then, the door next door swung open, and Dai Mubai emerged. Embracing the sisters, he shot a glance at Tang San. Eavesdropping, are we? Tang San quickly distanced himself from the door, defensively claiming, no, I merely tripped and fell against it. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Yes, we didn't hear anything. Tang San, Dai Mubai chuckled lightly. Heck. Without further words, he strolled off with the sisters. Half an hour later, Yuan Ge returned to the room he shared with Tang San, and as Xiao Wu exited, her gaze lingered on him. Her cheeks flushed. Yuan Ge found her behavior inexplicably odd. Senior brother Tang San couldn't help but speak up. What is it? How do you feel? Yuan Ge pondered. Recalling the sensation while petting the tail, it was rather delightful. Indeed. Meanwhile, Zhuqing was being asked the same question. Xiao Wu, somewhat shy, inquired Zhuqing. How did it feel? Zhuqing paused. What do you mean, how did it feel? Just now when senior brother was in the room, suddenly. Zhuqing's face turned beet red, reaching her ears. Could it be that Yuan Ge shared everything with Xiao Wu? Oh dear, why must he disclose everything? Come on, Zhuqing. I already know. Just tell me how it felt. Xiao Wu hugged Zhuqing, playfully coaxing her. Zhuqing, feeling resigned, acquiesced. It felt a bit tingly and itchy, like being electrified. Didn't it hurt? Xiao Wu asked. I heard the first time is supposed to be painful. Zhuqing contemplated. She didn't think this was her first experience with tail touching, having been touched once by Yuan Ge in Dice Town, albeit briefly. This isn't the first time, and it wasn't painful either. The next day, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Yuan Ge spotted his parents waiting for him and immediately greeted them. Dad, Mom. Son, why are you only just arriving? Look at how many people are here. Yuan was already helping Yuan Ge queue up. If I hadn't come early, you'd be waiting until afternoon. Thank you, Dad, Yuan Ge replied bashfully. Zhuqing observed the throng of people waiting to register, feeling somewhat bewildered. Didn't Yuan Ge say they don't accept geniuses, only monsters? Could he have deceived me? Just then, she overheard Xiao Wu and Tang San whispering, Brother, I still want to do this. It's for Zhuqing's good. Tang San nodded. Indeed, this matter requires senior brother to provide Zhuqing with an explanation. Go ahead. I support you. As the rhythmic sound echoed, Xiao Wu rushed toward Zhou Yu, exclaiming, Auntie, there's something I contemplated throughout the night, and I've resolved to share it with you. Zhou Yu paused, taken aback. What is it, Xiao Wu? Leaning closer, Xiao Wu whispered into Zhou Yu's ear, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment and her mouth to slightly part. After absorbing the revelation, Zhou Yu shot a stern glare at her son before leaning in to murmur to Yuan. Upon hearing it, Yuan slapped her forehead. I knew it. Well, since it has transpired, we must simply accept it. Yuan Ge interjected, Wait, what has transpired? Zhou Yu nodded and approached Zhuqing, removing a bracelet from her wrist. Zhuqing, take this. It was given to me by Grandma Yuan when I married your uncle Yuan. It is a family heirloom that I now pass on to you. Zhuqing was initially bewildered, but quickly regained her composure. No, Auntie, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. With a sigh, Zhou Yu replied, Dear child, since events have unfolded this way, we must proceed. If you find any fault in Yuan Ge or are dissatisfied, feel free to tell Annie, and I shall handle it. She cast another glare at Yuan Ge. The latter stood, flabbergasted. No, has someone misunderstood something? He quickly glanced at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were both intently gazing at the ground, silent. Zhuqing, in front of Yuan Ge's mother, would never voice any discontent regarding him, especially when, in her eyes, no one surpassed Yuan Ge in worthiness. Absolutely not, Auntie. Yuan Ge is wonderful in every way. I am completely satisfied. Zhou Yu nodded, fastening the bracelet around Zhuqing's wrist. Good child, from now on, we are family. Zhuqing, feeling a surge of urgency to explain, was interrupted by Yuan's shout. Hey, it's your turn. Come over. Zhou Yu patted Zhuqing's hand. Good child, go ahead. Zhuqing felt on the verge of tears. She acknowledged her fondness for Yuan Ge, but never imagined it would lead to being introduced to his parents as a potential daughter-in-law. She reached out to grasp Zhou Yu's arm, but Xiao Wu swiftly pulled Zhuqing away. Hurry, Zhuqing, it's our turn. Zhuqing felt a buzzing in her head. By the time she regained her senses, she stood before the teacher responsible for the admissions assessment. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Please place it in the box beside you. The admissions officer, an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s, noted that registration had already commenced. Zhuqing refrained from seeking an explanation from Zhou Yu, deciding to address everything after the registration concluded. As for Yuan Ge, although surprised, he was filled with joy. This misunderstanding was truly delightful. Coincidentally, Dai Mubai was not far away, observing Yuan Ge and others without approaching, his gaze frequently drifting towards Zhuqing. Zhuqing caught Dai Mubai's glance, but did not act further. The registration officer assessed Yuan Ge and the others' bone ages, nodding slightly in approval. All were of appropriate age. However, a minor hiccup occurred while examining Tang San, as his cultivation of a Xianyu hand prevented the officer from determining his bone age through his wrist, necessitating a check of Tang San's calf instead. Next came the soul power test. Yuan Ge, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all registered at level 29, astonishing Zhuqing. While she knew Yuan Ge's soul power was at level 29, she had not anticipated that both Tang San and Xiao Wu would match that level, which was truly remarkable considering they were only 12 years old. Indeed, Yuan Ge had not deceived her. Shrek Academy indeed only admitted prodigies. Zhuqing couldn't help but worry about her own chances. Was it possible she would not qualify for Shrek Academy? As she infused her soul power into the crystal required for testing, the registration officer nodded. Level 27, you qualify. Zhuqing was taken aback. Wait, level 27 is acceptable? She had assumed only level 29 would suffice. Gasps of disbelief arose from the students and parents behind them. 3 at level 29 and 1 at level 27? Is this even fair? Are they all monsters? Hearing the commotion, The registration officer stood up impatiently. All right, let me outline the admission requirements. Shrek Academy only accepts extraordinary talents. Those who do not meet the criteria may leave. For those under 13, a soul power of at least level 20 is needed to proceed to the next examination. Those exceeding level 25 will advance directly to the fourth test. As his words echoed, more than half of the attendees departed. Yet a girl clad in green approached the assessing elder, infusing the crystal with her soul power. Level 26. Teacher, I have passed the examination, correct? Yuan Ge recognized her as Ning Rongrong. The teacher scrutinized Ning Rongrong for a moment, asking, are your family members aware you are here? Ning Rongrong did not directly respond, merely smiling. It is said that education knows no bounds. As long as I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason to refuse me. The teacher nodded. Indeed. Wait a moment. His gaze returned to Yuan Ge and the others. Let me see your martial souls. Yuan Ge was the first to summon his martial soul. Yuan Ye, martial soul, puppet doll. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass. Xiao Wu, martial soul, rabbit. Zhuqing, martial soul, nether spirit cat. Zhuqing observed Yuan Ge's martial soul with curiosity. It didn't resemble the one she had seen previously. Why did it now bear such a striking resemblance to him? After 5 years of cultivation, Yuan Ge had significantly improved his control over soul power, enabling him to manipulate the appearance of the puppet effortlessly. During their previous encounter, he had refrained from revealing the puppet's true form to avoid exposing himself. The teacher was astonished, turning to Tang San, blue silvergrass? Can it really be cultivated to level 29? Tang San smiled slightly, responding, Teacher, ISNT this school meant for extraordinary talents? Wouldn't I qualify as one? The teacher chuckled. Indeed, you truly are a prodigy. You may proceed inside. Mubai, please take them directly to the fourth examination. Dai Mubai approached with a somewhat grim expression. Did you just say your name is Zhuqing? Zhuqing's demeanor turned cold, her voice devoid of emotion as she replied, Yes. Are you the Zhuqing from the Zhu family? Dai Mubai attempted to continue, but Zhuqing swiftly interrupted. I am. What of it? Gritting his teeth, Dai Mubai glanced at the smiling Yuan Ge and then back at Zhuqing. I thought I felt something unusual about my martial soul when I saw you. Now I understand. Why are you here? Zhuqing was about to explain when Yuan Ge stepped in. Senior, it's good to see you again. I wasn't asking you. Dai Mubai retorted, fixating his gaze on Zhuqing. Yuan Ge continued. Zhuqing came here under the identity of a fugitive. What? A fugitive? Dai Mubai's pupils contracted, and Tang San and the others shared a shock. Sensing Zhuqing's slight tremor, Yuan Ge moved closer and grasped her small hand. That night, he recounted his encounter with Zhuqing in its entirety, omitting only the details of his own violent past. I once inquired of her whom she sought, and she replied that she was in search of a coward, a timid soul, yet she refrained from disclosing the name of that individual. Senior, it seems you are already acquainted with her. Do you know who Zhuqing wishes to find? Yuan Ge gazed at Dai Mubai with evident curiosity. Chapter 38. Meeting the parents. Dai Mubai's expression was complex, his gaze somewhat evasive. He was uncertain. However, a discerning observer could easily surmise that the coward, the timid one Yuan Ge spoke of, was indeed him. Observing the intertwined hands of Zhuqing and Yuan Ge, Dai Mubai felt a bitter pang in his heart. He could not help but recall the scene from the previous night in the corridor of the Rose Hotel, where he had spotted Xiao Wu and Tang San eavesdropping. How far have you two progressed? Yuan Ge stated candidly. Zhuqing has met my parents. Xiao Wu chimed in. The bracelet on Zhuqing's wrist was passed down from my senior brother's family. Yuan Ge's mother just gifted it to her. Suddenly, Zhuqing lifted her head sharply. This was perplexing. Although she had relinquished all expectations of Dai Mubai, it did not signify that she had any remaining feelings for Yuan Ge. How long would this fellow continue to hold her hand? Just as she contemplated withdrawing her hand, Yuan Ge preemptively released it. Dai Mubai wore an inscrutable expression. It was too late to say anything now. His bond with Zhuqing was merely a contractual engagement, and they had never even met. She had traversed great distances, pursued relentlessly to Soto City to find him, only to discover him reveling with a pair of twins in a hotel. What right did he have to criticize Zhuqing? With this thought, he let out a deep sigh. Let us move on. I will escort you to the fourth examination. Setting aside personal feelings, Dai Mubai regarded Yuan Ge and the others favorably. Despite their tender age, their soul power was impressive. He recalled that he had only possessed a soul power of level 29 when he first entered Shrek Academy. However, Yuan Ge's demeanor seemed overly timid. When he sought a room yesterday, Yuan Ge did not even attempt to contest it. This disposition, while appearing polite and amicable, was inadequate in the competitive world of soul masters. Perhaps he might improve with time. As they walked, Dai Mubai introduced himself and provided insights about Shrek Academy. The academy seemed dilapidated, resembling a collection of thatched huts and rickety wooden shanties, which caused Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to frown. Xiao Wu leaned close to Tang San, whispering her complaints about the shoddy academy. However, as Dai Mubai elaborated on the academy's esteemed faculty, they learned that despite its exterior, Shrek Academy was indeed a treasure trove. Not only were the teachers exceptionally powerful, but there were also more of them than students. I'm sorry, Zhuqing. Yuan Ge offered an apology to Zhuqing. She did not contest his address, but inquired, why the apology? I noticed your body trembling earlier, and I couldn't help but grasp your hand. A faint smile graced Zhuqing's cold visage. It is fine. No need to apologize. Applause. Sausages for sale. Sausages for sale. At that moment, a burly man pushing a small food cart approached, his eyes twinkling like peach blossoms and his voice soft and melodious. Sausages for sale. Come on, come on. Don't miss out. Oscar sausages are delicious and sweet, priced reasonably at just 5 copper coins each. Consuming an Oscar sausage guarantees a better chance of passing the entrance exam. Indeed, the vendor was Oscar. One could not deny that the aroma of the sausages was enticing. Although Yuan Ge and the others had already eaten breakfast, the delicious scent stirred their appetites. All right, I shall go buy some. Let's each have one, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Tang San intended to purchase 5, 4 for them, and 1 for Dai Mubai. Sir, 5 sausages, please. Oscar paused. Did you just call me, sir? Is there a problem? Oscar smiled ruefully. Not only is there a problem, but it is quite significant. Brother, I'm only 14 years old. What? The group, save for Yuan Ge and Dai Mubai, stared incredulously at Oscar. Is that true? Xiao Wu's expression was one of disbelief. Indeed, if you don't believe me, ask Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded, affirming his name is Oscar, and he is indeed only 14. Moreover, do not purchase his sausages. Oscar wore a look of helplessness. I rely on selling these sausages for a little pocket money. Enough of the chit-chat. Do you want to discuss? Everyone? Come on, make a sausage. This is not appropriate. With so many people watching. Quickly. All right. Oscar had no choice but to comply. Golden light suddenly gathered in his palm as 2 yellow rings rose from beneath him. He then began to chant the incantation to create the sausage. I possess a grand sausage. In an instant, a sausage identical to the one on the card appeared in Oscar's hand. The onlookers, though only 12 years old, were quite mature for their age and understood the underlying implications of the phrase. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Oscar hurriedly explained, I assure you, this is beyond my control. When a food-type martial soul is used, it requires different incantations to effect changes in the food. My statement was merely an incantation, not something I intended to shout. Furthermore, the quality of my sausages is beyond question. Despite his explanations, the others had lost their appetites, save for Yuan Ge. Having been desensitized to crude jokes in his past life, he found nothing remarkable in the incantation. With a smile, Yuan Ge inquired, as a food-type martial soul, do your sausages possess any special effects? Oscar, thrilled that someone was still interested in buying his sausages after hearing the incantation, eagerly responded, my sausages can restore soul power and stamina, which is precisely why I mentioned they could help with passing the exam. How long can your sausages be preserved? 12 hours. Quite durable. Then, please make 2 for me for the exam later. With that, Yuan Ge produced 10 copper soul coins. Dai Mubai regarded Yuan Ge with a peculiar expression. Yuan Ge, you truly do not mind Oscar's incantation? Yuan Ge shook his head. It is merely a phrase. I do not take it to heart. Besides, consuming these sausages will restore my soul power, and the 4th exam is practical, is it not? My innate soul power is limited, making it quite useful. The others were enlightened, particularly Tang San and Xiao Wu, who understood Yuan Ge's situation well. Though his combat prowess was formidable and he was cunning in battle, soul power and stamina were indeed his weaknesses. Yu Xiaojiang had repeatedly urged Yuan Ge to enhance his physical training, yet Yuan Ge always found excuses to evade it, claiming that such training was impossible in this lifetime. Here we are. Dai Mubai came to a halt. They had arrived at an open area where a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was dozing in a chair. Chapter 39. Xiao Wu, Teacher Xiao, I have brought individuals for the 4th assessment. Is there anyone coming for the 4th assessment this year? And 5 at that. Xiao Wu opened his bleary eyes, surprised as he looked at the 5 young men and women before him. Dai Mubai replied, not only that, they have also been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd assessments. Xiao Wujia's eyes lit up as he stood from his chair. Though he was not tall and appeared quite ordinary, he exuded a robust aura, giving an impression of strength despite his somewhat shorter stature in comparison to 12-year-old Tang San. All 5 have surpassed the 25th level, quite impressive. It seems there are numerous little monsters this year. This is my final trial. By passing my test, you shall officially become members of the Shrek Academy. However, my test is not easily surmountable. Practical combat experience is essential for every soul master. What I shall assess is your capability in this regard. His gaze, warm and smiling, swept over Tang San and the others. I am Xiao Wujia. Since all 5 of you have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd trials, I will personally accompany you for this challenge. You now have the time of an incense stick to get to know one another and discuss your strategies. After the incense burns out, the test will commence. The objective is for the 4 of you to withstand my attacks for the duration of 1 incense stick. As long as one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. I hope you understand. Do not attempt to take shortcuts. No one can escape this area swiftly. Moreover, I must remind you that relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to withstand my attacks. Coordination and teamwork are your only paths to success. As a teacher, Xiao Wujia thoroughly explained the critical points of the assessment. Teacher Xiao, this doesn't seem quite right. Dai Mubai hesitated a voice. Xiao Wujia shot him a glare, stating, what's wrong with it? The dean is absent, and I am the highest authority in the academy. If I say it's good, then it is good. Now, I will light the incense. You have little time, so prepare yourselves. Xiao Bai, you may also inform them of my strengths to give them some preparation. With that, Xiao Wujia took out an incense stick, ignited it, and casually inserted it into the ground. Dai Mubai sighed, beckoning the 5 to come closer while explaining Xiao Wujia's identity and prowess. What? Level 76, Soul Saint. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. Except for Yuan Ge. The other's pupils constricted sharply. Facing an army of 10,000, a Soul Saint could maneuver with ease, let alone against these young ones. Dai Mubai chuckled wryly. Originally, Teacher Xiao was only responsible for supervising the 4th trial. Your opponent was supposed to be me. As long as you could endure for the duration of an incense stick under my hand, you would pass. But who would have thought that today he would take matters into his own hands? Zhuqing maintained a cold demeanor, yet inwardly thought, to hold out an incense stick against you? Are you certain you can endure for an incense stick in Yuan Ge's hands? Subsequently, Dai Mubai elaborated on Xiao Wujia's characteristics. He excelled in strength and defense, with relatively poor speed, though that was merely in comparison to other soul saints. To Yuan Ge and his friends, Xiao Wujia was devoid of weaknesses. Among Teacher Xiao's 7 spirit rings, the first 2 are 100-year rings, the 3rd and 4th are 1,000-year rings, while the last 3 are 10,000-year rings, all enhancing attack and defense. Now, take a moment to introduce yourselves, state your names and abilities, and discuss how best to coordinate in order to withstand Teacher Xiao's trial. Once Dai Mubai finished his explanation, he left the floor open for Yuan Ge and the others to strategize. Tang San spoke first. I am Tang San, a control system soul master with the blue-silver grass martial soul at level 29. Xiao Wu, seeing Tang San had spoken, followed suit. Xiao Wu, beast martial soul rabbit, level 29 assault system soul master. Ning Rongrong chimed in next. I am Ning Rongrong with the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul, a level 26 support system soul master. Zhuqing, still maintaining her icy demeanor, glanced at Yuan Ge and, seeing he had no intention of speaking up, reluctantly stated, I am Zhuqing, with the beast martial soul spectral cat, a level 27 agile attack system soul master. Lastly, Yuan Ge introduced himself. I am Yuan Ge, with the variant martial soul puppet, a level 29 control system soul master. What is a puppet? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. You may understand it as a marionette, a figure manipulated by strings, he explained. At this moment, Ning Rongrong noticed all eyes suddenly turned towards her. Why are you all looking at me? Tang San replied. Your martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tile, which means you are from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. It was impossible for him to disregard Ning Rongrong. Yu Xiaojiang's assessment of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul was succinct. The most powerful support martial soul in the continent. The best companion for all battle system soul masters. Among the 6 insignias of the Spirit Hall, one of the 3 absent from Master S plaque was the 7-treasure glazed tile. This illustrates the immense reputation of this sect within the spirit world. Ning Rongrong stuck out her adorable little tongue and said, "Stop staring. I'm no different from ordinary people. I snuck out from home. Let us focus on passing this trial first. My martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tile with 2 spirit rings. It can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30%. Sustaining this for 1 incense stick is absolutely no problem." Everyone nodded. 30% was quite substantial. However, Yuan Ge interjected, "I apologize, Miss Ning Rongrong, but may I request something of you?" "What is it?" All eyes turned towards him. "During the battle, if I did not request it, please refrain from augmenting my abilities, if that is agreeable." Ning Rongrong was taken aback by his request. It was her first time encountering someone who did not want the assistance of the 7-treasure glazed tile. She felt a twinge of displeasure. Who does he think he is? Although he is rather handsome, does he look down on me or the 7-treasure glazed tile? Before Ning Rongrong could inquire further, Yuan Ge proactively explained, "Please do not misunderstand. My combat relies on control, and I seldom require speed or strength. This request is merely to conserve your soul power. And for me, ultimate control is paramount. An abrupt increase in speed and strength would render me unaccustomed, thus adversely affecting my combat effectiveness." Upon hearing Yuan Ge's reasoning, Ning Rongrong's irritation dissipated. "Oh, I see. I didn't expect him to be so polite." Chapter 40. The battle begins. Dai Mubai approached. Your pairing is quite good. Aside from Yuan Ge and Tang San, there are no overlapping martial souls. They are all control types, which can better prolong the time. How to withstand teacher Zhao's attacks is for you to decide. Xiao San, you have a quick mind. You should arrange the strategy, Yuan Ge suggested to Tang San. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged helpless glances, both exclaiming, "Brother, don't you feel any guilt saying that?" At Nodding Academy, countless students have been vexed by Yuan Ge's antics, only to end up not knowing who had played tricks on them, and some even expressed gratitude towards him. How absurd! Zhuqing recalled the day Yuan Ge had saved her, remembering those powerful soul masters he had toyed with mercilessly. Only Ning Rongrong remained puzzled. Tang San began to strategize. Ning Rongrong will assist the 3 of us. Xiao will take the lead in offense. I will focus on controlling teacher Zhao's attacks, trying to restrict him as much as possible while aiding Xiao Wu in direct assault. Zhuqing, please distract him from the flanks. As for you, brother, just act as you see fit. There was no way for Tang San to arrange a task for Yuan Ge, given his combat style. Everyone nodded in agreement. In such a short time, they could only employ this rudimentary strategy. The effectiveness, however, would only be revealed through actual combat. Regardless, they had never faced such a formidable opponent before. Only through battle would they comprehend the extent of their adversary's power. Yuan Ge was also filled with excitement. Soul Sage. He chuckled. Tang San and Xiao Wu, upon hearing Yuan Ge's laughter, felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively worrying for Xiao Wujing, hoping that their senior brother wouldn't go too far. Have you reached a consensus? Xiao Wujing's booming voice echoed as the incense on the ground had burnt down to its end. All right, Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai responded. Then he stepped aside to watch the battle alongside Oscar, relishing the opportunity to learn. Oscar, sausages, Yuan Ge called out. Okay. Oscar quickly prepared 2 sausages and tossed them to Yuan Ge. Although Yuan Ge had the ability to store soul power for recovery, it required him to keep the public spirit in hand. While it was manageable to battle others, facing a soul sage necessitated his full concentration in combat. Holding onto the public spirit would hinder his control over the puppets. Zhao Wujing, observing this, said nothing further. Instead, he looked at Yuan Ge with newfound respect, acknowledging that few could eat sausages after absorbing Oscar's soul curse. Zhao Wujing lit another incense stick and planted it into the ground. However, before he could call for the start, Ning Rongrong made the first move. 7 treasures glazed tile, she declared, her body gracefully spinning in place. And a dazzling array of colors erupted from within her, coalescing into a colorful pagoda about a foot tall in her right palm. while two yellow soul rings rose beneath her feet. Dai Mubai and Oscar watched Ning Rongrong intently, nearly drooling. Wow, exceptional. This is extraordinary. Ning Rongrong continued. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The second is speed. With a flurry of light, several streams of energy shot from the small tower, merging into the bodies of everyone except Yuan Ge. Tang San and the others felt a significant enhancement in both speed and strength. Xiao Wu was equally astonished, realizing that among this year's candidates was indeed a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan. Not bad, not bad. Old Flander will surely be thrilled this time. Upon finishing his words, he lunged, his fist crashing down towards the ground. Tang San was alarmed. This was not good. Yuan Ge positioned one hand behind him, palm facing up, fingers deftly curling. Tang San and Yuan Ge immediately recognized Xiao Wu's intention. He aimed to disrupt Ning Rongrong's support effect. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently, sending a wave of earthy energy surging towards Tang San and his companions. Yuan Ge, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhuqing swiftly leapt away, while Ning Rongrong felt an invisible thread wrap around her waist, pulling her away from her spot. Seeing his attack fail, Xiao Wu instead smiled. Xiao Wu, go! Tang San shouted, extending a hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu sprang off Tang San's hand, darting towards Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, Yuan Ge unleashed his puppets, this time revealing their true form without any disguise. Zhuqing swiftly maneuvered to the side, planning to launch an attack from behind. As Xiao Wu sprinted, she completed her martial soul embodiment, curling her body into a ball, rolling through the air until she was directly above Xiao Wu, her feet aimed at his neck. Xiao Wu remained stationary, curious to see what this little girl intended to do. Xiao Wu successfully perched on Xiao Wu's shoulder, yet he remained unmoved. It seems lacking in strength. Little girl, he teased, let me show you what real power is. Suddenly, Xiao Wu retracted her toes, pressing them against the carotid arteries on either side of Xiao Wu's neck. Her petite figure began to spin. She intended to rotate Xiao Wu along with her. Although she couldn't achieve this alone, Tang San was there to assist. He had activated his first soul skill, Bind, ensnaring Xiao Wu with numerous vines, which began to release a substantial amount of paralyzing toxins. Simultaneously, the vines rising from the ground pushed Xiao Wu upward. Thus, under the combined efforts of Xiao Wu and Tang San, Xiao Wu began to spin in the air, bound like a dumpling. Xiao Wu bent over, using her thighs to attempt a scissor kick to slam Xiao Wu to the ground. Spinning was quite enjoyable. However, as Xiao Wu's voice rang out, Xiao Wu felt her body stiffen, her rotation abruptly halting. The curve of her waist was yanked back with tremendous force. Bang! In an instant, the vines entwined around Xiao Wu shattered, and 7 soul rings emerged beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Just then, Zhuqing appeared behind Xiao Wu. Second soul skill, Ethereal Claw. Ding, ding, ding. Zhuqing's hands moved with such speed that they seemed to leave after images as they relentlessly struck Xiao Wu's back. The good news was that all 100 attacks hit their mark. The bad news was that they barely made a dent. Haha, little girl. Are you just scratching my back? Just then, Yuan Ge's puppet, under his control, finally arrived. Secret technique, Bind. A torrent of threads burst forth from the puppet, wrapping around Xiao Wu in an instant, binding him tightly like a dumpling, while Xiao Wu and Zhuqing quickly distanced themselves from him. Yah! Xiao Wu exerted force, and the threads around him began to snap one by one. Yuan Ge observed Xiao Wu's condition closely, having absorbed the soul ring of the Shadow Blade Spider. His threads had become exceedingly sharp. If an ordinary person attempted to break free from his bindings, they would surely be left with various bruises. Yet, Xiao Wu bore only a few white marks. This indicated that typical attacks were ineffective against him. So, you all seem to enjoy playing with bindings? Xiao Wu hurled a punch at Yuan Ge's puppet, assuming it was truly Yuan Ge and thus refraining from using much force. Secret technique, swap. Yuan Ge swiftly exchanged positions with the puppet, causing Xiao Wu to miss his strike. As he retracted his fist, Yuan Ge was already in front of him. Secret technique, cross slash. Yuan Ge flung out 2 threads, then retreated sharply. Thu! The cross slash, endowed with armor-piercing effects, sliced into Xiao Wu. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to find his clothing torn open, revealing skin that glistened with blood. Not bad, just a little scratch. Xiao Wu complimented. It was important to note that he was a soul sage, particularly skilled in offensive and physical prowess, so his body was undoubtedly robust. Although it was merely a scratch, it was significant. At that moment, Yuan Ge once again swapped places with the puppet and had already retrieved it, munching on Oscar's sausages. Thank you for the compliment, Teacher Zhao. Had he not held back earlier, I would have had no chance. Indeed, had Xiao Wu used his full strength, he could have easily dispatched Yuan Ge's puppet in an instant, and his restrained attack naturally slowed down. Heh, if I had to use my full strength against you, I wouldn't need to be here in Shrek. Then Teacher Zhao, you must keep your word. Yuan Ge has already devised a strategy to breach his defenses. Perhaps it might even compel him to unleash his full potential. However, one wonders whether he would still be able to maintain his standing within Shrek under such circumstances. Senior brother, please refrain from reckless actions. Tang San exclaimed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What scheme does he intend to pursue this time? Yet Yuan Ge paid him no heed, swiftly devouring his sausage, this time neglecting even his puppet, as he dashed towards Xiao Wu with remarkable speed. Left with no choice, Tang San resorted to using blue silvergrass for protection. Ning Rong, having provided buffs at the outset, continued to spectate. Upon witnessing Yuan Ge inflict actual damage on Xiao Wu, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Heavens, that's the unmoved King Xiao Wu. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness gracious, is Yuan Ge truly that formidable? Oscar had never anticipated that the seemingly refined Yuan Ge, resembling a nobleman, could manage to breach Xiao Wujia's defenses. Dai Mubai nodded slightly, acknowledging Yuan Ge's prowess, though he found one aspect perplexing. What aspect? Tang San inquired. How is it that he possesses only 2 soul rings, yet can employ 3 soul skills? Indeed, why is that? I am uncertain. Let us continue to observe. Zhuqing donned lace half-finger gloves, which transformed into arm armor as she infused them with soul power, encasing her forearms and extending sharp blades from her fingertips, glimmering ominously. She named this soul tool the Blade Armored Gauntlet. Let me test your might, Shadow Piercer. With a swift motion, Zhuqing became a mere wisp as she charged towards Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Xiao Wu, targeting various joints and vital points, save for the most sensitive areas. Yet to no avail, Xiao Wu remained immovable. When Xiao Wu aimed a kick at Xiao Wujia's face, he effortlessly seized her ankle and flung her away. Xiao Wu let out a piercing scream. Xiao Wu. Tang San immediately used blue silvergrass to pull her back, preventing her from crashing to the ground. Little San, Yuan Ge shouted. Tang San understood the implication instantly. Second soul skill, Parasite. The blue silvergrass seeds remaining on Xiao Wujia's body swiftly took root and sprouted, ensnaring him once more. Yuan Ge had now arrived in front of Xiao Wujia, flicking his right hand towards him. With a swish, the puppet materialized, transforming into a shadow that charged at Xiao Wujia's left shoulder. With a light thud, the puppet failed to topple Xiao Wujia, instead being deflected aside. This was precisely the outcome Yuan Ge desired. Xiao Wujia, momentarily shaken, managed to free himself from the blue silvergrass, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he beheld 2 identical Yuan Ges before him. Is this your martial soul? Why does it resemble you so closely? Yuan Ge offered no reply, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Secret technique, replacement. Yuan Ge and the puppet swapped positions, retracting the puppet while simultaneously unleashing the secret technique, cross flash. With a swift motion, 2 deep gashes appeared on Xiao Wujia's back. At this juncture, Zhuqing had also arrived. Shadow Claw. Observing the newly sprouted claws on Zhuqing's arm, Xiao Wujia sensed an ominous portent. Just as he attempted to evade, Yuan Ge sent a thread towards Xiao Wujia's neck. This time, the thread was not transparent and appeared deliberately conspicuous, as if intended for Xiao Wujia to notice. Indeed, Xiao Wujia quickly guarded his neck, aware that its defense was weaker than other areas. A severed windpipe would spell disaster. However, when the thread brushed against his arm, he was taken aback. For this time, the thread bore no offensive capability. Just then, Zhuqing descended upon him with a flurry of strikes, leaving numerous shallow wounds across Xiao Wujia's body, each merely breaking the skin, less severe than Yuan Ge's earlier attacks. Yuan Ge smiled faintly, initially expecting to exert more effort. But Zhuqing had executed a splendid assist. Zhuqing, retreat. Upon hearing Yuan Ge's command, Zhuqing promptly withdrew. Yuan Ge summoned the puppet once more and retrieved 2 small vials, one green and one blue, from the crowd, tossing one to the puppet and directing it to run behind Xiao Wu while he distanced himself as well. Xiao Wu, observing the scratches on his body, felt incredulous. You and that girl consistently inflict these trivial attacks upon me. This serves no purpose and merely wastes your soul power. No purpose, truly? As he spoke, Yuan Ge hurled the vial overhead towards Xiao Wu while simultaneously directing the puppet to do the same. Tang San's pupils constricted in terror as he shouted, "Senior brother, no." But it was too late. The 2 vials collided above Xiao Wujia's head, shattering and showering him with a cloud of powder. Yuan Ge swiftly retracted the puppet and hurried towards Tang San and the others. Prepare for defense, Tang San warned. There was no alternative. Yuan Ge had gone too far. While others were oblivious to Yuan Ge's earlier actions, Tang San certainly was not. The contents were the itching powder and paralysis potion he had helped Yuan Ge concoct. The paralysis potion was one matter, merely inducing numbness. At worst, Tang San's version would be more effective and quicker to act. However, the itching powder was concentrated material, exceedingly irritating. Most importantly, there was no antidote. Not entirely, but it required a special herb for a medicinal bath lasting an hour to completely dispel the effects. Initially, the itching sensation would be doubled upon entering the bath. Do not inquire how Tang San was privy to this information. It arose from an incident at Notting Academy where a child played a prank on Yuan Ge, who retaliated using this very substance. But the crux of the matter lay in Xiao Wujia's multitude of small wounds. The itching powder would penetrate deeply into his skin. Tang San was at a loss for how to proceed. The others, sensing Tang San's grave demeanor, grew increasingly anxious. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Wujia choked on the powder, coughing several times. What is this? He pondered, bewildered by the powder covering his body. Suddenly, why am I so itchy? Xiao Wujia instinctively began to scratch at his skin. Yet, the more he scratched, the itchier it became, leading to his previously minor wounds becoming raw and bleeding. Witnessing Xiao Wujia's plight, the others glanced at the perpetually smiling Yuan Ge, feeling a shiver run down their spines. You little rascal, what have you done to me? Xiao Wujia bellowed in fury. Teacher Xiao, please remain calm. It's merely some itching powder. Once the battle concludes, I shall provide you with the antidote. You will no longer itch. I beg you to endure a little longer. Tang San's lips twitched in the midst of battle. He would rather believe in the existence of ghosts than trust his senior brother's words. Xiao Wujia stifled the itch, yet a peculiar numbness crept through his limbs, rendering him slightly less agile than usual, albeit only slightly. Why do I still feel this tingling sensation? That's the paralysis potion. With your strength, Teacher Xiao. It shouldn't have a significant impact, and it will wear off in an hour. Xiao Wujia was truly feeling numb. It was merely an entrance examination. Did it warrant such underhanded tactics? Yuan Ge immediately offered his apologies, expressing his regret to Teacher Xiao, acknowledging him as a soul sage, and conceding that they could never hope to defeat him. In response, Xiao Wujia, far from calming down, only grew angrier. He let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, what a determination to resort to any means necessary. After allowing you to strike at me for so long, it is time for you to witness my own capabilities. Yuan Ge turned his gaze toward the nearby incense stick, which had burned only a third of the way down. He retrieved the remaining sausage from his possession, hastily consuming it to replenish some of his soul power, having already expended over half of it in the previous exchanges. Tang San, too, felt the strain, having had his blue-silver grass destroyed twice without recovery, leading to significant soul power depletion. Xiao Wujia stretched his body, scratching an itch, and remarked, it seems that, at 80 years old, I can still crush you youngsters. Clearly, I must take you more seriously. Xiao Bai Xiao Ao, what are you laughing at? Be sure to report to me for practical lessons tomorrow. Initially amused by Xiao Wujia's plight, Dai Mubai and Oscar could no longer find humor in the situation upon hearing his words. With a fierce roar, Xiao Wujia suddenly vanished from his position. Alarm bells rang in Yuan Ge's mind. He swiftly unleashed his puppet and utilized a secret technique to swap places with it. using the puppet to cradle Zhuqing while releasing a multitude of threads for protection. Tang San's reaction was even quicker than Yuan Ge's. He executed the ghost shadow misty steps, pulling Xiao Wu back with haste. In that moment, only Ning Rongrong remained frozen in place. The next instant, boom! Xiao Wujia's figure landed at their previous position, the first soul ring flashing as golden light erupted. Buzz! A pained cry echoed. It was Ning Rongrong's voice. Both she and Zhuqing were sent flying. Yuan Ge's puppet held Zhuqing tightly, and with the threads wrapped around her, she sustained minimal harm. However, Ning Rongrong was not so fortunate, as she lost consciousness upon being thrown. Almost simultaneously, Yuan Ge and Tang San acted to catch Ning Rongrong with their respective threads and blue silvergrass, preventing her from crashing to the ground and sustaining further injury. That had been Xiao Wujia's first soul skill, the immovable king body. Had Yuan Ge and Tang San not responded swiftly, they would have been obliterated. Yuan Ge's fingers twitched, and the threads binding Zhuqing immediately loosened. Good reflexes, but what comes next? Xiao Wujia declared, beginning to channel his soul power. Although Yuan Ge was uncertain of Xiao Wujia's intentions, he nonetheless retrieved a spherical object from his belongings and tossed it into the sky. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. As Xiao Wujia shouted the name of his skill, everyone suddenly felt their bodies grow twice as heavy. Hut, hut, hut. At that moment, the spherical object Yuan Ge had thrown struck the ground, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped everyone. Second soul skill, great strength diamond palm. Boom! Xiao Wujia activated his second soul skill, slamming his palm into the air, and in an instant, the smoke produced by Yuan Ge's smoke bomb was swept away. Curse this brat. Suffer a bit. Xiao Wujia swiftly moved to where Yuan Ge's original body lay, seizing him and slamming him into the ground. Boom! Yuan Ge fell unconscious. Not far away, his puppet also collapsed, losing its control. Senior brother, Tang San shouted in horror. Ha ha ha! Xiao Wujia scratched an itch again, explaining, don't worry, he merely fainted. The game of the underworld can be quite amusing. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Xiao Wujia turned sharply. To his astonishment, Yuan Ge's martial soul, the puppet, had risen from the ground, accompanied by an object that sent shivers down Xiao Wujia's spine. A massive crossbow, 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, stood beside him, with 3 6-meter-long iron arrows already nocked. Just as Xiao Wujia intended to speak, the Yuan Ge who had previously lain at his feet unleashed a torrent of threads, binding Xiao Wujia tightly. At that moment, Yuan Ge beside the crossbow pressed a mechanism. Whoosh! The 3 iron arrows shot towards Xiao Wujia with lightning speed. Xiao Wujia's mind raced with a singular thought. This is it. He exerted all his strength to break free from the bindings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 iron arrows whizzed past him, piercing through a nearby structure and continuing for an indeterminate distance, the tremendous force collapsing the entire building into ruins. Xiao Wujia was left shaken, realizing that had the arrows not gone astray, he would have met his demise. Though a soul sage, he could not withstand such an enormous crossbow unprepared. No, that brat shot intentionally wide. Teacher Xiao, I apologize. I accidentally damaged that incense. Perhaps you could light another? Yuan Ge's voice rang out suddenly. Xiao Wujia glanced at the spot where the incense had been, only to find it missing, buried beneath the rubble of the collapsed building. Everyone watched in astonishment at Yuan Ge's audacious maneuver, particularly his smug demeanor, which incited a desire to strike him from everyone except Zhuqing. Although Xiao Wujia longed to light another incense and properly teach Yuan Ge a lesson, he had to maintain his dignity. It's fine, there are still many days ahead. Yuan Ge's time under my thumb is far from over. Xiao Wujia felt that Yuan Ge's shoes were too large and decided he must provide him with a smaller pair. With a resigned tone, he said, well, since the incense is gone, I'll concede this round to you. And you, hurry up and give me the antidote. This itch is unbearable. Yuan Ge turned to Tang San. Little San, the antidote is with you, right? Hand it to Teacher Xiao. Tang San, what? You're not sure whether that thing has an antidote? Yuan Ge remained silent, merely opening his mouth slightly. Tang San's lips twitched in response. All right, that is indeed a solution. However, Teacher Xiao is a soul sage. We'll need to increase the dosage. Tang San approached Xiao Wujia, producing a vial and handing it to him. Teacher Xiao, this is the antidote. The more you take, the faster it will take effect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately poured the entire contents of the vial into his mouth, consuming at least 20 pills. 3 seconds later, bang! Xiao Wu collapsed to the ground. Dai Mubai and Oscar were startled and rushed over. "What have you done to Teacher Xiao?" Dai Mubai exclaimed angrily. Yuan Ge suddenly appeared behind him. Dai Xuizang. Whoosh! Dai Mubai quickly distanced himself from Yuan Ge, fear evident on his face. "Stay away from me." There was no escaping Yuan Ge's insidiousness and cunning, and with the current state of uncertainty regarding his allegiance, Dai Mubai felt compelled to tread carefully. Yuan Ge chuckled softly. "Hee, Dai Shiruzhang, do not be so anxious. I hope you will obediently comply. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Teacher Xiao, would you? What do you want me to do?" Dai Mubai asked through gritted teeth, realizing Yuan Ge harbored nefarious intentions. "Little San," Yuan Ge called out. Tang San, looking exasperated, replied, "Senior brother, please don't intimidate Dai Shiruzhang." Tang San took out paper and pen under the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and began to write, muttering. Teacher Xiao is afflicted with an insatiable itching powder, for which there is no antidote. It can only be alleviated through medicinal baths. Dai Mubai remained vigilant, shielding Oscar behind him. "But why did Teacher Xiao faint after consuming the so-called antidote you provided?" "Because it was not an antidote at all, but rather a narcotic. The itching powder infiltrated Teacher Xiao's skin through his wounds. This is a situation I have never encountered before. For now, we can only lengthen the duration of the medicinal baths to see if that helps. If that fails, we will have to consider other methods." My senior brother feared that Teacher Xiao would suffer greatly from the itching. Thus I was instructed to use the narcotic. As he spoke, Tang San finished writing and tossed the paper to Dai Mubai from a distance. "Follow this prescription to gather the herbs. This was also the reason why my senior brother advised you to behave." Just moments ago, other teachers arrived and, upon hearing Tang San's words, immediately took the prescription to gather the herbs. Zhuqing observed Yuan Ge, who remained unfazed, and glanced at Dai Mubai, who let out a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Wu shared the sentiment. "Senior brother, you are truly mischievous. You have frightened Dai Senior." Yuan Ge replied with a playful oomph. The teacher responsible for admissions, namely Yu Song, a sole emperor from the 63rd class of the assault department, approached. "Goodness, you have even taken down Teacher Xiao. When I said you were monsters, I was merely flattering you, but it turns out you truly are extraordinary." The group stepped back in unison, pointing at Yuan Ge. "He did it. He is the monster." Yuan Ge protested, "Defamation. I accuse you of slander. The itching powder and the paralyzing agent were all crafted by Tang San. The crossbow was also made by him. The narcotic was given to Xiao Wu by him. What does that have to do with me?" Once Xiao Wu was submerged in the medicinal bath, Zhuqing approached Yuan Ge, and they walked together towards the school gate. "Yuan Ge, what is it?" Zhuqing inquired as they walked. She retrieved the lace half-finger gloves that Yuan Ge had lent her. "Here, I return these to you." Yuan Ge looked at the gloves and found it rather amusing. "Did you not notice? This is a lady's glove. Moreover, you have seen my fighting style. Do you truly believe I require such an item?" Zhuqing shook her head. "After all, you purchased this with your own money. I cannot simply take it." Yuan Ge narrowed his eyes. "If I cannot just take it back, does that imply it can be taken in another manner?" "But even if you return the gloves to me, I have no use for them," Yuan Ge replied, looking troubled. "How about you buy them for me instead?" Zhuqing's expression dimmed. "I have no money. Then you may repay me slowly. As a soul master, do you not think you can earn at least 1,000 gold soul coins in the future? As a classmate, I shall not charge interest. How does that sound?" Zhuqing finally accepted the gloves. "All right, I will repay you." When the two arrived at the academy gate, they discovered that Yuan Ge's parents were absent. Just as they were puzzled, another parent, also there to enroll their child in Shrek Academy, approached. "You must be Yuan Ge," the parent said. "Hello, uncle, I am Yuan Ge." He replied politely. The parent smiled. "Your parents left a while ago and asked me to deliver this letter to you." With that, he produced a piece of paper and handed it to Yuan Ge. Stunned, Yuan Ge thought, "No way, my parents couldn't possibly be titled Duos, leaving just a letter behind?" After expressing his gratitude and accepting the letter, he read it and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that his parents had run into some old acquaintances and left early, instructing him to go directly to the Tiando Imperial City to find them for the All-Continent Piano Master Competition in 6 months. Chapter 44. Successfully deceived unbeknownst to Yuan Ge. Although his parents were not titled Duos, A title de law had been observing him all along. Indeed, this title de law was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. He had witnessed Yuan Ge's battle and developed curiosity about this senior, who had grown up alongside Tang San. Having seen Yuan Ge from a distance when he was younger, he was unaware of Yuan Ge's formidable combat prowess. While Xiao Wu had indeed gone easy on him, he had still managed to defeat a soul sage. The presence of such a dangerous individual near his son made this father rather uneasy. He felt compelled to ascertain Yuan Ge's family background. Currently, Tang Hao was trailing Yuan Ge's parents, needing to confirm their connection to the spirit hall. Otherwise, he could not rest easy. Yuan Ge, since your uncle and aunt have left, I shall give you this bracelet. Zhuqing said, pulling out the bracelet given to her by Yuan Ge's mother, Xiao Wu. Do you think you could just take it back? Dream on. Yuan Ge firmly rejected. No, this is a gift from my mother. I cannot accept it. But this is a family heirloom of yours. It would be inappropriate for me to keep it. Zhuqing replied. Yuan Ge narrowed his eyes. Then why not join my family tree? Well, that does make sense. It does not suit you to hold on to it, Yuan Ge conceded. Zhuqing sighed with relief, feeling as if the bracelet was a hot potato in her hands. Yet, hearing Yuan Ge's words, she felt unexpectedly a little disappointed. Just as she was about to return the bracelet to Yuan Ge, he spoke again. However, it would be even more inappropriate for me to have it. Zhuqing was taken aback. What? Did my mother not say? This is an ancestral item, but it is passed down to females, not males. My family has rules. Not only can I not possess it, but I cannot even touch it without facing 3 days and nights of kneeling at our ancestral grave. Zhuqing looked doubtful. Really? Yuan Ge's small face turned serious. Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? If you do not believe me, you can ask my mother next time we meet. It is said that any man from our family who touches this bracelet will face dire misfortune, whereas women who carry it will be blessed with safety. You do not wish for me to suffer misfortune, do you? Huh. Let Zhuqing ask his mother. Who do you think she would side with? At least in this matter. Very well then. I will keep it for you, and when I next see your mother, I shall return it to her. Yuan Ge's expression was sincere. All right, thank you. Otherwise, I might truly suffer misfortune. Zhuqing nodded. No need to thank me. After all, you have helped me greatly. Yuan Ge thought to himself, excellent. I have successfully deceived her. Nearby, in a house, Xiao Wu was soaking a medicinal bath, while Yuan Ge and the others conversed in the open space outside. Ning Rongrong had also awakened. Yuan Ge, what exactly are your martial soul and soul skills? I could not comprehend them earlier, Oscar inquired. Yuan Ge did not hold back and shared the details of his martial soul and soul skills. What? Your martial soul possesses 2 innate soul skills, and each soul ring can provide an additional 2 soul skills? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. As the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had never even heard of such a martial soul. Aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the others, including Zhuqing, were equally astonished. Zhuqing was learning about Yuan Ge's martial soul for the first time. So how did you manage to escape Teacher Zhao's grasp? I clearly saw you being knocked unconscious by him, Dai Mubai queried. It is quite straightforward. From the very beginning, Teacher Zhao was not able to grasp the essence of Brother's true self. Xiao Wu proactively explained that before Teacher Zhao unleashed his soul skill, Brother had released a substantial amount of smoke bombs. Prior to Teacher Zhao dispersing the smoke, Brother's true form had already exchanged places with the puppet. He then manipulated the puppet to feign unconsciousness, and while Teacher Zhao lowered his guard, he activated his 3rd soul skill, Secret Technique Bind, ensnaring Teacher Zhao. Subsequently, he retrieved a crossbow from his storage soul guide and launched a surprise attack on Teacher Zhao. How do you know all of this so clearly? Ningrongrong inquired. Xiao Wu shrugged. How can I not know? Throughout my life, I have only sparred with Brother once, and it was precisely in that instance that he employed this strategy against me. Of course, he used flying knives instead of a crossbow that time. Moreover, Xiao San also discerned Brother's intentions. He had just pretended to be startled, further convincing Teacher Zhao that Brother had indeed fallen into his trap. Tang San nodded, confirming the observation. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, realizing that such an exciting event had transpired after she had fainted. Her gaze towards Yuan Ge became imbued with vitality. After the battle recap, Dai Mubai and Oscar began to discuss their backgrounds. Dai Mubai, aged 15, possessed the White Tiger martial soul, was a level 37 assault-type soul master, and bore 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Oscar, age 14, had the sausage martial soul, was a level 29 Great Soul Master, and also had 2 yellow soul rings. Then came the selection of dormitories, which were all double rooms. Among the boys, Oscar and Tang San shared one room, while Dai Mubai shared a room with Ma Hongjun, whom he had not yet met, and Yuan Ge had a room to himself. Originally, Yuan Ge was meant to share with Tang San, and Dai Mubai was to have his own room. But Yuan Ge insisted on having a single room as he practiced piano every morning, fearing it would disturb Tang San's rest. Tang San had intended to say he didn't mind, but upon meeting Yuan Ge's half-smiling gaze, he chose to remain silent. Yuan Ge declared, "Mine. This entire dormitory is mine." On the girls' side, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu shared a room, while Zhuqing occupied another alone. That evening, Fred gazed pensively at the still unconscious Xiao Wu, who remained submerged in the medicinal barrel. So, the strongest teacher in the academy is simply lying here while working part-time at a convenience store during the day? At dawn, Tang San practiced the purple extreme magic eye on the rooftop, while Yuan Ge played the piano by the window. The keys transformed under his fingertips into a gentle stream, at times as clear as spring water, and at others as profound as a deep pool, each note enveloped in the soft glow of moonlight. Yuan Ge's music awakened all the inhabitants of Shrek Academy, except for Xiao Wu, still lost in slumber within the medicinal barrel. Listening to the piano from her bed, Zhuqing lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling. In that moment, she seemed to forget the turmoil within her family, her identity, and all her worries. Perhaps it would be quite nice to continue like this. Half an hour later, Yuan Ge's piano melody ceased, and everyone gradually exited their dormitory. As they stepped out, Yuan Ge took a moment to water the catnip placed by the window. "Brother, your piano playing is truly delightful." Xiao Wu praised him, as she always did upon hearing his music. Though Zhuqing remained silent, she smiled at Yuan Ge. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong approached Yuan Ge, displaying a charming smile. "Classmate Yuan Ge, your piano playing is the most exquisite I have ever heard, surpassing even some royal musicians." Chapter 45. Ma Hongjun Ning Rongrong's smile left Oscar and Dai Mubai utterly mesmerized, staring blankly. Yuan Ge replied with a smile, "Thank you all for your appreciation. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall practice every morning. By the way, where shall we have breakfast?" Xiao Wu chimed in, "I am quite hungry." Dai Mubai pointed towards the ruins, sighing, "That over there is the kitchen and dining hall. It seems we won't be able to eat at the academy today. There's a village behind. We can go eat there, and let us all go together." "It's on me," Ning Rongrong offered. "No, y'all go ahead. Oscar and I have matters to attend to." Dai Mubai declined her offer. After all, someone needed to care for Xiao Wu, change his dressings, and rebuild the damaged dining hall. Although it was Yuan Ge who caused the damage, it was unintentional, and as a new student, it was unreasonable to expect him to handle it. However, Dai Mubai kept this to himself, while Yuan Ge felt compelled to express his remorse. "Senior Dai, I truly apologize for the damage caused to the dining hall yesterday. Please allow me to handle this as compensation." With that, Yuan Ge produced 10 gold soul coins and handed them to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded. "All right, no problem. By the way, everyone keeps calling me Senior Dai. It feels rather distant. I'm just a few years older than you all, so from now on, you can call me Dai Ge." "Calling you Dai Ge sounds a bit odd. Let us just call you Dai Lauda," Xiao Wu playfully suggested. "That is fine too. Oscar and Ma Hongjun call me that," Dai Mubai replied, glancing at Yuan Ge. To be honest, Dai Mubai felt quite conflicted about Yuan Ge. Although Yuan Ge was exceptionally talented, polite, and seemed cultured, he had taken away his fiancée. Dai Mubai recognized that his engagement with Zhuqing was merely a childhood betrothal arranged by their families, lacking any emotional foundation, and he had escaped to Soto City to indulge in a carefree life, never considering Zhuqing's situation. Moreover, in front of Zhuqing, he had brought twin beauties to a hotel, even competing with her for rooms, ultimately residing next door to her, and had inadvertently overheard Tang San and Xiao Wu discussing Zhuqing and Yuan Ge. Zhuqing had not reproached him for bringing women to the hotel. So what right did he have to criticize her? Since he had no grounds to reproach Zhuqing, what fault did Yuan Ge have, who was unaware of the engagement? At present, he was uncertain how to face Yuan Ge. To claim he held no resentment would be utterly disingenuous. As they walked, Xiao Wu skipped ahead, holding Tang San's hand. Yuan Ge lagged slightly behind, with Zhuqing trailing half a step behind him, while Ning Rongrong brought up the rear. Occasionally glancing at Yuan Ge or Zhuqing, her mind racing with other thoughts. Along the way, the five noticed numerous villagers toiling in the fields with sickles and hoes, rising earlier than Yuan Ge and the others. Just as they were about to find a restaurant for a meal, a quarrel erupted nearby. It was between a boy and a girl. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15, while the boy looked even younger, about the same age as Yuan Ge and Tang San. The girl had an ordinary appearance and wore simple clothing, clearly a child of the village. The boy was overweight but gave off a sturdy impression, with small eyes, short hair, and a chubby face adorned with two whisker-like tufts above his lips, resembling a mouse's whiskers. The girl looked at the chubby boy with some trepidation. "Ma Hongjun, don't come looking for me anymore. I want TB with you." Ma Hongjun protested. "Suehua, Haven T, I treated you well? Why do you want to break up?" The group exchanged glances. Ma Hongjun? Is he the remaining student from Shrek Academy that Dai Lauda mentioned? It seems so. He didn't stay at the academy last night. So he wouldn't be staying at this sister's house, would he? Ningrong speculated. The more they thought about it, the more plausible it appeared. Yuan Ge. Kids these days really do start dating early. Look at how readily they're breaking up. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged silent glances, incredulous. How can you even say that about others? Suddenly, Suehua's face flushed. "You have been quite kind to me, but I simply cannot bear you. We are not suited for one another. It would be best for you to seek someone else. Besides, I am several years your senior. I implore you, do not seek me out again." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ge was not surprised. He recalled that Ma Hongjuan's martial soul had certain issues. At times, he needed to suppress his malevolent flames, but his fire was rather vigorous, and this ordinary girl could hardly withstand it. Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. "What do you mean by cannot bear me? I truly do not understand what you women are thinking. If you wish to break up, so be it. But if you come to me again, I will end it for good. Otherwise, it is not happening." Suehua took a step back in panic, but Ma Hongjun was swift. Seizing her hand, Suehua pleaded, "No, please let me go. Are you even human?" Xiao Wu could no longer bear to watch. She was about to intervene when Yuan Ge stopped her. "Xiao Wu, after all, he is our classmate. But that does not mean he can bully the girl." Xiao Wu protested. "Huh, what you're doing might offend our classmate. We can adopt a more gentle approach." "A more gentle approach?" As he spoke, Yuan Ge directly unleashed his martial soul. "Stop! Let me go!" Suehua screamed. "Kulme, enter the house with me." Just as the two were entangled, a hand gently patted Ma Hongjuan's shoulder. "Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy?" Ma Hongjun impatiently called out, turning around to find himself face to face with a ghostly figure. The Dean. Indeed, standing behind Ma Hongjun was Fred. Immediately, Ma Hongjun attempted to defend himself. "Dean, no, it's not what it looks like. Please, let me explain." Fred remained silent, staring intently at Ma Hongjun. In an instant, Ma Hongjun capitulated, muttering, "I will apologize to Tsuehua right now. I promise I won't do it again." With that, he turned and bowed deeply to Tsuehua, saying, "Tsuehua, I am sorry." Seizing the moment while Ma Hongjun turned, Yuan Ge retracted his puppet. Hearing the commotion behind him, Ma Hongjun thought Fred was about to kick him and quickly turned around. However, Fred was nowhere to be seen. Only a few others remained, watching him with smiles. The boys aside, upon seeing the three girls, Ma Hongjun nearly drooled. Yet, recalling Fred's presence, he dared not act impulsively. Yuan Ge stepped forward. "Hello, you must be Ma Hongjun, right? I have heard Big Brother Dai mention you." Chapter 46, 6. "I am, and who are you?" "We are the new students of Shrek Academy this year. Due to some issues in the dining hall, Dean Fred brought us to the village to find food." Upon hearing Fred's name, Ma Hongjun grew anxious again. "By the way, where's the dean? He left while you were apologizing to this young lady. He seemed quite displeased, but he left so swiftly that we did not catch where he went." Ma Hongjun's face fell instantly. "This is bad. This is really bad." Yuan Ge pointed toward Suehua's house and politely asked, "Excuse me, do you have any food at home? We would like to purchase some." Seeing Yuan Ge, who was undeniably more charming than Ma Hongjun and so polite, Suehua's cheeks flushed. My family runs a restaurant. Then could you please provide us with some food? I am not fond of spicy food, except for spicy rabbit heads." Xiao Wu remarked, "You are quite something." Suehua went to prepare the food, while Yuan Ge invited the others to sit down. Ma Hongjun joined them, and after some introductions, they began to feel more familiar with one another. Since Yuan Ge was the first to converse with Ma Hongjun, he felt most at ease with him, whereas the other girls regarded him with disdain, as if he were refuse. Ma Hongjun leaned in closer to Yuan Ge and whispered, Yuan Ge, there are so many new students this year, but how come there are so many beautiful girls as well? Yuan Ge also leaned in, replying quietly, do not get your hopes up. 2 of those 3 are taken, and the remaining 1 likely will not be interested in you either, given the poor impression you just made. Xiao Wu, noticing their whispering, became immediately displeased. Hey, what are you 2 talking about? Yuan Ge smiled and explained. We were just discussing the earlier incident. Ma Hongjun eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, we were talking about that. How dare you say anything? Grabbing the young lady's hand and not letting go, you are simply a rogue. Hey, Ma Hongjun retorted in irritation. Though you are new and quite attractive, that does not give you the right to speak to me like that. Yuan Ge placed a hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. I am sure there must be a special reason for your actions. Otherwise, Dean Fred would not have stormed off in such a manner. I suspect this is not the first time. Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened. How did you know? The others thought it best not to reveal the truth to Ma Hongjun. I guessed, he sighed. I do not wish for this situation, but my martial soul is an aberrant one. The malevolent flames are uncontrollable. We will all be classmates from now on, and since they witnessed today's events, I might as well come clean. An aberrant martial soul? Yes. My martial soul is a mutated phoenix. What? A phoenix? Except for Yuan Ge, the others widened their eyes in shock. A phoenix is a divine beast. Indeed, but mine is a mutated one. Ever since my martial soul awakened, my flames have become excessively potent. When I was younger, it was manageable, but now it is not. For the past 2 years, I have been venting my frustration on women. Otherwise, it would be unbearable. Only then did the others begin to understand Ma Hongjun. But that is not a justification for holding on to a girl like that, Xiao Wu continued. Ma Hongjun felt a bit aggrieved. True, I should not have acted that way, but I am powerless against my overwhelming fire. All the girls I have dated have broken up with me. I fear I will have to resort to less respectable means in the future. What does that mean? Xiao Wu asked, looking at Tang San. Brother, do you know? Tang San certainly knew, but he was too embarrassed to explain. I do not have much knowledge about it. So Xiao Wu turned to Yuan Ge. Senior brother, you understand the most. Do you know? Yuan Ge nodded. Of course. That means it is a place where one frequently breaks up with girlfriends, and each time, one must pay a breakup fee. The others were taken aback. Wait, it could be explained like that? Yuan Ge looked at Ma Hongjun. I do not recommend you go there. Setting aside the money, who knows if the women there are healthy? Ma Hongjun understood this reasoning. I have no other choice. I cannot afford a high-end venue. Your lack of options does not imply that I lack solutions. Ma Hongjun perked up, looking at Yuan Ge. Do you have a method? Quickly tell me. Brother, if you share it with me, you will be my true brother. The others exchanged peculiar glances, especially Zhuqing, who looked at Yuan Ge with disbelief. Yuan Ge anticipated Zhuqing's reaction, but that was precisely the effect he desired. It's quite simple. If one girlfriend cannot solve your problem, then seek several. Spend the first half of the night at one, the midnight at another, the latter half at a third. And if you still have the energy in the early morning, visit a fourth. Just to be safe, in case any of them are busy or on their period. Add a few more. Upon finishing his words, Yuan Ge gestured to Ma Hongjun, suggesting, find 6 girlfriends, and your problems will be resolved. The crowd stood in stunned silence, incredulous at the absurdity of the proposition. Ma Hongjun, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, why didn't I think of that? Brother, this meal is on me. Yuan Ge lid. Then I shall not hold back. On their way back, Zhuqing repeatedly approached Yuan Ge, yet she appeared hesitant, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. It's not convenient to discuss here. Come to my dorm later, Yuan Ge interjected. All right. Zhuqing acquiesced, relieved at the prospect of a more private conversation. Though Yuan Ge's voice was soft, his words were distinctly heard by all. Ma Hongjun remarked, brother, you truly are a role model for us. You dare to act this way in the academy? Tang San and Xiao Wu felt warmth bloom in their cheeks, recalling the embarrassment of eavesdropping on a particular incident. Ning Rongrong observed Yuan Ge and Zhuqing with a skeptical expression, discreetly pulling Xiao Wu aside to discuss. Xiao Wu, do you think Yuan Ge and Zhuqing? Xiao Wu, unfazed, replied, it's exactly as you imagine. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of disappointment, responding with a resigned, oh, fine. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, oblivious to the discomfort, resumed her attention on Tang San. Upon returning to the academy, They found villagers already repairing the dining hall that Yuan Ge had damaged. With no pressing matters at hand, the group returned to their dormitory. Inside, Yuan Ge sat at the piano, his fingers gliding over the keys as he played Preference. Zhuqing stood behind him, captivated by his performance. Chapter 47. A second encounter with cats. What do you wish to ask me? Yuan Ge inquired, softening his touch on the piano keys as he spoke. Zhuqing, having been enchanted by the music since she arrived, was momentarily startled by his question. She stammered, her thoughts tangled as she grappled with her inability to express her feelings. Not wishing to make her uncomfortable, Yuan Ge continued to play. Are you curious why I suggested Ma Hongjun find several girlfriends? Or perhaps you wish to know how I came to understand what a brothel is? Both, perhaps, she admitted. Yuan Ge ceased playing, stood, and approached her, locking eyes with her. Zhuqing averted her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she realized how close they were. With a charming smile, Yuan Ge explained, Ma Hongjun is our classmate. Such establishments are unsuitable for him. Yet, he must address his personal issues, hence my unconventional suggestion. Even if it may inadvertently hurt those girls, such concerns do not pertain to me. I care only for those close to me. And how did you? Zhuqing began, but Yuan Ge interrupted. Oh, I overheard it while dining at a restaurant. Two ruffians at the adjacent table were spewing vile words, leaving me feeling quite sullied. Outside, eavesdroppers pressed their ears to the wall. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded knowingly. Their senior indeed acted this way. Whenever rumors circulated about them, those who spoke ill often found themselves mysteriously confronted by a group, realizing their senior had transformed into their likeness to retaliate. Thank you, Zhuqing said. For what? Yuan Ge stepped closer, their heights nearly aligned, their noses almost touching. Zhuqing quickly turned her head. Thank you for answering my questions. She felt their relationship was still tenuous, and Yuan Ge needn't provide her with such elaborate explanations. Then, as a token of gratitude, you must grant me a favor. Outside, the onlookers felt a surge of excitement. What favor? Yuan Ge retreated a few steps, pointing to the catnip by the window. Please do not destroy or remove my potted plant. I cherish it dearly. Zhuqing glanced at it, recognizing it from Fred's shop. She recalled it was called catnip, noting its peculiar scent. Clearly, Yuan Ge held genuine affection for it. Of course, she agreed. The crowd outside felt a wave of disappointment. It was merely about a potted plant. Just then, Yuan Ge's voice echoed again within the dormitory. All right, let us begin. Zhuqing was taken aback. Begin what? You agreed to my request. Have you forgotten? He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, his breath warming her neck and face. Pet the cat. Zhuqing's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively moved away. No, we can't. We already. The onlookers outside echoed. Already? What do you mean? Yuan Ge stepped forward, closing the distance as Zhuqing retreated until her back met the wall. He placed one hand against the wall beside her face, leaning in closer. Indeed, but last time we merely brushed the tail. Do you remember your promise? Zhuqing pondered briefly before stammering. There was also the ears. However, she quickly covered her mouth, realizing her slip. Yuan Ge stepped back, feigning disappointment. If you truly do not wish to, then let it be. He returned to the piano, preparing to play once more. Zhuqing, her teeth biting down nervously, clenched her fists, her face flushed with embarrassment. You can proceed. She was a woman of her word, and once promised, she would follow through. With a shout, she declared, martial soul. Possession. Instantly, adorable cat ears and a fluffy tail sprouted from her, standing before Yuan Ge. Outside, the observers gasped in astonishment. Her martial soul? Isn't it a cat? How playful. Zhuqing lowered her head shyly. All right. Yuan Ge remained seated, suggesting, that position is inconvenient. Come sit on the bed. Zhuqing complied, sitting beside him in silence. Yuan Ge reached out, his hand approaching her cat ears. Seeing his hand, she instinctively shrank her head away. Moments later, she felt the warmth of his hand gently caressing her ear tips, then the base, alternating between gentle pats and soft rubs. His touch was delicate and soothing, eliciting involuntary purring sounds from her, so soft she barely noticed. Yet Yuan Ge heard it clearly. A smirk graced his lips as his other hand moved toward her fluffy tail. Outside, the crowd remained puzzled by the sudden silence. Then, a peculiar sound broke through the stillness. Mew. Zhuqing quickly covered her tail, pushing Yuan Ge's hand away. Her face burned bright red. You weren't supposed to touch the tail, only the ears. Without a word, Yuan Ge embraced her waist and pressed his lips against hers. Zhuqing's eyes widened in shock, gazing at the closeness of Yuan Ge, whose eyes were shut, as she regained her senses and attempted to pull away. It was merely a gentle kiss, their lips brushing before parting. Captivated by Yuan Ge's tender gaze, Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as she buried her face in his embrace. This moment felt rather delightful. The two individuals remained silent, and the room was enveloped in a profound stillness. Outside the window, the eavesdropper departed at the sound of a soft murmur, for indeed, eavesdropping is not a commendable act. After lunch, everyone gathered in the square, where Xiao Wu had previously assessed them. Zhuqing maintained her frosty demeanor, betraying no signs of abnormality. However, the bracelet that should have been placed in her dormitory was now adorning her wrist, though its timing was unknown. By the way, Xiao Wu had yet to awaken. Flinder spoke up. This year is promising. We have gained 5 more prodigious talents. I, Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome to your presence. He continued. Shortly, each of you will need to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees financial matters. Dai Mubai stepped forward respectfully, addressing Flinder as Dean. Flinder replied, Another 5 juniors have joined us. Later, please inform them of the Academy's rules, and then return to your quarters to recuperate as best as you can. Our first lesson will commence this evening. Oscar, you, Yuan Ge, and Ning Rongrong are exceptions. You 3 will accompany me. Oscar's expression soured momentarily. Yes, Dean. However, upon seeing Ning Rongrong, his demeanor brightened slightly. Flinder waved his hand, stating, The rest may retire. Remember to restore yourselves to peak condition before nightfall. Do not blame me for the lack of warning. Our Academy's training is unlike any other. You may even face peril. With that, Hongjun dashed away. Fearful that Flinder would hold him accountable for the morning's mishap, and he had a grand ambition to fulfill, to court 6 girlfriends, each with a distinct style. Tang San and Xiao Wu did not leave. Tang San wished to observe Flinder's intentions for summoning their seniors, and Xiao Wu, seeing that Tang San lingered, naturally stayed as well. Zhuqing, on the other hand, had no intention of departing. Flinder, unperturbed, addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Each of you possesses a unique method of cultivation. With different martial spirits, the paths of cultivation vary significantly. In Delua continent, nearly every martial spirit is distinct. Thus, the Academy will not merely teach you how to cultivate your martial spirits, but rather how to utilize them effectively, ensuring your survival and aiding your comrades in future battles. The group nodded in agreement, especially Yuan Ge and Tang San, for this sentiment echoed what Xiaojiang had previously conveyed. Flinder continued, Both of you are support-type soul masters. One enhances attributes, while the other possesses a food-type martial spirit. Soul masters of your caliber require the protection of companions both on the battlefield and in daily life. Without it, survival becomes arduous. Oscar, tell me, how can a support-type soul master ensure their safety on the battlefield? Oscar replied, by positioning oneself behind allies and utilizing the surrounding terrain and structures to evade danger, while maintaining distance from perilous zones. Flinder nodded. That is indeed correct. However, you neglected an essential point. As a support-type soul master, the ability to retreat is paramount. A support soul master who cannot flee is not a proficient one. And what does escaping require? It necessitates physical endurance. Although as soul masters, your physical attributes surpass those of ordinary individuals. The adversaries you may face could very well be battle-hardened soul masters. Hence, as a support soul master, you too must engage in physical conditioning. In critical moments, a single additional step could mean the difference between life and death. A sense of foreboding washed over Yuan Ge, while Oscar wore a pained smile. Flinder continued, As for you, Yuan Ge, I am aware of your circumstances. As a control-type soul master, your physical endurance surprisingly lags behind that of support-type soul masters, which leaves me at a loss for words. While your combat prowess is formidable and your intellect sharp, physical endurance is foundational. Not to mention the challenges posed by close combat against enemy soul masters. Lacking a robust physique hinders your ability to accumulate more soul power, which is critical for a control-type soul master. Do you concur? As for how Flinder came by this knowledge, it was through a letter from Tang San to him, penned by Xiaojiang. Tang San had neglected to deliver it earlier, but seized the chance to hand it over to Flinder after overhearing the conversation. Yuan Ge refrained from discussing the broader context, simply nodding in agreement. I understand. My instructor has also conveyed this to me. Very well. We shall now commence physical training. You are to run 20 laps around the village. Should you not return before dinner, you shall forfeit your meal. You may utilize your martial spirits for assistance. Except for Yuan Ge. Oscar will lead the way. You may begin. Understood. The three commenced their run, though Oscar's countenance could not conceal his bitterness. Though the village housing Shrek Academy was modest, Flinder's reference to the village encompassed the surrounding farmland. One lap comprised a distance of no less than 3 kilometers, rendering 20 laps a staggering 70 kilometers. Tang San and the others began their training in the square while observing the trio running laps. As soul masters, their physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and the initial laps posed little challenge. However, by the 5th lap, things became more strenuous. To the astonishment of all except Tang San and Xiao Wu, Yuan Ge fell behind, even trailing Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai had finished preparing the medicine for Xiao Wu and returned to the square. Is this a joke? Yuan Ge's endurance is inferior not only to Oscar's, but even to Ning Rongrong's. How can this be? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although Flinder had previously remarked on Yuan Ge's poor stamina compared to support soul masters, Dai Mubai had assumed it was an exaggeration. To discover it was indeed true was shocking. Zhuqing, having witnessed Yuan Ge's strength and mystery that night, was equally taken aback by his poor physical condition. Tang San sighed. Yes, my senior brother's stamina is quite lacking. Otherwise, how do you think he has reached the 29th level of soul power? Zhuqing was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Wu interjected. In truth, he is not merely a monster. My senior brother cannot even be classified as a genius. His innate soul power is only at level 6, and his cultivation speed is not particularly rapid. Zhuqing was further confounded. Then how does he? Tang San continued. That is because, since awakening his martial spirit at the age of 6, my senior brother has devoted nearly all his time to soul power cultivation, aside from eating and sleeping. He exhausts his soul power daily before engaging in further cultivation, and when his soul power is depleted, he becomes familiar with his soul skills. To be candid, when the students from Nodding Academy learned the reason behind his high soul power, they felt no envy whatsoever. Dai Mubai nodded, his perception of Yuan Ge shifting positively. I see. It is indeed effort that cultivates such a prodigy. Zhuqing's gaze fell upon Yuan Ge, who lagged behind in the distance, and a pang of sympathy arose within her. Had he forsaken physical training for the sake of soul power? Yuan Ge mused. Is it possible that I have worked so diligently on my soul power precisely because I detest physical training? Oscar, just how far is this lap? Ning Rongrong's voice held a note of exasperation. Oscar replied with a rueful smile. I mentioned it was an impossible task from the outset, but fret not. With 2 support-type soul masters among us, how could we possibly go hungry? Would you like a bite? Ning Rongrong cast a sidelong glance at him. Though still young, she already exuded a certain charm. Heh, I have a delicious sausage. Oscar conjured a sausage and turned to Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge, would you like one too? Despite her fatigue, Yuan Ge maintained her smile. No, thank you, Oscar. Dean Fred said we can't eat dinner until we finish our laps before dark. She had devised a plan to eventually avoid physical training altogether, or at least the more intense sessions, but it would require some hardship. However, it would all be worth it. But didn't the Dean mention that we could use our martial souls to assist? There's a caveat, except for Yuan Ge. Oscar glanced toward the square. It's fine. The Dean isn't here right now. But I can't cheat. Oscar felt a surge of respect. In truth, Fred meant that Oscar and Ning Rongrong could use their martial souls to assist the 3 of them, but Yuan Ge was not allowed to use her puppet as assistance. Otherwise, if Yuan Ge used the puppet to carry herself, what would be the point of training? Yuan Ge understood Fred's intention, but chose to be deliberately defiant. Oscar offered the sausage to Ning Rongrong again. Rongrong, since the Dean 1T let Yuan Ge eat, you should have it. My sausage has a restorative skill as its first spirit ring. It not only promotes healing, but also replenishes stamina and soul power. With my sausage to support you, we could run 200 laps without worrying about food. Ning Rongrong looked at the sausage, feeling a wave of nausea. I still have 2 thick slices of bread. I don't need your sausage. She summoned her 7-treasure glazed tower, accelerated, and sprinted ahead. Yuan Ge and Oscar were left dumbfounded. Although Yuan Ge knew that Ning Rongrong had a fierce spirit, she did not expect her to be so formidable. At that moment, within the seven treasure glazed sect, Ning Ziyuan was listening to a report from the sect disciples. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled. Ning Ziyuan sighed in relief. This little ancestor had finally left. It was good for her to go out and gain some experience. Otherwise, the sect would be turned upside down by her antics. In the evening at Shrek Academy, all except Yuan Ge, who was still completing laps, stood in formation on the playground. Yuan Ge had already run 19 laps, with just one last lap remaining, nearly 3 kilometers. Yet now, she was so exhausted that she could hardly walk, crawling slowly on her hands and knees. Her fingertips were raw and bleeding. As Yuan Ge crawled near the playground, the sight of her pitiful state moved everyone. Xiao Wu and Zhuqing were the first to break, rushing to help Yuan Ge. However, Fred's imposing figure suddenly appeared, blocking their way. "You shall not go." Xiao Wu's eyes turned red. "Dean, senior brother, I said you shall not go." Fred adjusted his glasses. "If you go now, it would be an insult to him." Zhuqing looked puzzled. "Why?" "He has already completed a lap. He only has 200 meters left. His determination is the strongest I have ever seen. Do you wish to see him give up halfway? To see all his perseverance and effort turn to nothing?" 2 tears rolled down Zhuqing's cheeks as she spoke, her voice trembling. "Dean, please let me go. I won't touch him. I just want to be with him." Fred's expression softened slightly. "All right." Xiao Wu also wanted to go, but was pulled back by Tang San. "Were you a third wheel?" Yuan Ge felt her mind spinning, as if she might faint at any moment. Her hands struggled to alternate, and the finish line was just ahead. Closer, closer. Watching Yuan Ge's bloodied hands and mangled fingertips, Zhuqing couldn't help but recall how perfect his hands had looked when he played the piano earlier that morning. But now she remained silent, stepping softly behind him. When Yuan Ge's palm finally touched the starting line they had set, he could bear no more and collapsed before everyone. As they gazed at the still figure of Yuan Ge, silence enveloped the crowd, especially Ning Rongrong, who never expected that the seemingly carefree Yuan Ge, with his noble demeanor, would push himself to such extremes. Reflecting on her own actions made her want to hide away. Zhuqing stepped forward, trembling hands reaching out to embrace Yuan Ge. But at that moment, a deep voice interrupted. "Leave him to me. You all should head to class." The crowd turned to see Xiao Wujie. "Teacher Xiao, you're awake?" Dai Mubai quickly asked. Xiao Wujie snorted. "Humph. I woke up this afternoon." Watching that brat run all afternoon was quite satisfying. Although he said this, admiration shone in his eyes. He approached Yuan Ge and effortlessly lifted him up. "He is awake. I'll take him now. You all go to class." With that, he shot a warning glare at Tang San. Tang San gave a sheepish smile. After he took Yuan Ge away, the others stood in formation once more. "Oscar, have you all completed your laps?" Fred inquired. Oscar hesitated, but eventually replied, "Dean, I have finished." "I meant all of you, not just you." Oscar turned to Ning Rongrong, who had her head down, her gaze fixed on the bloodstains Yuan Ge left on the playground, her expression inscrutable, oblivious to Oscar's attention. Clenching his teeth, Oscar announced, "We've all finished." Yuan Ge was the last one. Fred's expression darkened as he recalled Yuan Ge's earlier struggle and glanced at the downcast Ning Rongrong. "Very well. Come here." Oscar forced a bitter smile. "Run another 20 laps." "Yes," Oscar responded, heading off to run again. Fred's gaze turned stern as he addressed the group. "Do you understand why I still have him running?" Before anyone could respond, he continued, "Because he lied. Your camaraderie is commendable, but it does not excuse dishonesty." He turned to Ning Rongrong. "Ning Rongrong, lift your head. Did you finish?" Ning Rongrong's voice was faint. "No." "Then what were you doing?" Ning Rongrong lowered her head further. "I went to Soto City to eat." "And then?" Her head drooped even lower. "I went to find Oscar and let him." As she spoke, tears began to flow. Chapter 50, Affection Given to You. In truth, if it were any other day, Ning Rongrong would have argued back at Fred. But the image of Yuan Ge's struggle and her own actions filled her with shame. She was a little witch spoiled by her family, often headstrong and willful. Yet her nature was not malicious. She was merely a 12-year-old girl. "What are you waiting for?" Fred urged. Ning Rongrong remained silent, falling in step behind Oscar. Watching her run off, Fred felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for Ning Ziyuan's letter, saying she could be trained freely, he wouldn't have dared to address Ning Rongrong in such a manner. Even with double the courage, he wouldn't have dared. Late at night, the Shrek students returned to the academy, their bodies weary. Zhuqing headed straight for Yuan Ge's dormitory, indifferent to the gazes of others. Gazing at the figure of Yuan Ge, who lay on the bed with his hands swathed in bandages resembling rice dumplings, Zhuqing moved a stool and took her place by his window. She gently unwound the layers of bandage that encircled Yuan Ge's hands, as she beheld the ghastly wounds at his fingertips. Memories of his slow ascent towards the finish line in the evening flooded her mind, causing her eyes to redden once more. Zhuqing carefully applied medicine to Yuan Ge's injuries and retrieved fresh bandages, methodically wrapping each finger with utmost delicacy, fearful of causing him pain. After completing her task, she succumbed to slumber beside his bed. On the following morning, the melodies from yesterday's piano once again shattered the tranquility of Shrek Academy, awakening those who had rested for half the night and the entire morning from their dreams. However, Tang San was an exception. He indulged in a second sleep after practicing the purple extreme demon eye upon waking. Dai Mubai, too, was an exception, having only slept through the morning as he had not returned to the academy with the others, but had sought out the twin sisters instead. Zhuqing abruptly opened her eyes, realizing she was lying in bed, snug beneath the covers. The familiar scent of the bedding enveloped her, instilling a sense of peace. Turning her head to the side, she saw Yuan Ge seated at the piano before the window, his hands skillfully striking note after note, albeit now wrapped in bandages. She threw off the covers, noticing that her shoes and socks had been removed without her knowledge, and with her delicate, fair feet on the ground. She gently embraced his neck from behind. Yuan Ge's music faltered momentarily before resuming, albeit at a softer volume. "When did you wake up?" Yuan Ge inquired softly. "Just now." Zhuqing replied with her usual cool demeanor, resting her cheek against his temple. "Stop playing. Your hands aren't healed yet. It's nothing serious, just superficial wounds. By the way, thank you." "For what?" "Thank you for rewrapping my bandages. Without your help, I would not be able to practice." "How did you know it was me?" "I awoke from the pain when teacher Xiao was wrapping my hands yesterday." Zhuqing chuckled, a fleeting yet dazzling smile reminiscent of a blooming flower. "You should smile more. It suits you well," Yuan Ge remarked, though unable to see her expression from his angle. He could easily imagine her radiant smile. Zhuqing chose not to respond to his compliment, and instead asked, "Is this piece the same as what you played yesterday? What's its name?" "Favor. A gift for you. Do you like it?" "Yes." It was evident that the world of soul masters was remarkable. The restaurant that had collapsed just 2 days prior was already restored. During lunch, with the exception of Oscar, who was absent, everyone engaged in lively discussions about the events of the previous night. It turned out that Fred had taken them to the Soto Great Soul Arena for a match, participating in real combat. "Haha, senior brother, you have no idea how foolish that opponent was. I barely stammered and easily knocked him off the stage," Xiao Wu boasted animatedly. Last night, Xiao Wu's one-on-one opponent was a power-type soul master, a large and honest man who, upon seeing the beautiful Xiao Wu, became excessively nervous, urging her to leave as it was not a place for play. Ultimately, she used her first spirit skill and sent him flying off the stage. A truly embarrassing moment for him. "Impressive, impressive," came the chorus of admiration. With bandages wrapped around his hands, Yuan Ge continued to eat, now on his third bowl, while Zhuqing prepared a fourth for him. He had barely eaten lunch the previous day, had run 20 laps around the village, and crawled for 2 more, exhausting his stamina. He had not eaten dinner, nor had breakfast today, nearly starving. "Slow down, don't choke," Zhuqing cautioned as she placed the freshly filled bowl before him and poured him a glass of water. "All right," Yuan Ge replied, slowing his pace. After consuming 3 bowls, he was nearly full. The others observed this scene with a sense of discomfort. Why is everyone silent?" "Continue, please," Yuan Ge said, blinking innocently at the half-asleep crowd. In a crucial moment, Ma Hongjun chimed in, "Ahem, Yuan Ge, do you know who Zhuqing's opponent was last night?" His tone distinctly referred to Brother Yu rather than Yuan Ge, which did not go unnoticed by the others. "Who?" This was something Zhuqing had not disclosed to Yuan Ge. "Your junior brother, Tang San, and he lost." Tang San, fearing that Yuan Ge might misunderstand, quickly raised his hands. "Brother, although I won, I did not harm her at all." Yuan Ge rolled his eyes. "Why are you so anxious? It was merely a match. Even in sparring, there's a risk of injury." Tang San retorted, "If it weren't for that look you just gave me, as if you wanted to devour me, I might have believed you." "Zhuqing, how many matches did you fight?" "2. Zhuqing's voice remained cold. "One was against Tang San, which I lost, and the other was a doubles match with a temporary partner, which I also lost. She had not chosen Dai Mubai as her partner, fearing that it might lead to misunderstandings with Yuan Ge. Xiao Wu crossed her arms. Well, that was because the opposing team had a power-type soul master and an agility-type soul master. You were a support and an agility type. How could you compete? Yuan Ge chuckled. That simply indicates your lack of strength. Consider this. If you encounter a true enemy, the stakes are not merely losing a match, but rather life and death. Well said. Fred entered the room at that moment, glancing at the group. So, you all must prepare for even more rigorous training. Have you finished eating? Let us proceed to the second lesson. Thinking they would be running, Yuan Ge quickly finished his meal and gulped down the water Zhuqing had poured for him. Fred noticed Yuan Ge's actions and smiled knowingly. As Yuan Ge was about to step out, he sneezed, feeling as if there were always schemers plotting against him. Chapter 51. Visiting the doctor, the group stood in a line on the playground as Fred's sharp gaze swept over each of them. Now for the second lesson. Where's Oscar? Suddenly, Fred noticed one person was missing, and he was the most crucial one. It's already noon. Where is he? Still sleeping in? Principal, I'm here. Oscar hurriedly approached. Oscar, where have you been? Were you trying to run laps again? Oscar quickly shook his head. No, Principal, let me explain. I made a breakthrough. I've reached level 30. What? The group gasped, including Yuan Ge. It was astonishing that Oscar, a food-type soul master, had achieved level 30 at such a young age. Not yet 14. Yuan Ge clenched his fist, realizing he must strive harder. Plans must change. Fred was in high spirits, exclaiming, Good. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the second student to reach level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you. Thank you, Principal, Oscar replied bashfully, scratching his head. His face, devoid of stubble, was now second only to Yuan Ge in attractiveness among the Shrek students. Now, let us begin the second lesson. Today's task is simple. Everyone, except Oscar, must eat a sausage made by him. Xiao Wu immediately protested. What? Principal, what kind of lesson is this? This is known as adaptive training. I ask you all, which is more vital, life or pride? When faced with the choice of one over the other, which would you select? Oscar, though somewhat lewd in demeanor, is a food-type spirit master with innate full soul power and exceptional talent. The martial soul sausages he creates are the finest food-type martial souls I have ever encountered. During your time at the Academy, he will be one of you, and you will undergo training together. If you cannot establish a rapport with him, you will squander the opportunity to have an excellent support partner. Moreover, this serves as a test of your mentality. If you cannot accomplish even this, how will you survive in the world of spirit masters? To survive, one must employ all means necessary. Do not be surprised at the notion of consuming a sausage. In times of peril, one would resort to eating anything, even rats, cockroaches, or earthworms. Ignoring the discontented expressions of the crowd, Fred instructed Oscar to prepare 2 sausages. One was the familiar large sausage, while the other was a small sausage capable of detoxifying. Who will go first? Fred inquired, but no one responded. In that case, Yuan Ge, you shall demonstrate by consuming both. I have heard that during your sparring session with Teacher Zhao, you managed to eat 2. Yuan Ge grimaced, feeling as though he were the target of some malicious intent, realizing he was being set up. Dean, I truly cannot eat anymore. I just had a substantial meal, including 4 large bowls of rice, and I am quite stuffed. Fred, undeterred, insisted, that is all the more reason for you to eat. In the wild, one often eats one meal and goes without another. Thus, it is crucial to be well fed. If you refuse to eat, you may as well start running laps right now. Left with no choice, Yuan Ge reached for the sausages in Oscar's hand, only to be outpaced by 2 others. Zhuqing seized the small sausage, while Ning Rongrong took the large one. I wasn't full earlier, Zhuqing stated before devouring the small sausage. Ning Rongrong scoffed. What's the big deal? It's not like I've never had one before. The crowd was astonished. You've had one? Ning Rongrong replied with a hint of pride. Oscar fed it to me last night. This was during their 20 laps, which they completed late into the night, returning around the same time as Tang San and the others. However, as they were spirit masters, their recovery rate was high. After 8 or 9 hours of sleep, their stamina was fully restored. In the end, Fred decided to spare Yuan Ge, recognizing that his lack of psychological burden regarding food meant that overeating would be counterproductive. Excellent. Everyone has passed, Fred nodded, offering words of praise. Now, disperse and remember to rest well. Tomorrow morning, Teacher Xiao Wu will take you to the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring. This is not solely Oscar's endeavor. It is also a trial for all of you. Unless absolutely necessary, Teacher Zhao will not intervene. Just as Fred was about to depart, Yuan Ge called out to him. Dean, is there a problem? Fred inquired. Well, Dean, my fingers haven't fully healed, and I'm not very nimble with the control of my strings. May I see a doctor in town? Upon hearing this, Fred became serious. He understood that Yuan Ge's puppet strings relied heavily on his fingers for manipulation, and any lingering issues could be troublesome. Let's go. I shall accompany you to find a medical spirit master. With that, he took Yuan Ge and soared into the sky towards Soto City. The others exchanged glances filled with concern for Yuan Ge, except for Zhuqing, who looked perplexed. Did you not mention it was merely an external injury this morning? The only one unconcerned for Yuan Ge was Tang San. Based on his understanding, his senior brother was likely deceiving Dean Fred, seeking an excuse to avoid physical training. This was not the first time. He had previously used a different excuse, but the process was fundamentally the same. My senior brother, in his quest to evade physical training, truly exhausts his creativity. Fred's speed was commendable, and soon they arrived at a medical clinic. The physician within possessed a healing martial soul and exceptional medical skills. Upon seeing them enter, he looked up and welcomed them, asking, what seems to be the problem? Yuan Ge stepped forward, raising one hand while the other remained in his pocket. Doctor, my hand is injured, and I feel my control over soul power is somewhat impaired. Oh, it may be that your meridians are affected. Let me take a look. He took Yuan Ge's hand and began to infuse his own soul power for examination. This appears to be just a minor external injury. At that moment, two almost imperceptible threads extended from Yuan Ge's pant leg, carrying 2 gold soul coins, which fell silently at the doctor's feet. Fred's attention remained on Yuan Ge's hand, and Yuan Ge executed this discreetly, so it went unnoticed. Just as the doctor was about to voice his curiosity, Yuan Ge interjected, Doctor, you seem to have dropped some money. The doctor instinctively looked down and indeed saw 2 gold coins, although he had not brought any money with him, as it was in his drawer. Yuan Ge subtly moved his fingers, and the threads transformed, forming a line of text. Follow my lead, and the coins are yours. The doctor, maintaining his composure, bent down to pocket the coins. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Upon my diagnosis, your meridians are indeed obstructed, which is affecting your control of soul power. Fred asked anxiously, can it be treated? The doctor pondered briefly. It's hard to say, young man. Please explain how you sustained this injury. Below the table, the doctor casually crossed his legs, seemingly kicking Yuan Ge lightly. It's your turn. Yuan Ge understood immediately, a slight smirk gracing his lips. I am a student from Shrek Academy outside the city, and during training, my hands suffered abrasions. Is it possible that bruised blood is obstructing the flow of my meridians? The doctor nodded slightly. While your explanation is not entirely accurate, there is indeed some truth to it. Can your hand still move? Yes. And wouldn't increased activity help clear the bruised blood and restore the meridians faster? The doctor regarded Yuan Ge with a look of approval. It seems you possess some medical knowledge. Indeed, more movement can be beneficial. Yuan Ge continued, but what if I sustain such injuries again? I have heard that repeated injuries can worsen the condition. Ah, you must have heard that from another doctor. That is indeed the case, especially regarding the meridians, which are particularly fragile. You must be cautious and avoid such injuries in the future. Now let me treat you. Thank you very much, Doctor, Yuan Ge said, bowing in gratitude. Upon leaving the clinic, Fred exhaled in relief. You should have simply walked back if you lacked the strength to run. Why resort to crawling? Yuan Ge replied earnestly, since the dean requested running, I must fulfill that request dutifully. The fact that I can still walk indicates I possess strength. Therefore, training cannot be compromised. Fred nodded in approval. Good lad, you have spirit. I grant you special permission. In future physical training sessions, you may cease if you feel your strength waning. What? Future physical training? No, it must end today. I apologize, Dean Fred. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept it. And why is that? Do you think everyone trains together while I can choose to stop or continue? What will others think of me? Moreover, training is training. It is better not to practice at all than to give up halfway. Fred nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was the case. So what do you mean? Yuan Ge replied, I possess certain flaws in my character. Once I set my mind on something, not even a herd of oxen could pull me back. Therefore, as long as you allow me to engage in physical training, I will complete it without fail. If my arms grow weak, I will use my teeth. Even if it means biting the ground, I will crawl back inch by inch. Fred was taken aback. He might not believe such words from others, but he had no choice but to trust Yuan Ge, especially since the situation was laid out before him. Then do not participate in physical training. While the others train, you shall engage in soul power cultivation or practical combat in the soul arena to enhance your battle awareness. Yuan Ge's lips curled into a slight smile. No, Director Fred. How could I be treated specially? It must be done regardless. Be quiet. This is an order, no negotiation. Yuan Ge sighed, yes, Director. Fred nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Ge thought, excellent, I've managed to deceive another. Upon learning that Yuan Ge would no longer need to partake in physical training, the others speculated whether there was an issue with his health. After confirming with Fred that Yuan Ge merely needed to exercise his fingers, they finally felt relieved. Tang San gave Yuan Ge a thumbs up. Senior brother, well done. Yuan Ge understood Tang San's meaning. His plans were not hidden from him, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the compliment. The group tilted their heads in unison, puzzled. Yuan Ge had indeed struck a stroke of luck, not only avoiding physical training, but also establishing a persona of perseverance. In truth, Yuan Ge's character was indeed like this, though perhaps not as exaggerated. During dinner, everyone gathered to learn about the Stardew Great Forest. It is a remarkable yet perilous place, a cradle for soul beasts, favored by powerful soul masters, and also the site of significant casualties among them. The Stardew Great Forest is one of the 3 most famous habitats for soul beasts on the Dolua continent. Its vast area nearly equal to that of the Bala Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, with 2/5 of its area in the Tiando Empire and 3/5 in the Xinglua Empire. It is a vast primeval forest. The terrain within the forest is complex, featuring wetlands and swamps, and the soul beasts are formidable. The closer one gets to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become, with even 10,000-year soul beasts residing there, surpassing the Titan Great Ape and the Blue Silver Bull. Any soul master, provided they possess sufficient strength and luck, can find the most suitable soul ring for themselves within. Early the next morning, everyone gathered on the playground, and Xiao Wu had been waiting for some time. However, 2 individuals were missing, Yuan Ge and Tang San. Xiao Wu's face turned a shade of iron. Where is that little rascal? The others were aware that, although 2 were absent, Xiao Wu was referring specifically to Yuan Ge. Oscar, Tang San's roommate, quickly responded, Tang San was still cultivating when I got up this morning and missed breakfast. He probably lost track of time. I'll go call him. And that little rascal? Xiao Wu pressed. Dai Mubai interjected. Now that you mention it, I indeed didn't hear Yuan Ge playing the piano this morning. He practiced even with his fingers injured yesterday. It's strange he hasn't made a sound today. Everyone nodded slightly. This was indeed unusual. Just as Xiao Wu was about to send someone to call Yuan Ge and Tang San came running over. Xiao Wu snorted. Give me a reasonable explanation for your tardiness. Otherwise, we will practice again. Yuan Ge maintained a smile, first nodding at Zhuqing, who looked worried for him, reassuring her before responding, apologies, Teacher Zhao. This morning, I dreamt that I had broken through to level 30, and upon waking in surprise, I realized I was indeed close to a breakthrough, so I engaged in cultivation. I am now at level 30. Tang San's mouth twitched. His senior brother was rambling again. No worries, he tended to ramble. Maintain formation. Having spent considerable time with Yuan Ge, Tang San had also changed somewhat. I had a dream too. I dreamt that I broke through to level 30, and after waking, I cultivated again, and indeed, I reached level 30. Oh, what did you both dream about? You can break through in your dreams? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Yuan Ge winked at Zhuqing. I dreamt of Zhuqing. We cultivated together, and our progress doubled. Chapter 53. Xiao Wu. Let me carry you then. Tang San instinctively added, I also dreamed about Zhu. No, I meant Xiao Wu. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Initially, they thought Yuan Ge was babbling nonsense, but now with Tang San's comment, they confidently removed the thought from their minds. Zhuqing covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, while Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Tang San. Little San, cough, cough, just try to lighten the mood. Xiao Wu waved his hand. All right, you little rascals, stop the nonsense. Xiao Wu pouted. Why not call him a silly bear then? What did you say? Xiao Wu's tone turned stern. Tang San quickly shielded Xiao Wu. attempt to mediate. Teacher Xiao, my sister is just joking. Xiao Wuji's expression softened a bit. All right, the Stardew Great Forest is not a place for frivolity. Let us set off. Mubai will lead the way, Yuan Ge will follow behind, with Xiao Wu and Zhuqing flanking and the rest in the middle. Xiao Wuji's arrangement was quite reasonable. Due to Yuan Ge's presence, Tang San concealed his combat prowess. In Xiao Wuji's eyes, Yuan Ge was the strongest among them, even surpassing Dai Mubai. Logically, the strongest should lead the charge, while the second strongest would bring up the rear, but Yuan Ge was an exception. What? You want Yuan Ge to scout ahead? And with his true form? Without his third skill? ISNT that's sending him to his doom? He is too fragile. As for Tang San, in Xiao Wuji's view, he was merely an ordinary control-type soul master using blue silvergrass to bind opponents. However, if Yuan Ge were to face Tang San in a duel, Yuan Ge believed the odds would be 3-7 in favor of Tang San. Well, Tang San could kill Yuan Ge 7 times in 3 minutes. At the very least, it wasn't that Yuan Ge lacked confidence. It was simply the truth. Tang San was exceptionally formidable. But this was only the present. As Yuan Ge acquired more soul rings, his combat style would become increasingly unpredictable. The group's method of travel was straightforward, running. However, Yuan Ge was an exception, due to Fred's explicit instructions against allowing Yuan Ge to engage in physical training. Even while traveling, he was not permitted to run. Thus, Yuan Ge was currently being carried by Xiao Wuji. More accurately, Yuan Ge had transformed a puppet to resemble Xiao Wuji and instructed the puppet to carry him, controlling it as they moved. Xiao Wuji wore an exasperated expression. I said, "You rascal, can't you make the puppet take on someone else's appearance? Do you understand the concept of respecting your teacher? Then who does teacher, Xiao, want to carry me? Yuan Ye Incurid. Fred? No way, he asked the director. That won't he do?" Xiao Wuji pondered for a moment. How about Mubai? You mean Dai Mubai? Dai Mubai, who was running at the front, perked up his ears and roared, "No way. I absolutely refuse. No matter how one puts it, Yuan Ge has indeed run off with his fiancée, E. Even aside from that, the sight of carrying a man on one's back during the journey feels rather awkward. Teacher Xiao, if the person concerned disagrees, perhaps you could consider a different option?" Xiao Wuji pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about Zhuqing? The bond between you two seems rather intricate." Zhuqing cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wuji before turning her head back to continue on her way. If Yuan Ge were to transform the puppet into her likeness, she wouldn't be opposed to it. "Oh my, Teacher Xiao, I never expected you to be this kind of person," Yuan Ge chirped. Xiao Wuji was taken aback. "What do you mean by this kind of person?" He sighed. "Fortunately, your martial spirit isn't a puppet. Otherwise, during the day, you'd have the puppet carry you on its back like a girl, and at night, you'd dare to have it silence me in bed." Xiao Wuji could hardly contain himself, his face reddening slightly given the presence of so many students. "All right, just continue transforming into my likeness." A chorus of laughter erupted from Shrek and others, unable to stifle their mirth. "What are you laughing at? Keep laughing, and each of you will carry 50 kilograms of stones," Xiao Wuji exclaimed in exasperation. Along the journey, apart from Yuan Ge, the others stopped every hour to enjoy sausages crafted by Oscar, maintaining their energy levels. Even Ning Rong managed to keep pace. As for Oscar, he was carried in turns by Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, as crafting sausages also consumed soul power. By the time night fell, they had traversed nearly 400 kilometers and arrived at a small town, situated close to the Stardew Forest. The town lacked walls, yet thrived with activity, bustling with soul masters. The marketplace was vibrant, filled with a variety of goods, most pertaining to soul masters. The saying, "Live off the mountains if you're near mountains, and off the water if close to water," certainly rings true here. Xiao Wuji pointed to an inn and declared, "We shall stay here tonight. Rest well. Tomorrow we will enter the Stardew Forest. Accommodation and meals will be at your own expense." Shrek Academy was not wealthy. The campus consisted of thatched cottages and wooden houses. Individuals like Xiao Wuji and Flander had no income. Tang San and his companions fared better. With soul powers under level 40, they received subsidies from the Spirit Hall, sufficient for their daily expenses. However, Yuan Ge was an exception. Aside from awakening his martial spirit, he had never visited the Spirit Hall. Having decided to join Tang San's faction, the Spirit Hall became an inevitable adversary. Thus, to safeguard his information, Yuan Ge had never claimed any subsidies from him. Fortunately, his family was quite affluent, his father a baron, received a monthly subsidy of 1,000 gold soul coins from the Tiando Empire, and together with his mother, they ran a piano class, enjoying considerable prestige in the music industry with a substantial income. "Teacher Zhao, may I step out for a bit?" Yuan Ge inquired just as they were about to enter the inn. "You may, but be cautious. This place is a mix of all sorts, so watch your safety," Xiao Wu advised without asking Yuan Ge about his intentions. "I'll join you," Zhuqing remarked. Yet Yuan Ge shook his head. "Zhuqing, it's best for you to rest at the inn after a long day of travel. I'll just step out to buy a few things in return." "All right, take care," she replied, her ears slightly flushed as the others exchanged knowing glances. "I'll be off then." He first entered a clothing store, purchasing a black cat mask, which he split in half and affixed to his face using soul power, before proceeding into a store selling soul beast materials. The proprietor, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a level 29 great soul master, was taken aback upon seeing the masked Yuan Ge, though he had encountered many who wore masks. This particular style was a first for him. Yuan Ge's mask was quite peculiar. Unlike most half-face masks that covered the upper or lower parts, his covered the right half of his face. "What can I assist you with, young man?" the shopkeeper inquired. "I wish to purchase items that attract soul beasts, as well as those that repel them," Yuan Ge replied. "Ah, repelling soul beasts is simple. The dung of high-level soul beasts will suffice. As for attracting them, it varies depending on the type of soul beast you wish to draw in." After a moment's thought, Yuan Ge specified bird-type soul beasts or spider-type, or even a mixture if need be. This was also the direction Yuan Ge intended to take for his third soul ring. "Very well," the shopkeeper nodded, retrieving 3 small pouches, each akin to a sachet. However, only the leftmost one emitted a pleasant aroma. The other 2 were far from fragrant. The pouch that attracted spider-type soul beasts contained meat favored by them, treated through certain secret methods, and indeed, it was soul beast meat. The second pouch, aimed at attracting bird-type soul beasts, contained an unknown substance, as it was part of his recent stock. The third was a mixture, emitting a somewhat pleasant scent, with its potential to attract various soul beasts left to chance. "And how do I use them?" Yuan Ge asked. "Simply open them," the shopkeeper replied, then produced a wooden box approximately the size of a plate. "This contains the dung of a 10,000-year soul beast. When camping, sprinkle it around your feet to repel soul beasts below 10,000 years." "I'll take them all. How much is it?" Yuan Ge inquired. 800 gold soul coins," the shopkeeper stated. Yuan Ge turned to leave, prompting the shopkeeper to quickly call out, 700 gold soul coins. Yuan Ge did not look back. 600, 550, 500. "I cannot lower it any further." Only then did Yuan Ge return, insisting 400. "That's my final offer. If not, I shall take my leave." The shopkeeper shook his head. "No, 500 gold soul coins is the lowest I can go. However, I can throw in a little something extra." "Extra? What sort of extra?" The shopkeeper bent down and retrieved a small box, from which he produced a blue gem. "Here, this is it. I found it a while back." Yuan Ge examined the gem, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet replied, "What is this? What use does it serve me?" The shopkeeper explained, "I cannot say what it is, only that it is beautiful. One day, I held it while lying in bed, and before I knew it, I fell asleep. Upon waking, I found it on my forehead, and I had a dream, though I cannot recall its content." "But what does that imply?" Yuan Ge had already connected the dots, realizing its similarity to the gem in the public domain. The shopkeeper continued, "Indeed, it doesn't imply much, but every time I place it on my head, I dream. Even when awake, I dream. If I'm fatigued, placing it on my head revitalizes me. Consider it a whimsical item. Had I not been without customers for 3 days, I wouldn't part with it. Given your description, it seems quite valuable." "Very well then," Yuan Ge agreed, settling the payment and carrying his acquisitions out of the shop. However, the blue gem would not fit into his pouch. Fortunately, a nearby jewelry store allowed him to have the gem fashioned into a pendant, which he planned to gift to Zhuqing. After completing these errands, he headed back towards the inn. Inside the inn, a conflict was erupting. The incident stemmed from Yi Zhiqiu, a teacher from Tsanghue Academy, taking 7 students, comprising 6 boys and 1 girl, whose beauty caught the attention of Ma Hongjun, who commented that the girl was quite attractive. The students, clad in their impeccably neat uniforms, drew a remark from Dai Mubai, who scoffed at the insignificance of Tsanghue Academy. Their behavior was influenced by Fred's assertion that a soul master who avoids trouble is not a worthy one. If Yuan Ge were present, he would undoubtedly quip that they had misinterpreted Fred's words. For instance, if Shrek Academy students were to simultaneously covet an item or contest a prize, and manage to seize it, that would align with Fred's sentiment. However, their actions could only be deemed as deserving of the consequences they faced. As a server passed by Dai Mubai with a tray of food, the students from Tsanghui Academy, seeking revenge for Dai Mubai's earlier remarks, intentionally bumped into the server with their shoulders. The server yelped, and the food splattered onto Dai Mubai's head. Tang San, seated beside Dai Mubai, reacted swiftly, catching the tray and preventing the mess. The Tsanghui students smirked, feigning innocence before abruptly kicking Dai Mubai's chair. Their motives for targeting Dai Mubai were clear, given his loud insults. Yet, Dai Mubai was not easily intimidated. He blocked the student's kick with his calf, causing the student to feel as though he had struck a steel plate. Get lost! Dai Mubai retaliated with a palm strike aimed at the student's chest, who hurriedly tried to defend himself, but was sent flying towards the Tsanghui table. Yi Zhiqiu quickly restrained his student, who then coughed up blood, visibly weakened. Dai Mubai, stretching lazily after his strike, feigned remorse for his accidental aggression. Observers, including those from Shrek, found Dai Mubai's demeanor rather infuriating. A brawl ensued, startling some patrons into fleeing the establishment, while others eagerly anticipated the spectacle, as such a clash among soul masters was a rare sight outside of the battle arena. In the aftermath, 5 male students from Tsanghui found themselves swiftly defeated by Xiao Wu. The strongest among them, with a soul power of level 27, had been the first to be knocked aside, while the remaining students were below level 25. Xiao Wu's charming appearance deceived them, and they were easily dispatched without even activating their martial souls. Fortunately, their injuries were not severe since their souls had remained dormant. Yi Zhiqiu, exasperated, chastised the students for their lack of martial soul activation. He beckoned them to rise, and they complied, shouting in unison, "Martial soul, activate!" In a synchronized display. The 5 boys revealed their martial souls, each a second ring great soul master, adorned with the same soul ring colors, 1 white and 2 yellow. Dai Mubai chuckled, questioning the caliber of Tsanghui Academy. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Men should resolve their disputes among themselves. With that, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun stood in unison, showcasing their martial souls and activating their soul rings. Tang San and Ma Hongjun revealed 2 yellow rings each, while Dai Mubai displayed 2 yellow and 1 purple ring. The opposing students were left in shock. Well, what do we even have left to fight? Chapter 55. A defensive stance before a bold assault. Yi Zhiqiu could no longer remain seated and stood, gesturing for his students to cease their actions. In his eyes, Dai Mubai and his companions, despite their youth, were akin to soul sovereigns, and their soul rings were perfectly matched, true prodigies. He recognized that defeating such individuals would not only be futile, but also invite trouble, as they were likely nurtured by a powerful sect. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Tsanghui Academy. May I inquire which sect you hail from? Yi Zhiqiu maintained his politeness, though he sensed the pressure emanating from their unleashed soul rings. Before Dai Mubai could respond, Ma Hongjun, brimming with pride, declared, "We are from Shrek Academy." He cast a lingering glance at the female student, as if wishing to undress her with his eyes. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback by this revelation, having never heard of Shrek Academy before. "You must be quite uninformed," Dai Mubai retorted, acknowledging the pang of envy within Yi Zhiqiu. He had thought Tsanghui Academy's standards were high, only to discover that students from an unfamiliar academy could easily overpower them. Little did he know that Shrek Academy only accepted the finest students, akin to certain high schools with exceptionally high graduation rates, which only admit the best middle school graduates. Yi Zhiqiu, upon reflection, realized he had indeed never encountered the name Shrek Academy, and he felt a sense of relief. Xiangui, activate! His martial soul, the Xiangui, manifested, altering his form as his limbs shortened and his back arched, resembling a turtle shell. 5 soul rings emerged beneath him, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. He was a soul king. Tang San reached for his hidden weapon, aware that his blue silver grass would be ineffective against a soul king. You children are naive. Refrain from speaking out of turn and summon your teacher, Yi Zhiqiu advised. Do you think you can intimidate us with your old turtle shell? We can handle you ourselves. Just then, the hotel owner appeared, desperate to prevent the establishment from being demolished, pleading for everyone to step outside to settle their differences. Yijiqiu had not intended to engage in combat, considering them mere children, but the insult of being called a turtle pushed him over the edge. Very well. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. Let us take this outside. With that, he shouldered his turtle shell and exited the hotel, his students following suit, except for the injured level 27 student, who was too severely hurt. As they ventured outside, Shrek's members devised tactics to counter Yijiqiu. Given their uncertainty regarding Tang San's combat prowess, Dai Mubai proposed that he face Yijiqiu alone while the others provided support and delayed until Xiao Wuji's assistance arrived. Despite their instigation, Xiao Wuji, known for his unpredictability, would not stand idly by as they were attacked. However, Tang San had a different perspective. Dai, there's no need for you to bear the brunt. He appears to be a defensive soul master with limited offensive capabilities. With Rong and Oscar's assistance, we could take turns engaging him. Zhuqing and Xiao Wu can keep him occupied with their speed. Dai Mubai considered this, acknowledging its validity. At that moment, Yuan Ge reappeared, adorned with a half-mask that obscured the right side of his face, resembling a black cat. In this narrative, the character Yuan Ge, who had previously forgotten, suddenly recalls the presence of Yijiqiu, who confronts Tang San and others while wearing a turtle shell. Yuan Ge cannot help but remark on their penchant for trouble, particularly aimed at Dai Mubai and his companions, indicating that the Tsanhui Academy has unfortunate circumstances by encountering such rascals. However, he acknowledges that Xiao Wuji had referred to himself as a rascal too. Yuan Ge is poised to take action against the Tsanhui Academy members, adhering to the principle of supporting friends over justice, as he is indeed a member of the Shrek Academy. After leaving the hotel, Yijiqiu regains his composure. Although he has never heard of Shrek Academy, he surmises that an institution capable of producing such talented students must be formidable. He suppresses his anger and offers them a chance to apologize while it is still possible. Dai Mubai grins mischievously, questioning the concepts of right and wrong, asserting that strength dictates correctness, and challenges them to defeat them first. Yijiqiu, infuriated by Dai Mubai's audacity in front of his students, feels compelled to retaliate. He declares that they should all come at him, as he intends to teach them a lesson on proper conduct. Yuan Ge, observing from a rooftop, muses that it is indeed time for some instruction. Suddenly, he feels a gaze upon him and turns to find Xiao Wuji watching him with a knowing smile. Xiao Wuji gestures towards Yijiqiu and then to Yuan Ge, indicating that he is leaving the matter to Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge, feeling both flattered and challenged, contemplates the difficulty of facing a Soul King. As excitement flickers in his eyes, he remembers, we are not mere humans. We are monsters. With that, the provocative voice of Ma Hongjun rings out, prompting Dai Mubai to strike first as his second soul ring glows brightly. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. A luminous projectile is unleashed from his mouth. As Dai Mubai moves, Ning Rongrong summons the 7 treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, enhancing the strength and speed of the Shrek members by 30%. Yijiqiu's eyes widen in shock. What? 7 treasure Glazed Tile Sect. This is not just Shrek Academy. They are indeed from the 7 treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Had he known this, he would have refrained from engaging with Tang San and the others. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San flank him, their speeds surging as they close in on Yijiqiu. Ma Hongjun employs his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, aiming directly at Yijiqiu's forehead. Yijiqiu grits his teeth, realizing he must prepare to defend himself. However, his students misinterpret his actions. What? Director Yi is going all out? One student exclaims, impressed by the courage of a man whose martial spirit is that of the mysterious turtle. Tang San, sensing the urgency, declares that they cannot hold back any longer, as the Soul King is prepared to unleash his full power. Yijiqiu activates his first soul skill, Turtle Shell Protection, followed by his second, Mysterious Water Ice Seal. Perhaps it is best that his students misheard him. He never intended to go all out, merely to impart a few lessons to these youngsters. A thunderous impact reverberates as Dai Mubai's attack strikes Yijiqiu, yet he remains unmoved. In that moment, Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu close in, but as they approach, the temperature plummets due to Yijiqiu's second soul skill. They feel their blood freezing as they reach him. Zhuqing and Xiao Wu hastily retreat, while Tang San employs his cultivation method to endure the frigid air. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's attack strikes, the phoenix fire igniting upon Yi Zhiqiu, marginally raising the temperature. Tang San releases his blue silver grass, ensnaring Yi Zhiqiu, while Zhuqing seizes the opportunity to dash forward with a flicker, her blade armor glinting as she aims for Yi Zhiqiu's neck. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu unexpectedly retracts his neck, causing Zhuqing to miss entirely. Yuan Ge, observing from the rooftop, decides to let the Shrek team continue their assault for a while longer, wishing to allow Tang San to showcase his strength, feeling somewhat guilty for overshadowing him. As Ma Hongjuan's flames extinguish, Tang San swiftly retracts the blue-silver grass to prevent its damage from the freezing temperatures. Zhuqing's blade armor visibly accumulates frost. However, the protection prevents her from suffering injury. Xiao Wu, waiting for her moment, relies on her agility to attack, but the turtle shell presents a formidable challenge. Her second soul skill, Enchant, could offer control, but she must wait for the right opportunity. Dai Mubai arrives, encasing himself in the white tiger shield, boosting his attack power and defense by 50% before launching a powerful blow against Yi Zhiqiu's back. Though it does not breach his defenses, Yi Zhiqiu stumbles forward. Whirling around, he unleashes a chilling black wave, invoking his third soul skill, Mysterious Water Surge. Dai Mubai feels the icy blast approaching, and, before it can reach him, Ma Hongjuan's attack collides with the cold wave, suppressing the flames while Dai Mubai takes the chance to create distance. Tang San is taken aback. Although Yi Zhiqiu's martial spirit appears defensive, the cold wave proves to be quite troublesome. Yi Zhiqiu is equally astonished, though the young fighters have yet to breach his defenses. They have caused him considerable annoyance, particularly from Dai Mubai's blow, which still stirs his blood, a reminder that he is indeed a soul king. He grows increasingly resolute in his desire to avoid this confrontation. All he needs is a graceful exit, and he can turn and leave, mindful of his students who are watching. He has a reputation to uphold. Suddenly, Tang San exhales deeply and takes a few steps forward, instructing everyone to stand back. Yi Zhiqiu, expecting an apology, feels relieved, thinking they are finally ending this conflict. However, Tang San's next words almost shatter his composure, though only on a psychological level. Let me handle him alone. Yi Zhiqiu is taken aback. Are you all so obstinate? Dai Mubai shakes his head, insisting it is too dangerous and suggesting they face him together. Oscar, distributing sausages to the group, chimes in, yes, Tang San, don't be reckless. Xiao Wu, however, supports Tang San, asserting, it's okay, my brother is very strong. How strong? Ma Hongjuan quitus. Xiao Wu glances around to confirm Yuan Ge's absence before replying. He can easily overpower his senior brother. The group gasps in unison, realizing the magnitude of Tang San's strength. From the rooftop, Yuan Ge exclaims, spicy rabbit head, let's get to it. Tang San rested his hands upon the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, his eyes igniting with a violet glow as his hands shimmered with an alabaster hue, signaling the activation of the Xiantian skill. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly felt an ominous premonition and hastily enveloped himself in a protective shield. In an instant, Tang San's hands moved, vigorously wielding weapons at his waist, unleashing a torrent of concealed projectiles akin to a tempest hurled towards Yi Zhiqiu. Though he could not discern the nature of these projectiles, the velocity at which they approached suggested their formidable potency. He promptly retracted his limbs into his shell. The clatter resounded. Tang San's unique technique caused the projectiles to strike Yi Zhiqiu's shell from all directions, creating a cacophony of metallic clashes, some of which included bone-piercing nails specifically designed to breach armor, embedding themselves into Yi Zhiqiu's shell, their tips protruding outward. By sheer coincidence, two bone-piercing nails struck the same spot, with the latter driving the former deeper into Yi Zhiqiu's posterior. Yi Zhiqiu emitted a wail reminiscent of Tom's, a howl resounding through the air. The members of Shrek Academy were left astounded. Is Tang San's prowess truly this formidable? What are those objects? This young lad harbors such depth. No wonder he easily outmatches Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge interjected. Who said that? Let me see. Ah, this young lad, Oscar, is it? Just wait. Oscar shuddered, sensing an impending misfortune. Ultimately, aside from the dragon beard needle and the Zhuge divine crossbow, Tang San had exhausted all other concealed weapons he carried. Besides the chance hit from the bone-piercing nail, none inflicted any substantial physical harm on Yi Zhiqiu. Upon feeling the sting in his backside, Yi Zhiqiu understood the predicament and began to twist and evade in place. He aimed not to avoid Tang San's concealed weapons entirely, but rather to prevent them from striking the same area. Fortunately, he succeeded. As for why Tang San refrained from using the Dragonbeard Needle and Zhuge Divine Crossbow, it was because the former was ineffective against Yijiqiu, being most suitable for foes utilizing skin-based defenses, such as those employing the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Cloth, or higher-tier Soul Masters with external protection. The latter was withheld as a strategic reserve. After all, this was not a life-or-death duel yet. Seeing Tang San's assault finally cease, Yijiqiu exhaled in relief, only to be engulfed by a surge of fury. No, today, he vowed to teach these rascals a lesson. How infuriating! Chapter 57. Kneel, I offer you an apology. Just as Yijiqiu contemplated his next move, two piercing screams echoed. Turning around, he was nearly rendered speechless. His two students had drawn their daggers, stabbing them into the shoulders of two other students. Zhang Shuo, Li Ning, what are you two doing? The two students hastily restrained the attacking classmate's hand with their free hand. Zhang Shuo, in a panic, exclaimed, Director Yi, I don't know what happened. My hand just moved on its own, as if controlled by something. Me too. What? Yijiqiu's expression twisted in disbelief. He scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Then, looking up, he was taken aback to see a figure donning a half-black cat mask standing atop the roof, arms crossed behind his back, standing rigidly. Who are you? What do you intend to do to my students? Yuan Ge leaped from the rooftop, landing beside the female student, his voice raspy yet deep. I rise from the filth and mire. I am the blazing blue lotus, the singular beauty. The female student, startled, screamed and recoiled. Yuan Ge raised his hand from behind, fingers curling into a fist. Two more cries pierced the air. The two previously injured students, seemingly at an unknown moment, had also drawn their weapons and plunged them into their companion's shoulder. This bizarre scene left everyone in shock. The Shrek Academy members recognized Yuan Ge, but were rendered speechless by his presence. Even Zhuqing, who had experienced his strangeness before, found herself astounded once more. Yizihu, still unclear about the situation, dared not act rashly. Why are you harming my students? I have harmed no one, merely performing a suffocating act. With that, Yuan Ge bowed gracefully to the female student, resembling an elegant gentleman. Dear lady, might you perform a piece for me as a dance companion? What? The female student, still reeling, found her right hand moving uncontrollably, tightening around her own throat. Despite her left hand's desperate attempts to intervene, her right hand refused to release its grip, rendering her face crimson as she began to lose consciousness. As twilight descended, the blood-red sun cast its glow upon Yuan Ge, elongating his shadow and amplifying the eeriness of his masked visage. The other four students, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, oblivious to their injuries, desperately scrambling backward to distance themselves from Yuan Ge, only to find themselves in utter disarray. The Shrek members fared little better. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces drained of color, while Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar regarded Yuan Ge with grave expressions. This was the first time Tang San and Xiao Wu had witnessed such a bizarre display. Zhuqing maintained her composure, appearing as calm as ever, though her right hand, clad in a sharp gauntlet, trembled slightly, betraying an inner turmoil. Stop! What do you want? Yijiqiu regarded Yuan Ge with trepidation. He initially considered the possibility of a soul skill, yet the individual had not even revealed a soul ring. Yuan Ge chuckled softly. Kneel, and I shall offer you an apology. Everyone was taken aback. Wait, you want others to kneel, and then you apologize to them? Yijiqiu struggled to comprehend, or perhaps was in disbelief. What do you mean? Yuan Ge loosened his grip, and the female student, who had been on the brink of unconsciousness, suddenly released her hold, collapsing to the ground, gasping for fresh air. She had genuinely believed she was on the verge of death. I am a student of Shrek Academy. I am aware of the preceding events. It was our people who instigated, indeed our fault. I wish to apologize on their behalf. An apology must be sincere. Therefore, I believe kneeling is the most genuine expression of contrition. However, since I am not accustomed to kneeling, I shall have to request you to do so. Therefore, kneel, and I shall convey my most sincere apologies. The members of Songhui Academy felt that this individual must be gravely unwell. If he wished to apologize, he could kneel himself. Why should they be the ones to do so? Tang San, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his senior brother was still the same. now beginning to toy with others once more. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, intrigued by this unconventional method of apology, making others kneel before receiving an apology. Ning Rongrong found Yuan Ge's demeanor rather despicable, though thankfully, it was directed only at their foes. Xiao Wu leaped with excitement. Senior brother, you are so cool. Zhuqing's lips curled into a faint smile, realizing that he had added yet another method to his repertoire of manipulating adversaries. Yezikius Liebsteichit, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver, yet he dared not act rashly. The individual before him was far too enigmatic. No, I believe a verbal apology would suffice. You should apologize, Yi Zhiqiu stated. I do not care what you think. I demand what I think. Or perhaps my sincerity is but a mere trifle in your eyes. The words were punctuated with urgency now. Immediately, kneel, accept my apology. In the midst of this exchange, a murderous intent suddenly surged around Yuan Ge, causing several students to be so frightened that they lost control, their pants soaked, droplets cascading to the ground. Yi Zhiqiu understood that the man before him had indeed taken lives before, and not a few. He glared at Yuan Ge, thinking to himself, you want me to kneel? Dream on. You can only threaten me with my students. What do you think you can accomplish against a few soul masters? If you have the guts, come at me directly. Then, let us commence. Our performance has begun. Yuan Ge's voice rose from a low rasp to a crescendo. With that, he yanked the silken threads in his hands, sending a student flying toward Yi Zhiqiu. Director Yi, save me. In truth, these students possessed decent abilities. Had they manifested their martial souls, Yuan Ge may not have been able to control them with his threads, especially considering he himself was a soul master. However, they were paralyzed with fear, lacking even the thought of resistance. As the student soared toward him, Yi Zhiqiu instinctively deactivated his second soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Feng, to prevent injury from ice. He extended his hands, projecting a gentle surge of soul power to cushion the students, swiftly grasping their collars and setting them aside. When he looked up again, the only female student had also been propelled toward him. He could not treat her harshly and extended his arms to catch her. Yet, as she neared, a transformation occurred. She morphed into a half-masked figure, a dagger slicing toward his neck. Yezihiu instingivel rejuidet. The dagger sliced a deep, bone-exposing gash across his face. Yuan Ge's voice echoed once more. I swear, every performance of mine is a swan song, yet each time I speak falsehoods. Chapter 58. Apologies. My companion has harmed you. Yi Zhiqiu let out a blood-curdling scream. But that was not the end. The approaching figure was merely Yuan Ge's puppet, which he immediately ensnared with secret techniques. A multitude of threads burst forth from the puppet, binding Yi Zhiqiu tightly. Secret technique, substitute. Yuan Ge appeared beside the puppet in an instant, yanking it violently. Secret technique, cross-slash. In a flash, two cold beams of light sliced through the air. Sitikink, Yezikius chist. With a sickening sound, the penetrating force of the cross-slash tore a gaping wound in Yi Zhiqiu's torso, blood gushing forth. I will kill you. Yi Zhiqiu seethed with rage, disregarding everything else. Xian Gue, blade shield. He activated his fifth soul skill, razor-sharp blades sprouting around him, instantly breaking free from Yuan Ge's bindings. Spinning toward the puppet. Indeed, it was a puppet. He had no idea which was the real Yuan Ge, or rather, he believed there to be two foes. Yuan Ge swiftly retracted the puppet, causing Yi Zhiqiu to miss, and, as he turned back, the puppet transformed to resemble Yi Zhiqiu himself, adorned with 5 soul rings. A jolt of shock coursed through Yi Zhiqiu. What? A soul king. Initially, he failed to recognize his own likeness, instead noting the soul rings first. In that moment, the puppet collided with him, leaving Yi Zhiqiu unharmed while the puppet was cast aside. Yi Zhiqiu's gaze was drawn to the puppet, perhaps still perplexed as to why the collision from a soul king felt so soft. Observing that Yi Zhiqiu's attention was diverted, Yuan Ge seized the opportunity to deploy the crossbow crafted by Tang San, which was already strung. Without a hint of hesitation, he pressed the trigger. Whoosh! 3 6-meter-long iron arrows shot toward Yi Zhiqiu. Being a soul king, he sensed the impending danger. A wave of deathly threat loomed from the side. Without a moment's thought, he unleashed his first soul skill, Xian Gue defense. With a sickening thud, one iron arrow embedded itself in the shell on his abdomen, half of it penetrating his body, while the other two whizzed past, piercing through the gaps between two buildings and into the woods, startling a flock of birds. Yuan Ge's low voice resonated, amplified by his soul power, penetrating the ears of all present. Each arrow is a fragment of my soul. With every release, a piece of my life is expended. Yi Zhiqiu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The intense agony forced him to half-kneel, blood gushing from his mouth. Simultaneously, he felt a tingling sensation on his face, which began to spread throughout his body. Indeed, the dagger of Yuan Ge's puppet had been coated with a paralyzing agent, meaning even if Yi Zhiqiu had not been struck by the crossbow, he would still lose his combat capabilities. Tang San's concoction was not something an ordinary person could withstand, especially given that the injury was on his face. Yuan Ge calmly retracted the crossbow into the crowd, pulling the strings with one hand as the puppet returned to his side. You're merely a soul master? Yi Zhiqiu managed to utter, struggling for breath. At that moment, both Yuan Ge and the puppet bore two soul rings, slowly rotating. Indeed, upon reaching the second ring as a soul master, both Yuan Ge and the puppet bore soul rings. Otherwise, one would easily discern which was his true self. Despite the current situation, Yi Zhiqiu still believed there were two individuals. There was no help for it. Yuan Ge wielded a multitude of soul techniques, standing upright with one hand behind his back. His voice raspy yet deep, he remarked, "I always feel nervous before each performance, yet that sensation is indispensable." With that, Yuan Ge bowed slightly, apologizing to Yi Zhiqiu in a manner reminiscent of a stage actor taking a bow. "I apologize, my companion has harmed you." Only then did the crowd realize that Yi Zhiqiu had genuinely knelt, albeit on one knee and due to being beaten, but he had knelt nonetheless. With a splutter, Yi Zhiqiu coughed up more blood, pointing at Yuan Ge in a stutter, before losing consciousness. Yuan Ge turned away, removing the half-mask, approaching Zhuqing, and producing a sapphire fashioned into a pendant, his demeanor transforming entirely, his voice soft and laced with a hint of languor. "Apologies, dear little cat. I have arrived late. I made this for you. Do you like it?" Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment at his unexpected charm. Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the pendant, murmuring her thanks. Suddenly, Xiao Wujin's cough broke the moment. "All right, little ones, and that little rascal. You may return now." Yuan Ge retorted, "Why am I the little rascal?" After entering the hotel, the students from Tsanhui Academy finally pulled Yi Zhiqiu away to seek medical attention. Inside the hotel, everyone took their seats in a private room. Following Yuan Ge's arrival, all eyes scrutinized him, making him somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to request a private room. Once inside, he fixated on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu felt an uneasy sensation as she was being observed. "Senior brother, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? Go, give me a plate of spicy rabbit heads, you know the reason." Xiao Wu responded with a soft "oh," lowering her head before exiting the room. "I'm so sorry. Little rabbits. I shouldn't have been teasing my senior brother. You'll have to bear the brunt of it." After Xiao Wu left, Yuan Ge cast another glance at Oscar. Oscar felt a jolt of surprise. "Yuan Ge, what's wrong?" Yuan Ge smiled slightly. "Nothing much, just think you're quite handsome." Oscar trembled, recalling Yuan Ge's earlier, almost manic behavior. "Really?" Tang San, with a helpless expression, said, "Senior brother, please don't frighten them." Zhao Wuji added, "All right, you rascal. Why don't you explain what happened during the battle?" In truth, he was eager to hear it, although he somewhat understood Yuan Ge's methods. He wished to know more intricately, for Yuan Ge's fighting style was both splendid and peculiar, infused with a hint of madness. Yuan Ge nodded. "Well, let us start from the very beginning." The audience listened intently as Xiao Wu returned, having picked up the spicy rabbit heads. "The reason those students attacked each other was because I manipulated them. My threads can control not only my martial spirit puppets, but also other entities, including people." A chill ran through the crowd. They had thought the dual soul technique was unbeatable, only to discover Yuan Ge had more tricks up his sleeve. However, he continued, "This skill is somewhat lacking, as it can only control individuals whose soul power is a significant level below mine, or if they are caught off guard, or do not resist. Just like those students earlier, they were so frightened that they didn't even summon their martial spirits. Otherwise, they could have potentially severed the threads. Even if they didn't, my control relies on my fingers, and even with soul power enhancement, my strength is insufficient compared to their martial spirit augmented might, thus limiting my control over them." The subsequent battle was even simpler. I threw that turtle-like student to obstruct his line of sight, transformed the puppet to resemble a female student to catch him off guard, and then threw a dagger laced with a paralyzing agent to the puppet, which, under my control, slashed his face. After that, I trust it's unnecessary for me to elaborate. Chapter 59. Enjoying the feast while watching the pot. I have a question. Zhuqing spoke up. What question? What did you mean by those words? Or rather, why did you say them? Yuan Ge understood she referred to the lines from the game he had previously uttered. Oh, that S, because I wanted to create sufficient psychological pressure on my opponent. Didn't you feel my overwhelming presence earlier? Yuan Ge himself was unsure why, but once he entered a combat state or sought to instigate something, he couldn't help but utter such lines, akin to game characters. The group rolled their eyes. Overwhelming presence? More like sheer terror, as they witnessed the students from Songhui Academy practically wetting themselves in fear. Zhuqing opened her mouth. She wished to ask something else, but with so many people around, she hesitated. Of course, that's not the crucial part, Yuan Ge continued. Then what is the most critical part? Xiao Wu interjected playfully. The most critical part is Yuan Ge intentionally lowered his voice. What is it? The crowd leaned in with anticipation. Even Xiao Wu was intrigued. The most critical part is being handsome. Ha ha ha. Looking at the laughing Yuan Ge, they couldn't help but feel an urge to punch him. However, they also realized that Yuan Ge was still just a 12-year-old child. Despite appearing mature most of the time, he occasionally displayed childish antics. The Shrek team had booked 3 rooms in total, with Xiao Wu occupying one alone, while others were separated by gender, facing each other. In the boys' room, they were not training, but rather engaging in casual conversation. Yuan Ge, although you were quite terrifying during the day, you were also incredibly handsome and graceful, Ma Hongjun praised. You have no idea. The young ladies watching you were practically drooling. Dai Mubai and Oscar nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. Upon returning to the hotel after the match, many women had gazed at Yuan Ge with sparkling eyes, had he not gifted Zhuqing a necklace. There might have been a queue of women approaching him. Do you wish to become that handsome too? Yuan Ge asked with a smile. Absolutely. I desire it immensely. I've only just started dating 2 girlfriends. It's not enough. This left Yuan Ge astonished. So quickly, you've already got 2? I recall I just shared that method with you a couple of days ago. Dai Mubai face-bombed. You still don't grasp the influence a soul master has over ordinary people. When Ma Hongjun visited the neighboring village, he openly summoned his martial spirit, showcasing his soul rings, and women immediately flocked to him. The younger ones wanted to be his girlfriend, and the older ones aspired to be his mother-in-law. Oscar chuckled. Ha! In the end, Ma Hongjun chose 2, one older and one younger. He took them both. Get lost. Ma Hongjun shoved Oscar away. I'm not that twisted, although there's an age difference. They aren't even related. Dai Mubai and Oscar burst into laughter, chiming in, oh, no blood relation. All of you get out. Ma Hongjun flustered, hurriedly approached Yuan Ge. Brother, please tell me how to become handsome. I want to find a few city girls. City girls are much more charming than those from the countryside. Cough, cough. It's simple. Yuan Ge reined in his laughter and said, First, you must determine the path you wish to take. Path? Well, take a look at me. I follow the route of elegance and grandeur, infused with an air of nobility that naturally attracts girls. For instance, Dai Mubai embodies the playboy archetype, wealthy, handsome, and generous with spending on women. It's practically a surefire way to attract them. What about Xiao Wu and Tang San? Ma Hongjun inquired. As for Oscar, Yuan Ge began, and upon hearing his name, Oscar eagerly leaned in. What about me? You're a bit reserved and lewd. Oh. Oscar fell back dramatically onto the bed. Amidst the laughter, he quickly sat back up. Where am I lewd? Yuan Ge narrowed his eyes. See, here's your opportunity for revenge, right? Don't believe me? Fine. Let me analyze this for you. You often steal glances at Ning Rongrong, right? Oscar nodded yes, but what is the big deal? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun are also looking. He was entirely wrong. Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were already taken in their eyes, leaving them with only Ning Rongrong to admire. Yuan Ge chuckled softly. Ah, but you're different. How am I different? Oscar was puzzled. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun never concealed their desires for women. Did Dai Mubai ever hide his interest in those twin sisters? Has Ma Hongjun ever disguised his intentions? No, right? But you? You are clearly filled with desire for Ning Rongrong. Yet when you're around her, how do you behave? You appear like an innocent young boy. As if you understand nothing at all. Isn't that being reserved? Oscar instantly deflated, feeling as though the wind had been knocked out of him. Yuan Ge's remarks made him realize that he indeed had been a bit reserved. Now, let us discuss the lewdness, Yuan Ge continued. Oscar waved his hand. All right. No need to go into that. I know myself. It's because of my soul curse, but I can't help it. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San all found themselves in agreement. Indeed, one cannot blame Oscar for this. However, what I wish to convey is that after tasting the sausages you prepare upon our first meeting, do you truly believe I would be concerned about such trivial matters? Yuan Ge explained. What is that? It is your mindset. Mindset? Yes. Do you not think about having Ning Rongrong savor your sausages every day? Each time she indulges. Her delight is evident, her lips curling upwards uncontrollably. Thus, the thoughts in your mind need not be vocalized. Oscar's face instantly flushed crimson. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun pointed at him, exclaiming in amusement. Tang San sighed, lamenting the decline of societal decorum. Oscar wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, burying his head beneath the blankets in sheer embarrassment. He felt utterly humiliated. Yuan Ge's spirits lifted upon witnessing Oscar's discomposure. He decided to cease teasing, recognizing that jesting should not provoke genuine anger. In truth, Oscar had a significant chance of winning Ning Rongrong's affection. The ears of the hidden Oscar twitched and perked up. Tang San, aside from recognizing his own flaws, possessed high emotional intelligence and promptly inquired, Senior brother, what is the reason for this? It is due to impressions. Impressions? Indeed. While Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun are notorious for their pursuits of women, it is clear that Ning Rongrong would never entertain a relationship with them. As for me, with Zhuqing in my life, it is evident to all. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai, who appeared unfazed, suggesting he had indeed accepted this reality. There was no need to mention Tang San, who remained fixated on his current situation. Chapter 60. Art is an explosion. A sausage can obliterate a nation. Tang San was taken aback. What do you mean by being fixated on what is in front of you while gazing at what is beyond? Yuan Ge shot him a pointed look, declaring, Your situation is the most severe. We shall address you later. He continued, As the saying goes, proximity to the water tower grants one the first opportunity. Since the four of us have been eliminated from consideration, it leaves Oscar as the sole male student in Shrek Academy. Thus his chances are the greatest. Upon hearing this, Oscar could no longer contain himself and leapt from beneath the covers, rushing to Yuan Ge's side. Brother, not only are you Ma Hongjun's brother, but you are also my brother. Quickly, tell me how to pursue Rongrong. Before Yuan Ge could respond, Ma Hongjun shoved Oscar aside. Go away. First come, first served. Do you understand? Yuan Ge has yet to tell me how to become handsome. You must wait your turn. Yuan Ge waved his hand dismissively. It is quite simple to pursue Ning Rongrong. It merely requires casual conversation. Oscar promptly kicked Ma Hongjun aside and leaned closer to Yuan Ge. Brother, please enlighten me. I'm all ears. First, you must adopt the role of an admirer, but do not overindulge. Oscar looked puzzled. What is an admirer? And how can one not overindulge? That is inconsequential. You already meet the criteria, so let us move to the next point. Indeed, Oscar was truly Ning Rongrong's admirer, yet he adhered to certain principles. Whenever Ning Rongrong sought to exploit him for her own ends or acted excessively, he would withdraw his affections. Oscar nodded vigorously, satisfied with meeting the conditions. What comes next? Strength. Strength? Precisely, strength. As Ning Rongrong is a support-type soul master with limited combat capabilities, she requires a powerful soul master to protect her. This has always been the tradition of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where soul masters with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul often pair with those of formidable combat prowess. Oscar's mouth fell open in shock. But I am merely a food-type support soul master. Does that not mean I have no opportunity? No, Yuan Ge interjected, shaking a finger. What being a food-type soul master? Can a food-type soul master not grow stronger? What should I do then? Oscar inquired further. The first step is to strengthen your physique. A robust body is your greatest asset, though I am an exception. The others exchanged glances, bemused by Yuan Ge's assertion. Ignoring their incredulity, he continued, Only a powerful physique can absorb higher quality soul rings. The higher the age of the soul ring, the stronger the soul skills it bestows. This, in turn, amplifies the soul power returned to the soul master. And the second step? The second step is to select appropriate soul rings. If you wish to grow stronger, You must seek soul rings not by the standards of support-type soul masters, but by those of battle soul masters. How should I choose? Oscar pressed on. First and foremost, ensure your safety. Remember, only by surviving can you contribute. You are seeking a soul beast capable of flight, which is commendable. After this, I recommend the soul ring of an explosive wolf spider. This type of soul beast can self-detonate. If you absorb its soul ring, your sausages could explode, granting you an offensive capability. Combined with your flying soul ring, you could soar above and unleash explosions. Oscar's eyes lit up. Of course. How did I not think of this? Furthermore, your fifth soul ring could be a slime. Do not underestimate the slime. It possesses the ability to divide. Thus, when your explosive sausages detonate, they could multiply, and you can imagine the ensuing devastation and area of effect. Oscar gasped in astonishment. Such a strategy exists? Indeed. Afterward, you can seek soul rings to enhance your abilities, enabling your explosive sausages to reach their utmost potential. Shout art is an explosion, and a single sausage could obliterate a city, perhaps even a nation. Wouldn't tea that make Ning Rong Rong easily attainable? A certain nation known for its dual mushroom bombs had a particular stake in this conversation. Oscar suddenly experienced a profound epiphany. I understand now. Next, Yuan Ge turned his attention to Tang San, who exhibited the most severe issues. He is following the path of nurturing a little sister into a romantic partner. Tang San looked perplexed. What does nurturing entail, and why is it so easy to misstep? Nurturing, as the term suggests, involves raising one from childhood to adulthood. However, this nurturing does not imply mere upbringing. Rather, it refers to cultivating a future partner for oneself. Tang San's expression shifted drastically, his anger palpable. Brother, I assure you, my relationship with Xiao Wu is strictly that of siblings. Please refrain from saying such things. Yuan Ge clapped his hands, remarking, you see, this is precisely why I said it is the easiest path to misstep. Let me ask you, do you genuinely regard Xiao Wu solely as a sister? Of course. We are sworn siblings, family. You are present during our oath. So, when Xiao Wu eventually marries, what kind of dowry do you intend to present? What? Xiao Wu is getting married? Tang San jumped to his feet. Yuan Ge shrugged, indeed. You consider her merely a sister and have no intention of marrying her. It is only natural that she will eventually wed, is it not? As her brother, you will be left to witness her love another and walk down the aisle, eventually giving her away to her future husband while offering your sincere blessings. Am I mistaken? Tang San sank back onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, murmuring repeatedly, no, it cannot turn out this way. Yuan Ge continued to provoke him. What do you mean it cannot be this way? If you persist in this manner, it will undoubtedly unfold as such. Tang San suddenly turned to glare at Yuan Ge. His eyes bloodshot. Yuan Ge recoiled in alarm, stepping back. Tang San, what are you doing? Brother, Tang San grasped Yuan Ge's shoulders firmly. You are the most intelligent. You must help me devise a plan. I cannot lose Xiao Wu. Yuan Ge's lips curled into a smile. You see, just admit it. You are enamored with Xiao Wu's figure. Changing everything is quite simple. Just confess your feelings directly. Did you really think Xiao Wu regards you as an elder brother? Then what should I be? Add a word before brother. Love. Love, brother? Indeed, this time, the Stardew Forest presents an excellent opportunity. Just find a moment to express your feelings. Yuan Ge turned away, paying no heed to Tang San, who sat on the bed lost in thought, and instead focused on Ma Hongjun. So, what path do you wish to take? Ma Hongjun had already grasped Yuan Ge's meaning. What path? I'm not quite sure. Could you perhaps help me strategize? Yuan Ge had already devised a plan. There are two suitable paths for you. One involves enduring some hardships, but it promises sweetness after suffering, allowing you to relax later. The other can be achieved immediately, albeit at a cost. Chapter 61. Confirmation of relationship. Ma Hongjun quickly responded. Let's discuss the immediate one. I want it now. Yuan Ge chuckled softly. No problem. Just change your outfit, alter your hairstyle, shave off your 2 mustaches, and enlist Oscar and Tang San's assistance. What specifically should I do? Just as Yuan Ge was about to elaborate, a knock echoed at the door. Dai Mubai, closest to it, opened the door to reveal Zhuqing. It's you? What brings you here? Dai Mubai inquired. I'm looking for Yuan Ge. Upon hearing Zhuqing's name, Yuan Ge approached her. What is it? I have something to discuss. Zhuqing replied. Yuan Ge turned to Ma Hongjun. Let's continue this when I return. Ma Hongjun displayed an understanding expression. Go ahead, Yuan Ge. Haha, Alik, Yuan Ye loghed softly. Following Zhuqing out of the room, they leaped onto the hotel rooftop. Yuan Ge, let's sit down and talk. He interrupted her, finding a place to settle. Zhuqing remained silent, moving to sit beside him. The night had fully descended, an endless starry sky shimmering above them. Yuan Ge was not surprised by Zhuqing's visit. He sensed during dinner that she had something on her mind. Speak. What do you need from me? Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. What did you mean by the cute little kitten you mentioned earlier? Yuan Ge turned to her, a smile gracing his face as he gazed into her eyes. It means just that, literally. What I want to ask is, do you really like me? Zhuqing's hands crossed beneath her knees, hugging her thighs, unable to meet Yuan Ge's gaze. Yuan Ge placed a hand atop Zhuqing's head. Noticing the necklace he had gifted her now adorned her neck. If I didn't harbor feelings for you, how could I have given you that necklace in public? How could I have played for you alone when your mother presented you with a bracelet? Why would I not have intervened? Then, what exactly do you like about me? Zhuqing suddenly lifted her head, staring intently into Yuan Ge's eyes. Or rather, what aspects of me do you find appealing? This was a question she had longed to ask. Her background meant she could not approach relationships like an ordinary girl. If Yuan Ge were merely seeking a casual romance akin to those of Ma Hongjun or Dai Mu Bai, she would never remain by his side. Worry gnawed at her. Yuan Ge often delighted in teasing others, and in battle, his demeanor was more playful than serious, as if he were merely toying with life. Was his affection for her genuine, or was it merely a game? She found it difficult to discern. At this moment, she could not afford to be dismissive. Yuan Ge met her gaze steadily. Your strength, your courage, and that indomitable spirit of yours are qualities I deeply admire. If you doubt me, then you may consider it mere lust. Zhuqing felt a wave of relief. It seemed Yuan Ge was sincere. She nodded, I believe you. She understood her beauty was not the most striking among the Shrek members. Ning Rongrong was the true beauty. If Yuan Ge were simply swayed by looks, he would have pursued Ning Rongrong instead of her. And what about you? Do you like me? Yuan Ge inquired again. Ido, Zhuqing responded earnestly. I admire your nobility and elegance, your decisiveness in battle, and most of all, your tenderness towards me. You know, Yuan Ge, no one has ever treated me this well. As she spoke, tears welled in Zhuqing's eyes. Yuan Ge embraced her tightly, and this time, she did not resist but wrapped her arms around his waist. You know, she began, revealing her entire history, recounting her experiences from the Star Luo Empire to the border pursuits, leaving nothing concealed. Therefore, being with me may bring you endless trouble. Are you still willing? Yuan Ge pressed his cheek against hers. I knew you were a troublemaker the moment I saved you, but I am willing to be troubled by you for a lifetime. Zhuqing said nothing more. Instead, she cradled Yuan Ge's head and kissed him. From that moment on, they were open and honest with each other, officially becoming lovers. Of course, Yuan Ge would keep the events of his past life to himself. The following morning, Yuan Ge's music once again filled the air, awakening everyone at Shrek Academy and the other guests of the hotel, except for Tang San, who was already training atop the roof with his purple extreme magic eye. After everyone tidied up, they hastened toward the Stardow Forest. As they were set to enter it that very day, Oscar was the most excited, having spent the previous night dreaming of holding Ning Rongrong in his arms, fantasizing about a scene where a single sausage could topple a nation, and being the kind-hearted soul he was, he chose an island nation to avoid collateral damage. Before them lay a vast, primordial forest, its towering trees seemingly reaching for the sky, leaving the group in awe, their breaths quickening. Everyone, stop and rest for a moment to ensure we are in peak condition, Xiao Wu commanded. Oscar produced sausages, distributing them among the group as they sat on the ground. With Yuan Ge and Zhuqing nestled closely together, Tang San and Xiao Wu mirrored their closeness, though Tang San's demeanor was notably off. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Wu asked. Puzzled. Nothing's wrong, he replied. Xiao Wu regarded the 8 students with seriousness. Listen carefully. The Stardow Forest is not a place where beasts are domesticated. The creatures within are incredibly dangerous. You may face attack from beasts aged 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Therefore, once we enter the forest, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from me. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, you two must stay particularly close. No one is to engage a soul beast without my command. Do you understand? Understood, they chorused. Oscar began preparing sausages, his mutterings resembling a song. And soon he had created a large batch of both sausages and cured sausages. My sausages can maintain vitality in the air for 12 hours. meaning they will be effective if consumed within that time. The sausages restore health and stave off hunger, while the cured sausages primarily serve to detoxify. Continuous preparation left his face somewhat pale, as the restorative effect of the sausages only had a third of their efficacy for him, balancing out the consumption. Otherwise, he would be truly invincible, caught in an infinite cycle of creation. Chapter 62. Each person takes a handful once Oscar had nearly recovered and the others had finished resting. Xiao Wu waved his hand decisively and set off. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, their formation shifted. Since Tang San had already demonstrated his strength, Dai Mubai and Tang San led the way, with Yuan Ge trailing a short distance behind them. Xiao Wu took up the rear, while the others fell in between. Xiao Wu was in high spirits, skipping along as if she were returning home, completely oblivious to the dangers surrounding them. Seeing her demeanor, Xiao Wu furrowed his brow slightly. However, since she remained close by and he could quickly reach her in case of danger, he chose not to voice his concerns. In the Stardow Forest, the absence of paths meant they had to carve their own route through the thickets and brambles. Originally, this task would have fallen to Dai Mubai, but with Yuan Ge present, things changed. Yuan Ge waved his right hand forward, summoning another version of himself. In an instant, the puppet appeared, crashing through the brambles ahead. Zhuqing, please equip my puppet with your clawed armor, Yuan Ge instructed Zhuqing. The puppet's hands were already equipped with formidable claws for attack. However, now there was an even more advantageous option available. Understood. Zhuqing removed her lace fingerless gloves and placed them on the puppet. As she infused her soul power into them, the gloves transformed into a pair of clawed armors. After days of research, Yuan Ge and Zhuqing discovered that this razor-sharp armor not only possessed exceptional sharpness, but also carried an armor-piercing effect, which explained how Zhuqing had previously managed to pierce Xiao Wu's skin. Under Yuan Ge's control, the thickets parted effortlessly like tofu, allowing the group to pass safely. Through continuous practice, Yuan Ge had become adept at single-handedly controlling the puppet, executing various intricate maneuvers, as long as it did not involve the release of soul skills. Yuan Ge and Tang San maintained an acute vigilance throughout their journey. Yu Xiaojiang had previously shared invaluable knowledge about wild soul beasts with them. Wild soul beasts were notoriously aggressive and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humans who sought to hunt them for strength. Most fearsome of all, some wild soul beasts traveled in packs, meaning they could easily encounter a formidable group of them. In such scenarios, unless a soul master possessed exceptional strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to fend off the beasts. Therefore, heightened alertness was imperative upon entering the Stardow Forest, enabling them to prepare for any potential encounters with soul beasts. Before long, they encountered their first group of soul beasts, a cluster of weasel-like creatures. These soul beasts were small, resembling ferrets, and were all mere 10-year soul beasts, lacking even a century of age. Upon noticing Yuan Ge and the others encroaching upon their territory, they bared their teeth menacingly. Let us circumvent them, Yuan Ge suggested. We should not disturb them. Why not? They're just a bunch of 10-year soul beasts. They should be easy to dispatch, Dai Mubai retorted. Tang San was about to respond, reminding them of his teacher's admonitions against wantonly killing soul beasts lest their population dwindle and future soul masters find it challenging to obtain soul rings. However, Yuan Ge interjected before he could finish. It is because of Xiao Wu's kind heart. Little San promised her that we would not harm soul beasts unless absolutely necessary. As expected, upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's gaze softened as she looked at Tang San. Little San, this was her childhood promise. I can't believe you still remember. Although Tang San was somewhat slow on the uptake, after Yuan Ge's guidance, he understood how to respond to matters of the heart. Of course, unless he truly wished to be merely Xiao Wu's older brother. Indeed, I will not forget a single promise made to you. In an instant, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson. Little San, what are you saying? She then stamped her foot and walked towards Ning Rongrong. Tang San, feeling a bit bewildered, looked at Yuan Ge in confusion. Is Xiao Wu angry? No, she is merely shy. Let us take a detour, Yuan Ge replied, having understood the nature of Tang San and Xiao Wu's promise. Dai Mubai refrained from suggesting they hunt any soul beasts. They all began to navigate around the creatures. Naturally, there were still some oblivious soul beasts that, despite their inferior strength, foolishly charged at Yuan Ge and the others. Yuan Ge relished such encounters. He cleverly disguised his puppet to resemble Xiao Wu, who had 7 soul rings. The sight of Xiao Wu terrified the soul beasts, causing them to scatter in fear, with a few particularly timid ones fainting outright. Yuan Ge casually picked up a 10-year-old soft-bone rabbit by its ears, shaking it lightly. However, before he could speak, Xiao Wu snatched it back, baring her teeth at Yuan Ge. "You vile senior, you are not allowed to eat the soft-bone rabbit." This was particularly poignant, as her true form was that of soft-bone rabbit, while she could overlook Yuan Ge eating regular rabbits. This time he dared to target her kin, knowing full well these rabbits were her descendants. Amused by Xiao Wu's fierce demeanor, Yuan Ge chuckled. "Very well. I shall not eat the soft-bone rabbit. After all, its bones are too soft and lack substance." Xiao Wu retorted, "So you have eaten soft-bone rabbit before? Haven to you?" Noticing the mournful look in Xiao Wu's eyes, Yuan Ge laughed lightly. "I was merely jesting. I have never eaten a soft-bone rabbit." Xiao Wu's expression softened at this. Tang San, accustomed to Xiao Wu's affinity for rabbits, was unperturbed. He understood Yuan Ge's penchant for teasing her. After nearly an hour of travel, Xiao Wu ordered a break. Yuan Ge controlled the puppet to clear the surrounding brambles, creating a sufficiently large clearing. They were still on the periphery of the Star Doe forest, where most encounters were with 10-year soul beasts. Sightings of century-old soul beasts were rare. They needed to venture deeper, yet the further they went, the more likely they would encounter 10,000-year soul beasts, which posed a grave danger. Thus, it was crucial to maintain ample energy and mental fortitude. At that moment, Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder, appearing somewhat listless as she absent-mindedly stroked the soft-bone rabbit in her arms. The rabbit was exceptionally well-behaved, occasionally sticking out its tiny tongue to lick her hand. After all, this was her great-great-great-great-grandmother. Thinking Xiao Wu was still upset about Yuan Ge's teasing, Tang San offered words of comfort. "Don't worry, Xiao Wu. In truth, senior brother doesn't even like eating rabbits. He has never finished a spicy rabbit dish before. He was just teasing you. I will tell him next time not to eat rabbits, all right?" "Thank you, brother," Xiao Wu nodded. Her true reason for being upset was not this, but it conveniently served as a cover. Yuan Ge was now sharing quiet whispers with Zhuqing, occasionally punctuated by soft laughter. Oscar busied himself around Ning Rongrong, attempting to curry favor. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhao Wu sat in a row, observing with seemingly great resentment, as though they could forego lunch altogether. "3 of us. Each person takes a handful. It's just enough to share." Chapter 63. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake suddenly, feeling overwhelmed by the atmosphere of romance. Zhao Wu sensed something amiss and immediately called out, "Everyone rise. Something is approaching." Everyone sprang to their feet. Oscar and Ning Rongrong hurried toward Zhao Wu, while Yuan Ge stood firmly in the center, flanked by Tang San and Dai Mu Bai in the front, with Zhuqing and Xiao Wu on either side. Their positions were rather dispersed. "Zhuqing, you're the fastest. Go check what is happening ahead," Xiao Wu commanded. Yuan Ge's puppet currently lacked the ability to share vision. Otherwise, he would have been the most suitable for scouting. Zhuqing did not respond. Instead, she summoned her martial spirit, and sharp claws sprang from her fingertips. In a matter of moments, she darted up the tree trunk and dashed ahead. The others, with the exception of Yuan Ge, also released their martial spirits. As the rustling sounds drew nearer, the hearts of the group began to race. Soon, Zhuqing returned, her cool voice echoing from the tree, announcing the presence of a flying snake that soared no higher than 3 meters above the ground. It bore a fleshy crest on its head, which appeared larger than its own head and was as crimson as blood. Its tail was uniquely fan-shaped. Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled. It was a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a remarkably rare spirit beast. The fleshy crest atop its head possessed many wondrous functions. "Oscar, you are fortunate. Unfortunately, we do not know the age of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Zhuqing, keep your gaze fixed on its direction, and report back to me immediately if there are any changes. It is heading toward us at a swift pace, although it seems to have some difficulty maintaining its balance." Tang San quickly inquired, "Zhuqing, what is the length of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and what color are its wings?" "The wings are a pale red, and its length ranges from 6 to 8 meters. Yuan Ge understood that Tang San was trying to deduce the snake's age based on its length. He interjected, "Oscar, this snake is undoubtedly a millennium old. I cannot ascertain its exact age. However, do you truly wish to acquire this snake-s spirit ring? Oscar was taken aback. Yuan Ge, is this snake not suitable for me? It is indeed suitable, but didn't you plan for your third soul skill to be flight-related? Although the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake can fly and is quite swift, it is certainly not on par with avian spirit beasts. Upon hearing Yuan Ge's words, everyone turned to Oscar. If he indeed desired a flight-related soul skill, then the snake might not be the right choice for him. In the original story, after Oscar absorbed the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, he indeed gained the ability to create sausages that could grant flight for a brief minute. Though he would soar at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which was rapid, according to Yuan Ge's earlier plans, it was still not suitable for Oscar. Oscar recalled envisioning himself soaring through the sky, embracing Ning Rong Rong, and tossing a sausage that could obliterate an island. With determination in his eyes, he declared, I no longer want the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake-s spirit ring. I desire a spirit ring from a bird-type spirit beast. Xiao Wu did not oppose this, but instead asked, Little Oscar, are you certain? Some spirit beasts are serendipitous encounters. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is well suited for you. If you miss this opportunity, it may not present itself again. Before Oscar could respond, Yuan Ge spoke again. It's fine if we miss this opportunity. We can simply relocate the store together. Tang San immediately grasped the implication. Senior brother, you mean to capture the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake alive? Yes, do not kill it. Leave it with some breath. If Oscar cannot find a suitable spirit ring, we can always eliminate it later. Moreover, snake-type spirit beasts are the natural enemies of avian spirit beasts. If given a chance, avian spirit beasts will also prey upon snake-type spirit beasts. We can hang the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake at the top of the tree. And with the additional items I've prepared, we can attract avian spirit beasts. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake seemed to express its gratitude. All right, let us proceed with this plan. I want to intervene. You all take charge, Xiao Wu just stated. Understood, Teacher Xiao, the group replied. Little San, please arrange the tactics. Yuan Ge said to Tang San, as was customary before a battle. Tang San, accustomed to this, responded, as senior brother mentioned. Avian spirit beasts are the natural enemies of snake-type spirit beasts. Let Ma Hongjun initiate the attack. The phoenix, being the king of birds, should have a deterring effect. Next, Dai Mubai, you will attack from a distance. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has high defensive capabilities, so as long as you avoid striking its fleshy crest, you need not fear killing it. After that, it will be my turn and senior brother S. I will use blue silvergrass, and senior brother will employ silk threads to bind it. Zhuqing and Xiao will provide lateral support, ready to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Oscar would remain by Teacher Zhao's side, while Ning Rongrong would offer assistance to the group, including to senior brother. Tang San's arrangements were quite logical, and Ning Rongrong promptly enhanced everyone's abilities. The seven treasures glazed tile pagoda emitted 2 luminous orbs into their bodies, and Yuan Ge felt a significant surge in his strength. His leg muscles bolstered by a wave of soul power. This was not the first time he had been reinforced by Ning Rongrong. Previously, he had also sought her enhancement to acclimatize to his fortified body, preventing any disorientation during combat. The rustling sounds grew increasingly pronounced as a shadow approached them. Now is the moment. Tang San shouted. Phoenix Fire Line. A violet flame surged toward the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Sensing the phoenix's aura, the snake shuddered involuntarily, trembling slightly as it advanced. At that moment, a wave of searing heat rushed in. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake reacted swiftly, twisting to the side as the phoenix fire line narrowly grazed its body, yet some of it still caught flame, igniting its scales. It emitted a hiss, writhing on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. White Tiger's radiant wave. Roar Dai Mubai. His voice echoing through the forest as a golden tempest erupted from his mouth, striking the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and sending it crashing into a tree. Before it could hit the ground, Tang San and Yuan Ge sprang into action. In Tangle, a multitude of blue-silver grasses surged toward the spot where the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was about to land. Yuan Ge flicked his right hand, and a shadow darted forth, transforming into a puppet resembling the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As the snake crashed to the ground, the blue-silver grass ensnared it. And due to the paralyzing properties of Tang San's blue-silver grass, the snake felt its body growing increasingly uncontrollable. In a panic, it summoned all its strength to struggle desperately, causing some of the blue-silver grass to snap. Suddenly, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake noticed a fellow of its kind approaching, and it immediately cried out for help. "Hiss, old buddy, save me." Its kin heard the call and arrived, smiling, only to find itself ensnared even more tightly than before. Yuan Ge retracted the puppet, declaring, "All set, Teacher Xiao. Now it's your turn. Just leave it with a little breath." Xiao Wu replied affirmatively. "All right, I'll take it from here." Seeing the cooperation among the students, Xiao Wu felt quite satisfied. To subdue a Millennium Spirit beast while leaving it with just a breath was indeed a challenge for the students. He approached, his palm glowing with yellow light, and delivered a powerful strike to the face of the still struggling phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It instantly softened, ceasing its struggles, had he not observed its body still rising and falling. Yuan Ge might have thought it was dead. Xiao Wu's complexion turned pale. "Must we hunt the spirit beast?" Tang San sighed. "Alas, this is the nature of the weak." Beside him, Yuan Ge swiftly covered his mouth, whispering a few words in his ear. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yuan Ge as if to ask, "Are you serious?" Yuan Ge turned away, nonchalantly stating, "Believe it or not, if you don't, you might as well prepare a dowry for Xiao Wu." Tang San took a deep breath and approached Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly. Tang San suddenly raised a hand and, looking up to the heavens, proclaimed, "I, Tang San, hereby vow that from this day forth, except when necessary for the pursuit of soul rings, I shall never recklessly slay a soul beast. I will treat rabbit-type soul beasts with utmost care. When thirsty, I shall fetch them water. When hungry, I shall buy them carrots. And they must be carrots. I shall share their joys and sorrows. I shall love them more than I love myself. I will care for them through countless lifetimes. Otherwise, may the heavens strike me down, and may I find no resting place in death." The crowd gasped in disbelief, murmuring, "What on earth is Tang San doing?" Yet, Xiao Wu burst into tears, throwing herself into Tang San's embrace. "Brother, you knew all along." She clung to his neck, burying her face in it, conveying her meaning. She knew he understood her true nature as a rabbit. Tang San, momentarily bewildered, thought, "What do I know? Does she mean she knows I have feelings for her? It must be so." Yuan Ge wrapped his arm around Xiao Wu's waist and affirmed, "Indeed, I have always known." Xiao Wu, with a hint of desperation in her voice, asked, "But you truly despise me? You care about the opinions of the world? I'm a soul beast." Xiao Wu cried. Her eyes closed as tears cascaded down, soaking Tang San's collar. Tang San replied, "Xiao Wu must be referring to our bond of brotherhood. How could I ever despise you? I cherish and adore you. We are sworn siblings. Why should we care for the judgment of the world? Brother." Xiao Wu pressed her lips against Tang San's. The others were taken aback, utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. Zhao Wujia, Dai Mu Bai, and Ma Hongjun felt overwhelmed, declaring, "I am full. I cannot eat another bite." Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly buried her head back in Tang San's embrace. Tang San's mind buzzed with a singular thought. My senior brother is truly remarkable. Suddenly, a hoarse voice interrupted. "Have you two finished your display of affection? Shouldn't you return that phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake to me?" The crowd was startled, realizing they had been oblivious to someone approaching while they were preoccupied. They turned to see an elderly woman and a young girl approaching them. The elderly woman appeared genuinely old, her face a map of wrinkles, wielding a serpent-headed cane and surrounded by 6 soul rings, identifying her as a soul emperor. The young girl, while not particularly old, appeared several years older than Yuan Ge and the others, and she was exceptionally beautiful. If Ning Rongrong rated a perfect 10, Zhuqing a 9.5, and Xiao Wu 9, this girl would earn an 8. Her physique was well-developed, accentuating her curves, and she wore a tight-fitting outfit that perfectly outlined her form. Also holding a serpent-headed cane with 2 yellow soul rings floating above and below. Dai Mubai remained unfazed, but Ma Hongjun bent at the waist. "Oh, how alluring," he remarked, to which Dai Mubai shot him a disapproving glance, dismissing him as lacking ambition. Zhao Wujia opted to observe, curious to see how these youngsters would handle the situation. Noticing Zhao Wujia's inaction, Dai Mubai understood his intent and, as the eldest student of Shrek, stepped forward. "Excuse me, esteemed Soul Emperor, what is your intention?" Unaware that Zhao Wujia was also a Soul Emperor, the old woman grew arrogant. "What do you think? I am here to reclaim what belongs to us. Dai Mubai's temper flared at her attitude. Reclaim what? What have we taken from you? The old woman pointed at the bound, phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake. That creature is ours. Maongjun retorted. Nonsense. That was clearly captured by us. How dare you call me that? The old woman was about to explode in anger. Wait a moment, grandmother. The young girl interjected, stepping forward. This snake indeed belongs to us. My grandmother attacked it earlier, but in her haste to let it escape, it got away. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai nodded and instructed Tang San and Yuan Ge to release the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake. Tang San complied immediately, but Yuan Ge remained momentarily frozen. Brother? Tang San urged. Huh? Oh. Yuan Ge finally came to his senses and withdrew the silk threads. He recalled the unfolding events felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of some dragon snake tale. After pondering for a while, he decided it was not worth dwelling on, as it was of little significance. The old woman scoffed. Look at its abdomen and the wounds under its wings. Those are the results of my attack. I merely wanted my granddaughter to absorb its soul ring, which led to its accidental escape. Chapter 65. The legendary dragon, Snake Yuan Ge manipulated the silk threads to flip the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake over, confirming the old woman's claims. However, even with this acknowledgement, they could not simply relinquish the creature. Dai Mubai was ready to confront her, knowing they had Xiao Wu as backup. Yet, Yuan Ge proposed a more diplomatic approach. He gave Dai Mubai a calming look, placing one hand behind his back as he approached the elderly woman and the young girl. With a slight bow, reminiscent of a well-mannered nobleman, he addressed the Soul Emperor. Estimated elder, Yuan Ge. This soul beast does indeed belong to you. Upon hearing this, the old woman's expression softened somewhat. Well, at least you're sensible. Now hand over the soul beast. Yuan Ge shook his head. Elder, I have yet to finish my thought. While the soul beast is yours, it cannot be taken so easily. The old woman's demeanor shifted. What do you mean? Are you intentionally provoking me? Standing tall, Yuan Ge replied with a gentle smile. No, esteemed elder, you misunderstand. Although the soul beast is yours, it was captured by us. Even if we do not deserve credit, we certainly deserve recognition for our efforts. Do you truly wish to act unjustly and seize the soul beast we have labored to capture? As he spoke, his gaze subtly flickered toward the young girl. The old woman quickly grasped the implication. Her granddaughter was watching, and she would not want to appear shameless. With a smile, the old woman reassured them, do not worry. Your efforts will not be in vain. Now, what are your conditions? Thank you, esteemed elder. One of us has recently broken through to Soul Master and is well suited for the soul beast. However, since it is yours, we cannot take it. Therefore, we would need your assistance in finding another soul beast. The elderly woman furrowed her brow. Finding a suitable soul beast is a rare opportunity. We spent several days searching for this one. Why would I help you find another? Yuan Ge smiled. Esteemed elder, you misunderstand. We are specifically looking for a flying-type soul beast. As long as it can fly for extended periods, any would suffice. Extended flight? The elderly woman contemplated for a moment and remarked that a bird-type soul beast would indeed be the most suitable for them. Although the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake could fly, its duration was limited. I can assure you that I will assist you in locating a bird-type soul beast, as my martial spirit possesses a restraining effect on such creatures. Allow me to lend you a hand. Yuan Ge bowed once more, displaying great courtesy, and expressed his gratitude, stating that as a return gesture, they could stand guard while this beautiful sister absorbed her soul ring, but the responsibility of closely protecting her would fall solely to the elder, given their relatively weak strength. In essence, they would keep watch, and if the elder harbored any doubts or mistrust, she could personally safeguard her granddaughter. The elderly woman chuckled, clearly pleased. You are quite amusing, young man. Your name is Yuan Ge, I presume? How old are you? And what is your soul power level? I am 12 years old and possess a soul power level of 30, Yuan Ge replied confidently. What? The elderly woman exclaimed, astonished. 12 years old and its soul power level 30? You're not jesting, are you? With his hands clasped behind his back, Yuan Ge radiated confidence. Of course not. The elderly woman grasped Yuan Ge's arm, her scrutiny sharpening. Indeed, at 12, he possessed a soul power level of 30. A wave of anxiety washed over her. What did this signify? Such talent must surely stem from a prestigious sect. May I inquire which sect you hail from? Shrek Academy, responded Yuan Ge. Shrek Academy? The elderly woman murmured, unfamiliar with the name. Ah, esteemed elder, our academy is rather low-key. It is not surprising that you have not heard of it. That is our leading instructor, Xiao Wu. Yuan Ge indicated towards Xiao Wu. What? Xiao Wu? The unmoving king Xiao Wu? The elderly woman's eyes widened in astonishment. She had indeed heard of Xiao Wu, a formidable soul sage. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Xiao Wu approached, revealing his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The elderly woman's eyes widened in realization. He truly was a soul sage. A wry smile crept onto her lips. Had they mentioned they had a soul sage with them, she would not have acted so hastily. She immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Greetings, esteemed soul sage. Xiao Wu maintained a stern expression, nodding slightly. I am Xiao Wu. Who might you be? The elderly woman replied. I am Chao Tianxiang, and this is my granddaughter, Meng Iran. Chao Tianxiang? Xiao Wu furrowed his brow. Is your husband not Meng Shu, the couple renowned as the Supreme Dragon and Serpent? Chao Tianxiang nodded. Indeed. That is us. Meng Gu is nearby. Xiao Wu's demeanor shifted, as Meng Shu was a formidable soul Doluo, and together they possessed a martial spirit fusion technique that could contend with tidal Doluos. I have long admired your name. Xiao Wu spoke with newfound respect, then turned his gaze to Yuan Ge, silently encouraging him to continue. Esteemed elder, Yuan Ge resumed, please allow Meng's sister to absorb her soul ring. Once she has completed the absorption, we would appreciate your assistance in locating an appropriate bird-type soul beast. Our teacher, Zhao Laoshi, is solely responsible for our safety and will not intervene in capturing the soul beasts. The task will rest with you. Chao Tianxiang's lips twitched slightly. What began as a search for a bird-type soul beast had now morphed into a quest for a suitable one, with the implication that Xiao Wu would not assist in capturing it. Was this not a clear indication that she was being asked to work? However, she refrained from voicing her discontent. Having just agreed to assist, and with Xiao Wu present, it would be prudent to show respect to the soul sage. Moreover, being under the tutelage of a soul sage and nurturing a prodigious disciple like Yuan Ge indicated that Shrek Academy was indeed extraordinary and warranted no enmity. Very well. Chao Tianxiang acquiesced, suddenly struck by inspiration. Yuan Ge was a student of Shrek Academy. Surely, he would graduate eventually. Yuan Ge, do you have any family? Are you betrothed? Meng Iran was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing her grandmother's intentions. She wished for her to marry this young man. She glanced at Yuan Ge, who was not only handsome but also remarkably gifted. At 12 years old, he possessed a soul power of 30. If all went well, he would undoubtedly surpass even title Doluo in the future. Considering this, she chose not to voice any objections. I leave it to my grandmother's discretion. Nearby, Zhuqing's cat ears perked up. Yuan Ge smiled, acknowledging the elder's good intentions. Yet he stated, I appreciate your kindness, esteemed elder, but my heart already belongs to someone, leaving no room for others. Chapter 66. The true target is Meng Shu. Observing the subtle smile on Zhuqing's face, the others could only express their disbelief. Was he truly attempting to flirt at such a moment? Upon hearing Yuan Ge's declaration, Chao Tianxiang resolved to withdraw her proposal, recognizing that he had already pledged his heart elsewhere. Meng Iran, however, approached. Who are you? At 12 years old, you possess a soul power of 30. Such talent is not common. I was at soul power level 22 at 12, and now I am 16 with a level of 30. While I may not match you, I am still considered a genius. How could she surpass me? Yuan Ge chuckled. Brothers, please introduce yourselves. Laughter erupted among the group, especially from Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who relished the opportunity to tease others. Dai Mu Bai was the first to introduce himself. Dai Mu Bai, martial spirit white tiger. 15 years old, level 37 assault system, soul master. With that, he released his soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ma Hongjun, martial spirit phoenix, 12 years old, level 29 assault system, soul master. Oscar, martial spirit sausage, 14 years old, level 30 food system support soul master. Tang San, martial spirit blue silvergrass, 12 years old, level 30 control system, soul master. Little Wu, martial spirit rabbit, 12 years old, level 29 assault system, soul master. Ning Rongrong, martial spirit 7 treasures glazed tower, 12 years old, Level 26 Support System Soul Master. Zhuqing, Martial Spirit Nethercat, 12 years old. Level 27 Agility System Soul Master. Each individual showcased their soul rings. With only Dai Mubai possessing an additional Millennium Soul Ring, the others had 200-year rings. Chaodian Xiang, Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran struggled to accept this revelation, exclaiming incredulously, impossible. Absolument impossible. Yuan Ge stepped closer to Zhuqing, clasping her hand, remaining silent as he gazed at Meng Yiran. Sighing, Chaodian Xiang, with her greater life experience, eventually accepted the reality after a moment of observation. Yiran, this is indeed true. But grandmother, go and absorb your soul ring. Realizing her grandmother would not deceive her, Meng Yiran, who had just claimed her genius status, wished for a place to hide. I shall go absorb my soul ring. After glancing at Yuan Ge and then at Zhuqing, she pondered if his heart truly belonged to her. With determination, Meng Yiran plunged her blade into the flesh of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, withdrawing it only to stab again, this time into its eye, piercing its brain. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake met its demise, and a violet soul ring gradually ascended as Meng Yiran commenced her absorption. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Meng Shu, the dragon of the supreme dragon and serpent. What is happening here? Meng Shu inquired. Chaodian Xiang approached him, recounting the events, including the ages and soul power levels of the Shrek students. Meng Shu's pupils constricted. Is what you say true? Do you think I would deceive you? Chaodian Xiang replied, somewhat irritated. No, that is not my intention. I simply find this astonishing. After a brief conversation with Ko Xiangxiang, Meng Shu approached Shrek and the others. Surely, this must be the unmovable Ming Wang, Xiao Wu. Stepping forward, Xiao Wu respectfully introduced himself, stating, I am Xiao Wu, honored to meet you, Senior Meng Shu. As a soul sage, he recognized the greater stature of Meng Shu, a soul daw, and, being significantly older, it was only fitting to address him as senior. Moreover, he wished to avoid any conflict with the formidable Longxi, knowing he could not win and that his students were present, thus he did not want to involve them. Well, since Yiran's grandmother has agreed to assist you in finding suitable avian soul beasts, we shall uphold our end of the bargain. Once Yiran completes her absorption of the spirit ring, we shall commence, he added gratefully. Thank you, Senior Meng Shu, Xiao Wu replied. Meng Shu then turned to Yuan Ge. You're Yuan Ge, I presume? Yuan Ge bowed respectfully. I have met Senior Meng Shu. Indeed, you are quite the impressive individual, Meng Shu nodded slightly. Anyone who encountered such a courteous person would inevitably feel favorably inclined. Yuan Ge produced a small pouch from the crowd and presented it to Meng Shu with both hands. Senior Meng Shu, this contains special materials for attracting avian soul beasts. Once opened, its scent will draw them in. Meng Shu accepted the pouch without hesitation, recognizing that it would expedite the search for suitable soul beasts for Shrek, allowing them to leave sooner. Well done, young friend, he commended Yuan Ge. He was quite pleased with Yuan Ge's initiative. Even without the pouch, he would have sought suitable soul beasts for them. But now, this pouch would certainly save considerable effort. Noticing Xiao Wu giving him a knowing glance, Yuan Ge approached him. What is the matter, Teacher Xiao? I wonder what scheme you are concocting, Xiao Wu questioned. Others gathered around, eager to hear Yuan Ge's intentions. Didn't Teacher Xiao suggest we devise our own methods to hunt soul beasts? This is my solution, Yuan Ge replied. Xiao Wu's expression turned peculiar. So, you have brought a soul Deluo and a soul emperor? Precisely. Isn't this our devised method for hunting soul beasts? The others facepalmed, incredulous at the absurdity. Yuan Ge continued, however, that was not my original aim. I knew you were up to something, Xiao Wu pressed. Yuan Ge, unconcerned, admitted, for the soul skill inherent to my martial spirit. As you all know, my martial spirit can disguise itself as others, including their spirit rings. Ko Xiangxiang is a soul emperor, which is not an issue, but Meng Shu is a soul Deluo. If I were to disguise my puppet as a soul Deluo and suddenly present it before our enemies, showcasing 8 spirit rings, Xiao Wu interjected, the opponents would be startled, if not terrified, giving you an opportunity to strike. Exactly. Therefore, upon our return, I must procure some higher grade materials and have Xiao San assist me in crafting a more powerful crossbow. One capable of taking down a defensive soul king or an ordinary soul emperor, Yuan Ge concluded. The others remarked, "You are truly quite cunning." Several hours later, Meng Iran completed her absorption of the spirit ring, her soul power rising from level 30 to 31. "Grandfather, you have arrived," she greeted Meng Shu. After inspecting Meng Iran's aura and confirming her well-being, Meng Shu nodded. "Now that you have finished absorbing the spirit ring, I shall begin assisting Yuan Ge and the others in finding suitable soul beasts." With that, he tossed Yuan Ge's pouch into the air, channeling soul power from his fingertips to shatter the pouch. As it disintegrated, the powders within began to disperse in the wind. These were crafted from the remains of insect and snake soul beasts, emitting an aroma irresistible to avian soul beasts. Before long, the surrounding wilderness stirred, and a multitude of various avian soul beasts surged towards them, appearing to be between 100 to 1,000 years old. Chapter 67. Gale Thunder Eagle. Meng Shu turned his gaze towards Yuan Ge. "Young friend, can you select from this multitude of avian soul beasts?" "Thank you, Senior Meng Shu." Yuan Ge stepped forward, looking up at the flock of soul beasts. "Lin Yufian? No, that's a defensive bird. Xiao Wu? That one do either, as it specializes in charm. See, Yuan Ge, it is acceptable, but only a century old." As he searched, he found none suitable for Oscar. And even if there were, their ages were too low. Just as he was about to give up, a sudden eagle's cry echoed from a distance. With a swoosh, two blue figures darted toward the soul beast flock, one large and one small. Upon hearing the eagle's call, the flock scattered like cats startled by a mouse. This captured everyone's attention, and they quickly turned toward the newly appeared soul beasts. "Gale, Thunder Eagle," Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. "How could such a soul beast be here?" "Gale, Thunder Eagle?" Everyone, including the formidable Longshi couple, turned to Tang San. Indeed, the Gale Thunder Eagle is an exceedingly rare and perilous soul beast, possessing both wind and thunder attributes, with unparalleled speed and formidable attack power. They typically inhabit high peaks and are ill-suited for hunting in the Stardoe forest, hence they should not be present here, Yuan Ge explained. "That's inconsequential. They must have coincidentally passed through and were attracted by this flock of avian soul beasts for hunting." Yuan Ge observed the two Gale Thunder Eagles closely. The larger one is nearly 6 meters long, definitely a 10,000-year soul beast, if not, at least 8,000 years. The smaller one is about 2 meters. Surely no more than 1,800 years. This one will do. Yuan Ge turned to Meng Shu. "Senior Meng Shu, I seek your assistance." "Very well," Meng Shu replied. Summoning his martial spirit, the dragon staff. Third soul skill, twin dragon strangulation. Meng Shu raised the staff, and 2 dragon shadows surged into the sky. The small Gale Thunder Eagle, engrossed in capturing its prey, had no time to react before being ensnared by the dragon shadows, which then viciously bit down on its neck and wings. With a cry, the small Gale Thunder Eagle plummeted from the sky. The large Gale Thunder Eagle, alarmed, rushed toward its offspring, but suddenly sensed Meng Shu's aura and turned to flee. 8 spirit rings. It had no chance to save its young. The dragon shadows delivered the small Gale Thunder Eagle to Yuan Ge. "It still has a breath left. Act swiftly," Meng Shu urged. Yes, Yuan Ge turned to Oscar, who understood immediately and hurried over with a dagger, swiftly ending the small Gale Thunder Eagle's life. Meng Shu stated, "Having fulfilled our promise, we shall take our leave." Yuan Ge bowed respectfully, bidding farewell to the formidable Longshi couple. Xiao Wu and the other students followed suit, all bowing, though Xiao Wu merely inclined his body slightly. Meng Shu nodded, preparing to depart with Kao Xingxiang and Meng Iran, while Oscar began to absorb the spirit ring. "Wait, grandfather," Meng Iran suddenly interjected. "What is it, Iran?" Without responding, she approached Yuan Ge. "Yuan Ge, I wish to duel with you." Yuan Ge maintained a gentle smile. "Why? I want to understand the gap between myself and true geniuses like you," Meng Iran declared, unwilling to concede. "Hee, since Sister Meng wishes to engage, let us proceed. However, I am merely a 2-ring Great Soul Master, while Sister Meng has already attained the rank of 3-ring Soul Elder. Thus I shall refrain from employing my 3rd soul skill. This poses no issue." The crowd fell silent. "How is it that you nearly vanquished a Soul King, yet now refuse a young girl the use of her 3rd soul skill? Can you possibly be more shameless?" They distanced themselves from Oscar, who was absorbing soul rings. As Meng Iran tightly grasped her serpent staff, her gaze fixed intently on Yuan Ge, who stood serenely with one hand behind his back. "Will you not summon your martial spirit?" Meng Iran inquired. "My martial spirit is rather unique. Invoking it signifies the commencement of battle. Very well, let the battle begin. Second soul skill, Serpent Shadow Charge. As Meng Yiran activated her second soul skill, a colossal serpent shadow erupted from her staff. She mounted it, charging towards Yuan Ge with astonishing speed. Accompanied by a cacophony of wind, Yuan Ge remained unfazed, deftly releasing his puppet with a flick of his right hand, revealing its true form without any disguise. Secret technique, replacement. In a flash, the puppet and Yuan Ge exchanged places. With a subtle motion of his fingers, the puppet leapt into action just as Meng Yiran passed beneath it. What manner of martial spirit is this? Meng Yiran gasped, startled to discover that Yuan Ge's martial spirit bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Secret technique, binding. The puppet began to unleash an abundance of threads, aiming to ensnare Meng Yiran. However, due to the considerable distance and her rapid approach, she narrowly evaded capture. Of course, this was Yuan Ge's intention. He promptly commanded the puppet to charge at Meng Yiran. First soul skill, Bow, and Serpent Shadow. Meng Yiran's serpent staff bent, forming a serpent shadow that served as the bowstring connecting its two segments. Pulling the bowstring taut, another serpent shadow emerged, transforming into an arrow. With a release of her right hand, the serpent shadow soared towards the approaching puppet, its mouth widening to reveal menacing fangs. With a swift thud, the serpent shadow bit into the puppet's neck, yet the puppet, devoid of life and sensation, continued its relentless advance towards Meng Yiran. She repeatedly drew and released arrows, unleashing a barrage of serpent shadows towards Yuan Ge's puppet, all of which he disregarded. As the puppet closed in on Meng Yiran, Yuan Ge suddenly activated the replacement technique. After switching places with the puppet, he swiftly recalled it and unleashed his soul skill. Secret technique, Paper Crane. In rapid succession, 4 origami cranes darted towards Meng Yiran. Their speed was astonishing, and with the distance so minimal, she found herself unable to evade. Fortunately, having learned the art of concealed weapons from Tang San, Yuan Ge did not intend to take Meng Yiran's life, purposefully missing his mark. The 4 cranes brushed past her skin, embedding themselves into the sturdy tree behind her, leaving only 4 small holes in their wake. Yuan Ge positioned himself 10 meters in front of the still-dazed Meng Yiran, placing his right hand over his abdomen and bowing in a gentlemanly manner. Sister Meng, I concede. Meng Yiran regained her composure, gazing at Yuan Ge. No need for humility. A loss is a loss, and I, Meng Yiran, can accept it. With that, she turned towards Meng Shu and Zhao Tianxiang. Grandfather, grandmother, let us depart. Chapter 68. Oscar's soul skill. Meng Shu and Zhao Tianxiang remained deep in thought about the preceding battle. Was that lad truly a two-ring great soul master? Though he was already at level 30, he had yet to acquire a 3rd soul ring. How could he possess 3 soul skills? Never mind. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Since that lad could not become their Meng family's son-in-law and had not antagonized them, they need not concern themselves further. After all, when faced with such a prodigy, it is better to eliminate any potential threats. Ma Hongjun, with a playful grin, remarked, "Oh, who would have thought that Yuan Ge is quite the chivalrous one, not resorting to crossbows in an unequal battle?" Zhuqing immediately cast a sharp gaze at Ma Hongjun, her expression disapproving. Ma Hongjun shuddered, realizing he had unwittingly spoken out of turn, forgetting that the primary lady was observing. Yuan Ge chuckled, "Hee, I am not being chivalrous. There is no need to take such measures against those who are not enemies, especially with their grandparents watching. If I were to harm the young one, the elders would certainly not remain passive." By the time Oscar completed absorbing his soul ring, evening had fallen. Yuan Ge and the others prepared a campsite, kindling a fire. Yuan Ge handed Ma Hongjun the dung of a 10,000-year-old beast, instructing him to scatter it around, while Tang San also sprinkled some insect repellent powder. Woo! Oscar leapt exuberantly from the ground, unable to contain his excitement. The group immediately gathered around him. "Little Ao, how did it go?" Xiao Wu asked. "What is your 3rd soul skill?" Oscar first expressed his gratitude to Yuan Ge, saying, "I owe it all to you, Yuan Ge. My 3rd soul skill is an immensely powerful attack skill. The effects, well, see for yourselves." With that, he began reciting the incantation for his soul skill. "I possess 2 little sausages." Upon hearing Oscar's new incantation, someone chuckled, and soon everyone erupted into laughter. "Ha! 2 little sausages, you're something else, Oscar. With your big sausage, I can hardly bear to imagine the scene. Ning Rongrong giggled, her laughter ringing like a melody. Oscar's face flushed with embarrassment. You just wait. Don't come crying for food later, he declared before consuming both sausages in one go. The laughter subsided as everyone turned their attention to Oscar. After all, despite the merriment, one should not jest about soul skills. With a whoosh, a pair of blue, semi-transparent wings sprouted from Oscar's back. After a few flaps, he soared into the air. Behold, this is the first effect, flight. It lasts for 10 minutes. While its speed may not rival that of the Gale Thunder Eagle, it is still quite impressive. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? 10 minutes of flight? They realized that this could prove invaluable for both escape and pursuit. However, Yuan Ge's interest lay elsewhere. You mentioned this is merely the first effect. What about the second? The second effect is an additional soul skill. Oscar began to demonstrate. Gale Thunder Flash. With a shout, a surge of lightning converged in Oscar's right hand, and his wings vibrated wildly. He transformed into a streak of electric light, hurtling towards a large tree. In the next moment, boom, Oscar's right fist struck the tree with tremendous force. Amidst the blinding flashes of lightning, the tree, which could not withstand 10 men's embrace, was blasted open, crashing to the ground. Such incredible speed and devastating power, Dai Mubai exclaimed, taken aback. Even my White Tiger's radiant light wave pales in comparison. Yet in comparison, the White Tiger's radiant light wave remains superior, as it is a group attack capable of toppling multiple trees of similar stature. Oscar flapped his wings and descended gracefully. What do you think? Impressive, right? He said proudly. Indeed, impressive, Tang San praised. Your attack and destructive power rival those of a strong assault-type soul master. He then shifted the conversation, but the consumption must be substantial, correct? Oscar nodded. Indeed, while it is powerful, the cost is significant. Creating a pair of these little sausages consumed 1/3 of my soul power, and each time I consume a sausage, Gale Thunder Flash can only be unleashed once. Xiao Wu rolled his eyes, urging Oscar to be content. You must realize that you are an auxiliary soul master. With this soul skill, you can embody a powerful assault soul master. Oscar, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and admitted the truth in those words. Yuan Ge, however, noted a concern. What if you only consume one of the 2 small sausages? He would then be limited to flight and unable to utilize the Gale Lightning Flash. After saying this, Oscar crafted 2 more small sausages and handed them to Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge, I owe my acquisition of this soul skill to you. Here, give a try. Yuan Ge shook his head, declining. I prefer not to engage in such combat styles. However, you might let Rong try. Don't forget, she is also an auxiliary soul master. If she can unleash an attack like you just did after consuming the sausage, it would mean everyone possesses offensive capabilities. Oscar's eyes lit up with excitement. Right? Let Rong have them. He quickly approached Ning Rong. Here, give it a go. Seeing the eager expression on Oscar's face, Ning Rong noted. If she could gain offensive abilities, she would no longer be relegated to merely boosting others at the start of battles. After consuming Oscar's small sausages, wings sprouted from her back. Gale Lightning Flash. Boom! With a flash of electricity, she shattered a tree as thick as 10 men with a single punch. Should such an attack strike a person below level 40, it would likely result in instant defeat. However, since this attack lacked armor-piercing properties, it probably wouldn't take down a defense-oriented soul master above level 30 with just one blow. As everyone prepared to rest, Xiao Wu suddenly caught a faint sound from the nearby thicket. Everyone, be alert. There's something making noise over there. The group immediately became cautious. And Zhuqing swiftly climbed a tree to scout. Moments later, she returned. There's an injured white bird over there, about 2 meters long with a large head, a thick and short beak, and pure white claws. Strangely, it has 3 eyes. Tang San immediately recognized the creature. That is a 3-eyed ethereal bird, a soul beast with formidable mental power capable of launching psychic attacks. Given its size, it must be around 1,200 to 1,500 years old. Yuan Ge. It must have been affected when Meng Shu attacked the Gale Lightning Eagle during the day. I saw several avian soul beasts get blown away. He thought for a moment and declared, in that case, I'll take this ethereal bird. Its age is just right for me. You? Xiao Wu looked at him in surprise. What do you want with that bird? Do you wish to fly as well? Yuan Ge replied, not quite. I currently lack a long-range attack soul skill. The Paper Phoenix and Cross Flash have too short a range. If I could absorb its soul ring and gain psychic impact, that would be perfect. Chapter 69. Secret Technique Disperses. Secret Technique charges. Though he spoke these words, Yuan Ge's true intentions were somewhat different. His third soul skill should mirror that of the Yuan Ge from the game. Now that he had confirmed his soul skill, it was time to select a soul beast. The three-eyed ethereal bird possessed immense mental power, which he needed to enhance his own. A stronger mental capacity would allow him to concentrate better daily and improve his training state, precisely what he required. After all, his innate talent was not exceptional. He had only a level 6 innate soul power, and he relied on diligence to keep pace with Tang San, having sacrificed physical training. Moreover, Zhuqing had mentioned that strengthening his mental power might enable him to control puppets directly with his mind, bypassing the need for strings. Xiao Wu was persuaded by Yuan Ge and agreed. As night fell, he was reluctant to let the students confront the injured three-eyed ethereal bird, as it would not be able to engage in combat due to its injuries, which could lead to a loss of valuable experience. Xiao Wu approached the creature alone, activated his martial spirit, and threw it out. As Yuan Ge released his puppet to approach, he exchanged positions with it and dispatched the bird with a cross flash. A purple soul ring slowly emerged from the bird's lifeless body. As Yuan Ge began to channel his soul power towards the soul ring, he promptly sat cross-legged. As the soul ring gradually encircled him, he felt an overwhelming pressure attempting to crush him. Gritting his teeth, he rapidly circulated his soul power to alleviate the immense strain. However, as time passed, the pressure intensified, causing every muscle and bone in his body to tremble. Seeing Yuan Ge drenched in sweat and pale, Zhuqing grew increasingly worried. Is he going to be all right? Is the age of this soul ring too high? Tang San sighed. Actually, the age of the soul ring isn't excessively high. It's likely a few hundred years younger than Oscar's. But brother's physique is truly weak, even less robust than an auxiliary soul master. He.S. doing better than last time. He bled from his nose when absorbing his second soul ring. Look, brother is really bleeding from his nose. Xiao Wu shouted, pointing at Yuan Ge. By the time Yuan Ge completed the absorption, it was already late at night. Besides Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, and Tang San, the others had fallen asleep. Xiao Wu stood guard. Zhuqing was worried, and Tang San was simply on watch duty. He wasn't particularly anxious for Yuan Ge, as he had witnessed similar situations before. Yuan Ge stood up from the ground, stretched his shoulders and thighs, and felt a wave of refreshing relief wash over him. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, prompting Yuan Ge to smile gently as he opened his arms to embrace Zhuqing. I'm sorry for worrying you. Yuan Ge was well aware of how frightening the process of absorbing a soul ring could be. It's fine, as long as you're okay, she replied. You mischievous boy. Brother. Xiao Wu and Tang San approached. Teacher Zhao, little San, Yuan Ge greeted. What level are you now, and what is your third soul skill? Is it psychic impact? Xiao Wu inquired. I'm at level 31, and I will soon reach level 32, probably within a day or two. My third soul skill isn't psychic impact. It's two different skills. What? Two soul skills again? The three of them widened their eyes in astonishment. Yes, one is called Secret Technique Disperse, and the other is Secret Technique Charge. Secret Technique Disperse renders me invincible for 1 second, allowing me to be immune to all damage and control effects, after which I can teleport a short distance. The more soul power I expend, the farther I can teleport, and there is no cooldown period. Though it does consume substantial soul power, so I want to be able to use it many times in a single battle. Secret Technique Charge allows my puppet to advance a distance forward. As long as the length of the string is sufficient, it can charge any distance. I can choose to follow or not, and if the puppet collides with something, it will also deal damage. To the trio, the second skill seemed less significant. The first skill was the real game changer. Invulnerable for 1 second, immune to all control and damage, and capable of teleportation without cooldown. That's utterly extraordinary, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Tang San fell into deep thought, contemplating what he would do if he faced his elder brother. Zhuqing, embracing Yuan Ge's arm, could not help but feel joy for him. Moreover, with the three-eyed ethereal bird's formidable mental power, his own mental capacity had significantly increased, allowing for more delicate control over his puppets, even enabling them to speak. The threads used to manipulate puppets can now be substituted with threads of mental energy. The advantage lies in the fact that these ethereal threads are invisible and can penetrate objects, alleviating my concerns about the threads tangling. The puppet is now able to share its vision with me, meaning I can control it from behind a wall, leading the way for exploration. This ability likely stems from the unique attributes granted by the third eye of the three-eyed ethereal bird. Moreover, as long as I do not unleash soul techniques through the puppet, I need not reveal my soul rings. Xiao Wu was at a loss for words. This was simply extraordinary. With just one additional soul ring, how many skills have been bestowed? Furthermore, it seemed that the soul technique provided by the third soul ring bore little relation to the three-eyed ethereal bird. Show me your secret technique, he urged. All right, Yuan Ge replied, eager to demonstrate, for this was indeed his ultimate move. Secret technique, scatter. Yuan Ge's form became translucent, pausing for a brief moment before abruptly vanishing from sight and reappearing 10 meters away. So, when you become translucent, you are invincible? Immune to all damage and control? Xiao Wu inquired. Indeed, Teacher Xiao, Yuan Ge affirmed with a nod. Sighing, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Very well, you and Zhuqing should rest now. Dawn is approaching, and we must assist Tang San in seeking soul rings tomorrow. He gestured for them to take their leave. The following morning, everyone busied themselves organizing supplies before continuing their journey. Throughout the day, Yuan Ge manipulated the puppet ahead to scout and clear their path. Zhuqing yawned, still feeling drowsy from the previous night's lack of sleep. Noticing this, Yuan Ge, while directing the puppet, remarked, Zhuqing, where's the necklace I gave you last time? Oh, it's right here, Zhuqing replied, retrieving the necklace from her collar. Place it on your forehead. Once you feel revitalized, take it off immediately. Although Zhuqing was puzzled by Yuan Ge's instructions, she complied. As the necklace touched her forehead, a refreshing sensation coursed through her mind, swiftly alleviating her fatigue. After removing the necklace, she turned to Yuan Ge. I truly feel awake now. What on earth is this? I am uncertain of its nature, Yuan Ge confessed. It was a complimentary item from a shopkeeper while I was purchasing materials for soul beasts. It resembles one of the gems given to me by my master, Master Kaishu. He mentioned that if you place this gem on your forehead when you are fully energized, you will dream, even with your eyes open. Dream? What kind of dream? Zhuqing asked. The content escapes him, and I have yet to try it myself. Perhaps I shall do so upon my return. To be honest, I am quite curious. Yuan Ge had never had the opportunity to test it, as he had been preoccupied with training since rescuing Zhuqing in Death Town. During their journey to Shrek Academy, he had only taken a brief moment to buy a carrot, and even the past few days at Shrek, he had scarcely found time for training, let alone utilizing the gem for dreaming. The group traversed the Star Doe forest all day, encountering several soul beasts, but finding none suitable for Tang San. As evening approached, Yuan Ge produced a small pouch purchased in town designed to attract spider-type soul beasts, offering it to Tang San. Little San, this is material to attract spider-type soul beasts. Would you like to give it a try? Tang San accepted it gratefully. Thank you, senior brother. Little Wu pouted. Senior brother, why didn't you bring this out sooner? We wasted an entire day. Little Wu, Tang San interjected. This belongs to senior brother. I'm already very grateful that he has shared it with me. We cannot fault him. I wasn't blaming him, just, all right, I believe Little Wu meant no offense, Yuan Ge interjected. Yesterday, Meng Shu attracted a multitude of bird-type soul beasts, including a 10,000-year-old one. After they departed, if we were to use this pouch, I fear the soul beasts attracted might be beyond our capability to handle. Thus, I waited until we had achieved little throughout the day before presenting it. After all, Teacher Xiao emphasized that we should hunt soul beasts ourselves unless faced with danger. Understanding dawned upon Little Wu as she nodded. Tang San pondered for a moment, then suggested, Senior brother, have your puppet use the material to attract the spider-type soul beasts while we keep our distance. If you spot a suitable soul beast, we can wait until it is separated before making our move. That works, but it's better to wait until morning. The night is not in our favor. Agreed. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Yuan Ge directed the puppet 50 meters ahead, the farthest distance he could currently control it from his own body. The puppet tore open the pouch of spider-attracting material and tossed it into the sky. Immediately, a foul odor wafted through the air, causing everyone to grimace. Approximately half an hour later, activity stirred nearby, and through the puppet's vision, Yuan Ge observed numerous rustling bushes and grass, as well as movement across the ground. Quickly, he maneuvered the puppet into the trees. Since the puppet was not a living being, it exuded no scent or heat, alleviating concerns of being detected by the spiders. Before long, several spider-type soul beasts appeared in the vicinity, and after failing to find food, they began to turn on each other. Given that spiders primarily operated in the evening and nighttime, the number attracted was limited to fewer than 50, including only 2,000-year soul beasts, a burrowing demon spider, and a faceless demon spider. Both of these large arachnids measured over 1.5 meters, with their legs extending to 3 meters, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation as they engaged in combat. Little San, 2 suitable soul beasts have emerged. One is out of view, and I cannot discern its type, while the other is a burrowing demon spider, likely over 1,800 years old. I just don't know if it exceeds 2,000 years, Yuan Ge relayed to Tang San. The faceless demon spider had a human face beneath its abdomen, making it nearly unrecognizable unless it flipped over. Tang San contemplated and replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. If it truly surpasses 2,000 years, it would exceed the age limit for the third soul ring." "Very well, we shall wait," Yuan Ge concurred. However, before long, the spiders inexplicably scattered in a panic. Xiao Wu's expression changed dramatically. "Quick, everyone hide behind me." Oscar immediately began crafting small sausages to distribute, ensuring each person received one. Though the group was unsure of the unfolding situation, they complied, and Oscar continuously recited the incantation. "I have 2 small sausages. I have 2 small sausages." Yet, he only managed to produce 6 before he faltered. He promptly distributed the sausages, giving one to everyone except himself and Dai Mubai. Yuan Ge realized what was about to transpire and returned the small sausage to Oscar. "I don't need it right now. Have you forgotten my third soul technique?" Oscar, recalling this, consumed the sausage, sprouting wings alongside the others. Seeing Yuan Ge abstain, Tang San also refrained, offering his sausage to Dai Mubai. "Big brother Dai, you eat it. Since senior brother hasn't tea, I won't tea either." Although Tang San was unaware of the situation, Xiao Wu's demeanor indicated they were in peril. Despite being only a second-ring Great Soul Master, he felt confident he was among the strongest in their group. Dai Mubai had already discerned a glimpse of Tang San's capabilities and did not dwell on it for long, consuming the small sausage instead. The reason Oscar had withheld the sausage from Dai Mubai earlier was that he believed Dai Mubai, being a level 37 Soul Master, was the strongest among them apart from Yuan Ge, and that the others were in greater need of the small sausage. Dai Mubai understood this. It was his responsibility to protect his juniors. As for why Oscar offered it to Yuan Ge, it was because he was too fragile. As for Oscar himself, he felt unworthy to partake, still clinging to the notion that he was merely a support-type Soul Master. "Teacher Zhao, what has transpired?" Dai Mubai inquired with a hint of confusion. Xiao Wu did not respond to his question. "If anything happens, you all must ignore me and leave immediately." "First, get out of the Stardow Forest," he commanded. "Mubai, you rascal, I entrust the responsibility of protecting everyone to you in my absence." As soon as the words left his mouth, the immense trees above them parted, revealing a colossal creature that towered like a mountain. It was the Titan giant ape. Tang San, usually composed, now wore a look of alarm. This creature should have been at the heart of the Stardow Forest. Why was it here? Yuan Ge smirked. "Of course, it was summoned by your dear sister and wife." Xiao Wu's expression darkened considerably. The Titan giant ape was undoubtedly one of the most formidable soul beasts. Even a century-old Titan giant ape could contend with millennium-level soul beasts, not to mention the one before them, which, judging by its size, was definitely 10,000 years old. "Respectful king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately," Xiao Wu declared solemnly. He knew that the Titan giant ape could comprehend human speech, as soul beasts over 10,000 years old possessed this ability. The Titan giant ape paid him no heed, taking a step forward instead. Yuan Ge, astonished, remarked on how the Titan giant ape approached them so stealthily, making not a sound. "I will block it. Everyone run. If you can escape, do so," Xiao Wu shouted. He immediately activated his martial soul, with the first, second, third, and fifth soul rings illuminating in succession. In his eyes, the Titan giant ape was preparing to launch an attack. "Where's my sister Xiao Wu?" the Titan giant ape bellowed. At that moment, Everyone understood that this was not the time for hesitation. They spread their wings and soared into the sky, retreating swiftly. Yuan Ge and Tang San exchanged glances and promptly fell back. However, they did not venture far, as they could not abandon Xiao Wu. Their retreat was merely a strategic maneuver to summon their martial souls. Just then, the Titan giant ape extended a hand and swiftly grasped at the air. Xiao Wu, anticipating an attack, raised his hands defensively. However, contrary to his expectations, when he lowered his hands, the Titan giant ape had vanished, leaving only its silhouette behind. Xiao Wu had braced himself for death, yet the Titan giant ape had simply walked away. As he pondered this, Dai Mubai suddenly returned, now embodying the white tiger. Having activated his third soul skill, the white tiger's diamond transformation, a feminine voice resonated. 7 treasures turn into glass. 7 treasures are renowned. First, strength. Second, speed. Several streams of light surged into everyone's bodies. When Xiao Wu turned to look, he was astonished to find that everyone had not fled. Apart from Tang San and Yuan Ge, perched on a tree, the rest floated in the air. Furious, he exclaimed, "I told you to leave. Why have you returned? We cannot abandon you." "Teacher," Tang San replied resolutely. "Foolish. I am no match for it. Your return will only lead to your demise." Yet, despite his harsh words, Xiao Wu felt a swell of gratitude within. With such students, he felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. All right, the Titan giant ape has departed. Let's take stock of our numbers and leave. Wait, where is Xiao Wu? Tang San suddenly cried out. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. He scanned the area frantically, but found no trace of her. The others shared his confusion. Indeed, where is Xiao Wu? I recall she was the last to take off. Right behind me, Ma Hongjun recalled. Tang San rushed over. Ma Hongjun, think carefully. Where did Xiao Wu go? Okay, don't panic, I will think. Ma Hongjun reassured him. She was indeed right behind me when we took off, but everyone was preoccupied with distancing ourselves, and no one looked back. I genuinely don't know how she vanished. Did you notice anything strange? Yuan Ge asked. Strange? Ma Hongjun pondered again. Oh, there was indeed a sound of air being sliced, accompanied by a gust of wind. Xiao Wu squinted. I understand. When you all took off, the Titan giant ape threw a punch. I initially thought it was aimed at me. Teacher Xiao, are you suggesting that the Titan giant ape struck Xiao Wu? Tang San's eyes widened in horror. Then Xiao Wu Yuan Ge stepped forward to calm the increasingly frantic Tang San. No, it wasn't aimed at Xiao Wu. Did you hear any screams? Or see her corpse nearby? As everyone considered this, it seemed indeed the case. Then what was its intention? It is likely that it has captured Xiao Wu. What? Captured Xiao Wu? The group gasped in shock. Tang San sighed in relief. As long as she is alive, that is good. But why would it capture her? Yuan shrugged. How am I to know? That is something to inquire of the Titan giant ape. Very well. I shall go and ask it. I will retrieve Xiao Wu. With that, Tang San prepared to chase after the direction in which the Titan giant ape had departed. Stop! Xiao Wu suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Teacher Xiao. I am sorry, Tang San, but I cannot allow you to go, Xiao Wu replied gravely. Why not? Because no one knows what will happen to those taken by the Titan giant ape. Even if Xiao Wu is unharmed now, what can you do if you go? Even I, as a soul sage, am no match for the Titan giant ape. You would only be walking to your death. I am sorry. It is my fault for not protecting my students. Teacher Xiao, this is not your fault. The appearance of the Titan giant ape here is entirely unforeseen. I must rescue Xiao Wu. Alas, Tang San, you must accept this. Going will truly lead to your demise. Tang San turned away, no longer looking at Xiao Wu seemingly resigned to his fate, but his gaze was directed towards Yuan Ge. He knew his senior brother would surely have a solution. Yuan Ge nodded slightly. Let us find another place to rest. Seeing Tang San heed his advice, Xiao Wu felt somewhat relieved. However, just as he turned around, Ma Hongjun suddenly shouted, pointing to the sky, holy cow, it's the Titan giant ape. It has returned. Everyone was startled and quickly looked up. Indeed, the Titan giant ape had reappeared, standing ominously before them. It pounded its chest and howled at the sky. Roar! The group instinctively recoiled a few steps at the overwhelming aura emanating from the Titan giant ape. Then, it raised its arm and launched a punch towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was prepared from the moment he spotted the giant ape. His 7th soul ring glowed, and his martial soul manifested in its true form. His height surged to 3 meters, and dense fur sprouted from his body, transforming him into a true bear. With a fierce roar, Xiao Wu unleashed his powerful golden iron palm, thrusting his right hand toward the Titan giant ape's incoming fist. Today, even if he were to perish here, he would ensure the safety of his students. However, just as his palm was about to make contact with the Titan giant ape's fist, it vanished into thin air. Xiao Wu was momentarily bewildered, for in the place where the Titan giant ape had stood, he discerned another figure. It was Yuan Ge, or rather, Yuan Ge's puppet. Chapter 72. Xiao Wu. That rascal did it on purpose. Yuan Ge's true form suddenly appeared beside his puppet, their backs pressed against each other. The puppet's voice resonated deep and hoarse, expressing solitude through cacophony, while Yuan Ge's voice rang out clear and bright, using colors to portray the palette. The onlookers inquired, "What on earth are you up to this time, Yuan Ge?" Xiao Wu retorted with irritation, "You little rascal. You've gone too far this time. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to use my martial soul's true form?" "Humph, teacher Xiao. Do you think my imitation of the Titan giant ape is convincing?" Yuan Ge replied cheekily. "Of course, if it weren't convincing, would I expend my martial soul's true form?" Xiao Wu scoffed. "But what if I were to use it during a battle against an enemy? While they're caught off guard, something like this with that." Yuan Ge's body turned semi-transparent, and a second later, he vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he abruptly materialized behind Xiao Wu, brandishing a dagger pressed against his waist. Xiao Wu nodded in approval, acknowledging that such a tactic could indeed inflict damage on an opponent. Surely, no one could remain calm when the Titan giant ape appeared. However, don't do that again next time. We should leave the Star Dough Forest quickly. As for Tang San Soul Ring, we can return in a few days. Speaking of which, where is Tang San? Xiao Wu glanced in Tang San's direction, only to find it empty. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Everything was deliberate. Yuan Ge was stalling for time for Tang San. "You little rascal, do you have any idea how dangerous this is? You're putting him in harm's way." His anger intensified, and he turned to find Yuan Ge had vanished as well. At that moment, Xiao Wu was meditating beneath the Titan giant ape, surrounded by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she did not need to hunt for soul beasts. She could cultivate her own soul rings. Xiao Wu rose, stating, "Ming, I must return, otherwise everyone will worry." Tang San is probably frantic by now. With a low growl, Ming acknowledged her. "All right, I understand. I will be cautious. Next time, I will come back to see you, Ming." Xiao Wu reassured her companion. Ming growled again and extended a massive hand, allowing Xiao Wu to leap aboard. "Then, please carry me a bit further. It would be troublesome if we were discovered." Ming nodded slightly and began to lumber in the direction they came from. Meanwhile, Tang San was swiftly traversing the Star Dough Forest, desperately searching for the traces left by Ming. However, he soon slowed his pace, pulling out a large sausage that Oscar had prepared for everyone. Unlike in the original tale, he no longer had Oscar's flying mushroom sausage to assist him. Despite running for half an hour, he had not covered much distance. Without assistance, finding Xiao Wu was nearly impossible. "This won't do. I must locate Xiao Wu quickly." Tang San felt a sense of urgency, but he had regained some composure. After finishing the sausage, he drank some water, intending to rest before continuing his search. Suddenly, a peculiar sound captured his attention. From a nearby thicket came a rustling noise, prompting Tang San to retreat a few steps. It was essential to remember that this was the Star Dough Forest, where soul beasts could appear at any moment. Soon, the source of the sound emerged from the underbrush. It was a large, pitch-black spider, one of the 2 giant spiders previously discovered by Zhuqing, the man-faced demon spider. Standing at 1.5 meters, its legs extended over 3 meters, but it appeared rather pitiful. It had lost 2 of its 8 legs, which are now unevenly broken, dripping dark green blood. Nevertheless, its speed remained formidable, and in the blink of an eye, it was beside Tang San, its front legs lunging like spears toward him. As it raised its front legs, Tang San caught sight of its abdomen and the human face, finally recognizing it as the man-faced demon spider. However, this face bore 8 eyes, 4 of which were grotesquely destroyed. Without hesitation, Tang San activated his ghost shadow perplexing track to evade the attack while summoning his martial soul. Behind, a swarm of blue-silver grass surged toward the man-faced demon spider, simultaneously launching hidden projectiles from his arms in a seamless motion. Tang San did not dare to underestimate the man-faced demon spider. Unlike ordinary spiders that weave webs, This one sprayed its webs directly. Not only were they incredibly sticky, but they also possessed remarkable resilience and were coated with a terrifying neurotoxic venom. Its web could cover an area 10 times its size and could be sprayed 3 times a day. For some reason, the man-faced demon spider did not immediately spray its web upon seeing him, but given its injuries, Tang San surmised it might have exhausted its webs in a previous battle. Indeed, the man-faced demon spider had depleted its webs during a confrontation with the cave demon spider, successfully defeating it, but when Air Ming arrived, it had no time to consume its prey and had to flee. As the blue-silver grass ensnared the man-faced demon spider, the hidden projectiles clanged against its shell. Bouncing aside, the creature, possessing immense strength, struggled fiercely, causing the blue-silver grass to begin snapping, igniting Tang San's determination to eliminate the man-faced demon spider and absorb its soul ring. The man-faced demon spider was undoubtedly the most suitable soul ring for him at that moment. If he could absorb its soul ring, he would not only restore himself to peak condition, but also enhance his strength, significantly increasing his chances of finding Xiao Wu. He retrieved the Zhuqing god crossbow from his moonlight night at the 24 bridges, readied the bowstring, and with his right hand facing down, a small hammer gradually materialized, his second martial soul, the Haoyan hammer. Despite its small size, it weighed over 500 pounds. Tang San understood that he only had one opportunity. If he missed, or the man-faced demon spider survived, he would have to use the Zhuqing god crossbow to deliver a final blow, as the blue-silver grass and other hidden weapons would be ineffective against it. Unbeknownst to him, a figure, Yuan Ge, had appeared atop a tree, watching intently. Finally, using the Haoyan hammer, Yuan Ge murmured. Just as he finished speaking, Tang San hurled a hammer, not a bamboo shoot but the Haoyan hammer, at the creature. At that very moment, the man-faced demon spider broke free from the blue-silver grass's grasp. Chapter 73, 80. The Haoyan hammer, infused with all of Tang San's soul power, exceeded 1,000 pounds in weight. The idea of throwing the hammer had been inspired by his previous encounter at the Soto Great Soul Arena, where his opponent had used a hammer, employing a soul skill called All-In. 80. The Haoyan hammer struck the exoskeleton on the back of the faced demon spider's chest. Though it did not breach its defenses, the impact caused the creature to rear back, revealing the human face on its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San pulled the trigger of the Zhuqing divine crossbow. A series of 16 shadowy projectiles shot forth, piercing the vital points of the faced demon spider and embedding themselves within its body. While the human face on the spider had some degree of defense, it proved as fragile as paper before the might of the Zhuqing divine crossbow. The faced demon spider emitted a shriek, thrashing its 8 legs in the air and releasing a torrent of venom, which caused the surrounding flora to wither in an instant. Moments later, a purple soul ring floated upwards from the remains of the faced demon spider. Tang San stumbled back a few steps, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. He had exhausted all his soul power. None remained. If a century-old soul beast were to appear at that moment, it could easily claim his life. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Alarmed, he turned sharply to see another faced demon spider approaching, completely unharmed, which meant it still had 3 opportunities to unleash its webbing. A bitter expression crossed Tang San's face as despair filled his heart. I am sorry, Xiao Wu. I've truly done my best. We shall meet again in the next life. He felt utterly powerless. The Zhuqing divine crossbow required reloading, yet at this distance, time was not on his side. With his strength nearly depleted and his soul power entirely spent, the other hidden weapons he possessed were ineffective against the faced demon spider. Perched atop a tree, Yuan Ge found the situation amusing. He leapt down and landed squarely on the back of the faced demon spider. What's wrong, Xiao San? You're not going to look for Xiao Wu in this lifetime? Then you might as well go home. I'll go find her. I never expected you to be like this, Tang San. I can only say that Xiao Wu misjudged you. Tang San retorted, what is wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your head? Why are you scaring me at a time like this? Noting the melancholic gaze in Tang San's eyes, Yuan Ge chuckled softly, removed the red crystal pendant from his neck, and tossed it to Tang San. Here, this contains my stored soul power. Use it to recover. I'll protect you while you absorb the soul ring, and then we can go find Xiao Wu together. Tang San's expression brightened slightly as he thanked Yuan Ge, grateful for his assistance. He grasped the red crystal tightly and began absorbing its soul power. As the pure energy flowed into him, He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and relaxation enveloping his entire being. Yuan Ge retracted the puppet disguised as the faced demon spider and, feigning ignorance, approached the body. So, how did this creature meet its demise, Xiao San? Tang San, feeling no need to conceal the truth, willingly explained. After all, Yuan Ge was privy to much of his history and had never divulged any of his secrets, not even once. Indeed, besides his father, Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, Yuan Ge was the person he trusted the most. If he were to draw an equivalence, it would likely be on par with Zhuqing. As an elder brother is akin to a father, Yuan Ge had always treated him well, often aiding him during their childhood and even standing up to those who spoke ill of his relationship with Xiao Wu, helping him to successfully change their dynamic. It was my second martial soul, the hammer. I used it to stun the faced demon spider. And then with this, he gestured to the Zhuge divine crossbow. I shot it dead. Tang San tossed the Zhuge divine crossbow to Yuan Ge, who examined it with keen interest, turning it over several times. I don't quite understand it. It seems powerful, but how does it compare to the bed crossbow you made for me? Tang San contemplated for a moment and concluded, the Zhuge divine crossbow is likely more powerful. Your bed crossbow merely utilizes the bowstring to launch the arrows, while the Zhuge divine crossbow employs mechanisms with intricate mechanical parts. Although it is small, it is far more refined. If you desire it, I will gladly gift you this Zhuge divine crossbow. Yuan Ge shook his head. It's too small for my taste. I prefer something grander. If you could craft one over 5 meters, that would be splendid. Tang San was taken aback. 5 meters? Yuan Ge replied, yes. Just scale the Zhuge divine crossbow up proportionally. The structure need not change, and the power would increase accordingly. Tang San thought this over, realizing it was indeed a feasible approach. However, he also recognized that such a size would complicate loading and would be unwieldy to aim. It's simple. Just add a winch for loading. If it's unwieldy to hold, we can mount it on wheels to control the angle of fire. I can store it in the crowd and surprise our enemies when the time comes. Listening to Yuan Ge's ideas sent shivers down Tang San's spine. A 5-meter Zhuge divine crossbow? Its power would surely be capable of breaching even a soul sage's defenses. Very well. Upon our return, I shall assist you in crafting it. Utilizing the red gem accelerated the recovery of his soul power to 10 times the normal rate. Before long, Tang San's soul power was fully restored, and he made his way toward the soul ring of the faced demon spider. Brother, I'll rely on you to guard me, he said. Leave it to me. 10 minutes later, a piercing scream erupted from Tang San. Yuan Ge smirked slightly, recalling that this was a soul ring that surpassed its limit. He remembered that when Tang San absorbed the soul ring from this faced demon spider, he also acquired the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. However, the process was akin to enduring a living hell sustained solely by willpower. Yet what of it? Every time he absorbed a soul ring, it was a struggle for survival, driven by sheer determination. It was nothing out of the ordinary. As he observed Tang San engrossed in the absorption of the soul ring, Yuan Ge climbed onto a branch to survey the vicinity. Indeed, one could only marvel at the privileges of a protagonist. Within a kilometer radius, not a single soul beast was present, nor even a wild animal. As if the heavens had conspired to clear a safe zone for Tang San to absorb his soul ring in peace. Suddenly, Yuan Ge spotted a dark figure approaching from a distance and felt a wave of pressure wash over him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the Titan giant ape, which appeared to be holding a small pink figure, likely Xiao Wu. They were headed directly towards him. Yuan Ge pondered for a moment, a smirk creeping across his face. In that case, let us proceed, another version of ourselves. Chapter 74. Assisting Xiao San in finding a wife with that, Yuan Ge unleashed his puppet, and a massive silhouette emerged, the Titan giant ape. It was no small task to disguise the puppet as the Titan giant ape. It consumed a significant portion of his soul power. Previously, he had replenished his energy using the red gem during his pursuit of Tang San. That red gem was like a bottomless pit, capable of storing an immense amount of soul power. Yuan Ge had never filled it to capacity, often infusing it with soul power during his free time, and he estimated it now contained the equivalent of 7 to 8 times his own soul power. As the puppet Titan giant ape materialized, Ming immediately noticed it, his eyes widening in disbelief. Roar! Xiao Wu, look over there. Ming pointed at the puppet Titan giant ape. Xiao Wu was startled, exclaiming, what is going on? Why is there another Erming? The puppet titan giant ape bore no difference in appearance from Erming, leading Xiao Wu to mistakenly assume yet another Erming had appeared. As for Yuan Ge's puppet, she never considered the possibility that such a small puppet could transform into something so enormous. The puppet titan giant ape waved its hand toward Xiao Wu and her companions, beckoning them to approach. Ho Erming let out a low growl. Sister Xiao Wu, should we go over and take a look? Xiao Wu pondered for a moment, contemplating that perhaps it was merely a coincidence that the titan giant ape resembled Erming. So they decided to investigate. Erming, temper yourself and avoid any conflict. Rest assured, Sister Xiao Wu, although that creature appears to be of a similar size to me, its aura is exceedingly weak, akin to that of a Millennium Soul Beast. It wouldn't dare to make a move against me. While Yuan Ge's puppet was a remarkable imitation in appearance, presence, and soul power fluctuations, true experts could discern its true nature. Thus, Xiao Wu perched herself on Erming's shoulder, and together, they approached the Yuan Ge puppet. As they drew near, Xiao Wu was the first to speak, pointing at the puppet and asking, "Hey big fellow, where do you come from? Why did you summon us?" The puppet titan giant ape spoke in a hoarse voice. "I hail from Shrek Academy, here to assist Xiao San in finding a wife." Xiao Wu was taken aback. What? Suddenly, Yuan Ge's true form appeared above the puppet titan giant ape, casually resting one hand behind his back while observing Xiao Wu with a smirk. "Sister Xiao Wu, look, I have a titan giant ape that looks just like yours." Yuan Ge. Ah, really? Xiao Wu's lips twitched. Then where did your titan giant ape come from? Yuan Ge swiftly recalled the puppet, landing gracefully on a nearby tree. "Of course, I transformed it myself. But how did your titan giant ape come into being?" "Wait, a titan giant ape of this size can actually transform?" Just then, Erming growled again. "Sister Xiao Wu, your identity might be exposed. Shall I take him down?" Yuan Ge suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, his expression shifting. In the next moment, he transformed into a semi-transparent state and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood on Erming's shoulder, a hand resting gently on Xiao Wu's head. "Do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions. I noticed you standing atop the titan giant ape just now. If I had any ulterior motives, I would not have revealed myself to you, but kept this secret to myself." Xiao Wu, about to leap away, paused to consider Yuan Ge's words and realized he had a point. She then calmed Erming, assuring him, "It's fine. Brother Yuan Ge is not a bad person." Erming quieted down. Yuan Ge continued, Hee, this is the shoulder of a titan giant ape. Come, let's return. Xiao San is below, absorbing a soul ring." Xiao Wu hesitated, but, "Brother, aren't you going to ask me about the situation? Everyone has their own secrets. Why must I know every detail? The less one knows, the easier life becomes, does it not? Oh, by the way, it's worth mentioning that the soul ring Xiao San is absorbing exceeds 2,000 years, surpassing the limit, which could lead to failure and even death." "What?" Xiao Wu's eyes widened. "Where is he?" Yuan Ge pointed in the direction beneath Erming's feet. "Over there." "Erming, wait for me here. I'm going to check on him." Xiao Wu leapt off the titan giant ape's shoulder and dashed towards Tang San's location. Yuan Ge also used his secret technique to disperse, vanishing from the titan giant ape's shoulder to appear on the ground. With Xiao Wu gone, he remained on the titan giant ape's shoulder, fearing it might crush him into a pulp. Upon reaching the ground, Yuan Ge stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Having used the secret technique twice, his remaining soul power was nearly depleted, and the ruby was still with Tang San, making it inconvenient to retrieve. He had no choice but to sit opposite Tang San to recover his soul power. At that moment, Tang San was enveloped in a mass of spider silk, resembling a large cocoon. From the outside, one could vaguely discern a figure, which Xiao Wu recognized as Tang San. The intense pain caused Tang San to emit occasional cries of anguish, heightening Xiao Wu's concern. "Brother." As if hearing Xiao Wu's call, Tang San's cries grew quieter, his voice less intense than before. Yuan Ge, while recovering his soul power, spoke. "Xiao San absorbed this soul ring for your sake. Ever since you vanished, he has been frantically searching for you. After defeating the man-faced demon spider, he planned to absorb its soul ring and regain his peak state before seeking you again. Who would have thought that this soul ring would exceed his limits?" Xiao Wu was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate her thoughts, only repeatedly calling out for her brother. After a considerable time, Tang San still did not emerge from the cocoon. "Si avez-vous apprécié Yuan Ge?" "Brother, Actually, she intended to confess her identity, especially since Yuan Ge had seen her on Erming's shoulder. Yuan Ge raised a hand, gesturing for her to refrain from speaking. Just say that when we return, I found you unconscious nearby while Xiao San was absorbing the soul ring. You were captured by the Titan giant ape and were unaware of what happened before you woke up. Xiao Wu felt touched, wiping away her tears. Brother, thank you. Could you also help me with my third soul ring? With that, Xiao Wu revealed her soul ring. Yuan Ge glanced at it and replied, all right. Just say that while Xiao San was absorbing the soul ring, a soul beast caused a disturbance, which I managed to eliminate. It was precisely a Millennium Soul Beast. Quite fitting for you, allowing you to absorb it. After Yuan Ge's soul power had nearly recovered, he stood up from the ground and glanced at Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape, suddenly struck by an idea. Perhaps I can increase the power of the Zhuqing divine crossbow that Tang San crafts. Since both you and the Titan giant ape are here, I need not worry about Xiao San's safety, so I shall take my leave, Yuan Ge stated suddenly. Xiao Wu looked puzzled. Brother, where are you going? I'm in search of suitable plant vines to make bowstrings. Huh? Using plant vines for bowstrings? Xiao Wu wore a bemused expression. Even though she was not adept at crafting hidden weapons or bows, she knew well enough that plant vines were hardly suitable for bowstrings. Indeed, using ordinary metal for bowstrings would lack sufficient strength, and I cannot obtain rare metals. This is the Stardow Forest, where sturdy and resilient plants surely exist. I intend to seek them out. Xiao Wu caught onto two key phrases, sturdy and resilient. She pondered and remarked, that being the case, soul beast tendons should be more suitable for bowstrings. Yuan Ge immediately shook his head. No, I have promised you to avoid harming soul beasts as much as possible. How can I go back on my word? Xiao Wu felt a surge of gratitude, realizing she had not misjudged her brother. In that case, I will send Erming, the Titan giant ape, back to retrieve a piece of soul beast tendon. The beast has already perished, so it doesn't count as harming them. Yuan Ge's face lit up with excitement. Is that truly possible? Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, exuding confidence, of course. I am Xiao Wu, the formidable sister of the Stardow Forest. Before long, the Titan giant ape departed to fetch the soul beast tendon for Yuan Ge. Watching the Titan giant ape's retreating figure, Yuan Ge couldn't suppress a smile. Done. One had to admit, the Titan giant ape was remarkably swift. It returned with the soul beast tendon in just 10 minutes, and it carried 3 bags. The soul beast tendon is derived from the 80,000-year-old soul beast, the Iron Horn Tyrant. Last month, 2 soul Duluos and 1 soul sage set out to hunt this beast. After slaying the Iron Horn Tyrant, the soul sage intended to absorb the soul ring, but was swiftly dealt with by Erming, who killed him in a few blows. The 2 soul Duluos met the same fate, their lives extinguished as well. Consequently, the remains of the Iron Horn Tyrant fell into Erming's possession, who indulged heartily in a feast. However, the soul beast tendon proved too tough and resilient for him to consume, so he decided to keep it. The backpacks belonged to the fallen soul Duluos and soul sage. Erming handed one to Xiao Wu, reasoning that it would be useful for her in the realm of humanity. Upon opening the backpack, Xiao Wu discovered it contained various clothing and daily necessities, along with a substantial amount of golden soul coins, over 5,000, though she did not count the exact number, as it was a headache. Wonderful. Thank you, Erming. Now I shall not want for money, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons of delight. Erming responded with a few low growls, likely in a manner of thanks. After exchanging a few more words, Erming left reluctantly, glancing back 3 times. Yuan Ge had been examining the soul beast tendon since Erming's arrival. No matter how he tugged or pulled, even utilizing the secret art of the cross flash, which had the ability to break armor, he could not inflict even the slightest damage on the tendon. Gazing at the 12-meter-long tendon, Yuan Ge could not help but ponder how Tang San would utilize it. It was simply unbreakable. Several hours later, the cocoon enveloping Tang San shattered with a resounding crash. Bora, with only the 24-bridge Minjiwai remaining at his waist, without even a pair of underpants, Tang San appeared before Xiao Wu, grotesque spider legs sprouting from his back. Before he could fully open his eyes, he caught a familiar fragrance in the air. Instinctively, he embraced the delicate figure before him. Xiao Wu, it's you. Truly you. Tang San exclaimed as he opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face upon seeing Xiao Wu in his arms. Brother, I'm back, Xiao Wu cried, her eyes reddening as her little nose twitched continuously. Yuan Ge climbed to the treetops, leaving them to their moment. Half an hour later, he heard someone calling for him. "Senior brother." It was Tang San's voice. Yuan Ge leaped from the tree, observing Tang San, now fully dressed, and jested, "Your attire looks rather fine." Tang San's face flushed. He was well aware of what Yuan Ge meant, and returned the red gemstone to him. "Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Wu has told me you found her while she was unconscious." "No need for thanks. We are all comrades. By the way, I found a remarkably sturdy tendon. Could you use it to craft the Zhuqing divine crossbow for me?" Yuan Ge stated, handing the soul beast tendon to Tang San. Tang San tugged on it, confirming its robustness, and without further thought, stored it within the 24-bridge Minjiwai. "Of course, senior brother. Now that Xiao Wu has returned, let us depart swiftly to ease everyone's worries." "Then what you have on your back," Yuan Ge pointed to Tang San's 8 spider lances. Tang San chuckled bitterly. "I have no idea what this is. I can only consult the teacher upon our return." Yuan Ge pondered before replying, "This may very well be an external spirit bone." "External spirit bone?" "It is considered a type of spirit bone, rumored to be exceedingly rare. I learned of it by chance. You might attempt to absorb it back into your body on our way back. Now let us hurry." As they spoke, Yuan Ge summoned a puppet, transforming it into the form of Xiao Wu so that it could carry him. Hours later, they finally reached the location where they had previously encountered the Titan giant ape. Tang San successfully absorbed the 8 spider lances back into his body. Zhuqing and the others were engaged in battle with 2 soul kings, while Xiao Wu faced off against the soul emperor, and Dai Mubai had already collapsed. It turned out that after Yuan Ge and Tang San had left, Shrek Academy did not withdraw from the Stardow Forest, but remained on site, waiting. Their spirits were low, as Xiao Wu's fate was uncertain. They feared the worst, especially since Yuan Ge and Tang San had ventured to find her without any news to date. Just as they grew restless, contemplating a search for Yuan Ge and Tang San, Xiao Wu sensed something amiss and immediately warned everyone to be on guard. His instincts proved correct. After issuing his warning, 3 figures emerged from behind the distant trees, none other than the Soul Emperor and the 2 Soul Kings. One Soul King specialized in powerful assaults, the other in support, while the Soul Emperor was adept in agility. The Soul Emperor's role was to hold Xiao Wu in check, while the assault and support Soul Kings aimed to eliminate Dai Mubai and the others. These 3 were mercenaries dispatched by Yi Zhiqiu to assassinate Yuan Ge and his companions. After falling unconscious while seeking a healer, Yi Zhiqiu awoke, growing increasingly furious as he recalled Shrek Academy's arrogance, especially that masked individual who had nearly bested him. Thus, he paid a hefty price to post a bounty on Yuan Ge and his peers. "Who are you?" Xiao Wu demanded, pointing at the agile Soul Emperor. "You need not concern yourself with our identities. We are merely hired hands here to settle a debt. Rest assured, our target is not you. Once we finish off these children, we will take our leave," the agile Soul Emperor replied, his demeanor cold and detached. Xiao Wu seethed with rage. The agile Soul Emperor was exceedingly slippery. Although his strength was not particularly formidable, having previously ambushed Xiao Wu and only slightly exceeding the power of a typical Soul King, his speed was remarkable, nearly rivaling that of a Soul Dolaw. Dai Mubai and the others were already embroiled in a fierce battle, leaving Xiao Wu unable to assist. Had he not been occupied with the Soul Emperor, the latter could have swiftly eliminated all the other students. White Tiger Shield. White Tiger Transformation. Dai Mubai's 1st and 3rd soul rings illuminated, causing his physique to swell to 2 meters and charging towards the Assault Soul King. 7 Treasures Glorious Pagoda. 7 treasures are renowned. Strength. Speed. Ning Rongrong provided assistance, sending beams of light towards her comrades. The Assault Soul King's spirit was that of a crocodile. Upon spirit possession, he sprouted thick scales and razor-sharp claws. First soul skill, Scale Claw Blade. The crocodile Soul King's 1st soul ring glowed, and he charged at Dai Mubai, his companion. The support Soul King immediately amplified him. She appeared to be in her 30s, wielding a staff. 4th soul skill, Dragon Battle in the Wild. With a swish, a purple light surged into the crocodile Soul King's body, causing his size to triple as he collided with Dai Mubai. Boom! Ugh! As the tiger claws and crocodile claws clashed, Dai Mubai's arms twisted into irregular shapes, and he was violently sent flying, already unconscious in midair. With remarkable speed, Zhuqing caught Dai Mubai, and quickly set him aside before charging at the support Soul King. Though the woman was a support spirit master, she was still a Soul King, posing a challenge even for Zhuqing, a level 27 agile attack master. Thus, the Crocodile Soul King felt no concern and swiftly darted towards Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Oscar and Ning Rongrong swiftly devised a strategy, extracting 2 small sausages that Oscar had prepared earlier from their pockets and consuming them. Instantly, blue, translucent wings sprouted from their backs, allowing them to ascend from the ground. This left the Crocodile Soul King grasping at air. Though he was indeed a Soul King, he lacked the ability to fly. First, let's deal with that support Soul King, Oscar shouted, unleashing the soul skill granted by the sausages. Gale Flash. A surge of electricity coalesced in Oscar's right hand, while his wings beat vigorously, propelling him towards the support Soul King like an arrow released from a bow. As Zhuqing and Oscar charged towards him, the support Soul King remained unfazed. 5th Soul Skill, Stellar Reversal. In an instant, the support Soul King exchanged positions with the Crocodile Soul King. What? Zhuqing and Oscar exclaimed in shock. The Crocodile Soul King cackled, raising his claws to strike at Zhuqing and Oscar. They barely had time to shield themselves with their arms before being sent flying. With a sickening crunch, their arms twisted into grotesque shapes, and they both spat out blood. Meanwhile, the support Soul King had unleashed a pure wave of soul power towards Ma Hongjun during the position exchange, catching him off guard and sending him crashing into a tree. Unconscious. Just then, a vine and several nearly invisible threads suddenly shot forth, ensnaring the airborne Oscar and Zhuqing. It was Yuan Ge, Tang San, and Xiao Wu who had arrived just in time. Yuan Ge and Tang San promptly utilized blue silvergrass and threads to catch them, preventing further injury from their fall. You've come, Zhuqing murmured, blood trickling from her lips as she collapsed into Yuan Ge's embrace, before losing consciousness. Oscar fared no better. His constitution was weaker than Zhuqing's, and he too succumbed, unable to utter a word. Xiao Wu sprang from the nearby bushes, launching an immediate assault on the support Soul King. Yuan Ge's expression darkened ominously as he gently set Zhuqing aside. Tang San, Xiao Wu, deal with that support. Rongrong, look after Zhuqing. Daida, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar are my responsibility. Tang San said nothing more, understanding that his senior brother's emotions mirrored his own when Xiao Wu had been absent. Ning Rongrong nodded, descending from the sky to assist the unconscious Dai Mubai. Yuan Ge rose, hands clasped behind his back, and strode purposefully towards the Crocodile Soul King. Boy, are you seeking death? Why not hide away quietly? Is that little lady from earlier your beloved, and you seek revenge for her? The Crocodile Soul King laughed heartily. Yuan Ge matched his laughter, a manic edge to it, as he covered half his face. I shall transform you into my finest masterpiece. You shall embody poetry. You shall be breathtaking. With that, he waved his right hand, summoning a puppet that bore his true likeness. Secret art burst. The puppet became a mere shadow, charging towards the Crocodile Soul King. The Crocodile Soul King's second soul ring flared to life, divine crocodile tail. His massive tail elongated and whipped towards the puppet. In that instant, Yuan Ge switched places with the puppet, retracting it while simultaneously employing the secret art to become transparent. With a resounding crack, the tail struck Yuan Ge, producing a sharp sound, but he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the Crocodile Soul King. Secret art, cross flash. 2 transparent threads sliced through the air, carving wounds into the Crocodile Soul King's flesh, dislodging several scales that clattered to the ground. Secret art, paper crane. Yuan Ge aimed for the exposed areas on the Crocodile Soul King and launched 4 paper cranes. However, the Crocodile Soul King reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to block. A flurry of sparks erupted as the cranes collided with his scaled arms. Infuriated by the pain coursing through him, the Crocodile Soul King bellowed, "Die, you bastard." It was humiliating to be wounded by a mere soul sovereign, especially in front of his superior and beloved, the support Soul King. The support Soul King cast a 360-degree shield around herself with her 4th soul skill, rendering Tang San and Xiao Wu's attacks ineffective. The defenses of Soul King were not something they could breach. 4th soul skill, Fierce Crocodile Assault. The Crocodile Soul King spun in midair, lunging at Yuan Ge with alarming speed. Instantly, Yuan Ge released his puppet, using the secret art to switch places. The crocodile Soul King found himself beside the puppet, raising his claws to strike at its chest. Yuan Ge remained silent, employing the secret art to bind. A multitude of threads erupted from the puppet, ensnaring the crocodile Soul King's claws. However, in an instant, the threads were severed, granting Yuan Ge an opportunity. With a sharp tug, the puppet darted back to him, and he used the secret art to vanish, reappearing behind the crocodile Soul King once more. Secret art, cross flash. 2 more threads sliced into the crocodile Soul King, tearing away additional scales. Oh no! The crocodile Soul King realized Yuan Ge's intent. He aimed to strike at the vulnerable spots left unprotected by the lost scales. Swiftly, he turned, activating his third soul skill. Third soul skill, Thousand June Break. Blue light enveloped his hands as he crossed them over his chest, preparing to strike. But he was mistaken. Since the paper cranes had been ineffective earlier, how could Yuan Ge utilize them so soon again? Unknown to him, Yuan Ge had disappeared from his back, replaced by an elder adorned with 8 soul rings. Meng Shu. What? The crocodile Soul King gasped, instinctively halting. The Soul Doloa charged at him, the distance between them negligible. The Soul Doloa raised his arm, aiming a fierce jab at the crocodile Soul King's eyes. In that split second, the Soul Doloa transformed into Yuan Ge's likeness, specifically the puppet. With a sickening squelch, the puppet's fingers plunged into the crocodile Soul King's eyes, brutally prying them out. The crocodile Soul King screamed, clutching his face in agony. Despair washed over him. He knew his fate was sealed. The agility-focused Soul Emperor and the support Soul King witnessed the entire scene, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. No way, how many soul skills was that? Tell me, this is a soul sovereign? Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind the agility-focused Soul Emperor. A dagger plunged into his lower back, but merely an inch deep. He departed from his spot. Unbeknownst to him, a small pouch had appeared in his pocket, already torn, emanating a fragrant aroma. Naturally, he inquired about this scent, yet paid no mind, internally lamenting, damn, how can a man smell so pleasant? He assumed it was the fragrance of Yuan Ge. The agile spirit master possessed a lightning mongoose as his martial spirit. It could not fly, but was endowed with inherent speed and lightning attribute attacks. He distanced himself from the previous location, standing atop a tree branch, and thought, kid, you are quite capable. Yuan Ge hastened to Xiao Wuji's side. Following the earlier battle, his soul power had dwindled to a third. He lacked the capacity to continue fighting this Soul Emperor and doubted he could prevail even if he revealed all his skills. Yuan Ge's ability to defeat opponents of higher ranks relied upon his enigmatic soul techniques and a quantity of abilities that far surpassed those of his peers. Once others learned his complete profile, he would struggle against even those of the same rank, let alone higher. Yuan Ge slightly bowed, as if taking a curtain call, expressing gratitude for the evaluation. You celebrate too soon. Do not forget, your companions remain nearby. With that, he surged toward Tang San and the others. Yet in the next instant, he sensed something amiss within his body. A numbness began at his waist and spread throughout. He hastily lifted his clothing to inspect the wound, revealing a darkened area from which black blood seeped. Life cannot bear meaning, yet your death can. Yuan Ge maintained a smile. The agile Soul Emperor gritted his teeth. Your dagger is poisoned. Not only that, but it also contains a paralyzing agent. Soon, your entire body will succumb to paralysis, at my mercy, Yuan Ge candidly stated. Hearing this, the agile Soul Emperor scrutinized Yuan Ge. I shall remember you. What is your name? Death is inevitable, but slaughter need not be ugly. The deceased need not know so much. I shall remember you. We have ample time ahead. The agile Soul Emperor cast a final glance at the supportive Soul King within the protective barrier, then departed swiftly. He needed to find a place to neutralize the poison. Xiao Wuji prepared to pursue, but was halted by Yuan Ge. Teacher Xiao, do not chase a desperate foe. The safety of us all is paramount. Do not preach against pursuing a desperate enemy. This is seizing the moment of weakness. Besides, that crocodile Soul King is already blind. They are left with but a supportive Soul King. I do not believe you cannot manage them. Rest assured, Teacher Xiao, he shall not survive. Observing Yuan Ge's unwavering confidence regarding the Soul Emperor's fate, Xiao Wuji felt a flicker of curiosity. How so? The poison I used was concocted by Xiao San. Apart from him and me, no one possesses the antidote. If he wishes to avoid dying from the toxin, he must find a place to circulate his soul power to expel the poison. However, alongside the poison, I also employed a paralyzing agent, which will hinder his ability to circulate his soul power. Most critically, I slipped a small pouch into his pocket, designed to attract soul beasts, and of what mixed types? I cannot say. Pray tell, while he is wholly focused on healing, devoid of any combat capability, a swarm of soul beasts will quietly approach. Yuan Ge spoke without restraint, ensuring all present, save for the four who had succumbed to unconsciousness, could hear him clearly. The crocodile, Soul King, roared in madness. You shall not die a good death. You shall not die a good death. Humph, whether I die well or poorly is unknown to me, but I will show you what slow slicing truly means. Yuan Ge, casting aside his usual gentleness, regarded the crocodile Soul King with murderous intent. Then I shall do precisely the opposite of your desires. The crocodile Soul King clawed at his throat, blood gushing forth, and moments later, collapsed to the ground, convulsing, his martial spirit's manifestation automatically dissipating, revealing a bald giant. No matter, you still possess breath. We can still play. Yuan Ge appeared beside him without warning, suspending him from a tree with strands, brandishing a dagger, and severing one of his fingers. The crocodile Soul King whimpered, attempting to scream, but failing. Kindness has its price. You are worthy only of cruelty. Yuan Ge brandished another dagger, the two blades spinning on his slender fingers, relentlessly cutting into the crocodile Soul King, blood and flesh flying. His once pristine clothes instantly stained crimson. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were nearly rendered speechless. They had never witnessed such a side of Yuan Ge before. Chapter 78. The mercenary guild Xiao Wu could no longer bear it. He swiftly appeared beside Yuan Ge, snapping the crocodile Soul King's neck. Enough, you rascal. Go check on Zhuqing. This is not the time for such antics. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Yuan Ge ceased his actions and proceeded toward Zhuqing. The supportive Soul King had dispelled her shield. Before Xiao Wu, her defenses were meaningless. Please, do not kill me. I will speak. I will divulge everything. The supportive Soul King, witnessing Xiao Wu's advancing figure, displayed a look of terror, retreating continuously. Who sent you? I do not know. We merely accepted a mercenary task. Instructed to ambush a team comprised of a soul sage and 8 academy students. Xiao Wu felt a headache coming on. If this were true, there would be no way to trace it. The mercenary guild maintained strict confidentiality regarding client information. Where did you accept this task? Tang San inquired suddenly. In a nameless town not far from here. I can lead you there. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San replied, No need. I already know who is behind this. The others were not foolish and realized the same. Upon hearing about the town and the fact that someone had hired an attack against them, it became evident that it was the Tsanghue Academy with which they had previously clashed. Children, what do you think we should do with this Soul King? Xiao Wu asked. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes. But she has not done anything to us, right? She is merely a support. Let's let her go. The supportive Soul King's face brightened. Thank you. Little sister, you are truly kind. Ning Rongrong shook her head. No, letting her go is too lenient. We should give her a beating first. The supportive Soul King nodded in agreement. A beating would suffice. Let be a catharsis. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances of exasperation. Tang San raised his arm and fired a hidden arrow. Whoosh! Thud! The supportive Soul King, caught completely off guard, had the arrow pierce through her temple. Her eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face. She stood frozen for 2 seconds before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Brother, what? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong gasped in shock. Xiao Wu explained. Tang San's actions are justified. One must not show mercy to the enemy. Individuals like them are robbers who scheme for wealth and life. They merely happen to be mercenaries accepting a task to kill us. Tang San nodded. Teacher Zhao is correct. They all have paths to death. And this supportive Soul King already knows all of Brother's information. For Brother to slay a Soul King with the cultivation of a Soul Master, especially one of the assault type, if this news were to leak, it would be detrimental to Brother. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong finally comprehended. Oh, we understand now. Quickly, let us tend to the other's arms briefly. We must retreat and take them to find a healer. Yuan Ge cradled Zhuqing in his arms, gazing at her mangled arms, his heart heavy with pain. Brother, let me take care of her arms, Tang San approached. Tang San knelt down and used a dagger to sever Zhuqing's sleeve. After assessing her injuries, he nodded slightly. It was nothing serious, just a fractured arm. Such an injury was trivial for a soul master. She would recover in half a month. With a proficient healing support soul master, it could be a matter of days. I will first set her bone. Tang San grasped Zhuqing's hand with one hand while stabilizing her arm with the other. Then he abruptly pulled. Crack! Zhuqing's arm was straightened, followed by the other one. Dai Mubai and Oscar were treated similarly. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had awakened. He was relatively unharmed since the attack came from a support-type Soul King, whose offensive power was not strong. Yuan Ge manipulated a puppet to carry Zhuqing, while Tang San and Ma Hongjun took turns carrying Oscar. Xiao Wu bore Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu stood guard around them, with Ning Rongrong occasionally providing assistance. With Xiao Wu clearing the path, they left the Stardoe forest overnight and returned to the previous small town by the next afternoon. The town had a physician whose martial soul was a lotus flower, a healing support soul master. After her treatment, Zhuqing and the others were no longer in dire condition. It is worth mentioning that the previous Yi Zhiqiu was also treated by her. But now Yi Zhiqiu had already left the town, and her whereabouts were unknown. Yuan Ge walked alone along the road, donning the half-black cat mask from before. Moments later, he arrived at a hall bustling with a diverse array of people, all appearing to be soul masters. Above the hall were 4 large characters. Mercenary Guild. Although Shrek Academy had instigated the trouble, Yuan Ge was inclined to help his friend rather than uphold justice. With Zhuqing in such a state, he could not simply let Yi Zhiqiu go unpunished. As he entered, someone immediately approached him. A woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, dressed provocatively with an alluring figure, approached. Sir, may I ask your name? You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Yuan Ge replied coldly. You may call me Black Cat. It is indeed my first visit. I am Li Min, the receptionist here. Black Cat, do you require assistance? Are you here to post a mission or register as a mercenary? I wish to post a mission. Please follow me. Li Min guided Yuan Ge to a counter where another man and woman were also posting missions. What? You want 3,000 gold soul coins for merely hunting a century-old soul beast? The man, appearing around 20, bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Ge, who now observed him with astonishment. The mission issuer, a girl of about 15 or 16, wore a troubled expression. Sir, 1,500 gold soul coins is truly insufficient. At least 3,000 is required, or no one will undertake this mission. You need a suitable century-old soul beast, not just any random one. Mercenaries also require assistance in locating it. This is the Stardoe Forest, not the hunting soul forest. The longer mercenaries stay in the forest, the greater the danger, especially since you need it alive. Having mercenaries bring it out for you to kill makes it even more difficult. What danger or difficulty? How about this, 2,000, no more. Hurry and post our mission. After all, it's not you taking the task. Perhaps someone will be willing to accept it. The woman chimed in, hurry up, or I will file a complaint. The girl looked helpless. She was merely trying to help. In truth, even 200 gold soul coins could post a mission. But the problem was no one would accept it. If a mission went unclaimed for too long, she would also be held accountable for it. In order to avoid complaints, the girl reluctantly posted their mission. If only it had been this way from the start. If it weren't for Director Yi being injured by those students from Shrek Academy, we wouldn't have to spend a dime. Chapter 79. Issuing a bounty in their presence. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ge paused. Director Yi? Which Director Yi? Injured by Shrek Academy students? It can't be Yi Zhiqiu, can it? Yuan Ge scrutinized the 2 students again and suddenly realized they were none other than the previously encountered students from Tsanghui Academy, albeit in different attire. At that moment, the 2 students finished posting their mission and turned to meet Yuan Ge's gaze, causing them to tremble involuntarily. There was no escaping the profound impression left by Yuan Ge's half-black cat mask. The boy trembled all over, while the girl collapsed to the ground, frantically scooting backward. Don't come any closer. Stay away. The girl retreated to a corner, covering her ears and screaming. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, be it the staff of the Mercenary Guild, the mercenaries accepting missions, or the patrons posting missions. All were intrigued by the unrest, and the hall fell silent for a moment. Yuan Ge cast a deep glance at the 2 students, disregarding the gazes of others, and approached the girl responsible for posting missions. I wish to post a mission. Oh, all right. The girl was taken aback and immediately began processing his request. Yuan Ge's voice was not particularly subdued, and with the hall now so quiet, everyone could hear him clearly. I wish to kill 2 great soul masters and gather information on a soul king. The girl was very adept at her job. The cost for killing a great soul master was 1,000 gold soul coins, and if one could provide location and information about the target, the price would be even lower. Yuan Ge pointed to the 2 students. Those 2. Their soul rings are 1 white and 1 yellow. The girl's expression shifted awkwardly. Wait, are you really issuing a bounty on them in front of their faces? Yet, there was something exhilarating about it that she found quite appealing. Fine. A total of 2,000 gold soul coins, but given their situation, I'll charge you 1,000. Agreed. Yuan Ge replied promptly, paying the sum. Let's go. Hurry. The boy shouted at the girl, not looking back as he fled the hall. Yuan Ge noticed that as he exited, over a dozen people followed suit. Oh no, that student is in for it now. The girl, regaining some composure, hysterically declared, I want to post a mission too. I want to issue a bounty on him. Kill him. You must kill him. The girl shot her a glance. Please wait your turn. Yuan Ge smiled. No worries, ladies first. He then stepped aside. The female student rushed to the counter. He is also a great soul master. Both of his soul rings are century-old. 1,000 gold soul coins, right? I'll pay. The girl shook her head. No, miss, you just said he's a great soul master with 2 century-old soul rings. That is not the same as a great soul master with a 10-year soul ring and a century-old soul ring. It requires 1,500 gold soul coins. The female student produced all her money. I only have a little over 1,400. The girl nodded. All right. I suppose being short a few gold soul coins will still attract someone to accept the mission, especially since the target is right here. The female student sighed with relief, casting a resentful glance at Yuan Ge. You think you can kill me? Then we shall die together. Yuan Ge's expression turned playful. Is that so? Are you certain someone will take your mission? How could they not? 1,400 gold soul coins to kill you, a great soul master. The girl's words halted abruptly as Yuan Ge revealed 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. And now, the girl's face fell in despair as she realized, Soul Sovereign? She understood she was finished. With a glimmer of hope, she turned to the girl responsible for posting missions. The young girl wore a professional smile and said, I apologize. Miss, but your target is a Soul Sovereign, and the price is not what you expected. It requires 8,000 soul coins. Would you prefer to supplement the payment or request a refund? I must remind you that this refund is due to the incorrect information you provided. And if you opt for a refund, only 70% will be returned to you. The girl opened her mouth to respond, but a bloodied, burly man entered the hall, holding a severed head. The task is complete, he declared. Upon recognizing the head, the young student's eyes widened, and she fainted. Nearby staff promptly carried her away. Yuan Ge was indifferent to her fate, but noticed the glint of greed in the eyes of the workers, suggesting the girl would soon be subject to further exploitation. The Soul King, Yi Zhiqiu, was a director at Songhui Academy. How much was all his information worth? The girl felt elated, as she had completed 4 transactions in one go. The previous duo had issued a task to capture a soul beast, but with the main target deceased. The task was rendered unnecessary, and the funds would directly benefit the guild. They had also been assigned a pursuit mission. With the male already dead and the female likely on her way, that counted as 2 contracts fulfilled. As for the pursuit of the masked man, being a soul sovereign, the price could not be equated to that of a great soul master, yet the girl could no longer seek a refund. Thus, in mere minutes, she had successfully completed 4 tasks, solidifying her prospects for promotion within the guild. The information on the Soul King was valued at 3,000 soul coins. But I will offer a discount. Let us say 2,000. Thank you, Yuan Ge nodded. After completing the task, how shall we find you? Or how do we deliver the information? Simply place the information in an envelope and send it to the front desk of the Rose Hotel in Soto City, stating it is a letter for a valued customer. Someone will collect it, and you need not worry further. All right, within a maximum of half a month, what you need will be delivered. Within the Stardoe Forest, several soul beasts were devouring a corpse, the body of sensitive attack type Soul Emperor. Just yesterday, while channeling his soul power to expel toxins, he had been ambushed by a venomous snake soul beast, succumbing to the double dose of poison. Notably, the snake was merely a 10-year-old soul beast. In the hotel, everyone had awoken, planning to rest another day in the town before returning to Shrek Academy the following morning. The elder brother's puppet had extracted the eyes of the crocodile Soul King and appeared behind the sensitive attack type Soul Emperor, stabbing him with a poisoned dagger. In the girl's room, Xiao Wu chattered excitedly to Zhuqing about her fainting incident with Tang San present. Eventually, teacher Zhao could no longer bear it and snapped the crocodile Soul King's neck. You have no idea how terrifying the elder brother was at that moment, covered in, oh? Just how terrifying was he? Was it as frightening as when he was eating spicy rabbit heads? Yuan Ge entered the room with a smile. Huh, elder brother? Xiao Wu immediately covered her mouth, her head shaking like a rattle. No, elder brother is not scary at all. Whoever says he is, I will be furious with them. Chapter 80. The illusory god. Yuan Ge chuckled, jesting. Little San has informed me. I shall no longer indulge in spicy rabbit heads. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Tang San. While he had not actually said that, he could not deny it at that moment, responding vaguely. Yes. Elder brother said he won't eat spicy rabbit heads anymore. Yay. Xiao Wu jumped high, leaping into Tang San's embrace. Yuan Ge smiled helplessly, greeted Ning Rongrong, and sat beside Zhuqing's bed. Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Oscar are both able to get out of bed now. How about you? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu pulled Tang San and Ning Rongrong out of the room. I'm fine too. I want to delay our journey tomorrow. Zhuqing wrapped her arms around Yuan Ge's waist, resting her cheek on his shoulder. Yuan Ge took one of her hands, feeling its coolness, and began to gently rub it. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. What do you have to blame yourself for? Zhuqing asked. If only I had eliminated Yi Zhiqiu directly back then, we wouldn't have faced so many troubles. Though he spoke thus, his heart held a different sentiment. Had he not been involved, Zhuqing might not have been injured. After all, in the original narrative, Yi Zhiqiu had not hired anyone to assassinate them. He was uncertain whether Zhuqing would encounter such dangers again if she remained by his side. How can this be your fault? During the battle, no one intended to kill. Who would have anticipated they would issue a pursuit order? Zhuqing's complexion remained somewhat pale, and Yuan Ge felt a pang of discomfort. Understood. I must change my ways from now on. Change? Yes, in the future, if I offend someone or face trouble, once I engage in combat, I must strike to kill, to prevent retaliation. In his past life, while reading novels, he often disapproved of villains or protagonists who resorted to murder at the slightest provocation. Yet, when faced with reality, he recognized the rationale behind such actions. Zhuqing did not oppose Yuan Ge's decision, realizing that his character lacked sufficient decisiveness in matters of life and death. All right, you rest well. I will return to study that blue gem. Zhuqing pecked Yuan Ge on the cheek. Go ahead. Yuan Ge gazed at her, offering a gentle smile. That night, Yuan Ge heightened his mental acuity, removed the blue gem from its public display, and examined it closely under the moonlight. What dreams might I have? He pondered as he placed the gem on his forehead. In an instant, his expression turned vacant. After a wave of dizziness, he found himself in a pure white space. In the center sat a woman clad in white, her figure unremarkable, her face obscured by a veil of mist, rendering her features indistinct. Another newcomer? The woman's voice was solemn and ethereal, as if emanating from all directions. Who are you? Where's this place? I am the illusory god, and this is the realm of my inheritance, existing between reality and illusion. The illusory god? Yuan Ge was startled. He was aware that various deities existed in the Doloa continent, but did not anticipate encountering the illusory god. Indeed, this is merely a fragment of my soul. I've been dead for countless years. Your presence here signifies that you have acquired a piece of my divine essence. Are you referring to that blue gem? Correct. There are 3 shards of divine essence, each containing a fragment of my soul. When all 3 shards converge, a divine trial will be initiated. Does that mean I can ascend to godhood through the divine trial? Yuan Ge felt a surge of excitement. Theoretically, yes. Yuan Ge replied, so, there are indeed some underlying issues, correct? Indeed. I have been dead for countless years, my powers diminished. After the divine trial, I can only assist you in reaching level 99. The final step to becoming a deity is beyond my capability. You must rely on yourself. Level 99? Yuan Ge mused for a moment. That's acceptable. Just half a level. I will find a way to elevate myself. Unbeknownst to Yuan Ge, the illusory god smirked slightly. Find your own way? Achieving that half level is likely more challenging than all 99 levels combined. What must I do now? Yuan Ge inquired again. Without any need for action, once the 3 divine fragments are collected, the divine trial will commence automatically, and upon your departure from the land of inheritance. All memories of this place will fade. Very well, Yuan Ge nodded. The illusion god raised a hand and softly said, return. Yuan Ge's figure vanished from the spot, driven away by the illusion god. After Yuan Ge's departure, the space beside the illusion god twisted, revealing a graceful black silhouette. Zhuqing, would you be willing to take me as your master? Zhuqing had been present all along, having used a blue gem to dream. She hesitated slightly. Illusion god, if I become your disciple, what of Yuan Ge's divine trial? You need not worry about that. He is his own person, and I have already stated that he can only ascend to level 99.5, which he himself has agreed upon. The divine position is reserved for you. Yuan Ge is not suited to be my successor, as he has his own path to walk. With this, Zhuqing clasped her fists and bowed. Disciple Zhuqing pays respects to my master. The next day, the group set out to return to Shrek Academy, albeit at a leisurely pace, taking a full 2 days. Zhuqing, what is that symbol on your forehead? Yuan Ge inquired, noticing a red pattern resembling an eye on Zhuqing's brow. I drew it this morning, she replied softly. Quite beautiful, Yuan Ge remarked without further thought. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the first task Tang San undertook was to craft an enormous Zhuge crossbow for Yuan Ge. However, when he attempted to sever the tendons of the 80,000-year iron-horned rampart, he found it utterly unyielding. Tang San employed every method available, sawing, chiseling, even roasting it over a fire, but to no avail. Finally, with a determined grit, he declared, all right, senior brother, if you desire something grand, I want to cut this rubber band. Yet another dilemma arose. If he did not cut it, he would have to fold the rubber band for use, which would geometrically increase the force, rendering ordinary materials incapable of withstanding it. Tang San experimented and discovered that even refined iron would bend under the strain of the rubber band, leaving him perplexed. A series of knocks echoed at the door. When Tang San opened it, he found Ning Rongrong standing there. Tang San, I wish to discuss a business venture with you. Business? What sort of business? Tang San queried, puzzled. As you know, the direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School lack combat prowess. I wish to purchase some of your mechanical traps. She explained after a brief exchange. No problem, but we'll have to discuss the price with my father, Tang San replied. Are you busy at the moment? Ning Rongrong asked. Not particularly busy, just grappling with a task my senior brother assigned me. What task? Here, take a look. Tang San showed her the rubber band Yuan Ge had given him. This rubber band, my senior brother wants me to use it to make him an oversized Zhuge crossbow, but its strength is too formidable for ordinary materials. I must find suitable materials, though I do not know how long that will take. Ning Rongrong waved her hand dismissively. Oh, that's trivial. What materials do you need? I'll write a letter and have them delivered. Tang San hesitated. That might not be appropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Consider it a gesture of goodwill from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School as we collaborate with you. Reluctantly, Tang San accepted and immediately began to leaf through a book detailing rare materials. Inside Yuan Ge's dormitory, he was diligently cultivating his soul power. Indeed, he had immersed himself fully in his training. Knock, knock, knock. Yuan Ge frowned but ignored it. Knock, knock, knock. 3 more knocks. Yuan Ge gritted his teeth, striving to endure. Knock, knock, knock. Damn it, fatty. Are you done yet? Didn't I tell you the method? Go look for Dai Lao and the others. Buse. Yuan Ge could no longer tolerate it. Even with his composure, he was pushed to his limits. Ma Hongjun had sought him out 3 times that day. Abruptly, he flung the door open. Fatty Yuo, teacher? Standing at the door was not Ma Hongjun, but Yu Xiaojiang, looking travel-worn and holding a small package. Yu Xiaojiang smiled. What is this? Which fatso has vexed you? Yuan Ge quickly stepped aside to let him in. Teacher, when did you arrive? You should have informed me, so I could prepare to welcome you properly. Yu Xiaojiang settled onto Yuan Ge's bed. It's fine. You know I'm not one for formalities. He then glanced at Yuan Ge's piano. It's been quite a while. Don't you plan to play a piece for me? Yuan Ge smiled, having just the intention in mind. He seated himself at the piano, straightened his back, opened the lid, and began to play. The classic piece F. Arlise made its debut on the Dolua continent. I spoke with Fred earlier. I'm already aware of your experiences during the Stardow Forest expedition. You and Xiao San performed admirably. As he played, he asked, Teacher, do you not oppose our disobedience in searching for Xiao Wu? I'm not referring to that. It's your confrontation with the Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings I'm concerned about. I want to elaborate on Xiao Wu. You've always been clever enough to understand the stakes involved. Do not let this happen again. Yes, teacher, Yuan Ge replied, though he knew he might not heed the warning next time. Yu Xiaojiang reminisced about his own past, recalling his own reckless days, lamenting his own limited talent. By the way, how is your hand? He shifted the topic, squinting at Yuan Ge. Yuan Ge smiled wryly. You see through everything, teacher. Yu Xiaojiang scoffed. I know you well. To avoid physical training, you would go to great lengths. Here is your initiation gift. He placed a small package on the nearby table. Yuan Ge ceased playing, picked up the package, and opened it to reveal a bone. Upon sensing the soul power contained within the bone, Yuan Ge's eyes lit up in surprise. Could it be a soul bone? Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Indeed, it is a soul bone, specifically the right arm bone, derived from the 5,000-year soul beast steel claw iron eagle. Upon integrating the soul bone, your total soul power will see a significant enhancement. Yuan Ge did not refuse and inquired, Teacher, where did this soul bone come from? Yu Xiaojiang glared. What business is that of yours? Hurry and integrate it. Use your soul power to begin the process, and I will guide you. Yuan Ge wasted no time, immediately commencing the integration. He did not disdain the age of the soul bone. After all, such items were exceedingly rare, and possessing one was fortunate. Furthermore, given that his teacher had procured it, he assumed a considerable sacrifice had been made. In truth, the cost was substantial, nearly half of Yu Xiaojiang's fortune. He had obtained it from the Spirit Hall, but do not misconstrue. He had not used his connections, but rather had utilized an elder's token to procure it from the Spirit Hall located in the Tiando Imperial City, purchasing the soul bone from their treasury. As long as the soul bone's age did not exceed 10,000 years, elders of the Spirit Hall could make purchases, albeit with restrictions, as even soul bones below 10,000 years in age were exceedingly rare. As the soul bone fused with his right arm, Yuan Ge experienced excruciating pain, feeling as though he might faint, his eyes rolling back and his gums bleeding from the pressure of his clenched teeth. Yu Xiaojiang had long been prepared for this moment. He picked up a pencil from the side and placed it by Yuan Ge's mouth, prompting him to bite down. After what felt like either half an hour or an hour, Yuan Ge finally completed the fusion of the soul bone, his pale face collapsing onto the bed. It wasn't exhaustion, it was pain. When had he ever endured such suffering? Apart from absorbing soul rings? He hadn't even sustained injuries during fights, to be honest. He removed the blue crystal from his head, feeling somewhat relieved. All right, you rest for now. I'll go find Xiao San, said Yu Xiaojiang. Goodbye, teacher. I want to see you off, Yuan Ge replied. The 5,000-year right arm bone granted Yuan Ge a passive soul skill, soul power storage. Upon fusing the right arm bone, he could store 1/3 of his soul power within it, allowing for gradual adaptation during battle or an instantaneous eruption of all stored soul power, causing immense destruction while significantly enhancing the strength of his right arm. When Yu Xiaojiang emerged, he found a girl in black waiting at the door. Who are you? Hello, teacher. I am Zhuqing, here to see Yuan Ge. Yu Xiaojiang did not correct Zhuqing's address of him. He had learned about Yuan Ge's relationship with her from Xiao Wu. Well, you two chat. I have matters to attend to. Yu Xiaojing nodded and walked away briskly. He did not oppose matters between students as long as they did not affect their studies. In the evening, everyone gathered in the square. All right, everyone is here. I have several announcements to make, Flinder stated, stepping before the 8 students, his gaze sternly sweeping over them. First, I will introduce the new 5 students to the Academy's teachers. As he spoke, Flinder pointed to the teacher responsible for the admissions assessment. This is teacher Li Yusong, Wuhuan Dragon Pattern Staff, a Soul Emperor at level 63. Then, he introduced the second teacher, an elderly man who appeared to be around 70 years old. This is teacher Lu Qibin, Wuhuan Star Chess, a Soul Emperor at level 66. Flinder continued. Next is teacher Xiao Exing, Wuhuan Candy Bean, a Soul Sage at level 71, specializing in food-type soul techniques. Teacher Xiao is undoubtedly among the top 5 food-type soul masters I know. Flinder did not exaggerate. High-level food-type soul masters were indeed rare, and Xiao Xin was practically the pinnacle of them, capable of being a venerated figure even within the Spirit Hall. Finally, Flinder approached the master, putting an arm around his shoulder, and said, last but not least, I want to introduce you all to someone special. He is known for deriving the top 10 competitive spirit abilities through his research, hailed as the most formidable in Wuhuan theory and the wisest soul master. He is also the teacher of Yuan Ge and Tang San, Mr. Yu Xiaojiang. Of course, He is also my old brother. We have known each other for decades. You may not recognize his name yet, but I believe you have heard of his titles. From now on, you shall address him as master. Except for Yuan Ge, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, the others perked up, although they were not well acquainted with Yu Xiaojiang. The fact that he had trained such excellent disciples as Yuan Ge and Tang San signified that his capabilities were not to be underestimated. From today onward, Master will be fully responsible for your education. We will all cooperate with him during this expedition to the Stardow Forest. For more of you have reached the Soul Master realm. Those who have yet to break through level 30 must strive to catch up with the pace of the others. Master, do you have anything to say? Flinder turned to Yu Xiaojiang after finishing his remarks. Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward and declared, I have reviewed your records. I will devise the most suitable training methods for each of you. From now on, there will be no distinction between junior and senior students. You will be treated as a whole, and we shall teach together. Henceforth, I only wish to hear one sound, the sound of your obedience. Now, I will assign you numbers according to your ages. Number 1, Dai Mu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Yuan Ge. Number 7, Ning Rongrong. Number 8, Zhuqing. The master surveyed the group before announcing, All right, you may disperse. We will gather here for breakfast tomorrow, so do not be late. Additionally, Yuan Ge, stay behind. Yuan Ge stepped forward, teacher. The others did not leave either. They were curious about what Yu Xiaojiang wanted from Yuan Ge, who remained silent. Your training method differs from theirs. Your combat relies on extreme control. Therefore, what you need is practical experience. From now on, unless special circumstances arise, you must participate in the soul fighting competitions at the Soto Great Soul Arena every night. You may enter as many matches as you wish. Yuan Ge's eyes lit up. This training method appealed to him. Furthermore, I intend to significantly improve the quality of the Academy's meals. You are all in your growth phase. Yet what do you typically eat? White rice, vegetables, thin porridge, and you might not see meat even once a week. Flinder retorted, Hey, you can't just stand there and complain about the Academy's finances. Yu Xiaojiang shot him a glance. That is because you do not know how to earn money. Continuing, he asked Yuan Ge, What is your current soul power level? Level 33. After absorbing the third soul ring, his soul power had reached level 31, and now, with the fusion of his soul bone, he had directly ascended to level 33. Very well, then you will be responsible for earning money. Yuan Ge pointed at himself, uncertain me, but I don't know how to make money. Should I start a piano tutoring class and charge tuition? Yu Xiaojiang chuckled, No need. Just place bets on yourself during the soul fighting matches, but do not use your own money. I will provide you with 100 gold soul coins as capital. You can use the winnings to buy food. Your classmates' meals will depend on you. Originally, Yu Xiaojiang had been quite wealthy, but after purchasing the soul bone for Yuan Ge, his funds had dwindled. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled. Yuan Ge, whether I can keep this body of mine relies on you. Dai Mubai shot him a glance. What? Are you reluctant to part with your fat? Hee, Dai Lauda, you don't understand. My weight increases my defense. Carrot, senior brother, I want to eat carrots. Xiao Wu chimed in cheerfully. I want to eat roasted meat. Oscar added joyously. Yuan Ge smiled. No problem. I will buy you all treats if I win. Afterwards, Yuan Ge turned to Yu Xiaojiang. Leave the money-making to me, but I'm not very good at nutritional balance. It would be best if you could provide me with a list. Certainly, Ning Rongrong suggested. Since there are no classes tonight, let us all go to the Soul Arena and watch Yuan Ge's matches. All right. Zhuqing nodded. I will go too. The others were also eager to join. Yu Xiaojiang agreed with Ning Rongrong's suggestion. Fine, but only Yuan Ge can participate in the matches. You could discuss it later. He also wanted to witness Yuan Ge's prowess. However, could opponents at the Soul Master level truly bring forth Yuan Ge's full potential? After returning to the dormitory, Yuan Ge grabbed a piece of clothing and donned a half mask before setting off with everyone else. Along the way, they chatted and laughed. Hey, senior brother. It turns out you're younger than me. Xiao Wu bounced over to Yuan Ge. Shouldn't you call me Sister Xiao Wu? Come on, give it a try. Before Yuan Ge could respond, Tang San swiftly pulled Xiao Wu away. Xiao Wu, do you forget that your meals are now in senior brother's hands? Yuan Ge chuckled. Sister Xiao Wu, it seems the carrots in Soto City are sold out. Xiao Wu, on the verge of tears, lamented, Brother, no. Elder brother, sixth brother, I was wrong. My precious carrot. Amidst laughter and playful banter, the group made their way to the Soto Great Soul Arena. The arena itself boasts an elliptical shape, soaring to a height of 120 meters. It is divided into a main arena and 24 auxiliary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for Soul Masters to engage in friendly exchanges, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. Within this arena, battles are classified into 3 categories. The first is a friendly sparring match, where participants engage in skillful duels, strictly prohibiting lethal force. The second category is a life-and-death fight, intended to resolve irreconcilable disputes. Lastly, there are gambling duels, officiated by the Great Soul Arena, where both sides send an equal number of Soul Masters to compete, with the victor claiming all that is wagered. Gambling duels often escalate to life-and-death confrontations, frequently employed by nobles and clans when faced with profound conflicts. The competitions can take 3 forms: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or group battles. In group contests, the number of participants is agreed upon, typically ranging from 7 to 10 individuals, in accordance with the regulations of the Great Soul Arena.